Chapter 1. Black Satin Blindfold. In the sweltering heat of August. D. Beneath the sparse shade of a few trees lining the roadside, a group of young individuals huddled together, cigarette smoke curling in the air as they awaited the traffic signal. Suddenly, one of the youths, engrossed in his smoke, appeared to have noticed something, uttering a soft gasp as his gaze fell upon a certain corner of the street. "Arno, what are you staring at?" one of his companions inquired. The young man, named Arno, stared vacantly at the street corner, and, after a moment's pause, he spoke. "Tell me, how does a blind person cross the road?" His companion hesitated, then slowly replied, "Generally, blind individuals have someone to guide them or are accompanied by a guide dog. In more modern cities, traffic lights often provide audio cues. If all else fails, perhaps they can navigate by sound and inch forward with a white cane." Arno shook his head. "But what if there's no one to guide them? No guide dog, no audio signals, and even the cane is being used to carry peanut oil. Do you think you're funny?" His companion rolled his eyes, following Arno's gaze, and in the next moment, stood frozen in astonishment. Across the street, a boy clad in a black short-sleeved shirt stood there, his eyes enveloped in thick layers of black satin, completely blocking out all light. In his left hand, he held a cheap shopping bag brimming with vegetables. In his right, he grasped a guide cane slung over his shoulder, resembling a yoke, while at the end of the cane, a large bucket of gleaming yellow peanut oil caught the sunlight. The sight of the boy, adorned in black satin, with a cane resting on his shoulder, vegetables in one hand, and oil in the other, was utterly bewildering and instantly captivated the attention of many onlookers. "Hey, look at that person. How peculiar! With so much cloth covering his eyes. Can he even see the road? Did you not see the cane in his hand? He's clearly blind. What era are we in? Most blind people wear sunglasses who would cover their eyes with cloth on such a hot day. Isn't that uncomfortable?" "Exactly. And have you ever seen a blind person walk without a cane, using it instead to carry things?" These young people certainly know how to entertain themselves. The summer cicada's song could not drown out the whispers of the curious crowd, who scrutinized the boy and quietly speculated whether he was genuinely blind or merely pretending. All while eagerly awaiting the flickering green light that moment, a clear voice rang out beside the boy. "Brother, may I help you cross the street?" It was a young girl in school uniform, around 12 or 13 years old, beads of sweat glistening on her cheeks, her large, dark eyes filled with concern as she gazed at the boy with innocent simplicity. The boy paused slightly, turning his head towards the girl, a faint smile gracing his lips. Sure, he shifted the bag of vegetables to his right hand, used his left to wipe away some sweat from his brow, and gently took hold of the girl's hand. With a click, the green light illuminated. The young boy took a step forward, walking hand in hand with the little girl towards the opposite side of the road. The girl appeared anxious, glancing nervously from side to side, wary of the passing vehicles, her steps cautious and timid. As for the boy, he walked with unwavering confidence. To the onlookers, this scene did not resemble a kind-hearted girl guiding a blind person across the street. Rather, it resembled an older brother escorting a younger sibling. "He is not blind," Arno stated with conviction upon witnessing the scene. He must be able to see that a young man behind Arno rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, "I understand now. He is cosplaying as a blind monk." Slap! A resounding slap landed on the back of his head as Arno scolded. "Fool! You spend all day playing games. Who in their right mind would cosplay a blind monk in the middle of the street? Do they have a death wish?" After a brief pause, Arno added quietly, "Moreover, the blind monk's eye covering cloth is red, and this cosplay doesn't quite match. Arno, you can't keep criticizing me." Silence. Just as the two were bickering, the young man who had remained silent all along gazed intently at the boy's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. "What's the matter?" Arno noticed his gaze. "That I know him." "You know him?" "Indeed." The young man nodded. "When my cousin was still in elementary school, I heard that a student from his school had an accident that affected his eyesight, and he had to cover his eyes with black satin. There were also rumored mental health issues. That was 10 years ago. Perhaps he has recovered by now. However, it seemed to be quite a significant incident at the time, and shortly after, that student dropped out, eventually transferring to a special school for the blind." At that moment, another person chimed in excitedly. "By the way, what exactly was the accident? What could cause someone to go blind and develop mental issues? Was it some kind of evil encounter?" "I don't know. He paused, but I heard it was something even more outrageous. Such a tragic fate. Arno sighed. What is his name? I think it was Lin. Lin. Lin Chia. As the evening glow bathed the surroundings, Lin Chia pushed open the door. Almost instantly, the enticing aroma of cooking wafted from within, filling his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, swallowed, and entered with his belongings in hand. Creak! The old door emitted a sharp squeal, drowning out the sounds of cooking from the kitchen. But a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Lin Chia carrying bags, she gasped and hurried over. What a huge bucket of peanut oil! Child, are you misusing the government subsidies again? And the government provides subsidies for the disabled for living expenses, and using it to buy oil is a practical application. Lin Chia replied with a smile. Such nonsense. This money is reserved for your college education. It cannot be squandered. I must tell you, the money your aunt earns from her labor is indeed sufficient to support the three of us. You must refrain from recklessly taking money. Gently wiping the oil barrel with her hand, Aunt displayed a pained expression and murmured softly, such a large barrel of oil, and it's a brand name. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Before Lin Chia could utter a word, Aunt suddenly came to a realization that, so it seems there are still many good people in this world. Have you properly expressed your gratitude to them? I have. Lin Chia deftly shifted the subject. Aunt, where is Jean? He is on the balcony, doing his homework. By the way, the doctor from the psychiatric hospital is here for the routine checkup. He's resting in the room. Why don't you go greet him? Aunt will prepare dinner and call you when it's ready. Lin Chia hesitated for a moment, then responded with an O, before turning towards the bedroom. Hello, I am Dr. Li from Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital. Upon seeing Lin Chia enter, the young man seated on a small stool in the bedroom stood up and greeted him warmly, his face adorned with large black-framed glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't it always Dr. Han who comes? Dr. Han was promoted to deputy director last year. Dr. Li replied with a smile, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Lin Chia nodded slightly, responding with an O. Indeed, it was no surprise that Dr. Han, with his extensive experience and exceptional skills, had ascended to such a position. It was only natural to appoint a younger doctor for routine evaluations. Noticing Lin Chia had taken a seat, Dr. Li cleared his throat and retrieved a stack of medical record from his bag. I apologize as I am new here. I am not yet familiar with your case. Allow me to gather some preliminary information, Dr. Li said apologetically. Lin Chia nodded in acknowledgement. Your name is Lin Chia? Yes. And you're 17 years old this year? Yes. The records indicate you became blind 10 years ago and were admitted to our hospital due to certain issues? Yes. Dr. Li pondered for a moment. Have you ever changed your name? No, why do you ask? Lin Chia was taken aback. Dr. Li scratched his head awkwardly. Ahem. It seems I may have overthought that. He pointed to the age listed in the medical records, then to the phrase 10 years ago. You see, you became blind 10 years ago at the age of 7, and your name happens to be Lin Chia, which led me to believe you might have changed your name after losing your sight. Lin Chia remained silent for a long while before shaking his head. No, I have never changed my name. My parents gave me the name Lin Chia before I was born. That is indeed quite. Ahem. Li began, but then realized it was impolite to continue and promptly closed his mouth. How fortuitous, Lin Chia remarked lightly. Indeed, quite fortuitous. Dr. Li felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet he swiftly redirected the conversation. While .it appears the case file does not elaborate on the incident that led to your blindness and mental disturbance. If it is convenient, could you share it with me? Before Lin Chia could respond, Dr. Li hastily added, I do not intend to offend, rather. Understanding the patient better enables us to provide superior care. Of course, if you prefer not to share, I shall not press you. Lin Chia sat quietly, his eyes seemingly fixed on Dr. Li beneath the black satin ribbon. After a moment, he slowly began, No. Do not categorize our relationship as that of doctor and patient. This is merely a normal conversation between friends. It shall not reach that extent. Dr. I said with a half-joking tone. Even if you were to tell me that you were drawn into an alchemical furnace by the Supreme Lord Laozi, I would believe you. Lin Chia remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. In my youth, I had a passion for astronomy. And then, one night, I lay beneath the eaves of my ancestral home, gazing at the moon. What did you see? The moon rabbit? Dr. Li chuckled. Lin Xie shook his head, and his next statement caused Dr. Li's smile to freeze on his face. I saw an angel," Lin Xie stated earnestly, gesturing with his hands before him. An angel enveloped in golden radiance, possessing 6 white wings, a seraph. Chapter 2. The Angel on the Moon. The room fell into a brief silence. Indeed. What was it doing? It did nothing. It resembled a golden statue, seated in the center of a vast lunar crater, gazing up at Earth, as if watching over. Dr. Li rubbed the corner of his eyes, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "Chia, do you know how far the moon is from Earth?" "Approximately 400,000 kilometers," Lin Xie replied calmly. "Approximately 400,000 kilometers," Dr. Li reiterated. "Even with the most advanced telescopes, one can barely discern the conditions on the lunar surface, yet you claim to have seen an angel on the moon with your naked eyes at the age of 7 while merely lying beneath the eaves of your home." "It was not I who saw it," Lin Xie said softly. "It was it that saw me. I merely lifted my gaze, and my eyes felt as though they were being pulled through space to meet its own." "So it compelled you?" "To some extent, yes. Otherwise, how could I have perceived the surface of the moon? I lack the ability of clairvoyance. But if there truly exists an angel on the moon, why has it not been discovered by humanity all these years?" "I do not know." Lin Xie shook his head. "Perhaps that seraph is unwilling to be observed. Moreover, do humans truly understand a moon?" Dr. Li, being a specialist in psychiatric disorders, has encountered a myriad of mental ailments throughout his career. He has discerned a peculiar pattern. The more solemn and seemingly plausible the ramblings of a patient, the more severe their affliction tends to be. Lin Xie extended his hand, gently rubbing the black satin covering his eyes, his tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. "That day, I locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment, and then I became blind." Dr. Li parted his lips, glancing down at the case file in his hands, succumbing to a profound silence. I end the section detailing the cause of blindness. Merely 4 words were inscribed. Cause unknown. So, what truly transpired back then? Could it be, as Lin Xie claimed, he had beheld the seraphim upon the moon? Otherwise, how to explain the sudden loss of sight? This thought flickered momentarily in Dr. Li's mind, only to be swiftly quelled. That was close. He nearly allowed a psychiatric patient to lead him astray. He could vividly imagine the expressions of the doctors a decade ago, when young Lin Xie, then blind, uttered those very words before them. And oh wonder the child was forcibly retained in the hospital from any perspective. His statements echoed those of a delusional individual. Such patients were not uncommon. Within the facility, there were those who claimed to be the reincarnation of the Monkey King, idly hanging on the monkey bars others believed themselves to be coat racks, standing motionless for hours, and some saw everyone as their spouse, often surreptitiously groping others. The last patient was a middle-aged, greasy man. "You speak of events past. What of the present? How do you perceive this matter now?" Dr. Li adjusted his demeanor, continuing with the examination process. "All mere delusions," Lin Xie replied calmly. "That day, I accidentally tumbled off the eaves and struck my head on the ground as for my eyes. Perhaps a nerve was damaged, leading to my blindness." Dr. Li raised an eyebrow, jotting down a note in the medical record, before engaging Lin Xie in casual conversation. After approximately 20 minutes, he glanced at the time, rising with a smile. "Well, let us conclude the examination here. Your condition appears stable. I hope you can adjust your mindset and live well." Dr. I shook hands with Lin Xie, offering words of encouragement. Lin Xie smiled faintly, nodding slightly. Dr. Li, why not stay for a meal?" His aunt, seeing Dr. Li preparing to leave, warmly insisted, and "Oh, thank you. I have another patient to attend to and wouldn't want to impose." Dr. Li politely bid farewell to his aunt before stepping through the door. As the door clicked shut, Lin Kai's smile vanished, as though it had never existed. "Delusions?" he murmured to himself. "Brother, it's time to eat." His cousin, Yang Jin, emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. Yang Jin, for years younger than Lin Xie and newly in junior high, had grown up alongside him since Lin Kai's parents went missing, their bond surpassing that of siblings. "Here I am," Lin Xie replied. As Lin Xie settled into the cramped dining table, a sudden warmth radiated from his soles, momentarily surprising him before a faint smile graced his lips. His cousin, Yang Jinxiao, glanced beneath the table and teased, "You little black rascal, usually so lazy and unmoving. yet you rush in faster than anyone when it's mealtime. A small black dog poked its head out from beneath the table, its tongue lolling outside its mouth, panting softly as it approached Lin Chia and licked his feet, displaying an endearing eagerness. Point 3 individuals. One dog that constituted a family. Simple, arduous, yet inexplicably comforting. Thus, 10 years passed. Lin Chia affectionately patted the dog's head and extracted a piece of meat from the meager portions on the plate, placing it into his cousin Yang Jin's bowl. Give it a bone to gnaw on. Yang Jin accepted without hesitation. Their brotherly bond rendered further words unnecessary. His thoughts, however, dwelled on another matter. Brother, is your eyesight truly improving? Lin Chia smiled softly. Yes, I can see now, though I'm still sensitive to light. This black cloth needs to remain for a few more days. I understand. And by the way, brother, I've saved up some money to buy you a stylish pair of sunglasses. I'll show them to you shortly. Yang Jin exclaimed, seemingly struck by inspiration. Lin Chia chuckled and shook his head. Ajin, while sunglasses can shield from light, their effectiveness pales in comparison to this black cloth. I still cannot wear them. All right then, Yang Jin replied, somewhat disheartened. However, once my eyes are fully healed, I shall wear them every day while shopping, and I will buy you a pair as well, so we can go together. At this, Yang Jin's eyes brightened once more, and he responded with an emphatic "Not. By the way, Xiao Qi, Aunt has arranged for your transfer when this semester begins. You will move from the special school to a regular high school." Aunt seemed to recollect something and continued, "But have you truly thought this through? A regular high school is quite different from a special school, and with your situation, what if?" "There are no what ifs, Aunt," Lin Chia interjected. "My eyesight is improving, and to gain admission to a good university, I must stand on the same starting line as everyone else." "Oh, you child, even if you do not get into a prestigious university, it's all right. Aunt will always support you. I can take care of you too, brother." Lin Kai's body trembled slightly beneath the black cloth. His eyes were concealed, yet his lips pressed together before curving into a smile, but he shook his head resolutely. Though he spoke not a word, both Yang Jin and Aunt sensed his unwavering determination. Even the little black rascal at his feet nudged Lin Kai's ankle. Woof. Chapter 3. Knocking on the door. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xia closed the door behind him. He did not turn on the lights. It was already late at night, and the twinkling starlight outside cascaded onto the ground. In the dimness of the room, Lin Xia sat before his desk and slowly removed the black satin blindfold from his eyes. The mirror on the desk reflected the visage of a strikingly handsome young man. Lin Xia possesses an exceptionally handsome appearance. If he were to remove the black satin blindfold and refine his demeanor slightly, complemented by an inexplicable air of aloofness and profound grace, he would undoubtedly be regarded as the epitome of charm. Regrettably, his perpetual concealment behind the satin and his identity as a person with disabilities completely obscure his brilliance. In the mirror, Lin Qia's eyes remain closed, his brows slightly furrowed. The eyelids that veil his gaze tremble as if he is striving to open his eyes, his fists clenched tightly in determination. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His body trembles for an extended moment, ultimately succumbing to fatigue as he gasps for breath. A few beads of sweat trickle down Lin Qia's cheeks, and a flicker of anger manifests between his brows. Just a little more. Why is it always just a little more? When will he be able to open his eyes once more and behold the world with his own sight? He claims he can see now, yet he lies. His eyes cannot open, not even a sliver. However, he does not deceive entirely, for even with his eyes shut, he can perceive everything around him with remarkable clarity. This sensation is extraordinary, akin to possessing eyes all over his body, allowing him to sense his surroundings in every direction, even more vividly than with his original sight. And from a greater distance. Initially, he was incapable of this. During the first 5 years of his blindness, he was indistinguishable from other true blind individuals, relying solely on sound and the guiding cane to navigate the world. Yet, inexplicably, 5 years ago, his eyes seemed to undergo a transformation, enabling him to begin perceiving his surroundings. At first, he could only sense a few centimeters ahead, but as time progressed, his vision extended, becoming clearer and farther reaching. Now, after 5 years, his range of perception has expanded to 10 meters. For an ordinary person, a 10-meter sight range would signify a significant limitation. But for a boy who has once lost the gift of sight, that distance signifies everything. Most importantly, the 10 meters he perceives transcends physical obstructions. In other words, within a 10-meter radius, he possesses an absolute field of vision. To put it bluntly, he can see through obstacles. To express it more eloquently, he can perceive every mote of dust suspended in the air, every component within a machine, and every subtle movement of a magician beneath a table. This remarkable ability seems to stem from the eyes that have remained shut beneath the satin for a decade. Despite having such an almost supernatural gift, Lin Chiye remains unsatisfied. While the 10-meter field of vision is indeed remarkable, he yearns to witness the world with his own eyes. This is the fervent aspiration of a young man. Although today's attempt to open his eyes ended in failure, he can distinctly sense that he is not far from truly achieving that goal. After completing his morning routine, Lin Chiye, as is customary, retires to bed early, for the years spent in blindness have not been entirely devoid of merit. At the very least, they have instilled in him the admirable habit of an early bedtime. Yet, as he reclined on his bed, an image resurfaced in his subconscious. Beneath the dark celestial canopy of the universe, the desolate surface of the moon lay still, its grayish terrain reflecting the faint glow of distant stars. In the heart of the largest lunar crater stood a figure, resembling a statue, serene and eternal, as if it had existed since time immemorial. A divine golden radiance emanated from this presence, a majesty so profound that it could compel all living beings to prostrate themselves. Behind it, 6 enormous wings spread wide, casting colossal shadows upon the silvery gray ground, obscuring the sunlight that streamed from behind. Yet, what was indelibly etched in Lin Chiye's mind, haunting him relentlessly, were its eyes, those orbs imbued with divine authority, burning like a furnace, blindingly radiant, as if they were twin suns in close proximity. In that fleeting moment, upon glimpsing those eyes, his world was engulfed in darkness. A decade prior, he had spoken the truth, only to be diagnosed as mentally ill. But deep within, he understood the distinction between reality and delusion. Ever since he had encountered the seraph on the moon, he knew this world was far more complex than it appeared. Gradually, Lin Chiye succumbed to a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at the very instant he drifted into dreams, 2 radiant golden beams shot from the crevices of his closed eyelids, flickering momentarily in the darkness of the room. In the mist-laden realm, Lin Chiye wandered alone. The surrounding fog swirled endlessly, and although he walked through the void, each step he took resonated with a crisp sound, as if an invisible ground lay beneath him. Lin Chiye cast a glance at his own figure and let out a sigh. Yet again, this dream. It knocks at my door every night. It is truly exhausting. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chiye stepped forward. In the next moment, the surrounding mist swirled back, revealing an oddly styled modern edifice before him. The grand iron gate was adorned with intricate carvings of celestial deities, while the light fixtures blazed like fireballs. And the floor beneath him was embellished with levitating, intricately patterned tiles. This structure appeared to blend contemporary architectural design with elements from ancient mythology's temples, creating an incongruous yet ineffably exquisite aesthetic. Lin Chiye recognized this architecture. It seemed remarkably familiar. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the Sunshine Mental Hospital where he had resided for a year. The most compelling evidence being the inscription that once read Sunshine Mental Hospital above the entrance, now transformed into another phrase, God's Mental Hospital. A perplexing place. Lin Chiye shook his head and stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the grand iron gate. 5 years ago, not only did his body begin to change, but so did his dreams. For 5 consecutive years, he had been haunted by the same dream, with this enigmatic God's mental hospital as its central theme. However, the entrance to this mental institution had remained firmly shut, defying all attempts to unlock it. Lin Chiye circled the psychiatric hospital countless times, with only the imposing iron gate serving as an entrance. Although the surrounding walls were not particularly tall, the most absurd aspect was that each time Lin Chiye leapt, the height of the walls would inexplicably increase. As for brute force, even if Lin Chiye were to collide with the gate with all his might, the great iron door would not budge an inch. It seemed there was but one method to gain entry, to knock on the door. Lin Chiye grasped the circular ring on the heavy iron gate, inhaled deeply, and struck the surface of the door forcefully. Clang, clang. Once more he struck, yet the gate remained obstinately shut. Lin Chiye appeared unfazed and unperturbed, exercising remarkable patience as he continued to knock. Thankfully, within the realm of dreams, he would not succumb to fatigue, otherwise, his body would have long since crumbled under the strain. Thus, Lin Chiye resembled a diligent laborer, tirelessly knocking on the door throughout the night. Chapter 4. The Day of Survival. A week later, at Songnan City's 6th High School. Hey, look. Is that person from our school? Why is there a cloth covering his eyes? Clad in our school uniform, he must certainly belong to our institution. He is also grasping a white cane, indicating that he is visually impaired. How peculiar. I've never seen him before. He must be a newcomer in this year's freshman class. Strangely enough, the black fabric wrapped around his eyes gives him a rather dashing appearance. However, how does a blind person attend classes? Our school does not seem to have any special education programs, does it? I don't know. As anticipated, upon Lin Qia's entrance through the school gates, he attracted considerable attention. Yet, having faced such scenarios numerous times before, he traversed the Maple Leaf Avenue with an air of nonchalance, making his way toward the teaching building. It is worth noting that Lin Qia had prepared himself for the possibility of encountering unruly troublemakers. As is typical in many mindless narratives where a so-called school bully would inevitably emerge to hurl derisive remarks, setting the stage for an eventual confrontation. However, such instigators were conspicuously absent. Instead, numerous students stepped forward, offering their assistance. This unexpected kindness left Lin Qia with an inexplicable sense of disappointment. It stands to reason. After all, these were modern students who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education. How many of them could be so oblivious as to seek trouble? Moreover, even if there were small cliques, the current ethos emphasized camaraderie. It was one thing to support a friend in resolving conflicts, but to target a disabled individual would surely result in public condemnation, leading to utter disgrace. Lin Qia ascended the staircase and soon arrived at his classroom. Class 2 of the second year. Having spent a year in a special school during his first year of high school, he now found himself as a transfer student, categorizing him as an interloper. In most cinematic and literary portrayals, transfer students are often synonymous with neglect, isolation, and misfortune. After all, during the course of the first year, various cliques had already solidified, and without proactive engagement, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to genuinely integrate into the class. Lin Qia was acutely aware that he was not the type to take the initiative, even if he had spent time with others since his first year of high school. His aloof demeanor would likely have left him solitary to this day. However, solitude was not without its merits. Lin Qia found solace in the peace it afforded him. Untouched by distractions, he could cultivate his mind and focus on his studies. If he were to deliberately forge connections with others, he would likely falter. Standing at the classroom door, Lin Qia took a deep breath, steadied his resolve, and stepped inside. As Lin Qia stepped into the classroom, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly ceased, plunging the atmosphere into an unexpected silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Lin Qia was preparing to utter a word, the classroom erupted with excitement. You must be Lin Qia, right? Your seat is all set for you. Right over there. Lin Qia, can you not see? Allow me to guide you. Before Lin Qia could fully comprehend the situation, several classmates rushed forward, carefully escorting him to his designated spot. A tall boy even took it upon himself to shoulder Lin Qia's backpack. Amidst the throng of well-wishers, Lin Qia safely arrived at his seat. Lin Qia, this seems rather different from the script. Lin Qia, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. If you need anything, feel free to approach me, a girl with a ponytail declared, patting her chest. I am Li Yifei. If you're going for a meal, just call me. I will take you. The man assisting him with his bag chuckled. And I am Wang Xiao. Numerous individuals crowded around him, enthusiastically greeting him. For a moment, Lin Qia felt somewhat bewildered. To be honest, this deviated significantly from his expectations. You all know me? Lin Qia's expression appeared rather peculiar. In Lin Qia's mind, it was as if a thunderclap had suddenly reverberated, leaving him momentarily stunned. The words of his classmates became mere background noise. He found himself gazing blankly at the classroom, his thoughts involuntarily drifting to the image of a middle-aged woman, hunched with age, carrying a basket of freshly boiled eggs. Earnestly imploring his peers, classmates, please lend a hand. My nephew has poor eyesight and a reserved demeanor. Kindly look after him. Young lady, you are truly beautiful. And my nephew is quite handsome as well. I am sure you will take a liking to him. This child, Qia, is cold on the outside but warm within. Once you become familiar with him, you will surely get along splendidly. Unbeknownst to him, the black ribbon had begun to moisten. And, he murmured, while the chatter of his classmates filled the air, a female teacher entered, clutching a stack of books. Upon noticing Lin Qia seated in the front row, she paused to offer a few words of consolation before briefly introducing herself and commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today we shall discuss the history and predicaments of modern Gracia, perhaps due to Lin Qia's presence. The teacher bypassed the customary reading of the textbook and delved directly into the material. A century ago, the Earth boasted over 200 nations, scattered across 7 continents and 4 oceans. each with its own distinct customs and cultures. Even in that era of limited technological advancement, we could still embark on ships to traverse to different countries, experiencing the vibrant clash of cultures. However, on the fateful day of March 9th, a mysterious fog materialized out of nowhere in Antarctica and spread with astonishing rapidity, engulfing nearly 98% of the Earth's surface within a mere 24 hours. The towering edifices crafted by humanity, the ancient primordial forests, the unfathomable oceans, all fell beneath the shroud of fog, and countless nations vanished into obscurity. Their fates unknown. Yet, just as this unfathomable fog was about to encroach upon the territory of Great Sia, it halted. No one knows the reason, but it inexplicably ceased its advance. Over the course of a century, numerous theories and speculations have emerged. Some suggest that this fog is a living entity that, having consumed 98% of the Earth, has simply become satiated and thus paused near Great Sia. Others posit that the unique magnetic field of Great Sia's location obstructed the fog's spread. Still, others believe that it is the accumulated essence of 5,000 years of Great Sia that is at work, safeguarding this land. Experts estimate that the chances of survival for those caught within the fog are exceedingly slim, as exposure, whether through inhalation or skin contact, proves fatal. Present-day Great Sia resembles an isolated island on this planet, and we may well be its last survivors. Consequently, the day the fog first appeared, March 9th, has been designated as Survival Day. Chapter 5. Unfettered skies beneath the starry moonlight. As the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, groups of students emerged from their classrooms, laughing and chatting as they strolled into the night. After a long day of trials, this was perhaps their most cherished moment of relaxation. Amidst the scattered throngs, a formidable procession of over a dozen individuals surged forth, moving in unison and with purpose toward the school gates. At the center of this formidable assembly stood a youth, swathed in black satin, akin to the filling of a dumpling, tightly enveloped. The sheer size of this formation instantly captured the attention of all nearby students. Needless to say, it's Lin Chia. Jiang Qian interjected, decisively interrupting Lin Chia's words. We promised your aunt that we would take good care of you, and we shall certainly honor the commitment. Indeed, Chia, our homes are in the same direction. It is merely a matter of convenience. I too am on the same path. Lin Chia, to be honest, he now wishes he were the one isolated. Having lingered in darkness for so long, he finds himself unaccustomed to the overwhelming concern of others, leaving him feeling rather awkward. Of course, Aunt and young Jean do not count, for they are his family. Nevertheless, their intentions are well-meaning, and he cannot voice his discomfort. He can only helplessly proceed with the crowd. I must take a turn here. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. As he distanced himself from the school, his classmates gradually bid farewell, and a few minutes later, only 5 individuals remained by Lin Chia's side. The once boisterous atmosphere gradually quieted, and the space felt suddenly expansive. Lin Chia exhaled a long sigh of relief. Do you think the fog will truly awaken again and engulf the Great Sia? Li Yifei, carrying his backpack, curiously turned to ask. Did you not hear what those experts said? The probability of the fog reviving is minimal. Perhaps there will be no change in the next century. As for what happens a century later, well, we won't be around to worry about it, so why fret over such matters? Jiang Qian rolled her eyes. Oh, you know as well as I do that the words of those so-called experts are the least reliable. What if we finally get into university, and before we can enjoy life, the fog swallows the entire Great Sia? That would be quite the loss. So, this is why you are wasting time and not focusing on your studies. Jiang Qian stepped in front of Li Yifei, her tone serious. I must remind you, Teacher Wang has already stated that if you place last in this exam again, you will have to move your desk to the front. I know. Li Yifei chuckled awkwardly. What you mentioned, I believe it's called the theory of natural disasters, right? It seems to be gaining traction. Jiang Qian nodded. But what if the fog is not a natural phenomenon? At that moment, Lin Chia, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Wan Shao was taken aback, then laughed. Chia, you can't possibly believe those so-called theologians thinking the fog is related to supernatural forces, can you? It's the 21st century. We must believe in science. There aren't that many ghostly affairs in this world. A classmate named Lu Yuan chimed in. Li Yifei muttered softly, I actually think if those things did exist, the world would be much more interesting. Why engage in such futile discussions? These matters are not our concern. Instead of fretting over whether the fog will revive, it would be more practical to enjoy a few extra hours of sleep during the upcoming 3-day survival holiday. Jiang Qian laughed. Indeed, the holiday is what truly matters. At this moment, in the old district of Tsangnan City, a man was leisurely walking down a desolate and dimly lit street, carrying a signboard. The antiquated streetlights cast a faint glow. Elongating his shadow, he glanced at his phone and came to a halt at the mouth of a narrow alley. "Here it is," he muttered, setting down the sign he had been shouldering and adjusting it. Beneath the flickering streetlight, the shadow of the sign danced erratically, and against the inky backdrop, the bold crimson letters stood out with alarming clarity. "No entry ahead." The man leaned against the streetlight, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and activated his earpiece. "Captain, the third sign is in place. Received, commence." "Understood." With the cigarette clamped between his lips, he strode towards the sign, placing his thumb against his teeth and biting down hard. A droplet of blood welled from the wound, and he crouched down, using his blood-stained thumb to draw a long line across the 4 imposing characters that proclaimed no entry ahead. His gaze sharpened, and an inexplicable aura erupted from him, radiating outward. He tilted his head back to gaze at the obsidian sky, whispering in a voice audible only to himself, "Forbidden ruins, lawless void." In the next instant, the vivid crimson stain on the sign faded rapidly, as if absorbed, followed by a sudden flash of red light from the words "no entry ahead," that then gradually returned to normal. The man plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a long sigh, his tone tinged with grievance. "Damn it, emptied again." At that moment, if one were to gaze down from the heavens upon Songnan City, they would notice 3 points of light flickering near the old town, which, when connected, rapidly formed a dark red equilateral triangle. As the triangle solidified, the half of the old town beneath it began to vanish as if erased from a map. Yet from the ground, the old town appeared unchanged. Simultaneously, at the center of this triangle, 6 black and red cloaks streaked across the sky like bolts of lightning. The leading figure raised his gaze toward the dark red firmament, gripping the hilt of a sword at his back, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ghost-faced man's cleansing operation begins. Chapter 6, The Ghost-Faced Man Outside the Old Town. "Brother, what are you doing playing with your phone in the middle of the night? Aren't you worried about getting cold?" Not long after, a passerby approached from across the street. Chuckling at the sight, the man glanced up briefly before returning to his screen, feeling aimless and restless. The passerby smiled, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and offered it to the man. The man waved his hand dismissively, replying earnestly, "It's work hours. I don't smoke." "Hey, sitting on the street playing with your phone counts as work?" The passerby laughed. "Well, all right then." The passerby shrugged and turned to walk down the street behind the man. "Where are you going?" the man suddenly inquired. The passerby raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What do you mean?" As the pedestrian followed the direction of his finger, he beheld the inexplicably positioned sign standing in the middle of the road. Just as he was about to utter something, a fleeting glimmer flickered across the 4 characters that read "no entry." The pedestrian's gaze instantly turned vacant. The man appeared unfazed by this. And just as he was prepared to continue his game, another man's voice crackled through his earpiece. "Zhao Kongqing." The moment the name resonated, the man abruptly sat up from the ground, the leisure and drowsiness vanishing from his face, replaced by an undeniable seriousness. "Captain, what has happened?" "There has been a complication. One of the ghost-faced people has ascended to become a ghost-faced king, and, while we were suppressing the others, he severely injured Hong Ing and escaped the confines of the Forbidden Ruins through the sewer." "A ghost-faced king?" Zhao Kongqing's expression shifted. "In which direction did he flee?" "I will intercept him." "No, Kongqing, you are not adept at combat. You cannot defeat the ghost-faced king. I shall pursue him." Zhao Kongqing paused. "Then what should I do?" After the ghost-faced king made his escape, 2 more ghost-faced individuals seized the opportunity to slip into the sewers, while the others were preoccupied with eliminating the remaining ones. "In which direction?" "Southeast." "Understood." A glint of determination ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he sprinted to the opposite end of the street, diving into a black van. He slammed the accelerator, roaring off amidst a cacophony of sound. In the passenger seat lay a neatly folded black and red cloak, along with a sheathed straight sword. "All right, I must turn here. I shall take my leave." Just then, Li Yifei seemed to have a sudden realization and spoke up. "Wang Xiao, if I recall correctly, I ascend to your home adjacent to the old city district?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" Wang Xiao's lips twitched slightly as he rolled his eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it outright. Don't leave it hanging. It makes one feel rather uneasy." Li Yifei hesitated for a moment. "I've heard that the old city district has been rather tumultuous lately. There's a psychopathic killer on the loose." "A psychopathic killer? Is that true?" Jiang Qian expressed skepticism. "Absolutely true." Li Yifei glanced around and lowered his voice. "You may not be aware, But in recent days, over a dozen people have died in the old city district. Over a dozen? That's impossible. If it were that serious, it would have been reported in the news. Wang Xiao shook his head. Hey, it's not impossible. Let me tell you. There is something suspicious about this. Someone from above has forcefully suppressed the news. If it weren't for my father working at the police station, I wouldn't have known about it. Suspicious? What do you mean? It is said. Li Yifei paused, lowering his voice even further. It is said that the faces of the deceased were entirely skinned off, leaving only a mass of bloody flesh and protruding eyeballs, a method most brutal. A cool evening breeze brushed past, and upon hearing those words, several individuals felt a chill surge from their feet to the very crown of their heads. Li Yifei, are you out of your mind, uttering such things on a night like this? Jiang Qian's face turned pale as she instinctively surveyed the desolate street, her irritation palpable. This area was already near the old city, a remote part of Cangnan City, and with the evening study session concluded close to 10 o'clock. Not a single pedestrian graced the road, rendering Li Yifei's words all the more unsettling. It was not just her, even the two sturdy men, Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan, felt a twinge of fear. Wang Xiao cast a furtive glance at the narrow path he was about to traverse, suddenly gripped by an uneasy conscience. If Li Yifei's words merely instilled a sense of dread, Lin Qiya's subsequent remarks sent shivers down their spines. Lin Qiya pondered for a moment before speaking softly. Are you certain that these events are the work of humans? Qian, you. Jiang Qian's delicate frame trembled at his words. Wang Xiao and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of peculiarity as they regarded Lin Qiya. Who would have imagined that the one harboring the deepest secrets would be you, the man with pronounced brows and large eyes? Li Yifei looked at Lin Qiya in astonishment. Do you feel the same way? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Jiang Qian could no longer contain her frustration. She reached out and pinched Li Yifei's arm fiercely, causing him to yelp in pain. Li Yifei clutched his arm, wincing in agony, retreating to a corner while muttering under his breath, "This is not a ghost story." Wang Xiao shrugged. I won't waste my time with such nonsense. I, for one, do not believe in these phantoms and specters. I'm leaving. With that, Wang Xiao's figure gradually faded into the narrow alleyway. Jiang Qian shot Li Yifei another glare before taking a few steps forward, only to halt abruptly. She inhaled deeply, her brow furrowing slightly as a hint of perplexity crossed her features. Turning to the others, she inquired, Do you smell something foul? A foul smell? You mean that odor of something decaying? I don't smell anything. What about you, Lu Yuan? I don't either. Ugh. Before Lu Yuan could finish his sentence, his face suddenly paled, and he clutched his nose in terror, glancing frantically around him. As Lin Qiya was about to utter a few words, a nauseating stench suddenly invaded his nostrils. The sensation was akin to having a piece of rotting meat, decayed for over 10 days, discarded into a cesspool, then mingled with a dozen putrid egg liquids. Merely inhaling it caused his stomach to churn violently. This was the foulest odor Lin Qiya had ever encountered in his life. Meanwhile, Jiang Qian, whose sense of smell was the most acute, immediately crouched down and began to retch. What the hell is that foul smell? Li Yifei exclaimed, covering his nose. I have no idea, Lin Qiya replied, his brow slightly furrowed. After a brief moment, he pointed towards the narrow alley from which Wang Xiao had departed. Judging by the direction of the odor's propagation, it seemed to emanate from there. Chapter 7. I want to live, Wang Xiao. Li Yifei and the others exclaimed in unison upon hearing that familiar voice. They exchanged glances and promptly dashed towards the alley where Wang Xiao had vanished. Lin Qiya stood alone, furrowing his brow as he gazed down the dimly lit alley, his expression marked by a sense of gravity. Although the specifics of the situation eluded him, an ominous premonition stirred within his heart. In the periphery of the old town lurked a depraved killer, an eerie stench, and piercing screams. Something was amiss. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he engaged in an internal struggle, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh. He grasped his cane and propelled himself toward the alley. Under ordinary circumstances, Lin Qiya would have certainly refrained from meddling in such affairs, opting instead to flee in the opposite direction as far as possible. The very fact that people were screaming indicated that it was undoubtedly not a good situation. And if it wasn't good, it signified trouble, be it robbery, murder, or witnessing a crime scene, any of which he wished to remain far removed from. He possessed neither an insatiable curiosity to uncover the truth nor an overflowing compassion to play the hero. Most importantly, he was not skilled in combat. What if he were to lose his life in the process? Yet, the current scenario was somewhat different, though Lin Qiya was reluctant to admit it. Wan Xiao's predicament was inextricably linked to him. While he typically preferred to avoid unnecessary involvement, he loathed the idea of being in someone else's debt even more. Regardless, he felt compelled to ascertain what had transpired, if only to fulfill a sense of obligation. Should danger arise, he could always make a hasty retreat. Lin Qie, with his eyes veiled, moved with unwavering swiftness. As he drew nearer to the source of the screams, his brow furrowed ever more tightly. The stench grew increasingly potent. Oh! Ah! Ah! A second scream echoed from around the corner ahead, this time a woman's voice. Jiang Qian. Lin Qie abruptly halted at the corner of the alley. As the figures of Jiang Qian and her companions materialized within his spiritual perception, not far in front of him, Jiang Qian lay crumpled on the ground. Her mouth agape in terror as she gazed ahead, her entire being trembling in fear. Before her, Lu Yuan and Li Yifei stood frozen like stone statues, their eyes fixated on the same point, equally quaking with dread. Beyond that, Lin Qie could sense nothing further. His eyes remained tightly shut, preventing him from visually comprehending the world around him. His spiritual perception extended only 10 meters, thus placing him in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Within that 10-meter radius, he perceived all, yet beyond it, he was a genuine blind man. What had Jiang Qian and the others witnessed to evoke such terror? Though he could not see, his hearing was remarkably acute, allowing him to distinctly discern a rustling sound not far away. It resembled the frenzied gnawing of someone devouring something with wild abandon and relish. It sounded akin to the way little black Liao gnawed on bones. What transpired? Lin Qie lowered his voice to inquire. Jiang Qian seemed startled by his sudden appearance, her hands frantically clutching at his garment, her teeth chattering in fear. A monster is gnawing on Wang Xiao's face. Lin Qie's countenance instantly shifted. Flee. Lin Qie and Li Yifei simultaneously cried out, Monster, help? Is anyone there? Monster. As they ran, their voices echoed with frantic urgency. Lin Qie was caught off guard by the sudden collision, stumbling precariously before regaining his balance. In the distance, a dull thud reverberated, akin to a mighty bear thundering across the ground, charging in his direction. Jiang Qian's pupils dilated in shock, and drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, she sprang to her feet with lightning speed, screaming as she fled. As for Li Yifei, he had already bolted the moment he uttered the word run, his speed surpassing even that of Lu Yuan, who had just shoved Lin Qie aside. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's brutish shove that had momentarily thrown Lin Qie off balance, he too would have distanced himself considerably by now. Yet, in that fleeting moment of delay, he found himself trailing behind, much like Jiang Qian. Though, one cannot entirely dismiss the fact that he had just collided with Lin Qie moments ago. Lin Qie sneered inwardly. However, he no longer had the luxury of time to dwell on such matters, for as he had just taken a few steps, something intruded within the 10-meter range of his mental perception. It resembled a human, yet simultaneously did not. It bore the semblance of a person, possessing 4 limbs and a head, but at that moment, it moved across the ground with the agility of a hyena. Its form as robust as that of a grizzly bear. Most unsettling of all was the grotesque visage that adorned its head. Pale and contorted, its elongated crimson tongue writhed like a serpent, extending half a meter from its mouth. Lin Qie's expression suddenly turned grim. The speed was astonishing, in just a few strides. It had darted from 10 meters away into the realm of his spiritual perception and was now closing in on him at an alarming pace. Lin Qie firmly believed that even the world sprint champion would undoubtedly be outpaced by it. Lin Qie calculated the distance from his current location to the alley's exit, and his heart sank immediately. Given the disparity in speed between the two, he realized that he would not be able to escape the alley before being caught. What other options were available to him? Lin Qie's mind raced, perceiving every object in his vicinity, desperately seeking something to impede the monstrous creature pursuing him. Suddenly, his mental focus landed on Jiang Qian's backpack behind her. Throw the backpack. Hold it back. Lin Qie bellowed. Jiang Qian, who stood beside him, trembled as a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. With a piercing scream, she yanked the backpack off and hurled it towards Lin Qie. Lin Qie's pupils suddenly constricted. He never anticipated that Jiang Qian would actually make a move against him. By the time Lin Qie processed the situation, the backpack had already struck heavily against his chest. Through his mental perception, Lin Qie could vividly discern Jiang Qian's expression. Her face was as pale as a frightened rabbit, etched with terror. Yet her eyes bore an unprecedented ferocity. Are you Lin Qie? Your seat has been prepared for you, over there. Lin Qie, I am Jiang Qian, the class monitor. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me. What remains most vivid in our memories is your aunt. That day she stood here with a basket of eggs, distributing them one by one, pleading with us to take care of you. We promised your aunt that we would look after you, and we shall certainly fulfill that promise. In that moment, the once timid and kind-hearted class monitor transformed into a frenzied demon. She gazed at Lin Chia, her eyes reflecting guilt, madness, and malice. Yes, I am the class monitor. I said I would assist you more in the future. I promised your aunt to care for you, but now I wish to live. Therefore, please die. At that instant, time seemed to stagnate. Lin Chia's gaze met Jiang Qian's, his eyes as cold and profound as the night. Tossing a backpack could not impede the monster for long, but abandoning a person increased the chances of survival. This was Jiang Qian's choice. The backpack was not heavy, nor did it possess great momentum, yet it caught Lin Chia off guard. Behind him, the approaching monster leaped forward, lunging at Lin Chia, who lingered behind. In a flash, Lin Chia smiled, a chilling smile. It felt as though his back had eyes, predicting the monster's trajectory. He crouched down swiftly, evading the monster's fierce assault with precision. Simultaneously, the cane he had firmly grasped in his hand swept forward like lightning, striking Jiang Qian's ankle. With a startled cry, Jiang Qian lost her balance and fell to the ground. A heavy dark shadow suddenly descended, crashing down upon her. In the next moment, blood stained the night crimson. Chapter 8. His eyes. Jiang Qian was dead. Lin Chia witnessed the entirety of her demise. The monster descended from the heavens, slicing through her neck with its claws as effortlessly as one would cut through tofu, and then proceeded to feast upon her with unrestrained delight, until her final breath. Jiang Qian's eyes remained fixed on Lin Chia, brimming with terror and resentment, though he had endured numerous trials and tribulations, maturing beyond his peers. This gruesome spectacle was a sight he had never encountered before. Moreover, this was not the moment to succumb to nausea. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chia turned and fled towards the opposite end of the alley while the creature feasted on Jiang Qian's corpse. The original escape route had been completely obstructed by the monster, leaving him no choice but to retreat in the opposite direction towards the place where Wang Xiao had met his demise. The creature seemed far more engrossed in the carcass than in pursuing him, which provided Lin Chia with a momentary sense of relief. He remained oblivious to the true nature of the beast, however. It was unequivocally clear that it belonged neither to the realm of humanity nor to any known species of beast. If one were to suggest that it was a radiation-mutated primate, he might entertain that notion. Its size, strength, and speed were beyond what a normal human could withstand. Yet, that was merely a possibility. In this fog-shrouded world, having witnessed the existence of celestial beings, he did not regard science as the sole truth of the universe. He believed in the presence of the mysterious. Moreover, Lin Chia had an unsettling sense of familiarity about this monstrous figure. Just as his mind wandered, another presence encroached upon his mental perception. He abruptly halted, his breath growing increasingly labored. 10 meters ahead, the silhouette of a second creature emerged, and Lin Chia was certain it was not the same one he had encountered moments earlier. Though it bore a striking resemblance, it was undeniably distinct. The most compelling evidence lay in the fact that this creature cradled the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, continuing its grisly feast. By now, Wang Xiao's face had been utterly devoured, leaving only a blurred mass of flesh, had it not been for his distinctive clothing. Lin Chia might not have recognized him at all. This was the second creature, the very one that had taken Wang Xiao's life. While he was with Jiang Qian and the others, he had failed to notice the scene 10 meters away, instinctively believing there to be only one monster. In retrospect, he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. The behavior of the creature that had slain Jiang Qian indicated a preference for consuming corpses rather than pursuing the living. Otherwise, Lin Chia would not have managed to escape. Yet, immediately following Wang Xiao's demise, another creature had pursued Lin Chia and his group. This could only mean that another beast was already indulging in Wang Xiao's remains. With two creatures now inhabiting the narrow alley, Lin Chia found all routes of escape irrevocably sealed. Lin Chia's complexion was as pale as death, and a feeling of despair, long forgotten, resurfaced within his heart. In these 17 years, he had only truly experienced despair twice. The first instance was a decade ago, when he beheld the pair of eyes on the moon. The second was now. Before him, the grotesque creature, having devoured its meal, discarded Wang Xiao's lifeless body like refuse, then turned its gaze towards Lin Chia, its crimson tongue licking the blood from its lips. At that moment, Lin Chia felt the urge to curse. Why must misfortune befall me once more? As a child, I could spot celestial beings from rooftops, only to fall and be mistaken for having lost my sanity, spending a year in a psychiatric institution. Just as I had finally persevered through the trials of life, preparing to study earnestly for the college entrance examination and embrace a new chapter, I encounter this hideous monster. It is absurd. Under the pressure of impending death, the pent-up frustration and indignation that had simmered within Lin Chia for years erupted like a volcano. This fiery wrath blazed fiercely, compressing his fear into insignificance, unleashing a fierce determination from somewhere deep within. He gripped his cane tightly, facing the poised creature, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, it seemed that before him stood not merely a monster that had just feasted upon a human, but all the grievances and setbacks he had endured over the past decade. Even his aunt and young Jean were unaware of the fury that lay hidden within this boy. Suppressed for 10 long years, he would not resign himself to this fate. Perhaps even he was unaware that beneath this turbulent emotion, the pair of eyes that had been closed for a decade trembled violently, as if on the verge of opening. The creature gazed at the tender Lin Chia, akin to a rogue spotting a beautiful woman, and let out a shrill screech as it leapt into the air. "Damn it, I am not afraid of you," Lin Chia roared, brandishing his cane and charging towards the leaping monster. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Just as the creature's claws were about to slice through Lin Chia's throat, he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. However, despite his adept understanding of the monster's movements, his physical prowess fell short. The claw grazed his temple, leaving a faint trail of blood. Simultaneously, the black ribbon was severed, swept away by the ensuing gust of wind. Lost to the unknown, Lin Chia closed his eyes, seizing the opportunity, and with a fierce shout, thrust his cane forcefully into the monster's abdomen. A sharp crack resonated, and Lin Chia felt a sudden lightness in his hand, only to be met with an overwhelming force from behind as the monster's tail swept him away. Lin Chia was thrown to the ground, rolling several times before enduring the pain and rising to his feet. He sensed that the cane in his hand had broken into 2 pieces. The cane, designed for guiding the blind, was not made of particularly durable material, and when it collided with the formidable creature, it was rendered utterly useless. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath, hurling the broken piece of the cane to the ground in frustration. After finally seizing an opportunity, it had been squandered so easily. The fracture of the cane acted like a fuse, igniting a tempest of emotions within Lin Chia. He stood there, fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, leaving trails of blood. "I refuse to accept this," he roared. In that moment of emotional upheaval, an extraordinary sensation surged within his heart. It was akin to the gentle spring breeze nourishing the earth. A refreshing wave flowed from his heart to the stagnant corners of his mind, and with a delicate touch, that thin veil of limitation was effortlessly shattered. Lin Chia felt as though a sun had erupted within his body, an unprecedented warmth engulfing him entirely, his eyelids seemingly scorched, radiating an unbearable heat. Thus, it was only natural that he opened his tightly shut eyes for the first time in a decade. The last image his gaze beheld was that of another pair of eyes, the eyes of a seraph. In an instant, a brilliant, blazing beam of light erupted from a narrow alley at the edge of the old city, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, the night shone as brightly as day. Chapter 9, The Half-Broken Staff. How brilliant! What is that? Is there a fire somewhere? Impossible. A fire could not be this bright. Moreover, there are no buildings of such height in Songnan City. Quick, capture it. Share it on social media. This towering beam of light was so blinding that nearly half of Songnan City took notice, pedestrians halting in their tracks, eagerly speculating the reason for its emergence. Some suggested an explosion, others spoke of an optical experiment, while a few believed it to be a divine miracle. Yet only a select few understood the true significance of this radiant column. 2 minutes prior, in the old city, on the deserted streets, a ripple coursed through the air, as if someone had lifted a corner of the veil that cloaked the old city. Subsequently, 5 figures clad in black and red cloaks emerged from the shadows. One of them glanced around, stepping forward to pick up a forbidden passage sign lying on the ground, folding it away. The instant this sign was tucked away, the once quiet old city shattered like fragile glass, revealing the gruesome reality beneath. Sinister blood stained the aged streets crimson. Scattered remnants of grotesque limbs littered the area. Had Lin Chia witnessed this scene, he would have recognized the dismembered pieces as those of the ghastly masked creatures he faced. There were at least 34 of them. "Where's Old Gel?" He went after the 2 fleeing masked figures. "We were negligent." The injured woman covered her right shoulder, her expression somewhat despondent. "Do not say that." Hongying. No one could have known that hidden among these masked figures was a masked king. A man beside her comforted. "Can the captain handle the masked king alone?" "Certainly. He will be fine. Let us not forget the captain is a formidable force at the Chuan level of the three realms. He will be safe. The man paused, hoping that those two fleeing masked figures would not cause harm to any innocents. No sooner had he spoken than another blazing pillar of light shot up from a different direction, illuminating half the sky. The five turned in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. That is, a forbidden ruin has emerged, and this energy fluctuation is astonishingly powerful. This is at least a formidable presence of the infinite realm, or perhaps even the decline of the sixth realm. How could such a powerful being be drawn to the humble city of Tsangnan? No, this does not resemble a human's forbidden ground. The man's brow furrowed deeply. Honging paused, as if a thought had struck her. Are you suggesting that this resembles the divine forbidden ground, which is to say, the divine ruins? Upon hearing the term divine, the gazes of several individuals sharpened. Which deity do you refer to? Intense, sacred, powerful, and imbued with a primal essence. If I am not mistaken, this must be. The man fixed his gaze intently on the fading beam of light, speaking deliberately. Divine Code 003. The King of Angels, Michael. Lin Xie felt an overwhelming discomfort. At the very center of the golden beam, his body had completely lost control, eerily suspended in midair, as an endless torrent of energy surged forth from his eyes. The essence of that supreme divinity remained vividly etched in his memory. The distinction lay in the source. 10 years ago, this aura emanated from the moon, whereas now it originated from his own eyes. The essence of the seraphim and divine majesty poured forth wildly from his gaze, his eyes resembling two blazing suns, threatening to reduce everything to oblivion. A decade prior, the seraphim Michael had exchanged a glance with him from the lunar surface. Now, 10 years later, Lin Xie opened his eyes, and the residual power of the seraphim erupted in its entirety. Fortunately, the remnant seraphim power within Lin Xie's eyes was not overly abundant. After a duration of 7 to 8 seconds, the beam gradually dissipated, and Lin Xie's body descended from the void, staggering momentarily to regain his balance. Within his eyes, the resplendent golden light slowly dimmed, ultimately leaving behind a faint golden halo. If the previous brightness could be likened to the sun, the current radiance was but that of a flickering candle. Although the golden brilliance that had erupted earlier was immensely powerful, it did not belong to him. However, the golden halo now nestled in the depths of Lin Xie's eyes was truly under his command, a delicate whisper of the seraphim's power. Lin Xie inhaled deeply and slowly lifted his head. The pitch-black night sky, the dilapidated streets, the grotesque monsters, and the blood-soaked ground. As this decidedly unlovely tableau unfolded before Lin Xie's eyes, he smiled. He smiled with unrestrained joy. After a decade, he finally beheld this world once more with his own eyes. In that moment, to Lin Xie, the blood-soaked monster appeared somewhat endearing. Long before the seraphic might erupted from Lin Xie, these two creatures had been firmly pinned to the ground by the divine power, nearly squashed into oblivion. It was only when the golden beam of light dissipated that they regained their senses, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings before refocusing on Lin Xie. Their eyes once again gleaming with a sanguinary thirst. One of the monsters emitted a shrill cry and lunged fiercely at Lin Xie. In contrast to his previous demeanor, Lin Xie now exuded a remarkable calmness. The moment the creature made its move, he instinctively calculated its trajectory and forcefully leaped to the side. Though Lin Xie's speed may seem relatively slow in comparison to the monstrous entity, his reaction time is astonishingly swift. The few seconds he anticipates ahead grant him ample opportunity to evade danger. It is not that he possesses the gift of foresight. Rather, upon the opening of his eyes, his perceptual abilities underwent a profound transformation. His mental perception range expanded from 10 meters to a remarkable 20 meters. It is noteworthy that Lin Xie had spent 5 years merely to achieve a 10-meter range, and now it has doubled in an instant. Moreover, his dynamic vision has significantly enhanced. Within this 20-meter radius, Lin Xie boasts nearly 3 times the dynamic visual acuity of an average person, with reflexes that can only be described as extraordinary, allowing him to anticipate movements almost with premonitory accuracy during close combat. As for the other abilities bestowed upon him by these eyes, Lin Xie has yet to fully comprehend. However, the current circumstances leave little room for leisurely exploration. The monster, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunged towards the very spot where Lin Xie had just stood, crashing through a substantial section of the wall. It propelled itself off the debris with tremendous force, hurtling once more towards Lin Xie. At that moment, Lin Xie deftly rolled aside to avoid the monster's descent. Reaching out to grasp the half-broken cane that had previously fallen to the ground, Lin Xie swiftly sprang to his feet. Crouching low as his gaze fixed intently upon the rapidly approaching beast, his hands clutching the guide stick tightly. The creature left behind fleeting afterimages. And the turbulent wind ruffled Lin Chiye's dark hair. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the beast leaped into the air. This time, Lin Chiye did not evade. He gripped the guide stick firmly, his eyes locked onto the creature's own. Suddenly, the beast's sharp claws lunged forward, aimed directly at Lin Chiye's neck. Just as the claws were about to make contact, Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed sharply. A faint golden hue within them flared brilliantly, akin to a sudden blaze of fire. Resembling twin furnaces ablaze with intensity, a surge of divine power, channeled through Lin Chiye's gaze, surged into the creature's body. In that instant, the Lin Chiye perceived by the creature transformed into a supreme deity, adorned with 6 wings and emanating an aura of terrifying might. Under the weight of this divine presence, the creature's body fell momentarily rigid. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Chiye raised the guide stick high and drove it precisely into the creature's right eye. The sharp fragment pierced through the creature's brain, extinguishing all semblance of life within it. Yet, even in death, its momentum persisted. The enormous body plummeted like a cannonball, crashing down and forcefully toppling Lin Chiye to the ground. Ultimately, Lin Chiye's ability to slay this beast stemmed solely from his extraordinary dynamic vision and the divine might of the seraph. His inherent strength had not been enhanced. The creature weighed no less than 200 kilograms, a burden he could not hope to shake off in such a brief span of time. Moreover, following the exertion of the seraph's divine power, he felt as though he had been completely drained, devoid of energy, and even slightly dizzy. At that moment, the second creature, which had been lurking at a distance, finally moved. This hidden hunter, concealed in the shadows, revealed its fearsome fangs. Its limbs raced swiftly, darting beneath the flickering glow of dim street lights, casting shadows that danced like phantoms, while a scarlet, elongated tongue writhed ominously. Lin Chiye could perceive its movements clearly. Yet at that moment, he found himself utterly unable to evade it, forced to watch as the dense fangs rapidly loomed larger before his eyes. Just as the monster closed into a mere 2 meters away, Lin Chiye's pupils suddenly constricted. Within his field of perception, an object, swifter than the monster itself, was hurtling toward him with great velocity. It appeared to be a person, a genuine human being. Whoosh! Lin Chiye could only perceive a fleeting blur before a figure descended from the night sky, landing firmly on the ground. The swirling wind created by his movement billowed the dark red cloak, revealing the profile of a middle-aged man. He was neither handsome nor unattractive, resembling an ordinary uncle one might encounter on the street, easily overlooked in his unremarkable presence. Yet, the murderous intent radiating from his eyes was as glaring as a gleaming blade. He crouched low, his gaze fixed intently on the creature less than a meter away, his right hand gripping the hilt of his sword with unwavering resolve. With a crisp sound, the blade sang as it was drawn from its sheath, the pale blue edge reflecting the dim moonlight, slicing through the heavy air in a silent arc toward the foe. It was a straightforward, unembellished straight sword. The blade traced a crescent shape, clashing against the creature's sharp claws, igniting a shower of sparks. Zhao Kongqing let out a low growl, his muscles tensing as he lunged forward with sudden force. The beast, comparable in size to a grizzly bear, was surprisingly pushed back several paces by his advance. In Lin Chiye's eyes, disbelief was palpable. He had faced this monstrous entity and was acutely aware of the sheer terror of its power. Yet, this man before him had managed to force it back. Who exactly was he? After pushing the creature back several paces, Zhao Kongqing moved with a unique grace, akin to a maggot clinging to its host, as he relentlessly slashed with his blade, leaving gruesome gashes across the monster's body. The creature let out a wretched scream, its malevolent gaze fixed upon Zhao Kongqing, as its elongated limbs rose in an attempt to slay this detestable human. However, 2 flashes of the blade swiftly severed its forelimbs. Before the monster could utter another cry, a frigid glint ignited in Zhao Kongqing's eyes as he struck with lightning speed at the creature's neck. The pale blue edge effortlessly parted the monster's flesh, and in the next instant, its head was sent soaring, rolling grotesquely to the ground. Without a glance at the fallen beast, Zhao Kongqing leisurely retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, ignited it, and took a deep drag. He then produced a walkie-talkie. The 2 escaped ghost-faced men have been neutralized, summoned the logistics team to clean up the battlefield. After delivering his command, he stowed away the device and approached Lin Chiye, who had just freed himself. Lin Chiye gazed at him in silence, and he, too, returned the gaze in quiet contemplation. Beneath the night sky, beside the pool of blood, the 2 men silently regarded one another. After a long while, Zhao Kongqing could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Did I look handsome just now? Lin Xie. Lin Xie gazed into his eyes for a moment, realizing he was indeed serious, and could only respond softly. Handsome. That's exactly right. Zhao Kongqing chuckled. Do you wish to become as handsome as I? Not at all. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly. Why not? It's an easy path to demise. Lin Xie's expression was exceedingly earnest. Zhao Kongqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, as you have just witnessed, you possess supernatural powers that ordinary individuals could only dream of. Do you not wish to become a superhero like those in the films? Do you not desire that? Is it due to the ease with which one could perish? Indeed. Zhao Kongqing rubbed the corners of his eyes, realizing that the youth before him was not an easy adversary. Yet, he found himself embroiled in this tumultuous situation, armed with such formidable strength. Let us change our venue, for this is not a suitable place for discourse. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Kongqing continued. By the way, I am Zhao Kongqing, and I am not a villain. Lin Xie blinked and nodded obediently, saying, I believe you. Please wait here. I shall fetch my backpack. For my study materials are still within. Go ahead. Zhao Kongqing waved his hand in resignation and settled himself on the curb nearby, feeling a touch of gloom. If an ordinary person were to experience such an encounter, they would have been utterly terrified. Yet this lad was still preoccupied with retrieving study materials. The most perplexing aspect was, he had outright rejected him? Damn it. He had exerted all his efforts. Those previous strikes had been nothing short of flamboyant. He had never fought with such fervor even during practice with the captain. Speaking of which, he wondered how the captain was faring, for the Ghost-Face King was not an easy foe to contend with. Zhao Kongqing sat on the roadside, uncharacteristically lost in thought with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lost in thought? Something felt amiss. Where had that young man's figure vanished to? Zhao Kongqing stood frozen for several seconds, his mouth agape, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Damn it. Had that boy actually fled? Yang Jin looked at the fatigued Lin Xie and inquired with curiosity, Where is your cane? Lin Xie slipped into his slippers, a smile adorning his face. He encountered a minor mishap on the way, inadvertently losing something. No matter if it is lost, one can simply acquire another. Has the matter been resolved? Indeed, it has. Shall we? The little black dog scampered over from the balcony, nudging Lin Xie's calf with his head before collapsing on the ground, exposing his belly. Very well. Have you completed your homework? There's just a little left. Is it truly necessary to assign so much homework in middle school? What a travesty. Lin Xie stood up, voicing his complaint, and said to Yang Jin, It's all right. If you're tired, you need not continue. If the teacher scolds you, just tell me, and I'll have a word with him. Yang Jin's lips curled into a smile, and with a nod, he assured Lin Xie that he would soon finish. Lin Xie nodded, expressing his weariness. I am feeling rather fatigued. I shall retire for the night. You two should rest early once you finish your writing. Very well. Lin Xie, weary and fatigued, entered his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Yang Jin's voice echoed once more. Brother, is everything truly all right? Everything's fine. Get to bed early, Lin Xie replied. Oh, and there's milk in the refrigerator. If you wake up early tomorrow, warm it up for yourself. Got it, brother. Good night. Good night. The door gently shut behind him, while Yang Jin stood outside, cradling the little black dog, silently observing Lin Xie's room. Yang Jin softly rubbed the dog's head and murmured, Do you sense it too? Woof. He lifted his gaze to the dim moonlight outside, murmuring to himself, There's a sin of blood about him. Chapter 11. The door opens. Lin Xie was genuinely exhausted, both mentally and physically. He truly did not anticipate that on his very first day of transferring schools, such events would unfold, encountering a monster, being betrayed by a classmate, engaging in perilous combat, inexplicably regaining consciousness, and then, as if out of nowhere, a superhuman figure appeared and stealthily vanished. Lin Xie was not a fool. He understood that his experiences tonight undoubtedly touched upon the hidden facets of this world, the monstrous entities with faces that devour, the radiant golden light emanating from his own being, and the solitary man who single-handedly vanquished these creatures. This man was no ordinary individual, and judging by his communication via the walkie-talkie, it was clear that he was backed by a formidable organization, one that likely operates in the shadows, specifically tasked with confronting such bizarre occurrences. He had witnessed the light that enveloped him, and perhaps even glimpsed the moment of his own triumph over the monster, leading him to desire Lin's allegiance. To claim that he was devoid of curiosity regarding these hidden truths would be disingenuous. He yearned to comprehend the nature of the phenomena he encountered tonight and to unravel the mysteries surrounding his own transformation. However, he was reluctant to be ensnared in this vortex driven by his inquisitiveness. Certain secrets, once uncovered, bind one irrevocably. He had no desire to become a champion of humanity. His sole wish was to protect his own home. Soon, he succumbed to slumber. Once again, the familiar mist descended. In the dreamscape, Lin Chiye surveyed his surroundings. Letting out a resigned sigh, was he still not free from their grasp? Battling monsters while awake, and now they sought him even in sleep. What a wretched fate. Lin Chiye walked with ease for a couple of steps, and soon, the silhouette of a mental asylum emerged before his eyes. To his right, an ancient plaque bore an inscription in bold letters, "The Asylum of the Gods." Lin Chiye approached the grand entrance and came to a halt, his hand reaching for the circular ring before the door. The very moment his fingertips grazed the ring, a subtle tremor coursed through the ground. The surrounding mist began to swirl violently. Lin Chiye grasped the ring, his expression one of utter bewilderment. What on earth? I haven't even struck it yet. So why is it already vibrating? It has never been like this before. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Could it be that it is because he has opened his eyes today? Lin Chiye lowered his head, gazing at the form he possessed within his dream, and his eyes gradually brightened. In the past, Lin Chiye's body in the dream had been translucent, fragile like a drifting mist. However, today, his form had noticeably solidified, though it remained intangible. It was no longer transparent. He suddenly lifted his head, directing his fervent gaze towards the imposing door that had barred him for 5 long years. Today, perhaps it could be done. He took a deep breath, gripping the circular ring tightly, and forcefully collided it against the door. Ding! The ancient chime reverberated from within the asylum, resonating with a volume several times greater than before. Fortunately, Lin Chiye was without a physical body now. Otherwise, the sound would have surely pained his eardrums. At the instant the chime echoed, the entire asylum trembled violently once more. There was hope. Lin Chiye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ding! 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 Lin Chiye did not pause, striking the door thrice more, causing the psychiatric hospital to tremble as if it were experiencing an earthquake. At last, following the final blow, a resounding echo reverberated throughout the institution, and then tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Just as Lin Chiye intended to strike again, the door before him emitted a low creaking sound and began to move slowly. The door opened, with a resounding thud, as the entrance swung wide. An ancient and dimly lit corridor was revealed to Lin Chiye. The floor, crafted from an unknown material, emanated a soft glow, while luminous orbs flickered mysteriously along the walls, lending an air of enigma to the surroundings. Lin Chiye walked along the corridor, soon arriving at a fork in the path, where a modern sign hung above. To the left lay the wards, while to the right was the activity area. As Lin Chiye gazed at the sign, he muttered to himself, wondering how this arrangement resembled the mental institution where he had once resided. Lin Chiye hesitated for a moment before stepping into the activity area. Though the rooms in this space were few, they were adequately equipped. A multimedia room for watching films and television, a lounge for leisure activities such as chess, and a study for reading and learning. Even within the confines of the building, there existed a circular open lawn adorned with an array of sports equipment. Indeed, it was exactly the same. This dream was truly peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chiye shook his head in confusion. As he approached the entrance to the ward area, he suddenly halted. This place was different. He gazed at the dimly lit, monotonous corridor before him, murmuring to himself. He distinctly recalled that during his time at the Sunshine Mental Hospital, the ward spanned several floors, and although the facilities were not particularly luxurious, they were at least clean and orderly. Yet, the ward area that lay before Lin Chiye was but a single level, comprising merely 6 rooms. The doors to these rooms were adorned with an array of bizarre symbols and patterns, densely packed like a form of seal, causing Lin Chiye to feel dizzy with just a glance. Lin Chiye forcibly diverted his gaze from the door, steadying his thoughts as he turned his attention elsewhere. In the upper right corner of the ward, an ancient nameplate hung, each room adorned with a unique emblem. For instance, the nameplate of Room 1, where Lin Chiye currently stood, depicted a large black circle. In contrast, the nameplate of Room 2 illustrated an object resembling a staff or a pen. Lin Chiye walked down the corridor until he reached the 6th and final ward, still feeling perplexed by the door's signs. He gazed at the peculiar door before him, lost in contemplation. Within the confines of this psychiatric hospital, as depicted in his dream, The ward area starkly contrasted with the sunny psychiatric hospital etched in his memory. Thus, did actual patients reside within these rooms? Or, as the name of this institution suggested, were they, in fact, inhabited by deities? Lin Chiye hesitated for a moment before slowly extending his hand towards the doorknob of the sixth ward. It was not that he acted recklessly, on one hand. This was his dream, and even if something went awry, it would not significantly affect him. On the other hand, having knocked on the door of this psychiatric hospital day after day for 5 years, he was reluctant to leave without clarity. Deep within his subconscious, he sensed that perhaps there existed a secret related to himself within this institution. After all, why did the arrangement here so closely resemble the Sunshine Psychiatric Hospital where he once resided? Lin Chiye's hand gradually approached, the fingertips gently brushing against the doorknob. A subtle chill coursing through. Contrary to the anticipated resistance or sharp sting, the hand effortlessly settled upon the handle. Lin Chiye exerted a powerful tug. The door remained utterly immovable. He steadied himself and summoned all his strength for another pull. Yet, it remained unyielding. Lin Chiye relinquished the door of this room and proceeded to the entrance of the fifth ward, exerting considerable force to pull the door. Yet, it remained locked. The fourth room, the third room, the second room. Lin Chiye tried one room after another, but none of the doors yielded to his attempts. Finally, he arrived at the threshold of the first patient room. With a mindset steeped in certain failure, he pulled vigorously on the handle of the door. A soft click resonated from the doorknob, and the intricate engravings and patterns etched upon the door abruptly fractured, gradually dissolving into the air. Lin Chiye was startled. Retreating several steps, his gaze fixed intently ahead. The door swung open. Chapter 12, Goddess of the Night in the Ward of 6 Rooms. Only the door of the first chamber could be opened. Was it that this particular room was designated to be accessible? Or was it akin to the impenetrable door he had knocked on for 5 years, indicating that his current abilities permitted him solely to unlock this initial entryway? Lin Chiye knocked on the great door for 5 years. Upon opening his eyes, his mental perception heightened, enabling him to unlock the door and enter the hospital. Do the subsequent second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth wards also require an enhancement of his own abilities in order to gain access? Lin Chiye felt uncertain. Yet he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. Before him, the door to the hospital room, once shrouded in seals, was slowly creaking open. The space within the room was modest, bathed in dim light, with a solitary chair at its center. Seated upon it was a woman clad in a gown of starlit black, her gaze vacant as she stared ahead. Apart from this solitary figure and the chair, the somber chamber contained nothing else. Lin Chiye cautiously approached the door, contemplating for a moment before donning an exceedingly formal smile and waving at the woman inside. Greetings. I am Lin Chiye. Regardless of her identity, it would not harm to extend a gesture of politeness. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. By displaying courtesy, he hoped that even a divine being would not pose any difficulties for him. However, despite Lin Chiye's strained smile, the woman clad in black remained as immobile as a statue. Lin Chiye gritted his teeth and stepped directly into the room. The moment he entered, lines of text suddenly emerged on the wall behind the woman clad in black. Room number, 1 patient. Nick's task, assist Nix in treating her mental illness. Upon reaching specified treatment milestones, 1, 50, 100, a portion of Nix's abilities may be randomly extracted. Current treatment progress, 0. Nix? Lin Chiye gasped as he comprehended the words on the wall. Although he was not well versed in mythology, he had certainly heard of Nyx, the goddess of night. One of the 5 primordial deities in ancient Greek mythology. She stood among the pantheon of the highest echelons of mythic divinity. Thus, the seemingly dazed woman before him was indeed the illustrious goddess of night. Her aloof elegance radiated with an ethereal quality. Her flawless features were complemented by long, flowing black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. The black starry gown she donned was as profound as the night itself, accentuating her porcelain skin that appeared as delicate as the finest snow, though her eyes were vacant. The aura she exuded by merely sitting there surpassed the capabilities of any mere mortal. Even the most revered empresses in history paled in comparison to her. Nyx? She was a deity, a sovereign, an empress of the night. Lin Chiye stroked his chin, scrutinizing Nyx in close proximity. Having witnessed a deity with his own eyes, he couldn't help but feel that Nyx lacked something when compared to that radiant angel from the moon. Was it divinity? Power? Authority? Or perhaps all of these elements were absent? Lin Chiye was uncertain, yet he could surmise that the transformation of Nyx into her current state was inextricably linked to her affliction. However, it must be noted that she is a deity, a divine being perched atop the pantheon of mythology. How could she possibly succumb to illness? Was her ailment a natural occurrence? Or perhaps a result of human intervention? If it were indeed a natural genesis, Lin Xie found it hard to believe. Yet if it were induced by human hands, he pondered what kind of existence could render the goddess of night ill, especially with a mental disorder. According to the inscriptions on the wall, Lin Xie was now tasked with attempting to aid Nyx in her healing, but what precisely ailed her? Lin Xie, once a patient of mental illness, possesses a certain understanding of psychiatric disorders. Broadly speaking, these can be categorized into depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, schizophrenia, delusional disorder, and so forth. In order to treat Nyx, it is imperative to ascertain precisely which ailment she is afflicted with. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, then crouched before Nyx, waving his hand gently in front of her eyes. "Can you hear me?" he whispered softly into her ear. Suddenly, Nyx's body trembled, startling Lin Xie, who instinctively recoiled several steps back. Immediately afterward, Nyx's head stiffly turned towards Lin Xie, her vacant gaze fixated upon him. Lin Xie swallowed hard, paralyzed with trepidation. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just as Lin Xie felt the prickling intensity of Nyx's gaze, her expression began to transform. From a state of vacancy to one of confusion. From confusion to astonishment, and from astonishment to tears welling in her eyes. Nyx's body trembled slightly, tears swirling in her gaze, as her lips parted with great difficulty. After a long moment of choking back emotion, she hoarsely uttered, "At long last, I have found you, my child." In that instant, Lin Xie felt an electric surge coursing from his feet to his brain, leaving his mind in a state of utter bewilderment. She? Me? Child? Huh? Lin Xie truly could not recall the visage of his parents. After all, they vanished after giving birth to him and entrusting him to his aunt. Yet his mother ought to be, perhaps, likely a human, and not the goddess of the night. No, what if wait? How is it that this foreign goddess of the night speaks fluent Chinese? Ah, yes, this is a dream. It seems not strange that I can comprehend the language of deities. Could this be a transmission of brainwaves? As Lin Xie's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Nyx rose to her feet, extending her arms and stumbling towards him. She ran faster, her expression growing increasingly fervent. At that moment, Lin Xie's mind was a tumultuous mess, and he instinctively opened his arms, yearning to embrace the goddess of the night. However, Nyx dashed past him, only to seize hold of the small vase perched on the windowsill behind him. Nyx clutched the vase tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My child, you are still alive. I have finally found you." Lin Xie. Immediately, Nyx's gaze fell upon the chair she had been seated in for an indeterminate duration. After a brief moment of astonishment, she rushed forward, embracing the chair and the vase, weeping once more. "Hypnos, my child, so you were here as well." The disheveled Lin Xie stood there like a statue, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Nyx successively acknowledge the vase, the chair, the wall, in the very air as her offspring, crying uncontrollably. "Lin Xie, I believe I have discerned the nature of her affliction. It is quite severe." As dawn broke, Lin Xie languidly awoke from his dreams, gazing at the stark ceiling above, and sighed in resignation. After spending an entire night in the company of Nyx, he felt utterly unwell. Just as he prepared to rise, a soft sound of surprise escaped his lips. In his mind, the asylum for the gods, shrouded in mist, floated before him, establishing a peculiar connection between himself and the institution. At this moment, he no longer required sleep to immerse his consciousness within the asylum. Was this the benefit of having unlocked the gateway? Lin Xie endeavored to connect his awareness to the asylum, poised to perceive all that transpired within its walls. Naturally, the 5 sealed wards remained beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Nyx was in the courtyard, cradling a vase and a chair, conversing with the empty air. Oblivious to the content of her words, Lin Xie sat on the bed, feeling despondent as he rubbed the corners of his eyes. Healing. I am not a doctor. How can I assist her in her recovery? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Lin Xie's eyes, as if an idea had struck him. Lin Xie's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Chapter 13. He ran away. In a tall building in Songnan City, the door creaked open slowly, and Zhao Kongqing walked in, visibly dejected, occasionally sighing. "Old Zhao, what is wrong with you?" The 5 individuals seated in the room asked in surprise at Zhao Kongqing's demeanor. "Did you get hurt last night? Given your expression, it seems more likely that it's a heartbreak." "Goodness, old Zhao, is your wife leaving you? Stop talking nonsense." The 5 began to speculate among themselves. And after a moment of silence, Zhao Kongqing let out a deep sigh. "Am I really that unappealing?" The five rolled their eyes in unison, pretending not to hear his words, and resumed their respective tasks, some sharpening knives, others cleaning guns, some engrossed in their phones, while a few dozed off. "No, I'm seriously asking you all," Zhao Kongqing urged, growing anxious. Noticing the lack of response, Hong Ying, who was cleaning a gun, sighed and said, "Brother Kong, are you feeling a bit down?" "Kind of." Zhao Kongqing paused. "I encountered the owner of that golden forbidden domain last night." Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly straightened up, halting their activities, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. "That individual suspected to be the agent of the Seraph?" "Yes." "Isn't he formidable?" "Who is he?" "You're overthinking it." Zhao Kongqing shook his head. "He is just an ordinary high school student. The Klein-level energy fluctuations are merely remnants of the Seraph's power left on him. He is still a novice who has just stepped into the lamp realm." Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed their faces. They had hoped that a Klein-level powerhouse had emerged in Songnan City. Yet, if that exceedingly dangerous deity had indeed chosen an agent and he had grown to Klein-level, the higher-ups would certainly be aware of it. The man seated on the sofa narrowed his eyes, regardless of the circumstances. The Seraph selecting an agent and bestowing a divine realm was a significant matter that needed to be reported urgently to the higher-ups. "He ran away," Zhao Kongqing murmured. "He told me he was going to get his backpack, and while I was distracted, he fled." The group fell silent. Just as they prepared to indulge in some light-hearted banter, the door swung open once more. A man draped in a dark red cloak entered, blood still staining his face, his steps heavy as if laden with lead. Upon seeing this man, everyone, including Zhao Kongqing, immediately rose to their feet. "Captain, are you all right?" The captain waved his hand, shedding the bloodied cloak, and sat down on a small stool by the door, an indescribable weariness etched on his features. "I'm fine, but the ghost-faced king has escaped." The expressions of several individuals immediately turned grave. The captain continued, "Last night, I pursued the Phantom King to the outskirts north of the city, where we engaged in a fierce battle. It sustained severe injuries and ultimately resorted to self-inflicted harm to escape. Does this imply that the Phantom King may have fled from Songnan City?" "No, not necessarily." A man seated on the sofa suddenly interjected. Everyone turned to him, and the captain raised an eyebrow slightly, prompting him to speak. Xiangnan Wu slowly stood up, retrieving a map of the vicinity surrounding Songnan City from beneath the sofa and unfurling it on the ground. Songnan City is situated rather remotely, with considerable distance from neighboring cities. The captain fought the Phantom King in the northern suburbs last night, and the nearest city is several dozen kilometers away. Xiangnan Wu circled an area on the map. "What does this signify?" Red Ying's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, the captain's eyes gradually brightened. The Phantom King, having been severely wounded, could not possibly traverse such a vast distance without regaining its strength. Xiangnan Wu continued the captain's thoughts. If the Phantom King wishes to recover its power, it must resort to consuming humans, which implies... Indeed. Zhao Kongqing's brow furrowed slightly, but Songnan City is so expansive, we have no inkling of where it might emerge. The sewers. Xiangnan Wu adjusted his glasses and traced a curve on the map with a red pen. The Phantom King has a penchant for lurking in the sewers, and it previously escaped through them. There is only one sewer connecting the northern suburbs, suggesting that the Phantom King is likely to appear at some point along this sewer line. Immediately dispatch personnel to search along this sewer. This time, we cannot allow it to escape. A glint of cold determination flashed in the captain's eyes as he issued the command. "Understood. Hasn't it already fled? How can you possibly locate it?" Redding murmured softly. "It is wearing the uniform of second high school. I will be waiting for it at the school gate today. I am confident I will catch it." A self-assured smile appeared on Zhao Kongqing's lips. "Brother, why aren't you going to school today?" Yang Jin inquired curiously, noticing Lin Xie was neither in uniform nor carrying a school bag. "I have some matters to attend to today. I will skip school for now." As Lin Xie put on his shoes and opened the door, he asked, "Is Aunt still asleep?" "I understand. Make sure to head to school early. Don't follow my example." "All right." Lin Xie closed the door, quietly removing the black satin from his eyes and placing it into his pocket. His vision restored. He had yet to inform his aunt and Yang Jin, the first reason being that his aunt had worked the night shift and they had not crossed paths. As for the second reason, Lin Xie had only just acquired this newfound sight and was still struggling to master the power it bestowed. The golden light occasionally flickered from the depths of his eyes, not overtly conspicuous, yet if his aunt were to notice, she would undoubtedly urge him to seek further examination, incurring unnecessary expenses. He preferred to wait until he could fully control his vision before revealing this development. However, now that he was outside, Lin Xie deemed it unnecessary to continue wearing the black satin, as it would attract undue attention. Lin Xie extracted the sunglasses that Yang Jin had previously gifted him from his pocket. Donning the eyewear, he strode purposefully towards the bus station. After enduring over an hour of jarring travel, Lin Xie finally arrived at his destination, the Sunshine Mental Hospital. The last time he visited this place was a decade ago. In the span of 10 years, Lin Xie had undergone significant changes, and so had the hospital itself. All the old walls had been refurbished. The entrance was now twice as wide, and 2 modern high-rises had replaced the original 3-story building. Even the sign bearing the name Sunshine Mental Hospital had been transformed into a gilded, embossed lettering. Standing at the entrance, Lin Xie found it impossible to reconcile the contemporary hospital before him with the small building etched in his memories. The only constant, perhaps, was the elderly gatekeeper. Although his figure had become considerably stooped and his hair was now largely gray, the old man seemed to have spotted Lin Xie. Squinting slightly as he raised his right hand and pointed at him, just as Lin Xie believed the old man recognized him and was preparing to greet him. The gatekeeper bellowed, "You there, you foolish lad? You're blocking the cars behind you." Chapter 14. I have a friend. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xie pushed open the door and entered the consultation room. Seated on the opposite side of the desk was a middle-aged male physician, clad in a pristine white coat, with a notably sparse Mediterranean hairstyle, unmistakably a symbol of wisdom. Lin Xie settled into the chair as the doctor began to speak languidly. "Do share. What seems to be the matter?" "I am quite well," Lin Xie replied. "If you are well, then what brings you here?" "I have no ailments of my own, but I do have a friend who suffers from a severe mental illness." Upon hearing this, the doctor regarded Lin Xie with a peculiar expression, a smile playing on his lips as he brushed a few strands of hair from his crown. "The friend you speak of. Could it be that you were referring to yourself?" "Very well, then enlighten me about your friend's affliction. What specific symptoms does he exhibit?" Lin Xie pondered for a moment, finding it somewhat challenging to articulate. The doctor chuckled. "Then consider yourself as that friend and demonstrate your actual performance to me." Lin Xie cast a peculiar glance at the doctor, and after a moment of inner turmoil, he resignedly nodded. Gradually, he rose from his seat and, under the doctor's watchful gaze, strode directly before him. He extended his hand, enveloping the middle-aged doctor's head in his embrace, while his other hand tenderly caressed the few remaining strands of hair atop the doctor's crown. With a gaze full of warmth, he softly murmured, "My dear son, at last. I have found you." The doctor, taken aback, remained silent. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Lin Xie employed all the rhetorical techniques he had mastered throughout his life, fervently explaining to the doctor that he was not the one in need of treatment, thereby averting the grim fate of being forcibly hospitalized. "So, your friend perceives everything as if it were her own child?" "Indeed. She has wept for an extended period, and she enjoys sitting in the garden, narrating tales to vases and chairs?" "Precisely. And how is her sleep?" "She does not sleep." The doctor frowned. "Your friend is quite unwell. I strongly recommend that you bring her to our hospital for inpatient treatment. Her circumstances are rather unique. She does not have the conditions for hospitalization." Lin Xie replied with resignation. He certainly could not divulge the truth. If he were to reveal that the goddess of night, Nyx, was the patient residing within the confines of his mind, he would swiftly receive a notice for admission himself. Lin Xie's expression was somewhat troubled. Can the medicine from reality be brought into the mind? Lin Xie was uncertain, yet he felt that even if he were to bring the medicines meant for mortals, they might not prove effective for deities. "Doctor, aside from medication, is there any other method to effect a cure?" The doctor pondered for a moment before responding slowly. "Your friend's symptoms are indicative of severe delusional disorder. I have encountered numerous cases like this. There was a man who dearly loved his wife. After she tragically perished in a car accident, he frequently conversed with the air, imagining her presence lingering beside him. This ailment often stems from profound psychological trauma, wherein the individual subconsciously rejects reality, fabricating a false sense of she is still with me. If we could approach the root causes of the illness and provide psychological treatment, there exists a possibility for improvement. However, without the support of medication, it becomes exceedingly challenging. Medication and psychological therapy are interdependent. Do you grasp my meaning?" Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully. Should he approach this from the perspective of the cause of the illness? Yet, he possessed no knowledge of Nike's past, leaving him at a loss. It appears that he must undertake further preparations. Lin Xie took the prescription from the doctor, but chose not to pay for the medication. Since the drugs in reality could not affect the deity residing in his mind, there was no need to spend money on them. Moreover, the cost of these medications was exorbitant. Nevertheless, this visit to the psychiatric hospital proved worthwhile, as it provided Lin Chiye with a breakthrough. By approaching Nikes from a psychological perspective, he realized he needed to understand her thoroughly. Thus, at a certain stop, Lin Chiye disembarked and entered the Tsangnan City Library. At the entrance of the second high school, a conversation ensued among students. "Hey, do you see that man over there? Who is he?" "I don't know. He must be a parent. I noticed him when I entered the school gate around 7 this morning. I saw him too. He was wearing sunglasses and a shirt, leaning against the wall with a cup of coffee. I thought he looked rather handsome, but now he looks like a beggar. His eyes are all red. Do you think he has been here since morning?" "No way. It's almost 10 now." "Really?" "Of course. I heard." Across the street at the curb, a forlorn man sat alone amidst a sea of cigarette butts, his silhouette under the streetlight radiating a profound sorrow. Zhao Concheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, struggling to comprehend what had gone awry. He had been waiting from 6 in the morning until 10 at night, enduring the sun's relentless rays. Yet he had not caught a glimpse of that boy. He clearly remembered seeing him in the second high school uniform last night. Was it possible that the boy anticipated his arrival and simply chose not to show up? Damn it, his backside was sore from sitting. Zhao Concheng propped himself up on the ground, slowly rising from the curb, casually brushing off the dust from his pants, and began to stretch his limbs. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a casually dressed youth across the street, leisurely strolling while carrying a few books. That fellow bore a slight resemblance to the boy he sought. Wait a moment. Zhao Concheng blinked in disbelief. What the hell? Without a second thought, he bolted toward the youth like a gust of wind, his eyes bloodshot and his expression fierce. However, when he was approximately 20 meters away from the boy, the youth seemed to sense something, jolted, and took off running as well. Thus, the two of them engaged in a frenzied chase down the street, one pursuing the other. At this moment, Lin Chiye truly wished to slap himself twice. With so many paths to choose from, why did he have to select this particular one? Now, as fate would have it, having just stood someone up yesterday, he found himself being pursued today. Although Lin Chiye's speed was not slow, it paled in comparison to Zhao Concheng, who swiftly caught up with him in mere seconds. Zhao Concheng viciously seized Lin Chiye's shoulder, letting out a chilling sneer. "Ah, young man, it seems we meet again." Lin Chiye turned his head stiffly, tilting it slightly. "Who are you?" Chapter 15. 003 Zhao Concheng felt as though he might explode with rage. "Me? How dare you even ask who I am? I am the innocent victim who was deceived by you last night and left to endure the chill of the night air for hours." Zhao Concheng firmly grasped Lin Chiye's hand, resembling a Na'vi uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to another. "Let me tell you, do not feign ignorance with me. You will not escape today." Lin Chiye glanced at his immobilized arm, surrendering to the futility of his struggles, adopting an expression of resignation. "All right, you say? Where shall we converse? Follow me." Zhao Concheng then clasped Lin Chiye's hand and strode purposefully towards an undisclosed destination. As Lin Chiye realized they were gradually approaching a couple's hotel, his expression shifted abruptly, and he turned to flee the scene. However, Zhao Concheng did not afford him that opportunity, swiftly securing him in a firm grip and dragging him towards the hotel. What do you intend to do?" "I must inform you, I suffer from hemorrhoids." "Do not act recklessly. What on earth occupies the minds of you male high schoolers? It's merely a place to chat. Must we truly resort to a couple's hotel for a conversation? Did you not observe the gazes of those we passed? I am utterly mortified. You do not comprehend. This is a safe haven. I have no ulterior motives in bringing you here. Besides, do I appear to be that sort of person?" Zhao Concheng rolled his eyes, pulling the struggling Lin Chiye to the front desk, where he cast a rather greasy wink at the astonished female clerk. One dynamic and passionate themed room with a large bed, please. Lin Chiye stood in stunned silence as the female clerk, after a brief mental lapse, suddenly became inexplicably animated. "Very well, sir. I will need your identification, and you, young gentleman, please present your credentials as well." Reluctantly submitting his identification, Lin Chiye regarded the overly enthusiastic clerk with a peculiar expression, pondering what romantic narrative she had conjured in her mind. Yet, one could hardly blame her. At such an ungodly hour, a middle-aged man dragging a youth into a couple's hotel for a deluxe suite, purportedly for a mere chat. Who would believe that? "Here is your room card. Your accommodation is in room 3966. I wish you both a delightful stay." The clerk beamed at Lin Chiye, whose expression was one of discomfort, her eyes nearly narrowing into slits with glee. Lin Qiye's fist had hardened. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Come with me," Zhao Kongqing urged, pulling Lin Qiye toward the elevator. Upon swiping the card and entering the room, Lin Qiye was astonished by the plethora of astonishing amenities. The innocent Lin Qiye finally realized that the wealthy indulged in such extravagant pleasures. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Zhao Kongqing locked the door and then released Lin Qiye, directly making his way to the electric bed where he sat down, his stiff body finally relaxing after a long day. "Don't be so tense. We are merely going to chat," Zhao Kongqing remarked with a teasing smile, noticing Lin Qiye's apprehensive expression as if facing a formidable foe. Lin Qiye let out a sigh and took a seat on the sofa beside the door. "What would you like to discuss?" "Naturally, I wish to talk about you." Lin Qiye, a 17-year-old male, stands at 175 centimeters tall, weighing. "You know that is not what I meant." Zhao Kongqing placed a hand on his forehead, while with the other, he pointed towards Lin Qiye's eyes. "What I am referring to is your gaze." Lin Qiye fell into silence. "Have you encountered Michael?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Qiye's body trembled slightly as he hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Indeed, the man before him possessed a wealth of knowledge, and the forces backing him were undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, this inquiry revealed a crucial piece of information to Lin Qiye. The seraph he had encountered a decade ago was none other than the renowned Archangel Michael. Seeing Lin Qiye nod, Zhao Kongqing finally felt a sense of relief, and his gaze towards Lin Qiye grew increasingly fervent. "Why is he seeking you? What did he convey to you? To what extent can you now wield the forbidden ruins?" Zhao Kongqing's questions came forth like a rapid barrage, causing Lin Qiye to furrow his brow and shake his head. "You have too many inquiries." Zhao Kongqing realized he had somewhat lost his composure and gave a dry chuckle. "Indeed, you must be filled with many uncertainties. Allow me to clarify. Feel free to ask anything you wish to know." Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, gazing into Zhao Kongqing's eyes, and posed the first question. "Do deities from mythology truly exist in this world?" "Indeed," Zhao Kongqing replied without hesitation, nodding affirmatively. "Yet not all gods are real. What does that mean?" Zhao Kongqing fell into contemplation, as if considering where to begin the explanation. "What, in your opinion, is mythology?" Lin Qiye pondered. "Is this the spiritual solace of ancient people? Is it a fear and fantasy of the unknown forces of nature?" "You are indeed correct," Zhao Kongqing nodded. "Until a century ago, this was the prevailing belief." "A century ago?" "Precisely. Before the advent of that mist, there had never been a trace of deities in this world." Zhao Kongqing's eyes slightly narrowed. "Yet ever since the fog enveloped the earth, everything seems to have changed." In September 1922, merely a year after the mist's emergence, a certain mist exploration team dispatched by the Great Xia observed a colossal dragon slowly soaring through the sky over the Mariana Trench. It marked humanity's first encounter with a mythical creature. Upon investigation, it was determined that this dragon was the chaotic dragon Leviathan from the Bible, a being purportedly created by God. The discovery of this giant dragon fundamentally altered the perceptions of the entire leadership of Great Xia, as they realized that since the onset of this fog, the world had become entirely different. At that time, the mist had only just appeared, plunging the entire Great Xia into panic. To maintain national stability, the authorities concealed the results of this exploration. The chaotic dragon Leviathan, as the first mythical creature observed by humanity, was designated as Code 001, and subsequent discoveries of other mythical beings led to an ongoing numerical designation. The seraphim Michael, which you have encountered, was the third mythical creature observed by humanity in 1928, designated as Code 003. 1928, Lin Qiye was taken aback. By then, we had not yet mastered the technology for lunar travel. How did they discover the seraphim on the moon? "We did not find him." Zhao Kongqing shook his head. In March 1928, a beam of golden sword light emanated from the moon, traversing the cosmos and leveling a great volcano in North America. It was only then that we realized a deity still resided on the moon. North America? What was there? Subsequently, our exploration team spent a year reaching that volcano, where amidst the ruins, they discovered the deity designated as 004, sealed within the divine ruins. Zhao Kongqing paused before continuing. The fallen angel, Lucifer. Chapter 16. Always there. Lin Qiye was still processing the immense information conveyed by Zhao Kongqing, remaining in a daze for quite some time. "So, you were suggesting that since the emergence of that mist, deities from mythology have inexplicably begun to appear?" "Precisely. The higher-ups have been investigating the reasons behind this phenomenon and have postulated two possibilities. Zhao Kongqing extended 2 fingers. The first possibility is that these deities did not exist, but that the emergence of the mist triggered some mysterious change, manifesting them from myth into reality. The second possibility is that mythology is not merely the fantasy of the ancients, but a genuine existence, lying dormant somewhere on Earth for some reason, and the sudden appearance of the mist awakened them. Lin Xie nodded. What do you mean when you say that not all deities exist? The number of divine beings currently present on Earth is rather limited. Not all mythological entities have manifested here. What we witness is merely a minuscule fraction of an expansive mythological framework. We are left pondering why it is they who have appeared. This is unrelated to their strength, the dissemination of their stories, notions of good and evil, or geographical boundaries. Their emergence seems entirely capricious, materializing without discernible patterns. This phenomenon transcends not only the Bible, but also Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and the Cthulhu mythos, encompassing the entirety of all known pantheons. Given that it includes all mythological systems, what about the deities of our own great Xia? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. What of the Monkey King, the Third Prince, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Jade Emperor? Where are they? If they exist, they could surely rival the Western deities. After a brief silence, Zhao Kongqing shook his head. The thoughts you harbor have crossed our minds as well. Over the past century, we have tirelessly searched within the borders of Great Xia, endeavoring to uncover their whereabouts. Yet, after a full 100 years, we have found nothing, not even a mere earth god. Some speculate that the mist has yet to engulf Great Xia, preventing its myths from manifesting. Others suggest. Lin Xie could not help but inquire, what are people saying? There are those who assert they have always been here. Always been here. What do you think? Why is it that the entire earth is engulfed in mist, yet only the Great Xia remains unscathed? The mist has approached the periphery of Great Xia, yet it is thwarted at the borders, unable to encroach even an inch? Lin Xie gasped, are you saying this is merely a conjecture, or perhaps a beautiful fantasy? Zhao Kongqing shook his head. Regardless, we have yet to uncover any trace of the deities of the Great Xia. Well, Lin Xie replied, the mere volume of information I have just absorbed feels like a shattering of my worldview. If I hadn't witnessed the Seraph's existence with my own eyes, I might have called a mental institution to have you taken away. Your delusions are more severe than those I had in my youth. Then what was the golden beam of light emanating from me last night? Lin Xie posed his next inquiry. Although this mist has not encroached upon the territory of the Great Xia, it appears to harbor a form of energy akin to radiation, which catalyzes certain individuals' bodies. Children born after the arrival of the mist have a chance to develop a peculiar power within them. Under specific environmental influences, these powers may be awakened, manifesting as a unique force capable of altering the fabric of reality, much like a domain. The characteristics of these powers vary from person to person, each possessing distinct attributes. This extraordinary domain, which allows individuals to exert influence upon their surroundings, is referred to as the Forbidden Ruins. Lin Xie fell into deep contemplation. In simple terms, the Forbidden Domain is a realm of superpowers for the fortunate few. Can this Forbidden Domain grow? Indeed, the capabilities, scope, and uniqueness of the Forbidden Domain will expand in tandem with the owner's mental prowess, which is a crucial determinant of the Forbidden Domain's strength. Through mental prowess, we categorize the Forbidden Domain into 6 distinct realms. The first realm, cup, is likened to a cup of water, limited and stagnant. The second realm, pond, resembles a pond, ample yet unmoving. The third realm, river, is akin to flowing water, abundant and dynamic. The fourth realm, ocean, embodies vastness and boundlessness. The fifth realm, infinite, is characterized by virtually limitless mental power, grand and majestic. And the sixth realm, Klein, signifies an inexhaustible mental reservoir that transcends spatial dimensions, akin to a Klein bottle. And what of me? What realm do I currently inhabit? Lin Xie inquired. You? You are presently in the cup realm, merely a novice who has just begun to wield the Forbidden Domain. Zhao Kongqing seemed to take pleasure in delivering this discouraging assessment, categorizing Lin Xie as, well, a slightly more formidable ordinary person. Lin Xie was momentarily speechless. It appeared that the reason he was able to unlock the door to the mental hospital in his mind last night was due to his own breakthrough into the realm of enlightenment. This same breakthrough allowed him to open the door to Nike's room. Did this imply that with each advancement into a new realm, he could release another patient? And what about you? You are so formidable. What realm do you inhabit? Lin Xie inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhao Kongqing. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly turned to look out the window. I do not possess the forbidden ruins. Hence I lack any spiritual power. You do not have the forbidden ruins? Lin Chia's eyes widened in astonishment. How then did you slay that monster? Lin Chia was indeed taken aback. Even he, possessing an extraordinary dynamic vision, could only manage a tenuous defense against such a creature. At that moment, Zhao Kongqing was entirely overpowering his opponent. It was astonishing that such a formidable individual lacked access to the forbidden domain. That entity is referred to as the ghost-faced man. Zhao Kongqing clarified, I vanquished it solely through years of training and extensive combat experience. Prior to joining the Night Watch, I was a special forces operative, proficient in close combat. He continued, there are 3 pathways to acquire the forbidden domain. The first, as I previously mentioned, is a rare gift bestowed upon a fortunate few at birth, enabling them to wield the forbidden domain. The second involves leveraging items imbued with the forbidden domain. It is not only humans who can be influenced by the mist to possess the forbidden domain. Certain items, by a stroke of fate, may also possess it. Such items are exceedingly unique and rare, and if humanity can master them, they too can harness the power of the forbidden domain. I belong to this second category, however. The forbidden item I possess is not offensive in nature, but rather a specialized auxiliary item of the Night Watch, known as the signboard. Its singular purpose is to activate the no-boundary domain. Chapter 17. My home, the no-boundary domain? A forbidden realm capable of isolating the interior from the exterior, preventing our battles from affecting the innocents. Each city's Night Watch is equipped with 3 signboards capable of manifesting the no-boundary domain, entrusted to a single individual. As we typically do not engage directly in combat, thus, we are often referred to as watchers. With a raised eyebrow, Lin Chia remarked, in other words, you are merely a messenger. Zhao Kongqing rolled his eyes in response. You just mentioned 3 methods to acquire the forbidden ruins. What is the final one? The last method, Lin Chia replied, is a divine bestowal, which pertains to your circumstance. Zhao Kongqing's expression grew grave. Certain deities may impart a fraction of their own power to chosen humans, thereby designating them as their earthly agents. This divinely conferred forbidden ruin is often referred to as a divine ruin. However, concomitantly, the agent receives directives from the deity, which may include the annihilation of human society, the protection of humanity, or the quest for a particular object on behalf of the deity. In general, a deity typically has only one agent who embodies their will. Among the several divine agents that have emerged, most are malevolent beings striving to obliterate the new order of humanity, aiming to plunge the world back into chaos. They have formed an organization known as the Ancient God Church. There are also benevolent divine agents, yet they are exceedingly rare. As for the number of neutral deities agents, that remains unknown to us. Zhao Kongqing rose to his feet, striding toward Lin Chia, locking his gaze onto his eyes, and spoke deliberately. Lin Chia, what are the directives bestowed upon you by Michael? To which faction do you belong? In Lin Chia's eyes lingered a profound bewilderment. I am unaware. For he did not speak. Lin Chia spoke the unvarnished truth. At that moment, Michael cast a distant glance at him from the moon, and then he fainted. The other party had not uttered a single word. Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. He said nothing at all. Did you not hear his voice in your heart? No, truly not. Zhao Kongqing scrutinized Lin Chia for a long while, as if trying to discern any signs of deceit, and after a considerable pause, he finally averted his gaze and slowly took a seat. Based on our conjectures, Michael is likely aligned with a neutral or benevolent faction. Otherwise, we would have eliminated you long ago. However, since he granted you the divine ruins, why has he chosen to remain silent? What exactly does he intend to accomplish? Lin Chia furrowed his brows slightly, pondering his intentions, which eluded my understanding. Nonetheless, even if he were to issue a command, I would refuse to comply, as I had no desire to entangle myself in such chaotic affairs. At worst, I could simply return these eyes to him. With that, he rose from his seat, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Zhao Kongqing to respond, he turned to open the door. Wait, hold on. Zhao Kongqing abruptly stood, blocking the doorway and fixing his gaze upon Lin Chia's eyes. You intend to leave after posing your questions? What about me? Don't you wish to inquire about who I am? Zhao Kongqing found conversing with this young man to be quite exhausting. What you are is inconsequential to me, Lin Chia replied, continuing to approach the door. Zhao Kongqing firmly grasped the doorknob. Why should I possess so much knowledge? What manner of organization looms behind me? What are we engaged in? Aren't you even the slightest bit curious? Not in the least, Lin Chia replied coolly. Why not? According to the logic of film and literature, once I became aware of your existence, I would be left with but two choices, Lin Chiye remarked, extending two fingers. Either join, or become eternally bound to secrecy, such as through death, imprisonment, or brainwashing. Perhaps you should watch less television, Zhao Kongqing retorted, feeling rather speechless. Furthermore, you hardly know us. How can you assert that joining us is not a favorable choice? Lin Chiye raised an eyebrow and inquired, so? You mean to say that even if I am aware of your affairs and choose not to join, I will not be in any peril? Of course not. We are soldiers. At most, we will have you sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you are saying is mere nonsense. Zhao Kongqing sighed. Engaging in conversation with this young man for a few minutes felt more exhausting than a day spent lying in wait outside. In 1922, following the discovery of the first mythical creature, known as the Chaos Dragon Leviathan, by our reconnaissance team, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia urgently established a military organization, perpetually poised to confront the incursion of mythical beings. This entity was designated as the 139th Special Biological Response Unit. At that time, our technology was rather primitive, and we possessed little understanding of the world before us. Thus, the so-called Special Biological Response Unit was merely a fad, lacking any substantial efficacy. As time progressed, we began to observe an increasing number of mythical creatures, attempting to forge connections with a select few, while simultaneously uncovering the secrets of the Forbidden Ruins and initiating the training of exceptional combat talents. As the number of individuals possessing the Forbidden Ruins grew, we recognized that the randomness of these possessors precluded the possibility of incorporating them all into the military framework. Consequently, the 139th Special Biological Response Unit gradually evolved into a hybrid organization, part military and part civilian. Today, we refer to this unique organization as the Night Watchman. Lin Chiye appeared contemplative. So, your existence is to safeguard the Great Xia from the invasion of malevolent deities? To be precise, it encompasses all mythological beings. Is there a distinction? Certainly. I have previously stated that the emergence of mythological creatures is inherently random and unrelated to their strength. Consequently, the mythological beings that descend are not solely the well-known powerful deities. There are also weaker entities that exist only in rural legends or minor tales. The ghost-faced figure you encountered last night is one such manifestation of rural horror folklore. This type of mythological creature, which lacks world-ending power yet can still impact human society, is collectively referred to as mysteries. I see. Lin Chiye nodded. No wonder he found the appearance of the entity he encountered last night somewhat familiar. It was indeed birthed from rural tales. Thus, we too are soldiers dedicated to protecting our homeland. Our existence is to prevent the people of the Great Xia from suffering. Is that not noble? Is that not heroic? Zhao Kongqing earnestly implored. Indeed, it is noble and heroic, and I hold great respect for you all, truly. Lin Chiye's expression grew serious. He was not jesting. In his gaze, one could discern profound respect. A smile gradually emerged on Zhao Kongqing's face. Then I cannot go. Zhao Kongqing's smile abruptly froze. Why? I cannot leave. Lin Chiye's eyes were filled with earnestness. I have many matters to attend to. What could be more important than defending our homeland? I have an aunt and a cousin. Lin Chiye gazed out the window, his expression remarkably calm. His aunt, though still relatively young, has tirelessly worked in the factory for the sake of Ajin and me, a burden, day in and day out for a decade. Now her health is failing. She is quite stubborn. Even when tears stream down her face from the strain of her neck, while sitting on the living room stool, she insists she is merely practicing yoga for her well-being. I sit opposite her, and she believes I cannot see. She lives too cautiously and is far too weary. My cousin is intelligent and dutiful, but alas, he is still too young to shoulder the responsibilities of this family. I have many obligations to fulfill. I must support my cousin through university, and I wish to ensure that he and my aunt can enjoy a better life together. For the past 10 years, they have never given up on me, this burden. Now that I am finally recovering, how can I abandon them? You are all noble and great, and if circumstances allowed, I might consider joining you. But for now, I simply wish to remain steadfastly by their side, to protect this family. Chapter 18. Welcome back. Zhao Kongqing was left speechless. He truly did not anticipate that this seemingly ordinary high school student would articulate such profound thoughts, exhibiting such maturity of mind. It was at this moment that he realized how utterly foolish his previous attempts to stir the boy's commonplace adolescent fervor and romanticism had been. Lin Chiye is no ordinary high school student. Lin Chiye rose to his feet and walked straight to the door. After a moment of hesitation, he paused. Thank you for sharing so much with me. I will sign the confidentiality agreement. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. He felt incapable. I woke up in a rush this morning and forgot to wear my uniform. Oh dear, won't the teachers scold you for not wearing it? They only mentioned it briefly. It's not a big deal. Alas, Xiaoqi, you have just transferred to a new school. You must not leave a bad impression on the teachers. Be more careful in your actions. Understood. How have you been getting along with your classmates? They haven't ostracized you, have they? That's good to hear. Very good indeed. Well then, make sure to get to bed early. Bang. Lin Xia closed the door to his room, reclined on the bed, and gazed out at the night sky, letting out a long sigh. This world was far more intricate than he had ever imagined. However, it mattered little to him. After a brief moment of rest, Lin Xia sat up, and as he began to remove his clothing, a hard object tumbled from his pocket. Clink. Lin Xia lowered his head and picked up the object, a look of perplexity crossing his brow. Beneath the design were inscribed the three characters Zhao Kongqing. What could this mean? Lin Xia's eyes narrowed slightly. Had he carelessly lost it? When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. Such audacity. Did Zhao Kongqing compose this himself, or was it a saying of the night watchers? Lin Xia murmured to himself, observing that the individual before him appeared somewhat dazed. Hardly the type to articulate such sentiments. After toying with the object for a while, he set it down upon the table, changed into his attire, and climbed into bed. This night, he had significant matters to attend to. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the realm of the divine within his mind. At this moment, in the small courtyard of the mental hospital, Nix sat in a rocking chair, cradling a collection of jars and bottles, seemingly whispering to herself, a smile occasionally gracing her lips. If one were to overlook the murkiness in her eyes and the peculiar items in her embrace, her noble demeanor would render her an exquisite portrait. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xia, donned in a white lab coat, approached slowly. To immerse himself more fully in the role of a psychiatrist, he had procured a lab coat from the director's office, even adorning the collar with a pair of non-prescription glasses. Lin Xia approached the rocking chair, silently gazing into the murky, vacant eyes of Nix, and let out a soft sigh. According to the mythological texts he had perused, Nix indeed ranks among the oldest and most powerful deities in Greek mythology, holding a position and strength unparalleled. However, in contrast to other gods, she possesses a singular, pronounced trait, an affinity for procreation. As per Lin Xia's calculations, Nix has sired at least 20 offspring, including the renowned god of death, Thanatos, the god of sleep, Hypnos, as well as the deities of space, fate, and misfortune, among numerous others. With a few exceptions, the vast majority of Nix's children are malevolent gods, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm upon their birth, with many meeting tragic fates. Through the fragmented accounts of mythological tales, Lin Xia could not glean more detailed information regarding this goddess of the night. Yet he speculated that Nix's current affliction might be linked to her progeny. A doctor from the Sunshine Mental Hospital mentioned a male patient who, consumed by longing for his wife, imagined her presence by his side. Might Nix's condition be similar? Could it be that her overwhelming yearning for her children has led her to perceive those jars and vessels as her offspring? But what exactly transpired with her progeny to elicit such intense reactions from Nix? Furthermore, as an ancient deity endowed with divinity, could she truly experience such profound emotions? Or perhaps, prior to her affliction, her divine essence was usurped and her godhood stripped away? Lin Xia's fate remained a mystery. Nix caressed the vase in her hands, gazing vacantly into the distance, a flicker of hope shimmering in her eyes, only to be swiftly clouded over. She paused, her voice trembling softly as she uttered, "But." Lin Xia gazed at the scene before him, and for reasons unknown, a wave of bitterness surged within his heart. Who could have anticipated that the once exalted goddess of the night would find herself in such a state of helplessness and humility? She is the goddess of the night, and also a mother yearning for the return of her child. The root of Nix's affliction lies in her lost offspring. Yet, Lin Xia could not even ascertain whether they had been brought to this world by the mists, nor could he fathom where to seek such a multitude of deities. Even if he were to locate them, would those malevolent gods truly acquiesce to accompany him? Lin Xia furrowed his brow in contemplation when, at that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered through his mind. Perhaps this could work? Lin Xia rose to his feet, his gaze lingering on Nike's for an extended moment, ultimately mustering the resolve to advance. In the midst of Nike's vacant stare, Lin Xia approached her step by step. He gently crouched down, extending his arms to embrace Nike's, whispering softly in her ear. At that instant, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Nike's eyes. Trembling, she reached out her hands, enveloping Lin Chia in a tight embrace, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to articulate a complete thought. Chapter 19, Starry Night Dancer. The moment Nike's uttered those words, a virtual panel materialized before Lin Chia's eyes. Nike's healing progress. 3. The conditions for reward acquisition have been met. Commencing random selection of Nike's divine abilities. Shortly thereafter, a virtual lottery will emerge, spinning rapidly. Lin Chia observed that the spinning wheel was divided into more than 20 segments, each of which possessed a nearly equal area, implying that the probability of extracting these divine abilities was uniform. As the night descended, he beheld an array of powers: the dimensional eye, fallen stars, stellar rupture, night's flicker, shadows of the night, and extraordinary procreation. The myriad abilities on the rotating wheel dazzled Lin Chia. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar was mingling among them. What on earth was extraordinary procreation? Could this truly be considered a divine ability? If he were to draw this power, would he even need to seek a wife, as he could simply conjure a multitude of divine offspring? That doesn't sound too bad. Meanwhile, Lin Chia's attention was drawn to a slender black segment in one corner of the wheel, markedly different in area from the other abilities, occupying approximately one of the total. This divine ability was labeled as unknown. Unknown? What could that possibly signify? Nevertheless, this detail was of little consequence. Lin Chia was convinced that with his abysmal luck, even 1,000 attempts would likely yield nothing but disappointment in the pursuit of that unknown. Lin Chia took a deep breath, fixating intently on the spinning wheel before him. With a mere thought, the wheel began to decelerate. The pointer glided over various abilities before ultimately coming to rest upon a particular section: Starry Night Dancer. Upon seeing these words, Lin Chia let out a resigned sigh. Judging by its name, this ability pales in comparison to techniques such as star-shattering art or fallen thousand stars. However, it is fortunate that it is not the transcendent reproduction. Such is my luck. In the instant the pointer halted, the wheel before Lin Chia gradually faded away, leaving only the words Starry Night Dancer suspended in the air, their hue growing increasingly profound. Lin Chia extended his hand and grasped it firmly. Immediately, those 4 characters transformed into a stream of dark light, flowing into Lin Chia's body. Lin Chia felt an enigmatic energy rapidly transforming his body, as if both his soul and flesh were being thoroughly cleansed, enveloping him in an extraordinary comfort. This sensation was truly remarkable. This state persisted for approximately 5 seconds, and once it had completely dissipated, Lin Chia distinctly sensed that his body had undergone a significant change. Before his eyes, several lines of text gradually materialized. Starry Night Dancer. In the darkness, your speed, strength, endurance, and recovery abilities are quintupled. Your presence is less detectable in the night. Your intimidating presence towards other beings is heightened. You possess the ability to communicate with other nocturnal creatures. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chia could not help but gasp in astonishment. This seemingly unimpressive ability appeared to be extraordinarily formidable. Not to mention, the sheer speed, strength, and endurance multiplied by 5 times is nothing short of monstrous. Even with his exceedingly average physical constitution, participating in an Ironman triathlon at night would undoubtedly secure him a place in the Guinness World Records. Such a quintuple enhancement would propel his body perilously close to the limits of human capability. This is merely considering his ordinary attributes. If he were to undergo systematic training, Lin Chia could scarcely fathom the heights of his potential. Furthermore, the abilities of stealth and communication with nocturnal creatures transcend the boundaries of humanity altogether. Lin Chia stifled the excitement within him and took a deep breath. He had no intention of joining the Night Watchers, nor did he wish to engage in combat with those mythical creatures. However, being merely a high school student, it was impossible for him not to yearn for supernatural powers. Moreover, only by growing stronger could he better protect his family. Lin Chia finally steadied his heart and fixed his gaze upon the figure of Nyx before him. At that moment, Nyx was gazing at him tenderly, gently caressing his hair, and softly murmuring to himself, "Dynastus, where have you been for these 3 millennia? Do you have any idea how much I have longed for you?" Lin Chia sat quietly, her gaze toward Nyx filled with complexity. Just as she had surmised, Nyx could no longer distinguish between her own child and mere vases. How could she possibly recognize that Lin Chia was not her offspring? Consumed by her yearning, she had transformed everything around her into illusions of her child. Yet, Those jars and vases were not real beings and would not respond to Nyx. Therefore, when Lin Chiye appeared, breathing, moving, and calling her mother, it was as if Nyx had been revived, finally discovering her spiritual anchor. This was the first step that opened her heart, propelling her healing progress to an immediate 3. Darnithus, do you have any idea how much your brother longs for you? Come, embrace him, Nyx said with a smile, raising the vase in her hand before Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye, feeling helpless, reluctantly accepted the vase and feigned a tender touch. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Nyx's embrace, where he beheld his other siblings. A shiver ran through him. Nestled in Nyx's arms were several labeled containers of varying hues. Among them, one label distinctly revealed a bold inscription, flufenazine, divine use. Lin Chiye fixed his gaze upon it, his mouth widening in astonishment. Fluoperidol? Why does that name sound so familiar? Wasn't it among the list of medications provided by that psychiatrist earlier in the day? Moreover, there were 2 additional characters. Divine use? In that instant, Lin Chiye appeared to have made a connection, and his entire being surged with excitement. He then ascended the stairs of the psychiatric hospital with the swiftness of a gust of wind, ultimately locating a room at the end of the corridor. The medication storage room. The door to the room stood ajar, indicating that Nikes had likely entered earlier, for otherwise he could not have taken so many of his younger siblings. Lin Chiye strode swiftly into the room, conducting a thorough search before finally halting before a colossal metallic cabinet, his eyes gleaming with increasing brilliance. Before him lay an entire wall adorned with an array of medications. The diversity of these pharmaceuticals was astonishing, with the majority designated for the treatment of mental disorders, including the haloperidol and chlorpromazine he had just encountered, alongside a multitude of tranquilizers. Behind each of these medications were inscribed 2 characters, divine use. A smile emerged at the corners of Lin Chiye's mouth. He should have anticipated this. This is a mental institution dedicated to healing the gods. Naturally, within a hospital, there exists a room for storing medicines, and the substances within are specifically tailored to the divine constitution. While he cannot bring earthly medications into the hospital, he can certainly discover corresponding remedies that are effective for the gods. With this realization, the situation appears to have become significantly simpler. Lin Chiye selected several bottles of medication prescribed by the doctor during the day and hurried downstairs to Nyx. This one is to be taken once daily, 2 pills at a time, and this one, 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Remember to take them. Nyx gazed intently at Lin Chiye, as if a flower had blossomed on his face, seemingly oblivious to her words. Sigh. Never mind. I shall come to feed you your medicine every day. Lin Chiye thought with a resigned sigh, observing Nyx's reaction. It was indeed a bit too much to expect a person with severe mental illness to remember to take their medication. Upon hearing Lin Chiye's statement, a radiant smile blossomed on Nyx's face, illuminating her features with genuine joy. Chapter 20. I am well. After Lin Chiye administered the medication to Nikes, he withdrew from his mind and gradually sank into the realm of dreams. This time, he was free from the burdensome dream of knocking at doors. Since his union with the divine mental hospital, he seemed to have entirely liberated himself from the chains of that nightmarish vision, embracing a genuine slumber. He found himself in a delightful dream, wherein he was accepted into a prestigious university, achieved professional success, and resided in a grand house with his aunt and young Jean. He envisioned the 3 of them embarking on journeys together, exploring mountains and waters that had only graced his television screen. Due to his past physical disabilities and the already strained finances of his household, Lin Chiye had not been able to travel in the past 17 years. He had never even ventured beyond the confines of Tsangnan City. Deep down, he harbored a profound yearning for the world beyond. When the alarm clock rang, Lin Chiye reluctantly rose from his dreams, donned his attire, and prepared to head to school. As he opened the door, he spotted his aunt hurriedly changing her shoes at the entrance, ready to leave for work. "Aunt, why are you leaving for work so early?" he inquired. "A new batch of parts has arrived at the factory, and we need to process them promptly. I must leave now. You continue having breakfast with your brother, and remember not to be late." His aunt chattered. "All right." Just as she was about to close the door, Lin Chiye spoke again. "Aunt, what is it?" She paused, looking back at him with curiosity. His aunt gave him a puzzled glance, then playfully scolded, "You little rascal, still trying to play riddles with me. Fine. I'm in a hurry now. We'll talk about it tonight." With that, she swiftly shut the door and hurried down the stairs. Lin Chiye stood silently at the doorway, his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he lifted his head with determination, donned his slippers, and swung open the door. He stood in the hallway, shouting downwards, "Aunt, I can see now. In the next moment, he heard the hurried footsteps below come to an abrupt halt, followed by his aunt's trembling voice rising from 5 floors down. What did you say? I can see. I'm better now. Aunt. After a brief pause, a flurry of footsteps ascended with greater urgency than before, and soon, his breathless aunt stood before Lin Xie. Her lips quivered slightly, yet her mouth could not contain the smile that bloomed. You can see? Really? Indeed. Is it blurry? Are there shadows? Does it hurt? Does the light sting? No. None of that, Aunt. Lin Xie smiled, reaching up to untie the black satin covering his eyes. His pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes gradually opened. I am truly well, Aunt. His aunt gazed at those eyes in a daze, tears uncontrollably spilling from her eyes. She smiled, and the wrinkles on her face blossomed like flowers. At over 40, she appeared as youthful as a child. For 10 years, Lin Xie had never witnessed such a smile from her. His aunt embraced him tightly, and he could distinctly feel her body trembling slightly. Thank you, Aunt. Well then, I must be going. Make sure to attend school diligently. His aunt hurried down the stairs, tears still streaming down her cheeks. She wiped her face, and her steps felt lighter than ever before. Lin Xie watched his aunt depart. His eyes reddened as he turned and stepped into the house. He harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall her. Even if it were grounded in the most inexplicable metaphysical reasoning, he was unwilling to take such a risk. Thus, he resolutely uprooted this ominous flag, tearing it apart and casting it into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. As Lin Xie turned around, he found Yang Jin standing behind him, cradling the little black dog, his eyes glistening with tears. The two brothers locked gazes for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. Brother, congratulations. Now the sunglasses you gifted me can finally serve their purpose, Lin Xie said, gently ruffling Yang Jin's hair with a soft chuckle. Good. The little black dog poked its head out of Yang Jin's arms and licked Lin Xie's hand, barking excitedly. Upon Lin Xie's entrance into the classroom, an immediate hush fell over the entire class. After a moment of bewildered silence, a brave soul ventured to inquire, You are Lin Xie? Removing the black satin fabric from his eyes, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Following a brief pause, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, more fervent than before. His eyesight has returned. It must have, he can see. His eyes are so beautiful. Indeed, how did we not notice before? He is quite handsome. The gazes of the girls toward Lin Xie transformed as they huddled together, whispering excitedly, their glances frequently darting toward him. Boys closer to Lin Xie gathered around, bombarding him with inquiries about his eyesight, their astonishment palpable once they confirmed his recovery. It suddenly dawned on them that Lin Xie had indeed been absent the previous day, and realization washed over the classroom. Yet amidst the lively chaos, 2 individuals stood out, feeling distinctly out of place. Lu Yuan, in the corner, lowered his head, stealing glances at Lin Xie, his expression riddled with discomfort. He vividly recalled the day he had been preoccupied with fleeing, inadvertently colliding with Lin Xie. After escaping, he had presumed Lin Xie, the blind boy, would never evade the clutches of that monster. Though guilt had flickered within him for a moment, he had quickly dismissed it. Little did he anticipate that it was Jiang Qian who had perished, and the least expected Lin Xie had miraculously survived. Moreover, his eyesight was restored. In that instant, Lu Yuan found himself grappling with a tumult of emotions, embarrassment, guilt, frustration, or perhaps regret. Although Lin Xie had his back turned to Lu Yuan, the latter's vivid expressions were clearly perceived through his mental awareness, and his eyes gradually narrowed. At that moment, another individual approached Lin Xie. Li Yifei stood awkwardly beside Lin Xie's table, his countenance somewhat embarrassed. He glanced around nervously, leaned down, and whispered in Lin Xie's ear, Xie, could you step outside with me for a moment? There are a few things I wish to discuss. Lin Xie hesitated only briefly before nodding. Chapter 21. I am sorry. Outside the corridor. I am truly sorry, Xie. I sincerely apologize. Li Yifei stood there, his head bowed, persistently expressing his remorse. At that moment, I was utterly terrified. I didn't think it through and just ran away. I left you and Jiang Qian behind, putting her in a difficult position. I do not expect your forgiveness, but since we are classmates, I still hope to offer my apologies. I am sorry. Li Yifei dared not meet Lin Xie's gaze. Yet his words were imbued with sincerity. Once he finished speaking, Lin Xie slowly replied, It is only natural to prioritize one's safety in the face of danger. There is no shame in that. Lin Xie patted him on the shoulder, adding, Moreover, had I been in your position, I would have fled even faster. Li Yifei scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. By the way, did you also sign that confidentiality agreement? Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief hesitation, he nodded slightly. It appeared that Zhao Conqing had not deceived him. Indeed, they would not take action against witnesses. It was entirely reasonable that Li Yifei, after escaping from the clutches of the monster that night, had signed a confidentiality agreement upon their discovery. If he was not mistaken, Lu Yuan had likely signed a similar agreement. Although he had yet to affix his own signature, it was only a matter of time. To disclose to Li Yifei that he had not yet signed would complicate matters unnecessarily. In truth, even if they forbade him from signing, he would not divulge anything. Li Yifei sighed. The haunting image was something he wished never to recall for the rest of his life. Moreover, once an agreement was signed, the consequences of breach would be severe. He had no desire to hasten the demise of his own life. Resting his hands on the railing of the corridor, he gazed down at the bustling campus below, a glimmer of longing flickering in his eyes. In fact, he found himself wishing to join them. Lin Xie was taken aback and inquired, "Do you wish to join them?" "Indeed, I expressed my willingness to abandon my studies and join them when I signed the agreement. Alas, they do not want me." "Why do you desire to join? Although your grades leave much to be desired. Are you not on the verge of being admitted to the sports academy under special circumstances? Being a mere athlete is rather mundane. No, to put it more aptly, being an ordinary person is dreadfully unremarkable." Li Yifei's eyes began to gleam with excitement at the thought of joining a mysterious and powerful organization, silently battling the enemies lurking within human society and achieving countless feats. "When the day arrives that all of this comes to light, the world shall remember my name." His fist clenched tightly as he spoke with fervor. "This is the dream of countless men. This is what constitutes a meaningful life. You are indulging in fanciful thoughts." Lin Xie bluntly shattered his illusions. "You might well meet your demise on your very first mission, torn to shreds by monsters, namelessly buried in the depths of the mountains. Your parents perhaps never to learn of your fate. You would leave this world in utter solitude." Li Yifei responded, "Xie, your imagination is exceedingly morbid." "This is not mere imagination," Lin Xie retorted, shaking his head. "What you just described is the reality." With a resigned sigh, Li Yifei conceded, "Regardless, they do not want me. There is no need to dwell on such matters. I shall simply carry this secret to my grave." In their flight, Li Yifei and Lu Yuan made entirely different choices. Lin Xie had no interest in seeking out trouble with Lu Yuan, yet should an opportunity arise in the future, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson. After a full day of classes, Lin Xie slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed home. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that the night watchman's authority appeared to be quite substantial. Generally, after 2 students had perished, individuals like Lin Xie and Li Yifei, who had associated with the deceased, would undoubtedly be subjected to police interrogation. Yet, 2 days had passed since the incident, and no one had come to question them. It seemed that the night watchman had completely taken over the case, wielding enough power to silence the local police regarding the matter. As he walked, the sky gradually darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. By around 6 o'clock, the day had already succumbed to darkness. Lin Xie furrowed his brows, lacking an umbrella. He could only stride purposefully towards home. The rain was falling quite heavily outside, and he chuckled to himself, reflecting on his oversight in not bringing an umbrella today. Lin Xie chuckled softly, scratching his head in silence. "Hurry and wipe that off. Oh, by the way, your teacher just came looking for you, and I asked him to wait in your room." It seemed that Anne had recalled something. "Teacher?" Lin Xie was taken aback. "Yes, it's your physical education teacher. He mentioned he needed to speak with you, so be sure to meet him promptly and don't keep him waiting." Lin Xie held a towel, absently drying his hair. What on earth? The physical education teacher was looking for him? He had only just transferred a few days ago and hadn't even attended a gym class yet. What could this be about? Could it be? A thought flickered through Lin Xie's mind as he cast aside the towel and hurriedly entered his room. There, he beheld a familiar middle-aged man reclining in a chair, holding a teacup and gazing at him with a warm smile. Lin Xie furrowed his brows slightly. "Is it you? How did you manage to find my home?" Lin Xie locked the door and walked straight to the bedside, sitting down. "I have stated that I will not join you," I declared. "I am aware, and thus my visit this time is not for that purpose." "Are you here to have me sign a confidentiality agreement?" I inquired. "Not at all," Zhao Conqing replied, shaking his head. "I reported to others that you had gone missing. Since I have resolved to set you free, I cannot allow you to sign any agreements. Otherwise, they would realize you are not truly missing and would send others to persuade you. Those individuals would be far more difficult to deal with than I." Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. "So you have come to Zhao Kongqing produced a roll of leather paper from his pocket, placing it upon Lin Qiye's desk and gradually unfurling it. The remuneration for a night watchman is far superior to what you might imagine. After many years of service, I have managed to accumulate a considerable fortune. Zhao Kongqing remarked as he continued to open the leather paper. As the paper was revealed, Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened. Within lay a substantial stack of money. Chapter 22. General Zhao. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Kongqing responded with a slight smile, leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. "Do you mind?" "I do mind." Zhao Kongqing, feeling helpless, tucked the cigarette away, reclining against the back of his chair, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "In my youth, I was much like you. To be frank, this introduction feels rather cliché. It's all right, please continue." At the age of 6, my father passed away due to illness. My mother worked 2 jobs, barely managing to raise me, Zhao Kongqing recounted, his fingers grazing the cigarette case, his voice remarkably calm. "You see, young people inevitably go through a rebellious phase. In truth, she never opposed me. She merely appeared somewhat displeased. On the day I left home, she stood silently at the doorway, watching me. As I walked down the path behind the house, she continued to gaze at me, even when I reached the village entrance. Her eyes were still fixed upon me." He sighed deeply. "Honestly, there were moments when I truly considered staying behind, but in the end, I steeled my heart and chose to enlist." Zhao Kongqing sighed again, continuing, "Eventually, my rank rose steadily, and I entered the special forces. Due to my aptitude for close combat, I was assigned to the night watch." At this point, Zhao Kongqing suddenly paused. Lin Qiye cautiously inquired, "Has your mother passed away?" "No, she has remarried." Lin Qiye. Eventually, she could no longer endure solitude and decided to marry, seeking at least someone to care for her in her old age. Unfortunately, by that time, I had already joined the night watch and could not remain by her side for long to provide her with support. To be honest, when I heard the news of her marriage, I truly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment, asking, "What is your purpose in sharing this with me?" Zhao Kongqing slowly rose to his feet, locking his gaze onto Lin Qiye's eyes. "We have all cherished certain things. Yet as we mature, we often unconsciously overlook their existence, drawn instead to other distractions that capture our full attention. I was once in a similar predicament. But you are different, Lin Qiye. You possess a wisdom beyond my years, a maturity that surpasses my own. You have your own aspirations, desiring to remain by the side of your family to support them. That is truly commendable. Since you have chosen this path, embrace it fully. The guardianship of the world can be entrusted to those of us who are prepared for it." He turned and picked up the parchment from the table, extending it toward Lin Qiye. "I have just met your aunt. In this era, individuals of such virtue are indeed rare. I am aware of your family's current circumstances, so please take this money." Lin Qiye exhibited no hesitation, declaring, "I do not want it. I am a night watchman. I lack for nothing in monetary terms." "Then I shall refuse as well. This is for your aunt. You must accept it." My aunt would not accept it either. Zhao Kongqing's lips twitched slightly as he locked eyes with Lin Qiye, neither willing to concede. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongqing spoke again. "Lin Qiye, I have grown old and cannot bear to witness regrets from my past unfold once more, even if it is in another's life." "Then you may close your eyes and not behold it," Lin Qiye responded resolutely. "Though our family is impoverished, we possess our principles. I shall not accept a soldier's money. Moreover, my eyesight has improved, and I have the capability to prevent regrets from recurring." Zhao Kongqing opened his mouth as if to articulate something, but ultimately remained silent, offering only a bitter smile. "Do you not harbor any dreams of your own? If so, what are they?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the reason. As he gazed at Zhao Kongqing before him, it appeared that he was reminded of Li Yifei. They seemed to belong to the same ilk. "So, have you ascended to your current position?" Lin Qiye fell into silence. "Very well, since it is thus, I too must take my leave." Zhao Kongqing rose to his feet, approached Lin Qiye, and extended his right hand. "Wishing you a bright future, Lin Qiye." Lin Qiye stared blankly at Zhao Kongqing's face, which seemed to have lost some of its former greasiness. He extended his hand, gripping it tightly, and said, "I wish you, General Zhao, a day of great achievements." Zhao Kongqing smiled, turned, and walked towards the door. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? This is my life." He then inquired, "Did you see it? How does it look? Is it handsome?" "Very handsome." "Did you write it?" "Wait, what's wrong now?" "It's raining heavily outside. You should take the umbrella." "Thanks. But I won't be returning this umbrella. You can keep it as a reward for safeguarding the earth." "Interesting. Well, I truly must take my leave now." Farewell. Zhao Kongqing, holding the black umbrella, opened the door and stepped outside, while Lin Qiye stood by the window, silently watching him depart. If the dark night ultimately descends, I shall stand before countless souls, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. The rain fell with increasing intensity. Zhao Kongqing, unfazed, settled into the black sedan, pulling out a cigarette box to relish a moment of tranquility. Just then, his earpiece crackled to life, and a man's voice emerged. His hand, poised to smoke, trembled violently, and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 23. The Faceless King Shao Qi, has your teacher left? After seeing Zhao Kongqing off, Annie hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, lamenting, "Oh dear, why didn't we invite him to stay for dinner?" Lin Qiye shook his head, indicating that he had matters to attend to and would not stay for dinner. "What did your teacher say?" he inquired. "Nothing much. Just that there is some sort of physical fitness test, and she specifically came to ask about my eyesight," came the reply. Auntie wiped her hands on her apron and turned off the rumbling exhaust fan, addressing Lin Qiye. "Dinner is nearly ready. Please call your brother to join us." "All right." Moments later, the family of three gathered neatly around the table, which was adorned with a splendid array of 7 dishes, each a feast for the senses, tantalizing and inviting. There were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stewed chicken soup, stir-fried green beans, and sweet and sour ribs. Yang Jing gazed at the bountiful spread before him, swallowing hard. "Mom, when was the last time our meals were this lavish?" Auntie replied with a sense of pride. "Little Chi's recovery is a momentous occasion. Even more significant than the New Year, it certainly deserves to be celebrated." Lin Qiye lowered his head and glanced at the exuberantly wagging little black dog, chuckling. "It seems that tonight, little black dog will also enjoy a sumptuous feast. What a treat for him." Auntie smiled as she raised her teacup, toasting in celebration of Shao Qi's recovery. "Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" Beneath the dim clouds, the twilight glow had long since vanished. As if the world were enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Rain swayed in the wind, while distant city lights shimmered. In this dilapidated old residential area, a figure cloaked in dark red was sprinting through the rain, clutching a large suitcase. Raindrops cascaded down Zhao Kongqing's cheeks. Though it was summer rain, an inexplicable chill lingered. "Are you certain that the Ghost-Faced King is truly heading in this direction?" Zhao Kongqing furrowed his brow. In his earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated. "Uncertain. 10 minutes ago, our search team discovered traces of the Ghost-Faced King's blood in the nearby sewer system. Judging by its trajectory, the only possible destinations are either this old residential area or the city center." 2 potential destinations? Indeed. What should we do? Should we split into 2 teams to monitor both locations? Theoretically, yes, but the city center is teeming with people. We cannot easily evacuate the crowd. If the Ghost-Faced King emerges there, it would not only result in numerous casualties but also incite widespread panic. Therefore, we have dispatched most of our forces to secure the city center. What about the old residential area? If the Ghost-Faced King appears here, the residents will be in danger. The old residential area has fewer inhabitants, and they are more dispersed, making evacuation comparatively easier than in the city center. Moreover, even if the Ghost-Faced King were to arrive here, the potential damage would be minimal, wouldn't it? A hint of anger crept into Zhao Kongqing's voice. "But the people living here are still human beings. Calm down, Lao Zhao." Wu Xiangnan's tone was stern. "I never said we would abandon the old residential area. Hong Ying is already en route there with her team. Your task is to evacuate the residents from the old residential area as swiftly as possible. Also, even if the Ghost-Faced King truly approaches your location, do not engage directly. The Ghost-Faced King is beyond your capacity to confront. If necessary, utilize the void space to contain him." Zhao Kongqing's tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed as he sighed. Understood, although there was a flicker of discontent within him. He recognized this as the most prudent course of action. After all, should the Ghost-Faced King reach the city center, the dense population would allow it to hide in the shadows and slay a few individuals to regain its strength. Once exposed to the public, it would undoubtedly incite panic. Therefore, no matter how many personnel were dispatched to the city center, it would never seem like enough. Conversely, the old residential area, with its sparse population and greater distances between residents, would afford the Ghost-Faced King more time to recover, while the chances of exposure would be significantly reduced. In such circumstances, it is quite commendable that Wu Xiangnan can still send personnel to the old residential area. Now, he must hasten to evacuate the residents of that area. It is a race against time. Zhao Kongqing weaves through the rain with astonishing speed, droplets cascading onto the suitcase in his grasp, creating a cascade of sparkling water. Not far away, amidst the hazy mist, The familiar low house becomes increasingly distinct. Just moments ago, he had exited from there. Zhao Kongqing's heart is a tumult of emotions. Calculating the time, that family should be starting their dinner now, right? He recalls sweet and sour ribs, tomatoes and eggs, and stir-fried green beans. Oh, he had even washed the green beans himself. Damn it, he had just flaunted his bravado in front of that kid, proclaiming that safeguarding the world was his responsibility. And now he must knock on their door to urge them to evacuate. How utterly humiliating. However, this is no time to be concerned about pride. Zhao Kongqing dashes forward through the rain, but suddenly, an overwhelmingly repugnant stench assaults his nostrils. His pupils constrict abruptly, and he comes to a halt. The sound of rushing water fills the air. His gaze falls upon a nearby manhole cover. The stench grows ever more potent. Zhao Kongqing grips the handle of his suitcase tightly, takes a deep breath, bends slightly, and places the suitcase on the ground. He is acutely aware of what this foul odor signifies. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongqing, I have discovered the Phantom King in the old residential area. He opens his earpiece, his voice remarkably calm. As he speaks, he presses a button on the suitcase. With a snap, the suitcase bursts open, revealing 3 neatly arranged and pristine notice boards within. Zhao Kongqing hoists one of the boards, places it down in the vicinity, and swiftly darts towards another direction. Almost instantly after Zhao Kongqing finishes speaking, Wu Xiangnan's voice resonates through the earpiece. Received. I have already given the order. The night watchmen are moving towards the old residential area, and Hong Ying and her team will arrive shortly, within 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes. Old Zhao. Set up the boundless void. Temporarily contain it. Zhao Kongqing places the second notice board down, and, while racing towards another vertex of the triangle, helplessly responds, Xiangnan. The boundless void is meant for concealing battles, not for confinement. It cannot hold the Phantom King for 10 minutes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rainwater cascades along the slanted ground, flowing into the manhole cover, but suddenly, the entire cover begins to tremble violently. And the rainwater that had poured in surges outward like a boiling spring. No matter what, do not confront the Phantom King directly. Wu Xiangnan's voice grows increasingly anxious. Old Zhao, the old residential area is vast. Even if the Phantom King emerges, it won't cause significant damage immediately. In these 10 minutes, even if it kills a few people, it won't regain much strength. The casualties inflicted by the mysterious continue to occur incessantly. As night watchmen, we are not deities. We cannot prevent all loss of life. To sacrifice a core member for a grievously wounded Phantom King is undoubtedly a grave miscalculation. Lao Zhao, can you hear me? Bang. The manhole cover was propelled into the air like a cannonball, soaring upwards. From the dark abyss of the sewer, a grotesque arm abruptly emerged, followed by a creature that was several times larger than the original Phantom. Zhao Kongqing calmly observed this scene, gradually lowering the final notice board in his hand. He bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to stain the board. Xiangnan, do you remember the vow you once made? Zhao Kongqing gazed intently at the Phantom King before him, crouching slightly as his peripheral vision caught sight of a modest residential building not far away. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls. This time, I stand not before throngs, but behind me lies the entire world of that child. His hands suddenly came together in prayer, as an invisible canvas enveloped the small triangle. The Forbidden Ruins. No Warning Void. Chapter 24. The Heavy Rain. Xiaoqi. Don't just eat vegetables. Have some ribs too. Aunt picked up a piece of rib and placed it into Lin Xie's bowl. Lin Xie smiled and said, Thank you, Aunt. Today is a splendid day, so indulge a little more and don't worry about the expenses. Understood, Aunt. Jean, you should also eat heartily. This is the time for you to grow. Jean. Jean. Lin Xie gazed at Yang Jin, who appeared lost in thought, and called out to him a couple of times. This child, how distracted he seems. Has he become so finicky that he refuses to eat even when there is meat before him? Auntie cast a disapproving glance at Yang Jin and added several pieces of meat to his bowl. Perhaps the pressure of his assignments has become overwhelming. Lin Xie remarked with a smile as he picked up the recently gnawed bone and surveyed the surroundings, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. It seemed that he had heard someone calling his name, for Xiao Hailai poked his head out from the balcony and barked. Woof. Lin Xie waved a bone in the air, beckoning Little Black to come and eat. However, Little Black glanced at the bone, then at the window, appearing somewhat conflicted. What has gotten into this little creature today? Annie wondered. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, then stood up with a bone in his hand. He walked to the balcony, gently stroked the head of the little black dog, and softly inquired, What troubles you? Is there something out there? Lin Xie cast the bones onto the ground, and, while the little black dog gnawed at them, he rose to gaze out of the window. In the vast expanse of the night, apart from the torrential rain, there was nothingness. Not even a glimmer of light from the distant residential buildings could be seen. The world was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if only the endless rain remained. It was peculiar. There was absolutely nothing. Lin Xie murmured softly, intending to turn away and depart when suddenly a series of sounds emanated from outside the window, akin to someone tapping against the glass. The bat appeared to be drenched by the rain, incessantly battering against the window, seemingly seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Xie's eyes gradually brightened. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the ability granted by the starlit dancer to communicate with nocturnal creatures. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a bat. Perhaps he could give it a try. Thus, Lin Xie stood quietly by the window, observing the bat. However, he resembled a statue, remaining motionless for an extended period. He dashed to the doorway and slipped on his shoes. Xiaoqi, what are you up to? Suddenly remembered something important. I need to step out. Dear child, what are you saying? It's dark outside, and the rain is pouring. Why would you go out? There is something I must attend to. It's very important. What about dinner? In the bewildered gaze of his aunt, Lin Xie had already put on his shoes and hastily opened the door, preparing to leave. Just then, Yang Jin's voice suddenly echoed. Brother, the rain is heavy outside. It's best not to go. I must go. It's imperative. No matter how significant the matter, life continues on this earth, even if it were to turn without you. After all, it is a rare delight to enjoy such a delicious meal, and I cannot bear to waste it. Off I go. Lin Xie hastily shut the door and rushed down the stairs. Once he had departed, his aunt suddenly realized, hastening to the doorway to shout down, Silly child. It's pouring outside. Don't you have an umbrella? Meanwhile, Yang Jin sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the torrential rain outside, lost in silence. In the rain, the sound of a lighter flicking echoed. Zhao Kongqing repeatedly pressed it, but each spark was extinguished by the relentless downpour. He held a cigarette between his lips, letting out a resigned sigh. Today's fortune was indeed dismal. Not far from him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a malevolent specter amidst the rain, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The ghost-faced king was markedly different from ordinary ghost-faced beings, his stature towering above them, resembling a small mountain from afar. Unlike the typical ghost-faced creatures that scuttled on all fours, the ghost-faced king stood upright, head held high and chest out, appearing almost human if one disregarded his pallid visage and crimson tongue. Yet, this fearsome figure was marred by countless wounds, each cut seemingly carved into flesh, leaving him drenched in blood. Zhao Kongqing observed the injuries on the ghost-faced king, clicking his tongue in admiration. The captain is formidable. To have inflicted such severe wounds, it seems he has been holding back during our training. The monsters of the Chuan realm, even when gravely injured, were still extraordinarily formidable. He pondered how many moves he could withstand against such a foe. As he murmured, he reached to his shoulder, grasping the hilt of a straight blade, slowly drawing it forth. The pale blue edge sliced through the rain, emitting a faint hum. A torrential downpour, a solitary cigarette, a cloak, and a straight blade. The ghost-faced king regarded Zhao Kongqing, his scarlet tongue flickering, a bloodthirsty desire glimmering in his eyes. In an instant, both combatants sprang into action. Zhao Kongqing wielded his blade, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow, his eyes fierce, radiating lethal intent. His speed was remarkable, yet the ghost-faced king's was even greater. The massive figure surged through the curtain of rain, his ghastly face contorting in a fierce expression, akin to a hunter thrilled at the sight of prey. Clang, clang, clang. As their forms collided, the clash of blades rang out in a series of sharp metallic sounds that sliced through the downpour, claws meeting blade, igniting dazzling sparks. Zhao Kongqing, a master of close combat, aimed 3 precise strikes at the ghost-faced king's vital points, yet the creature parried them with even greater swiftness. He managed only 3 strikes. After the third, the overwhelming force of the ghost-faced king sent him sprawling, landing clumsily in the muddy ground. The disparity between them was stark. One was a mythic being, having reached the Chuan realm with terrifying physical prowess, while the other was merely a mortal, reliant on skill and experience. Zhao Kongqing emerged from the mire, spitting out the soaked remnants of his cigarette, and cursed aloud. Damn it! Are mythical creatures so impressive? Is their strength so remarkable? The ghost-faced king harbored no intention of engaging in a fair duel, roaring fiercely, its voice resonating like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. As it approached, a colossal, grotesque visage began to manifest on the ground, centered around the ghost-faced king. Zhao Kongqing's expression instantly shifted. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176. Ghost Face Manifestation. Chapter 25. Ghost Face Manifestation. The moment that ghastly visage appeared, Zhao Kongqing felt as though the very heavens and earth had been upended. An unprecedented wave of dizziness washing over him. His brow furrowed tightly as he tensed his body, barely managing to steady himself. In his line of sight, everything appeared like a chaotic kaleidoscope, disordered and elusive. This is bad. It can still wield the Forbidden Ruin. I'm done for. Zhao Kongqing muttered to himself, the words of Wu Xiangnan from before the battle resurfacing in his mind. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 176. Ghost Face Manifestation. Within the confines of the Forbidden Ruin, can deceive the perception of all beings whose boundary is less than or equal to its own, inverting spatial concepts. Thus, apart from the captain, who is also of the Chuan realm, none of the other members can confront the ghost-faced king head-on. Otherwise, it would be a certain death. Truly a repulsive, forbidden ruin. As a first-hand experiencer, Zhao Kongqing genuinely grasped the perverse nature of this forbidden ruin. So, the captain managed to severely wound the ghost-faced king right in this accursed space? He too is a monster. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, gradually closing his eyes. Roar, roar, roar. The roars echoed from all directions, rendering it impossible to ascertain the ghost-faced king's position. The ground trembled slightly, and Zhao Kongqing could sense the ghost-faced king rapidly closing in. From where would it strike? In the realm of reality, amidst that eerie and grotesque visage. Zhao Kongqing stood with eyes shut, resembling a statue, his hands gripping his blade poised forward, brow knitted in concentration. He remained utterly unaware that the ghost-faced king had silently maneuvered behind him. In Zhao Kongqing's perception, his senses, sight, hearing, smell, touch, were rapidly shifting. As if he had been thrust into a powerful washing machine, inundated with false information that muddled his ability to discern the reality surrounding him. The ghost-faced king's gaze fixated on the oblivious Zhao Kongqing, its pallid countenance twisting into a bloodthirsty grin. It leaned forward slightly, then, like a colossal cannonball, burst through the curtain of rain, moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage in its wake. Its sharp claws glinted ominously as they sliced toward Zhao Kongqing's neck. It seemed to anticipate the exhilarating scene of warm blood gushing forth, staining its body. Yet, just as its claws were about to make contact with Zhao Kongqing's form, a sudden twist of fate unfolded. Behind Zhao Kongqing seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, as he abruptly sidestepped, narrowly evading the claw of the ghost-faced king. In the next moment, the straight blade in his hand carved an arc through the rain, aimed directly at the head of the ghost-faced king. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed as the ghost-faced king firmly grasped Zhao Kongqing's blade, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Zhao soaring through the air like a sandbag. Yet, even in this moment of peril, the astonishment in its eyes was unmistakable. It could not fathom how Zhao Kongqing had detected its attack. Zhao Kongqing crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained cry as he struggled to rise, the corners of his mouth betraying a smile. Was it surprising? Was it unexpected? With his straight blade propping him up, he chuckled, his grin laced with mockery. You. The abysmal ruins are indeed formidable. Had it been a different time, I would have undoubtedly fallen into your trap and met my demise at your hands. Alas. He extended a finger towards the sky, where the rain fell steadily. You can deceive the senses of living beings, yet you cannot hinder the rain, which descends by the pull of gravity. The droplets upon my skin provide me with tactile feedback. You may manipulate my senses to perceive the rain from all directions, yet I can deduce the true source. Once I ascertain a standard direction, the rest becomes remarkably simpler. Zhao Kongqing smirked, spitting out a mouthful of blood with a sense of bravado, raising his straight blade to point at the ghost-faced king. The creature, incited by his taunts, charged at him furiously, while Zhao continued to keep his eyes closed, predicting the approach of the ghost-faced king. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Kongqing engaged in a fierce melee with the ghost-faced king, relying on his formidable combat instinct and experience to trade blows with the creature. However, this could only last so long. Under the relentless assault of the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing's mortal body soon faltered, and the beast seized the opportunity to strike a heavy blow to his chest, shattering 2 ribs and sending him flying backward. This time, it took Zhao 5 agonizing seconds to rise again. Had it not been for the blade that absorbed some of the impact, that strike could have easily claimed his life. Coughing violently, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion ashen. The ghost-faced king loomed in the rain, its gaze steely as it advanced step by step towards him. At that moment, A voice suddenly echoed from behind Zhao Conqing. Zhao Conqing, Zhao Conqing, Zhao Conqing. Zhao Conqing paused, a flicker of recognition washing over him. Wait, isn't this? He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of speaking. But after a moment of hesitation, he opted for silence. His expression was a tapestry of complexity. At this moment, outside the boundless void, Lin Qiye stood near the open ground, rainwater drenching his hair, and he seemed oblivious to it, shouting at the top of his lungs, Zhao Conqing, stop hiding. I know you are nearby. After Lin Qiye called out, he settled his mind and listened for a moment. Aside from the cacophony of the rain, there was nothing else. Damn it, that bat clearly witnessed a cloaked figure vanishing alongside the monster. How could there be nothing? Could it truly have been a mere misperception? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on a peculiar sight. There, approximately 10 meters away, stood 3 strange signposts. Standing solitary and forlorn, Lin Qiye stepped forward, wiping away the raindrops from the notice board, softly reading the words inscribed upon it. No passage ahead. When was this sign erected? Moreover, this arrangement is rather peculiar. Lin Qiye bowed his head in contemplation, and suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, his eyes began to sparkle with realization. It seemed he had mentioned that his forbidden domain served as an auxiliary battlefield, referred to as the boundless void. Lin Qiye scrutinized the 3 notice boards before him, a smile gracing his lips as he once again raised his voice, calling out, Zhao Conqing, I know you're in the Wujia void. Open the door and let me in. 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Conqing's voice drifted hauntingly from behind the notice boards. What the hell are you doing out here at this hour? Get lost. Chapter 26. The dimming of the moonlight. Zhao Conqing found himself perplexed. In such torrential rain, what could this fellow possibly be doing out here? Furthermore, he had already opened the Wujia void. How did Lin Qiye know of his presence? And to make matters worse, Lin Qiye had chosen to appear precisely at a moment when Zhao was being pinned down. If he were to witness that, what a disgrace. Moreover, having just entrusted the task of safeguarding the world to him, how could he now bring Lin Qiye into this? If something were to happen to him, Zhao Conqing would never forgive himself. Why do you care what I'm doing? I know you're battling that ghastly masked figure inside. Let me in. I'm quite capable of fighting now. Lin Qiye's voice echoed from outside once more. You capable of fighting? Nonsense. Zhao Conqing retorted. That's not just a masked figure. It's the masked king. It's at the Chuan realm, 2 major realms above your newly energon realm. Are you really going to throw yourself at him like a high schooler? Besides, aren't you always afraid of death? Why are you suddenly so reckless? Times change, Lin Qiye shouted back. Though I fear death, I cannot owe anyone a debt of gratitude. While we are joyfully feasting inside, you expect me to let you face the masked king alone. If you wish to play the nameless hero, I shall not allow it. Lin Qiye forcefully collided with the air beside the sign. Yet it felt as though an invisible barrier existed, effectively separating the domain from the outside world. No matter how hard Lin Qiye exerted himself, it remained utterly unyielding. Within the domain, Zhao Conqing was once again sent flying by the ghost-faced king, lying on the ground for an extended period before managing to prop himself up with his blade. Spare your efforts, cough, cough. Though I lack a realm, the expanse of my boundless void is more than sufficient to block those beneath the pool realm. To enter here, there are but 2 possibilities. Either I permit your entry, or you must await my demise. You cannot even breach my boundless void. Facing the ghost-faced king here is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Conqing's gaze remained fixed upon the ghost-faced king, his voice growing increasingly frail. After he uttered his final words, the commotion beyond the barrier ceased. With no further attempts to breach the boundless void and silence enveloping the air, Zhao Conqing counted 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A smile blossomed upon his lips. He struggled to stand upright, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Each inhalation sent waves of agony coursing through his trembling body. He had reached his limit. Before him, the ghost-faced king loomed like a small mountain in the rain, covered in wounds both old and new. Yet it remained vibrant and unyielding, showing no signs of collapse. Such was the aberrant constitution of a mythical being, Zhao Conqing, not only in faith, but also in battle. This substance, when introduced into the body, would ignite all of a person's latent potential in a brief span, enabling those already possessing the forbidden void to harness its power for tremendous enhancement. For those without the forbidden void, the demonic summoning would forcibly stimulate the body, awakening the forbidden void hidden deep within the essence of life. In essence, during the duration of the substance's effect, it could bestow a forbidden void upon those who initially lacked one. Unless in dire circumstances, it should not be employed. Do you know how long I have awaited this day? The rain poured relentlessly. Zhao Kongcheng, indifferent to whether the ghost-faced king could hear or comprehend him, murmured to himself amidst the downpour. Men, after all, are always drawn to supernatural powers, dreaming that one day they too might traverse heaven and earth, shatter mountains with a single blow, and envelop clouds with a mere thought. After so many years as a night watchman, I have long awaited the awakening of my forbidden void. Alas, I am now over 40 and have yet to witness its emergence. To be frank, it is quite challenging to navigate the ranks without a forbidden void among the night watchmen. Each time I watch the captain and others fight using their forbidden voids, their prowess is utterly breathtaking, and I can't help but feel a pang of envy. I later resolved that should I encounter an insurmountable foe, I would certainly test the demonic summoning before my demise, to glimpse my forbidden void. If I must perish, I shall do so with a smile, regardless of the outcome. I am grateful for this opportunity you have bestowed upon me. He took a deep breath, plunging the silver needle into the palm of his hand. Damn, that stings. Zhao Kongqing grimaced, cursing under his breath. In that fleeting moment as the needle punctured his skin, he felt the excruciating pain recede like a receding tide, replaced by an unprecedented surge of strength. Every cell in his body seemed to be invigorated, displaying an unparalleled vitality, while his heart thundered like the drums of war echoing on the battlefield, rapid and powerful. Simultaneously, a mysterious force field emanated from Zhao Kongqing, radiating outward. His eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. The phantom-faced king appeared to sense the impending danger, letting out a low growl as it sprinted through the rain. Propelled by an overwhelming kinetic energy, Zhao Kongqing straightened his back, his grip on the knife tightening with each passing moment. The raindrops struck the blade's surface, creating a melodic clinking sound. Standing resolutely in the rain, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. He raised his hand, slicing through the air toward the rapidly approaching phantom-faced king. A crescent-shaped arc, towering 4 to 5 meters high, surged forth from the blade, silently slicing through the curtain of rain and instantly piercing the space before them. The speed was so astonishing that the phantom-faced king barely had time to turn. In an instant, a mangled, grotesque arm was sent flying. With one decisive strike, Zhao Kongqing severed the phantom-faced king's arm. Holding the knife, he couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Forbidden Ruin Sequence 083, Fleeting Moon of Oblivion. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius." Chapter 27. A fierce glare. The rain poured down incessantly. Zhao Kongqing, wielding the straight knife, was drenched in his dark crimson cloak, his body smeared with blood. Yet he stood in utter defiance. His eyes, however, shone brightly like stars. So this is the Forbidden Ruins. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Opposite him, the phantom-faced king stared in disbelief at its vacant right arm, its pale visage contorting in shock. It could not comprehend how the mouse it had just ruthlessly tormented could unleash such formidable power in an instant. Yet its intellect was insufficient, and time was not on its side. Zhao Kongqing made his move. Roaring, the phantom-faced king's eyes blazed red, having lost its right arm. It was plunged into a state of pure fury. Its muscles bulged, its body swelling as it crouched low, then suddenly leaped, splashing torrents of water in its wake. In midair, the two figures collided at an astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements were so swift they became a blur, unleashing a flurry of dark crescent blades that carved deep, menacing scars into the ground around them. Originally, Zhao Kongqing's blade could not penetrate the defenses of the ghost-faced king, and in terms of both strength and speed, he was undeniably at a disadvantage. This was the fundamental reason for the severe beating he had just endured. However, now armed with the mincing Shanwei, Zhao Kongqing's lethality had reached a terrifying level, each strike leaving a profound gash upon the ghost-faced king. Although he still lagged behind the ghost-faced king in strength and speed, he compensated for his deficiencies in lethality, allowing his experience to bridge the gap in other areas. Even with his physical prowess significantly inferior to that of the ghost-faced king, he could still pin his opponent to the ground and strike. The truth proved that Zhao Kongqing was not lying. Given sufficient time, eliminating the ghost-faced king would merely be a matter of time. Yet the crux of the matter was that he did not possess such luxury. While the use of the ghost god induction could unleash one's full potential, its duration was fleeting. Nearly 10 seconds had passed since Zhao Kongqing had unleashed the forbidden void, leaving him with little time. Engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced king, Zhao Kongqing could distinctly feel his strength waning, the dulled sensations of pain gradually resurfacing. Even the black crescent he wielded was diminishing in size. The ghost-faced king seemed to sense his change in condition, ruthlessly expending his essence to unleash an even more ferocious onslaught. Boom. Hiss. Why does it hurt so much? The pain surged like a tumultuous tide, washing over every nerve in Zhao Kongqing's being. Gritting his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot. He coughed up blood as he slowly crawled up from the mire. His gaze remained fixed on the ghost-faced king, the flames of determination in his eyes still unextinguished. He could still breathe. The forbidden void remained. And he could still fight. The ghost-faced king was not dead. He could not afford to fall, using his straight blade to prop himself up. He swayed as he stood. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted from behind Zhao Kongqing. The sky above trembled slightly, and a fissure opened. This was not far behind him. The invisible canvas obscuring the sky had already torn at one corner. And through that jagged opening, a youth with golden-hued eyes was slowly approaching. Zhao Kongqing's mouth fell agape, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. You. How did you get in here? Lin Xia brushed aside his hair, drenched by the rain, his eyes resembling a blazing furnace, both fervent and sacred. He let out a resigned sigh. One must admit that this Wujie void is indeed quite formidable. However, I am fortunate to possess these eyes that allow me to discern its most vulnerable points, and fortunately, it is night. Zhao Kongqing could only comprehend the preceding sentence, yet it still left him perplexed. How could one who has merely just entered the Zhan realm possess such formidable power? No, wait. You wield no weapon. How did you breach the Wujie void? You might not believe it, Lin Xie replied calmly. I merely glared at it, and it opened. Zhao Kongqing. Lin Xie did not speak falsely. Under the cloak of night, he could perceive a significant enhancement in his vision. Although not as exaggerated as fivefold, a twofold improvement was evident. Prior to acquiring the Starry Night Dancer, he was capable of single-handedly defeating the Phantom Mask using the might of the Seraphic Angel. With the Night's influence, he could also breach the unfettered void with that same power. However, this exerted a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Merely casting a glance nearly drained him of his psychic reserves. Lin Xie glanced at the battered king of ghostly faces and then surveyed the ground littered with knife marks. His gaze turned peculiar as he looked towards Zhao Kongqing, questioning, Do you not possess the forbidden ruins? Is this the work of a mere human? Zhao Kongqing, weary of explanations, replied tersely, Enough with the chatter, step aside. I can assist you in battle. Lin Xie acknowledged, I understand, but you must first withdraw. Zhao Kongqing turned to him, stating, I will strike once, then you may join me. After my first blow, it will not be too late for your aid. Oh. Lin Xie acquiesced, stepping aside. Zhao Kongqing inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his blade, his gaze fixed intently on the distant king of ghostly faces. Listen closely, young one. He commanded. Why? Lin Xie inquired. This strike will be magnificent. Before Lin Xie could express his disdain, Zhao Kongqing propelled himself off the ground with astonishing speed. Charging towards the king of ghostly faces, the king, perceiving that this man had reached the end of his tether, opted not to engage in a direct confrontation but instead stood alert, ever ready to deflect the impending assault. The light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes blazed like an ignited torch. Growing increasingly intense, he burst through the curtain of rain, advancing towards the king of ghostly faces with no embellishments. He raised his hand and swung his blade. An unprecedentedly colossal crescent slice cleaved through the night sky at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, severing every droplet of rain in its path. The speed of this strike was so extraordinary that even the formidable king of ghostly faces could not evade it with ease, even if it wished to dodge. Its current condition rendered it incapable. Hence, the black crescent traversed the heavens, gently beheading a grotesque figure adorned with a pale, ghastly visage. Chapter 28, / gurgle. The head of the king of ghostly faces fell to the ground. Zhao Kongqing's body swayed and then collapsed, falling straight to the ground. Lin Xie, with remarkable agility, deftly caught Zhao Kongqing's body. It was only at that moment that he truly grasped the extent of Zhao Kongqing's dire condition. Scratches, bruises, and fractures within Lin Xie's keen perception. His body was a tapestry of wounds, crimson blood oozing from them, staining the muddy rainwater beneath him. At least 5 or 6 bones were shattered, and Lin Xie could scarcely fathom how Zhao Kongqing managed to stand with such grievous injuries. Most alarmingly, Lin Xie could vividly sense the rapid deterioration of Zhao Kongqing's physical form. His vitality flickered like embers in ashes, growing ever fainter. Lin Xie sat beside Zhao Kongqing, utterly at a loss. Your body, cough cough. It's nothing, merely the after effects of forcibly unleashing my potential. If this continues, you will perish. I am aware. Is dying of no concern to you? Hee hee. Zhao Kongqing attempted to laugh, but mid-laughter, he coughed up blood. Yet, he had no regrets. At least he had experienced the forbidden depths before his demise, and what? I have succeeded, wielding my blade towards the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Zhao Kongqing, trembling, reached down to touch the mire beneath him, pulling forth a handful of blood. The amount of blood spilled, though it may not stain the heavens, would undoubtedly color a vast expanse of earth. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. However, behind you, there are not countless individuals, aside from me. No one bears witness to your endeavors. Is this truly worthwhile? Please, do me a favor. You said, there is a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Could you light one for me? Lin Xie fumbled in the pocket of Zhao Kongqing's chest for a moment, eventually retrieving a cigarette dampened by the rain. And from his trouser pocket, he produced a lighter. He placed the cigarette between Zhao Kongqing's lips, shielding the lighter from the downpour with his hand, and pressed the ignition several times. Crackle, crackle, crack. A flicker of flame ignited, setting alight the cigarette resting in Zhao Kongqing's mouth. He inhaled deeply, letting out a long sigh, as if a wave of comfort washed over him. With the cigarette clutched between his lips, Zhao Kongqing gazed at the overcast sky, raindrops cascading down his face, trailing along his cheek. Lin Xie. I have slain the demon masked king with a single stroke. Did you witness it? I did. A smile involuntarily crept across Zhao Kongqing's lips, a testament to his joy. Lin Xie nodded slightly, poised to utter a few words, when suddenly, a shiver coursed through his entire body. He stiffly turned his head, only to behold, in the distance amid the mire, a towering headless corpse slowly rising. Upon its body, a pale and eerie ghostly visage scuttled like a parasite, ascending from its legs to its back, and then from that back to its chest. Ultimately, it affixed itself to the chest of the ghostly-faced king. Meanwhile, the severed head lying nearby bore no trace of that ghostly face any longer. Lin Xie's pupils suddenly constricted. The ghost-faced king is still alive. The rain continues to pour. Damn it. The fellow whom even the captain could not slay has been vanquished by me. Lin Xie, do you not think I am formidable? Lin Xie fell into a moment of silence, gazing down at Zhao Kongqing nestled in his embrace, and nodded emphatically. Indeed, impressive, having achieved such great merit. If I manage to survive, I am certain I could attain the rank of general, yes? Absolutely. A resolute gleam filled Lin Xie's eyes, urging, you must survive. A subtle smirk graced his lips. However, the light in Zhao Kongqing's eyes began to dim gradually, as if he envisioned a fleeting moment of fulfillment. Lin Xie's hands trembled slightly as he shook Zhao Kongqing's body, urgently whispering, Zhao Kongqing, you have yet to become a general. You cannot leave us yet. It seemed that Zhao Kongqing could no longer hear Lin Xie's voice, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. He parted his lips, his voice emerging like a faint whisper. Was I just handsome? Handsome. Lin Xie's lips quivered as he resolutely nodded. Very handsome. More so than anyone I have ever encountered. A subtle smile grazed the corners of Zhao Kongqing's mouth as his eyes slowly closed, his body relaxing. Zhao Kongqing had passed away. The sound of rustling filled the air. Lin Xie sat there in a daze, the rain blurring his vision. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Zhao Kongqing, until the heavy footsteps echoed once more. Lin Xie pressed his lips together, taking a deep breath as he gradually rose from the ground. He turned around, his gaze fixating on the distant headless corpse of the ghost-faced king. His eyes seemingly ablaze with the intensity of a blazing sun. He took 2 steps forward, drawing forth a straight sword that was embedded in the earth. It was Zhao Kongqing's blade. Lin Xie gripped his blade tightly, advancing step by step towards the demon-faced king. The rain drenched him thoroughly, yet it could not extinguish the fury burning in his heart, nor dim the brilliance of his golden eyes ablaze with intensity. The ghastly visage upon the corpse of the demon-faced king contorted, seemingly unleashing a silent scream as its pace quickened. Ultimately, it resembled a staggering behemoth, careening towards Lin Xie. The headless demon-faced king, its right arm severed by Zhao Kongqing, could only rely on the claws of its left hand to unleash a tempestuous barrage of attacks. Lin Xie gripped his blade, seemingly possessing the uncanny ability to foresee the trajectory of its assaults, deftly evading them with lightning speed. He resembled a butterfly in the midnight hour, swaying amidst the biting gale, yet remaining untouched by its ferocity. The terrifying acuity of his dynamic vision, coupled with the swiftness of a celestial dancer, rendered Lin Xie in that moment an ethereal specter. Lin Xie deftly evaded the onslaught of the ghost-faced king's attacks on more than 10 occasions. his expression unwavering as he raised his hand and wielded his blade with fervor. This time, his target was not any vital point of the body, but rather the pallid, ghostly visage residing upon the chest of the ghost-faced king. If he surmised correctly, this ghastly countenance was the true essence of the ghost-faced king. Although Zhao Kongqing had previously severed the head of the ghost-faced king, he had failed to inflict harm upon this spectral face, allowing the ghost-faced king the possibility of resurrection. Lin Xie's body danced amidst the intervals of the ghost-faced king's relentless assaults, his blade slicing through the air with precision, striking the ghastly visage again and again. Despite possessing a quintuple enhancement of strength, he was unable to inflict substantial damage upon the ghost-faced king, leaving only shallow crimson trails upon its spectral countenance. Yet, this was of little consequence. If one blow could not vanquish, then he would unleash 10, 100 strikes. This time, he was determined to cleave the ghost-faced king into disarray. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The ghost-faced king could not reach Lin Xie. Yet Lin Xie could reach the ghost-faced king, and gradually, the ghastly face upon the king's chest became marred with an increasing number of wounds, growing ever more sanguine. The expression etched with escalating agony. Soon, the ferocity of the ghost-faced king's onslaught began to wane. In Lin Xie's eyes, a deadly glint flickered as he seized the opportunity, gripping the straight blade firmly in his hand. With all his might, he plunged it into the ghastly visage. A piercing, heart-wrenching scream resonated through the heavens. Chapter 29, A Decade. Lin Xie's blade pierced through the visage of the ghostly face. Yet this was not the source of the anguished howls from the ghost-faced king. The true cause of such heart-wrenching cries lay in Lin Xie's eyes. Beneath that searing golden light, the ghostly visage melted away like a candle consumed by flames, dissolving rapidly. Though this golden radiance lasted but a fleeting moment, it was sufficient to extinguish the already waning vitality of the ghost-faced king. Ultimately, under Lin Xie's unwavering gaze, the ghostly visage solidified into a crumpled, semi-solid mass, vanishing entirely from sight. Simultaneously, Lin Xie felt a warm current flow from his hand gripping the knife, slowly coursing into his being. He furrowed his brow slightly, stepping upon the body of the ghostly face to withdraw his blade. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down to retrieve the pallid mass, only to be momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Despite the boon of the starry night dancer, the intense and perilous battle had drained his stamina considerably. Most critically, the 2 uses of the Eye of the Seraph had utterly depleted his already limited mental fortitude, rendering him somewhat unsteady on his feet. As Zhao Kongqing had indicated, at his current realm, facing the ghost-faced king would only lead to his demise. Had it not been for the night watchman inflicting grave wounds upon the ghost-faced king, had it not been for Zhao Kongqing sacrificing his life to cripple the foe, even with the Eye of the Seraph and the starry night dancer, he would remain no match for the ghost-faced king. This, indeed, is the mythological creature that has descended upon this world. This is the realm of Chuanjing. Rain cascaded down his cheeks as he staggered through the pools of blood. Making his way toward Zhao Kongqing's lifeless body, he settled down beside the corpse, murmuring softly, "I have long told you, hero, that becoming one is no easy feat." Lin Xie gazed at the now cold form of Zhao Kongqing, speaking to himself, "Here you are, wagering your life in a struggle for survival. Yet how many truly comprehend the gravity of your sacrifice? Do you realize? Even now, several miles away in the city center, the lights are ablaze with revelry. They sing in KTVs, indulge in delicacies at hot pot restaurants, engage in merriment in hotels, and munch on popcorn in cinemas. And you can only fade away silently in this place." They remain oblivious to the fact that amidst this torrential downpour, there exists a man who has vanquished a mythological being. They are unaware that their carefree enjoyment is made possible by the sacrifice of another's life. Is this truly worth it? Lin Xie gazed intently at Zhao Kongqing's pallid countenance, as if anticipating his response. Alas, he was destined never to speak again. Lin Xie continued, "Do you believe that I fear death? You are mistaken. I harbor no dread of it. Do you think a child who has witnessed angels from a young age, who has lost his sight, and has been confined to a mental institution, would still hold death in reverence? The light that rescues me is not found in those who toil for desire in the city, lamenting the injustices of the world, but rather, it is my family." Lin Xie gazed upward, his eyes fixed upon the inky expanse of the night sky, and slowly spoke, "The myriad beings have never saved me. Why then should I sacrifice my life to safeguard this multitude? Thus, I refuse to be the sentinel of the night." Lin Xie turned his head, his gaze resting upon the low house amidst the heavy rain, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Yet, I am a person who cannot owe others any favors. You have saved my entire world. What can I possibly do for you in return? Lin Chia paused momentarily before continuing. I am aware that the Night Watchman enjoys substantial benefits. Even in the event of your demise, your family will receive the utmost care. And your funeral arrangements will be nothing short of dignified. You are not lacking in wealth, and I find myself in a state of financial constraint. So, I ponder. How on earth can I repay you for such a monumental favor? Lin Chia sat there in a daze. After a while, he turned his gaze towards the distant low house. In the rain, his fists slowly clenched, then helplessly relaxed. It seemed he had made a resolution. Using his knife to support himself, he struggled to stand up, murmuring to himself, in my lifetime, I owe apologies to 3 individuals: my aunt, who toiled for me for a decade, my cousin, whom I burdened for 10 years, and you, who saved the lives of our family of 3. You rescued my entire world, and in return, I shall guard yours for 10 years. After a decade, regardless of the circumstances, I shall have no ties to the Night Watcher, nor to all beings. Is this transaction still deemed fair? Lin Chia lowered his gaze towards Zhao Kongqing, who lay quietly in the pool of blood, as if he were merely asleep. Since you do not oppose, let it be settled thus. Lin Chia plunged a straight blade into the earth, kneeling in a singular direction. There, amidst the rain, stood an unremarkable lowly dwelling. And I must take my leave. Please forgive my abrupt departure. I have heard that the Night Watchers are well compensated, enduring my decade of toil. The provisions I have sent should suffice for you and your son to live comfortably. After 10 years, I shall ensure that you enjoy the finest of lives. Your kindness in raising me will be repaid in 10 years' time. Lin Chia knelt in the rain, droplets cascading from his hair, moistening his eyes. He bowed deeply, pressing his forehead against the ground for an extended moment before gradually lifting it. He stood slowly, casting a final glance at the low house, drawing the straight blade from the earth before turning to depart. Xiangnan, I have arrived at the old residential area. Where is old Zhao? Amidst the torrential downpour, a woman cloaked in a dark red cape, drenched to the bone, stood in the street. Behind her, she bore a long black case, bending slightly as she gasped for breath. On the vacant lot 2 buildings ahead of you, Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. He paused, his tone hushed. Hong Ying, prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Hong Ying's pupils dilated abruptly. Her body trembled slightly, and then she shot forth like an arrow, racing ahead. Don't say such things. Perhaps he is merely fatigued. Hong Ying bit her lip, her voice tinged with a sob. Hong Ying, do not speak. She was met with a furious roar. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in Hong Ying's eyes. I knew it. I knew he wouldn't perish so easily. Where is he? He is moving slowly. He is drawing closer to you. Hong Ying halted instinctively, her gaze fixed on the corner not far away. Through the haze of rain, a figure emerged gradually. It was a young man, bearing a sword on his back and cradling a man's lifeless body in his arms. He stopped, summoning every ounce of strength, and roared, as if proclaiming to the world, Junior Lin Chia, presenting General Zhao Kongqing with a triumphant return. Chapter 30. The rain ceased inside the house, and he gazed at the wall clock, lost in thought. The dining table before her lay covered with a feast, now cold, almost unchanged since Lin Chia's departure. After an indeterminate time, Yang Jin extended his hand, using chopsticks to place a piece of meat into Andy's bowl. Mom, let's eat. Rest assured, he will be fine. Perhaps his classmates insisted on taking him out for a meal now that his eyes have improved, Yang Jin offered softly. Upon hearing Yang Jin's words, Auntie's expression visibly relaxed, though soon worry crept back in. But he didn't take an umbrella. Mom. Yang Jin stood up, pointing out the window, speaking calmly. The rain has ceased. Indeed, the rain had stopped. The hazy moonlight penetrated through the clouds, bathing the silent night in tranquility. All was still. In the vacant lot not far away, a tattered notice board had been removed, and the ground, once littered with blood and flesh, had been thoroughly cleaned, leaving only the grotesque scars of blades etched into the earth, silently recounting the events of the previous night. Perhaps tomorrow morning, someone will stumble upon this enigmatic fissure, leading to a plethora of conjectures, yet they shall never unearth the truth. A few droplets of rain cascade down the eaves, plummeting into the muddy puddle below, sending ripples dancing across its surface. Plop! A paw descends into the water, splashing a delicate spray. In the darkness, upon the scarred ground, a small black mutt ambles forward with leisurely grace. Around its neck dangles a diminutive cloth pouch. It traverses the cracks and approaches a pristine clearing, coming to a halt. Mere moments ago, a man's lifeless body lay here. Bowing its head, a faint glimmer ignites within its obsidian eyes. Suddenly, it parts its lips, uttering human speech in a deep, resonant voice. The soul returns. In Songnan City, at Peace Bridge. Peace Bridge stands as a prominent structure in the outskirts of Songnan City, beneath which flows the Grand Jiangnan Canal, traversing the entirety of the city. Countless pedestrians and vehicles pass over this bridge daily, marking it as one of Songnan's landmarks. At the bridge's entrance, both sides boast an array of quaint shops, among which one inconspicuous establishment displays an old, crimson sign, Peace Agency, like other shops near Peace Bridge. It is not large, spanning just over 200 square meters, slightly more spacious than the average Lanzhou noodle shop adjacent to a school. Its inconspicuousness stems not only from its commonplace name, but primarily from the striking establishments flanking it. To the left, a festive wedding planning company adorned in vibrant reds and purples, named Peace Weddings. To the right, a funeral service shop draped in white satin and adorned with wreaths, known as Peace Funeral Services. The left side exudes joy and celebration, while the right side is shrouded in mourning and grief. Amidst these two extremes, Peace Agency resembles a transparent entity, scarcely capable of drawing attention. If one were to identify a distinguishing feature, it would be its name. Unlike typical agencies that specialize in diverse fields, law firms for litigation, detective agencies for solving mysteries, or accounting firms for financial matters, this establishment bears no prefix, only the word peace, leaving its purpose utterly inscrutable. At this moment, within Peace Agency's underground chambers, a spacious and well-lit hall hosts a young man seated on a sofa, his gaze fixated on the floor tiles, enveloped in silence. In this hall, 6 other individuals are present. So, you are the one old Zhao tasked with finding the Seraphim agent? Wu Xiangnan inquires from across the room. Indeed, comes the reply. After a brief pause, Wu Xiangnan slowly continues. My name is Wu Xiangnan, the deputy leader of the Night Watcher Team 136 stationed in Songnan City. The one in black clothing leaning against the pillar is our captain, Chen Mai. Lin Xie followed Wu Xiangnan's gaze and noticed a man standing by a nearby pillar, his hands tucked into his pockets, silently observing him. Upon sensing Lin Xie's attention, Chen Mai gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Wu Xiangnan turned to the remaining 4 individuals, urging them not to stand idly by and to introduce themselves. At that moment, a woman sat alone on a single sofa, her legs drawn up to her chest, her hair still damp, and she slightly lifted her head, revealing a pair of reddened eyes. She was a member of the Night Watchman Team 136, a frontline warrior known as Hong Ying. Lin Xie understood that her presence here was solely due to the intervention of Hong Ying. After Hong Ying concluded her remarks, the man standing beside her, holding a towel, smiled and introduced himself. Night Watchman Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Shima. Following him, a tearful girl huddled nearby lifted her head slightly and softly stated, Night Watchman Team 136. Combat support and part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. Night Watchman Team 136, long-range fire support, Lung Xian, said the man, coldly sitting with a sniper rifle in his arms. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiangnan spoke again. You are Lin Xie, correct? Regarding the death of Zhao Kongcheng in battle, is there anything you wish to add? I have already made myself quite clear. Lin Xie replied calmly. Zhao Kongcheng opened the boundless void and fought to the death against the Ghostface King, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Were you present during their battle? Wu Xiangnan inquired. I was. How did you enter the boundless void? With a glare, it opened for me. Wu Xiangnan opened her mouth, her brow slightly furrowed. Can you describe the scene of their battle in detail? For instance, how did Zhao Kongcheng kill the Ghostface King? He swung his blade, cleaving a massive black crescent that severed the Ghostface King's head, Lin Xie recounted. A black crescent. Wu Xiangnan pondered with a frown. At that moment, Chen Mai, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. It was Mincing Shanwei. Old Zhao utilized the ghost goddess call, triggering his own forbidden domain. When Chima exclaimed in surprise, the Mincing Shanwei of sequence 083? That is a high-risk forbidden domain. Unexpectedly, Zhao Uncle truly hit the nail on the head. I used to think he was merely self-absorbed, Si Xiaoan murmured, biting her lip. No, he is indeed self-absorbed. Chen Mai's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. I imagine that when he first saw his own forbidden domain, he could hardly believe it himself. Had we been there at the time, he would have undoubtedly insisted that his forbidden domain was the most impressive of all. Hong Ying seemed to envision an amusing scenario, a faint smile gracing her lips, though it quickly faded as the light in her eyes dimmed. Wu Xiangnan gazed into Lin Xie's eyes and spoke once more. There is one more question. From the examination of the ghost-faced king's corpse, it appears that its fatal wounds were a series of knife cuts, along with inexplicable burn marks. Yet the mincing Shanhua does not seem to possess such characteristics. Lin Qie furrowed his brows and gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes, articulating each word with intent. I have made myself exceedingly clear. Zhao Conqing faced the Phantom King alone, fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, he slew the Phantom King. Chapter 31. Chiemo. Just as he pondered further inquiries, Hong Ying abruptly sat up. Her crimson eyes fixed fiercely on Wu Xiangnan as she shouted, Wu Xiangnan, what do you mean by this? Zhao Conqing is dead. Our comrade has perished. Are you truly devoid of any sorrow? Wu Xiangnan opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and then spoke with calm resolve, old Zhao's death grieves me as well. But the truth holds equal weight. Hong Ying glared at him intensely, her chest heaving with emotion. With a derisive laugh, she slammed the black box in her hand onto the ground and turned to leave for the basement exit. Beside them, when Qima wished to interject but felt a tug at his sleeve, turning in confusion, Si Shaoan stood beside him, shaking her head. Thus, those present. Xiangnan, enough. As Wu Xiangnan was about to press Lin Qie for answers, their captain, Chen Mai, who had been lingering at the periphery, suddenly spoke, interrupting him. Wu Xiangnan turned in astonishment, meeting Chen Mai's authoritative gaze. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Chen Mai settled onto the sofa opposite Lin Qie, his demeanor serious. With Zhao Conqing's matter concluded, it is time we discuss you, Lin Qie. Discuss what? As far as I know, Zhao Conqing once invited you to join the Night Watchers. Yet you declined. He even mentioned losing track of you. Had you not brought Zhao Conqing's body back, we might never have found you again. Therefore, why do you now wish to join the Night Watchers? Chen Mai's eyes bore into Lin Qie's, profound and penetrating. To repay a debt of gratitude, Lin Qie replied calmly. Chen Mai was taken aback. A debt of gratitude? I made a pact with him. I will join the Night Watchers. Lin Qie paused. However, I have one condition. What condition? I shall remain with the Night Watchers for 10 years, and after that, I will take my leave. At Lin Qie's declaration, all present were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of bewilderment. The Night Watchers are not mere community volunteers. Once one joins, departure is not an option. Thus, your mention of 10 years. I cannot grant you such a promise. No one within the entire Night Watchers organization can offer you that assurance. Lin Qie was about to say something when Chen Mai spoke again. However, if after 10 years you possess the capability to leave the Night Watchers on your own accord, rendering their higher-ups powerless against you, that would be an entirely different matter. In any case, if you wish to depart through the proper channels, it is out of the question. Surprisingly, Lin Qie nodded decisively, stating, if I cannot leave after 10 years, that will be my own issue. Very well. I will promptly submit your application for membership to the upper echelons, but until you complete the intensive training, you will not be considered an official member. Intensive training? Lin Qie inquired. The Night Watchers operate under a semi-militarized management structure. All newcomers must participate in a year-long intensive training program before officially joining, during which they will learn combat skills, firearms handling, operational deployment, and the use of forbidden ruins, among other competencies. When does it commence? It begins every September, which is just a month away. Until you complete the training, you will be regarded as a temporary member of our team. At this point, Chen Mai seemed to recall something and solemnly reminded him, as a temporary member, we do not provide food or accommodation. Lin Qie, no accommodation and meals. Wasn't it said that the benefits for the Night Watchmen were exceptional? How could they be so stingy? So where will I stay for this month? Lin Qie panicked. But now the pressing issue was that the Night Watchman wouldn't allow him to stay. Was he to sleep on the streets? Don't worry, you can stay at my place. At that moment, Hong Ying, who had been quietly hiding behind the door, peeked her head out and whispered, my home is quite spacious. It's no trouble to give you a room. Hong Ying, didn't you leave in anger? When Qima exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Wu Xiangnan. Under Wu Xiangnan's speechless gaze, Hong Ying approached Lin Qie and gently said, Brother Qie, rest assured, since you are now a member of our team, I will definitely look out for you. For the time being, he is a temporary member, Chen Mai corrected seriously, and besides, you two might not even know who is older. You cannot be so hasty in calling him brother. Captain, you are so rigid. Hong Ying stuck her tongue out at Chen Mai, tore off a piece of paper from the table, wrote down an address, and slipped it into Lin Qie's hand. Hong Ying's face was very close to Lin Qie's, close enough for him to distinctly smell her faint fragrance and see her eyelashes quiver gently. Those clear eyes, sparkling with laughter, gazed at Lin Xie like a tranquil pool of autumn water amidst golden maple leaves, pure and captivating, yet imbued with warmth. It must be said that Hong Ying was exceptionally beautiful. Her fair skin, delicate nose, crimson lips, exquisite features, and charming. A blush unexpectedly crept onto his face. It was the first time in his life that he had been so closely approached by a girl, especially one as naturally charming as Hong Ying. Thank you. Sister Hong Ying. Haha. Hong Ying suddenly stood up, bursting into excited laughter, startling Wu Xiangnan behind her. What's with you acting so crazy? Wu Xiangnan said, exasperated. Mind your own business. Hong Ying pouted. Who told our new brother to have such a lovely voice? Lin Xie's lips twitched slightly as he instinctively turned his head to the side. At that moment, when Qima approached with a smile, saying, Hong Ying, do not torment the newcomers. Qie, come along, I shall show you around and share some insights regarding the Night Watchers. Lin Xie felt as though he had been granted a reprieve as he followed Wen Qima out the door, descending the staircase toward the ground floor. In the corridor, Wen Qima suddenly spoke up. What is it? Lin Xie inquired. Cough, cough. Please, do not address me as senior, it feels too formal. And I am merely a couple of years older than you, Wen Qima replied, a hint of bashfulness evident as he scratched his head. Just call me by my name. Or like the others, you may refer to me as Qima. Very well. Actually, I have a rather modest request. Wen Qima paused, fixing a serious gaze upon Lin Xie's eyes. What is it? This evening, may I stay at the Hong Ying residence with you? I have wished to do so for quite some time. Lin Xie. Chapter 32. The night watchman Lin Xie gazed at Wen Qima, his expression gradually becoming peculiar. With a light chuckle, Wen Qima remarked, I was merely jesting. I noticed that you seemed rather burdened within, so I thought to help you unwind. His gaze softened as he looked into Lin Xie's eyes. After all, anyone who had witnessed such a brutal battle would find it difficult to emerge unscathed, let alone a mere high school student. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Wen Qima was right. Even Lin Xie himself had not realized just how dire his mental state had become. Having witnessed Zhao Kongqing's tragic demise and fiercely battling the ghost-faced king alone, he had left behind the small, dilapidated harbor where he had lived for over a decade, venturing into the unfamiliar and perilous world of the Night Watchers. Though he appeared relatively mature, at his core, he was still merely a boy. Under such immense upheaval, the weight of his burdens had become suffocating. As I sat there, I noticed your distressing condition. It was not just me, Hong Ying had observed it as well. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to invite you to stay at her home. Nor would she have suppressed her own sorrow to engage in playful banter with the captain and vice-captain. You are still new here and unfamiliar with her. But once you grow closer, you will discover she is exceedingly kind. Yet, if she is already so heartbroken, why does she still attend to my feelings? In truth, it was not only Hong Ying and myself who noticed. Aside from the single-minded Xiangnan and the stoic Lang Xian, the others had perceived it too. However, the captain, being somewhat proud, could only subtly rely on Hong Ying to lighten the atmosphere, while Xiaonan was too shy to voice his thoughts. When Qima turned around, continuing to ascend the stairs, and spoke contemplatively, perhaps before your arrival, you envisioned the Night Watchers as a cadre of mechanical, cold-blooded killing machines. But as you spend more time here, you will come to realize that this is far from the truth. Lin Xie followed Wen Qima to the first floor, traversing the lobby of the disguised office before stepping outside. At this juncture, it was well past midnight. The once bustling Hepping Bridge lay in eerie silence, the ground still glistening with remnants of the recent rain, with only the peace office remaining operational on the entire street. Prior to arriving, I had envisioned the Night Watchmen as a vast organization nestled within an obscure military exclusion zone, replete with aircraft and tanks, frequently engaged in military drills. Observing the tranquil street scene, Lin Xie gradually spoke. When Qima paused, turned to Lin Xie, and couldn't help but chuckle. Coincidentally, I harbored similar thoughts before joining the Night Watchman. After all, such portrayals are prevalent in science fiction films, aren't they? He gazed upwards at the hazy moonlight, noting that while there were no military zones or armored vehicles, the Night Watchmen indeed constitute a substantial organization. Why, then, were there only 6 individuals here? The Night Watchmen differ fundamentally from military forces. When Qima shook his head, explaining that the centralized management typical of military exclusion zones, while conducive to efficient operation, harbors a critical flaw: it lacks mobility. For instance, if a mythic creature were to appear in Sangnan City today, local law enforcement would need to confirm it, relay the information to the base situated in Shangjing City, await approval from the base, and only then dispatch personnel to investigate Songnan City. This process would take at least 2 days to initiate. In that span of time, many lives could be lost. Thus, the optimal solution is to station a team of night watchmen in each city, allowing them to directly investigate and resolve any sightings of suspected mythic creatures. We are, in fact, the night watchmen stationed in Songnan City. Lin Xie pondered. It is no wonder that the positions among you are so distinctly defined, each excelling in their own domain. Indeed, from frontline combat prowess to battle support, from long-range assistance to overarching command, every individual possesses unique strengths and can collaborate seamlessly. This is the quintessential structure of every station team. But what if a mythological creature emerges in a city that the local guardians are unable to handle? In such a case, one would request special team support from the upper echelons. When Qima extended 4 fingers, indicating that in the Great Xia, aside from the guardians stationed in each city, there exist 4 special squads. These teams do not reside in any particular city. Yet when a city faces a dilemma that its local guardians cannot resolve, they are dispatched to assist. They do not bear team numbers. Only unique code names that signify the glory exclusive to special squads. Special squads, you say? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Have you ever encountered one? I have not seen one with my own eyes, when Qimo replied, but 2 years ago, in the neighboring Huaihai city, 3 mythological creatures of the Sea Realm appeared simultaneously, nearly resulting in a catastrophe. Subsequently, a 6-member special squad codenamed Mask emerged and eradicated them all within a single night. A glimmer of aspiration appeared in Wen Qima's eyes as he continued. It is said that when the sun rose the next day, the blood of the mythological creatures stained the bay red, and the Mask squad had quietly moved on to the next city. That sounds rather impressive. Indeed. Does their recruitment have specific requirements? Of course, and they are quite stringent. Wen Qima sighed. Firstly, members of a special squad must be at least at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. The pinnacle of the Chuan realm, what is the highest realm among your 6 members? It is the captain, who is also at the Chuan realm, yet still has a long way to go before reaching the pinnacle. Wen Qima elaborated, moreover, merely possessing a high realm is insufficient to join a special squad. One must also exhibit uniqueness. What kind of uniqueness? It refers to distinguishing traits from other guardians, such as possessing an exceptionally high-risk forbidden sequence, ranking in the top 80, or achieving mastery in a particular field, such as being a grandmaster in blade or sword arts, or being an agent of a deity. An agent of a deity? Is that considered uniqueness? What a preposterous notion. When Qima cast a glance at Lin Xie, his eyes filled with envy. You, as an agent of the Seraph, think that agents of deities are as common as cabbages in the market? Are they not? Lin Xie asked, bewildered. Certainly not. When Qima exclaimed, having never encountered such audacity. Agents of deities aligned with humanity are an exceedingly rare breed among all guardians. There are perhaps only 8 or 9, predominantly distributed across various special squads or serving as captains in significant cities, holding extremely important positions. Damn it, I truly envy you. My friend. When Qimo rarely expressed his frustration with expletives, letting out a helpless sigh. You possess immense potential. Once you mature, this small town of Tsangnan will no longer suffice for you. Perhaps in the future, you will become the captain of the night watch stationed in Shanjing City, or join a specialized team that traverses the world. Being the leader of such a team is certainly within the realm of possibility. In any case, your future is boundless. Chapter 33, The Steel-O. Lin Qia's expression remained remarkably calm. When Qimo gazed at him in astonishment. Oh, is that all? Don't you feel even the slightest surge of excitement or fervor? When Qimo regarded him peculiarly, momentarily forgetting that he was a heretic destined to betray the night watch a decade hence, Lin Xie remained noncommittal and continued to inquire. So, according to your assertion, these 4 unique teams represent the pinnacle of the Great Xia's military might? Certainly not. They may epitomize the highest combat prowess among the night watchers, but they are by no means the zenith of the Great Xia's strength. Are you implying that there exist organizations akin to the Night Watchers within the Great Xia? No, the Great Xia has but one Night Watcher. However, above the Night Watchers, there exist 5 paragons of humanity. Paragons of humanity? By definition, they represent the apex of human combat capability, as their powers approach those of the ancient deities of myth. They are also referred to as demigods. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine in mortal form? These 5 individuals are the pillars of humanity, the sole glimmers of hope visible amidst the vast mists. Who are they? I do not know. They are far removed from us, seldom seen, and their names are largely unknown. Yet, there are some intriguing rumors. What rumors? These 5 paragons of humanity are known as one sword, one knight, one idol, one void, and one sage. Sword, knight, idol, void, sage. What sort of rumors are these? There seems to be no useful information at all. It is said that the supreme commander of our night watchers is one of these 5 paragons, known as one idol, however. It has been an eternity since anyone has witnessed him in action. I have a question. Ask away. Has humanity ever slain a deity? Lin Xia pointed to the sky, not referring to peculiar mythical creatures, but to the ancient gods enshrined in myth. When Qima paused for a moment, then shook his head. I do not know, but I believe it is unlikely. In this vast, shrouded mist, humanity is akin to lambs with their eyes covered. We are oblivious to the events unfolding in this world and unaware of when the apocalypse may descend upon us. In an age where the existence of deities has been substantiated, should humanity indeed conquer a deity, it would undoubtedly incite terror among all other gods. Consequently, they would likely unite to eradicate humanity, leading to an even more dire predicament for us. Lin Xia nodded, indicating his understanding. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Lin Xia pondered for a moment, inquiring about the welfare subsidies for temporary team members. Yes, there are. Then there are no further issues. So, among all your questions, was that the only one of genuine concern? Of course, Lin Xia nodded with an air of certainty. Such elite teams in the pinnacle of humanity. Those matters are far removed from me. I prefer to remain grounded. Very well. When Qima turned his head and asked, Are you feeling tired? Not at all. Then allow me to take you somewhere. In the dead of night. Is that appropriate? It is indeed. A flicker of amusement crossed when Qima's lips. All right then. Lin Xia reminded him. Just don't forget. I am still a minor. When Qimo remained silent. A few minutes later, the car gradually came to a stop in a desolate and silent wilderness. Lin Xia opened the door and stepped out, casting a vigilant glance around. What have you brought me here for? He inquired. When Qimo silently rolled his eyes and gestured towards a nearby cemetery, indicating, over there. Lin Xia gazed in the direction indicated by his finger, falling into a contemplative silence. He could vaguely surmise the purpose of when Qimo's bringing him here. The two of them traversed the narrow pathway, soon arriving at the periphery of the cemetery. This burial ground was modest in size, noticeably smaller than the cemetery on the outskirts of the city. Yet the craftsmanship of the gravestones and the spacing between them far surpassed that of an ordinary graveyard. The gravestones here appeared more exquisite and were arranged with meticulous order. This was the resting place of the night watchman of Songnan City. When Qima spoke calmly, explaining that since the special biological response team of the Great Xia officially transformed into the Night Watchman in 1936, adopting a city-by-city management approach, this site had been designated as the final resting place for those who perished in service to Songnan City. As he spoke, a smile crept upon Wen Qima's lips, as if he were once again recalling the moment when Zhao Kongcheng, carefree, had uttered these very words. Lin Xia silently gazed at the towering gravestones surrounding him, his brow slightly furrowed. So many. In this cemetery, there were at least 60 or 70 distinct tombstones, the majority of which were relatively new. From 1936 until now, a span of 85 years had passed. When Qimo remarked with a sense of nostalgia, at first, our sacrifices were indeed few. After all, each city would see only a handful of mythical beings each year, and even when they did appear, their realms were not formidable. However, as time has elapsed, the emergence of mythical creatures has accelerated, and their powers have become increasingly terrifying, leading to a rising toll of casualties. Nearly half of the gravestones you see here commemorate those who perished within the last 20 years. Before Captain Chun Mai came to guard Songnan City, it was said that 2 team members would die here each year, but after the captain's arrival, the mortality rate significantly declined. In Lin Qia's mind, the image of the taciturn figure cloaked in black emerged, evoking a sense of admiration within him. However, Zhao Kongxing had only just sacrificed himself this very night. Had his gravestone already been prepared? Suddenly, Lin Xia pondered something, his brow furrowing in confusion as he inquired. No. Then why have we come here? When Qimo raised his hand, gesturing toward the distance. Look over there. Lin Xia followed his gaze and beheld a faint glimmer in the vast, shadowy cemetery. Beneath the dim light, Hong Ying sat by a vacant patch of earth, her eyes tinged with red as she cradled a nameless stone tablet in her arms. With her right hand, she meticulously etched away with a carving tool, each stroke deliberate and poignant. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing upon the tablet, only to be hastily wiped away. In that moment, she appeared devoid of the vitality she once possessed. Had she not claimed she would be practicing her marksmanship? Lin Xia stood there, entranced by the scene before him. She had deceived him. When Chima shook his head, it was an unspoken rule that the gravestones of the watchmen were carved by the comrades of the deceased. This stone should have rightfully been his to inscribe. Though she had not voiced it, I understood all too well that she harbored the deepest desire to etch Zhao Kongqing's memorial. Their bond was profound, truly profound. Thus, even though her fib was utterly absurd, I chose to turn a blind eye, allowing her to secretly carve the stone. Lin Chia and Wen Qima stood silently, their gazes fixed on Hong Ying, who was intently carving a tombstone. The stillness enveloped the graveyard under the hazy moonlight, interrupted only by the faint lament of the carving knife in Hong Ying's hand. Shall we not go greet her? After a lengthy silence, Lin Chia inquired of Wen Qima. Approaching her now would only render her embarrassed. Her sensitivity was too pronounced. Yet, remaining here felt akin to being voyeurs of another's secrets. Lin Chia mused uncomfortably. When Qima turned to him, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. Do you think we are the only voyeurs lurking nearby? Chapter 34. What are you up to? In the graveyard, amid the trees on the other side, Xiangnan exclaimed, Captain, it's the dead of night. Please refrain from moving about silently in the graveyard. You nearly frightened me to death. She pressed a hand to her racing heart, taking deep breaths. Chunmai quietly settled beside her, observing Hong Ying as she carved the tombstone alone. In a hushed tone, he remarked, I thought your wooden head only contained tactical strategies. Never did I expect you would come here. Xiangnan shot him a glare. Who would believe I would practice shooting at such an hour? Am I really that dull? Indeed. Xiangnan retorted, what about Qima? She should be here, right? She's lying low across the ravine with Lin Xia and Leng Xian and Xiaonan. Leng Xian has long vanished, and Xiaonan is too afraid of the dark to come. Oh. The two men fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Chenmai broke the quiet. I'm genuinely glad you could come. Is that so? Indeed, Chenmai affirmed with a serious nod. This signifies that you are no longer the Xiangnan who just crawled out from the pile of corpses. No matter how much you deny it, you are changing. Why would I deny it? Xiangnan replied calmly. It has been nearly 6 years since the Blue Rain team was decimated. I, a mere survivor, must move forward. Encountering you all is a stroke of good fortune for me. Chenmai sighed heavily. In their eyes, you are merely a rigid man fixated on rules and regulations. The last time I eavesdropped on Hong Ying and Xiaonan, they even said you would never find a wife. Had they known you were once a renowned member of the Blue Rain special team, they would surely be astounded. I am but a survivor, unworthy of that name. Xiangnan stated calmly. For now, I simply wish to be an ordinary member of Team 136. Chenmai patted Xiangnan's shoulder, opting for silence. What do you think? Xiangnan suddenly asked. About what? The newcomer, Lin Chia. A fine young man. I am not referring to his potential. I am speaking of his character. It is solely about his character. Wu Xiangnan paused momentarily and continued. The ghost-faced king was slain by him. If I am not mistaken. Zhao Kongqing merely inflicted severe injuries upon it, but did not deliver the fatal blow. Is this significant? Is it not? Chenmai gazed into Wu Xiangnan's eyes and slowly spoke. The child willingly attributes the merit to Zhao Kongqing. That is his choice. Why must you cling to this? After all your time with Lao Zhao, are you not aware of his aspirations? To vanquish a mysterious entity within the Chuan realm is a monumental feat. This will greatly aid that child's future. Do you believe he cares about such matters? Wu Xiangnan was rendered speechless. Chenmai shifted his gaze from Hong Ying to the distant ravine and calmly said, I have mentioned before, this child is remarkable. At this moment, several miles from the graveyard, Lang Xian quietly crouched atop a hill, lowering his binoculars with a slight smile. One after another, their evasion lacks any finesse. Once again, I have captured them. Click, click. The binoculars in Lang Xian's hands emitted a few soft sounds as several high-definition photographs fell from below. There were images of Hong Ying carving a tombstone alone, Lin Chia and Wen Qili in conversation, and 2 burly men engaging in intimate antics within the woods. He treasured these photographs, carefully placing them into a locked box. Inside the box lay a collection of images, humorous, awkward, yet heartwarming, belonging exclusively to Team 136. 2 hours later, Lin Chia stood before an opulent mansion, utterly astonished. He lowered his gaze to reconfirm the address on the note, then glanced back at the villa, inhaling sharply in surprise. It turned out she was a woman of considerable wealth. If Lin Chia was not mistaken, the grand estate before him was indeed the residence of Hong Ying. It was not merely substantial, it was truly magnificent. At the entrance of the villa, Lin Chia hesitated for an extended period before finally summoning the resolve to approach and knock on the door. Previously, he and Wen Qima had silently observed Hong Ying etching the tombstone at the cemetery, remaining until her task was completed before they departed. To prevent Hong Ying from growing suspicious, he had deliberately arrived here half an hour late, creating a time discrepancy. A faint sound of slipper shuffling could be heard from behind the door, followed shortly by the grand entrance being opened. There stood Hong Ying, clad in a plush sleepwear. Her eyes slightly red-rimmed, yet a smile blossomed upon her face upon seeing Lin Chia. "Chima has been chatting with me until now," Lin Chia said, feigning innocence. Upon stepping inside, he lowered his gaze and noticed that Hong Ying had already prepared a pair of slippers for him. The house has been tidied today, so it might be a bit messy. I hope you don't mind," Hong Ying said, nervously twirling a strand of hair around her fingers. "It's quite clean already," Lin Chia replied, surveying the surroundings with a resigned expression. "Besides, as long as I have a place to stay, I am already quite content." It must be said that Hong Ying's home, in both its decor and furnishings, exuded a sense of grandeur and elegance, leaving Lin Chia, who had never resided in a villa before, feeling somewhat out of place. Moreover, he had never spent the night at a girl's house before. "Hong Ying, is Chia here?" A soft voice floated down from the second floor, revealing Si Xiaonan, her sleepy eyes peering over the railing as she quietly inquired. "Yes," Hong Ying nodded in response. Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at Hong Ying. She smiled at him and explained, "I usually do not stay in the dormitory, and I am concerned about Xiaonan being there alone. So I let her live here with me." Understanding dawned on him. Just then, Lin Chia seemed to recall something. "What about uncle and aunt? Will my presence disturb them?" "No," Hong Ying shook her head. "They disappeared in the mist 5 years ago. Before Xiaonan arrived, I lived here all by myself." "Were they part of the exploration team?" he inquired. "Indeed," she affirmed. Lin Chia opened his mouth, realizing he had uttered the wrong words. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to offer solace. At that moment, Hong Ying pointed towards a room on the second floor. "You will be staying in that room. I have already tidied it up. The blue towels and toiletries in the bathroom are yours, so do not mix them up." Hong Ying, clad in slippers, ascended the staircase step by step. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she whirled around to face Lin Chia. "By the way, if you wish to enter my and Xiaonan's room, you must first knock. If I catch wind of any improper intentions on your part, Hong Ying rolled up the sleeves of her nightgown, revealing a fair arm, and menacingly waved it. "Do not forget, I am the main combat force of the team. Aside from the captain, no one stands a chance against me. My sister's spear is not to be trifled with." Lin Chia, Si Xiaonan, who was lounging beside him, stifled a yawn and waved goodbye to Lin Chia, bidding him good night. With a thud, the two doors swung shut, plunging the corridor back into tranquility. Lin Chia suddenly had a thought and hurriedly walked to Hong Ying's door, knocking several times. Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing Hong Ying standing behind it, her long spear in hand and an unkind expression on her face as she raised her chin. "What do you want?" Chapter 35. We are regular troops beneath the warm glow of the lights. The tip of the spear glimmered with a chilling radiance. "This is unbelievable." She actually concealed a spear in her room. Lin Chia swallowed hard and hurriedly spoke. "No, Sister Hong Ying. I just wanted to ask, do you have any paper and a pen?" Hong Ying was taken aback. Late at night, what could he possibly need paper and a pen for? To write a letter. Standing at the door, Lin Chia could clearly observe the interior of Hong Ying's room. To his surprise, her room was exceedingly simple, even described as austere. Within this space, there was only a hard bed, a desk lamp, a writing desk, and a plush toy placed beside the bed. There were no unnecessary decorations, no luxurious mattress, no sofa, and no air conditioning. Lin Chia found it difficult to fathom how, in such an opulent villa, Hong Ying's room could be so stark. Rather than a master bedroom, it would be more fittingly described as a hermit's humble abode. The only item in the room that resonated with Hong Ying's age was that adorable plush toy. Paper. Paper. I found it. Hong Ying's eyes lit up as she walked to the door with a pen and a few sheets of paper, handing them to Lin Chia. "Sister Hong Ying, do you usually sleep here?" Lin Chia fell silent for a moment, then said, "I understand now. Thank you. Good night." "Good night. And do rest early," Hong Ying replied with a smile, waving her hand at him before gently closing the door. Lin Chia descended the staircase and settled into a chair in the living room, illuminating the space with a lamp overhead. Upon the table lay a sheet of paper and a pen. The faint sound of cicadas echoed outside the window, while the oppressive heat of the summer night dissipated after the rain. The silhouettes of leaves were cast onto the table by the moonlight. Lin Chia sat motionless at the table, a pen in hand. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before he gently inscribed the first line onto the paper. Dear Aunt, Young Jean. Mom. Young Jean called softly, shaking his aunt, who had fallen asleep at the dining table. He shook his head in uncertainty, but then noticed a letter lying beneath the crack of the door. A letter? Yes. It seems to be from my brother. What does it mean that he has sent a letter? Young Jean tore open the envelope, and his aunt leaned in closer, both of them examining the contents with great care. After a moment, his aunt trembled as she lowered the letter, sitting there in a daze. Mom, my brother says he has enlisted. Young Jean picked up the letter and turned to his aunt. Enlisted? Enlisted? How did this happen? He suddenly enlisted. His aunt murmured. He never mentioned it to me before. No, he did, Young Jean insisted earnestly. Did he really say so? In the past. He often confided in me that his greatest dream was to join the army, but he had to temporarily set it aside due to his eyesight issues. Young Jean paused, pointing to a few words on the letter. And look, he also mentioned in the letter that once his eyesight improved, he secretly enlisted. But he didn't tell you for fear you would stop him. Last night, he quietly boarded a train to Chichihar. But wait, what's wrong? You received this letter only this morning, yet according to it, he should already be on the train. His aunt's mind suddenly sharpened. Young Jean scratched his head. Actually, I only discovered this letter this morning. It's possible it was there last night, and I simply didn't notice it. But this is all too sudden. His aunt struggled to accept this reality, worrying about Lin Chia, whose eyesight had just recovered. What if it relapsed while he was in the army? No, I can't allow this. I'm not at ease. His aunt anxiously stood up, disregarding the slippers on her feet, and hurriedly opened the door to step outside. Suddenly, she halted. Outside the door stood two men in military uniforms, awkwardly poised as if preparing to knock. If Lin Chia were present, he would instantly recognize them as Chun Mai and Wen Qima. Who are you? His aunt inquired, frowning. Chen Mai and Wen Qima exchanged glances, and a gentle smile appeared on Wen Qima's face as he rendered a somewhat unrefined military salute to her. Hello, are you Miss Wang Fong, the guardian of Lin Chia? Yes, I am. We are from the Songnan Military Affairs Office, here to deliver some paperwork and subsidies regarding Lin Chia's enlistment. Military Affairs Office? His aunt queried suspiciously. What is that? It is the office responsible for new recruits. Oh, well, please come in and have a seat. Aunt stepped back a few paces to allow the two to enter, turning to brew tea for them. I was just about to seek you out. This situation feels rather amiss. As Chen Mai and Wen Qima took their seats, the latter broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this remark. Leaning in discreetly to Chen Mai, Wen Qima whispered, Captain, do you truly believe we can bluff our way through this? What is there to fear? Our documentation has been duly issued from the regular military. It is all authentic. But you only submitted Lin Chia's enlistment application yesterday. It's implausible for the paperwork to have arrived so swiftly. Are you certain that this is legitimate? Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly, yet he quickly reassured. Before long, it will indeed become authentic. Yet I fail to comprehend. We could have patiently awaited the official documents prior to our visit. Why the urgency? It is not our haste, but rather Lin Chia's impatience. Chen Mai cast a glance at the aunt bustling in the kitchen and continued in a hushed tone. He fears that his aunt may doubt the contents of the letter and go directly to the government for verification, but the lower-tier officials have no knowledge of our existence. Do you understand my point? Understood. When Qima nodded, straightening his posture and displaying a perfect smile. Madam Wang, rest assured, we are indeed regular military personnel. Lin Chia's enlistment in Urumqi has been duly approved, and there are no issues whatsoever. Yang Jin, sitting nearby, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Just then, the aunt trembled as she poured the tea, causing the cup to topple onto the table. She stiffly turned around, eyes wide as she exclaimed, He did not go to Chichihar. Chapter 36. Fool Chun Mai shot a glare at Wen Qima. Wen Qima, adopting a serious demeanor, explained, Madam. Lin Chia initially expressed a preference for Chichihar, but later complied with reassignment to Urumqi. The aunt, still skeptical, inquired, and what of his documents? When Qima retrieved a thick stack of papers from his briefcase, placing them on the table and sliding them towards the aunt. All of Lin Chia's paperwork is contained within these files. Please keep them safe. After a moment's deliberation, he added, additional documents may arrive subsequently. And we shall visit again. The aunt squinted her eyes, holding the documents at arm's length, meticulously reading each line as if fearing the omission of any crucial information. After a prolonged silence, she finally set the papers down, exhaling a deep sigh. Please rest assured, we have conducted thorough examinations of Lin Chia's eyesight, and there are no further concerns. He is in excellent health. When Chima's tone softened gradually. Moreover, as children grow, they must be allowed to step beyond the protective wings of family to hone their skills. Would you not agree? The aunt opened her mouth, seemingly poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately could only release a resigned sigh. Madam, here is the stipend for Lin Chia's military service. Kindly accept it. Chen Mai produced a thick envelope and slid it across the table to the aunt. As she lifted a corner of the envelope, her entire being jolted with shock as she gazed at the two, exclaiming, This is far too generous, isn't it? The nation currently offers commendable benefits to its military personnel, and the unit to which Lin Xie belongs is rather unique, thus enjoying slightly higher subsidies than others. Explain Wen Qima. Unique? Does it entail any danger? Aunt's expression changed abruptly. Not at all. The uniqueness refers to the distance he is from here. Wen Qima replied earnestly, as it would still take quite some time to reach Urumqi. I see, and said, fidgeting with the envelope in her hands. This was the first time she had encountered such a considerable sum of money. Comrade, could you assist me in sending this to him? And inquired anxiously. What if he travels to such a distant place without any money? Furthermore, having so much money at home, it worries me. The military does not require such a large amount, and we have regulations in place. This money is designated for the family. Please, you must accept it. When Shima's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing increasingly serious. As for safety, rest assured, as long as we are here, no one shall harm you. Wen Qima and Chun Mai chatted with Aunt for a while longer, and when the time was right, they stood to bid farewell. By the way, can you make phone calls there? Aunt suddenly recalled. Certainly, Wen Qima nodded. I will provide you with a number shortly, as long as it's not during training hours. You will be able to reach him. Good, good. Her eyes began to glisten with tears. Mom, it's a good thing that brother is joining the military. Yang Jin comforted, holding little Hailai as he stepped forward. Mom understands. Aunt wiped the corner of her eye. Children grow up. They must venture out into the world. Indeed, it is beneficial to undergo training in the military. Yang Jin replied. Mom just can't help but worry. Aunt gazed out the window, lost in thought. It's time to leave, Chen Mai said as he descended the stairs, giving a gentle pat to Lin Qiye, who was secretly watching from the window. Lin Qiye gazed intently at her aunt on the balcony and softly inquired, How is it? She believed it, came the reply. That's good. Did you give the money? I did. Chun Mai paused momentarily, then added, That amounts to all your allowances and a year's worth of overdrawn salary. Having given them all of that, what will you do? I have saved a bit over the years, managing to be frugal. I can get by for a year without issue. Observing her resolve, Chen Mai fell silent for a brief moment before suggesting, if you find yourself with free time, feel free to come to the office for a meal. Lin Qiye asked in astonishment, Isn't it true that temporary team members are not provided with food and accommodation? While it is indeed the case that temporary team members do not receive such provisions, Chen Mai gently patted his shoulder and replied as he walked towards the nearby van. Except for the meals I prepare myself. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, his newly acquired phone in his pocket chimed. Hello? Is it Xiaoqi? It's me, Aunt. You silly child, enlisting without informing me. If you wish to go, I would not have stopped you. Have you forgotten about your aunt? I'm sorry, Aunt. I was wrong. Sigh. Are you on the train now? Yes. How long until you arrive? I heard it takes 2 days. The little green train is rather slow. Once you reach the military camp, you must eat well and not wear yourself thin. I understand. Aunt, our unit has excellent provisions. We receive a substantial amount of money each year. Please use it for now. I've heard you, Aunt. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. All right, goodbye, Aunt. By the way, once you arrive in Qiqihar, remember to let me know you are safe. I will. Goodbye, Aunt. A long silence ensued on the other end, before her slightly hoarse voice broke through again. Yes, goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead, and Aunt tightly gripped her phone, resembling a statue, motionless. Soon, 2 streams of warm tears cascaded from her eyes. She slowly leaned onto the table, burying her face in her shoulder, weeping silently. Nearby, Yang Jin let out a soft sigh, turning to gaze out the window, murmuring, Brother, you fool. Outside the old residential area, Lin Xie tucked away his phone, casting one final glance at the distant low-lying house, and murmured in acknowledgement. A strong wind began to rise. The ebony strands of Lin Qie's hair were gently ruffled by the breeze as he tightened his collar and turned to walk into the wind. Their garments fluttered audibly. Chapter 37, The Girl Who Defeated the Gods. In the spacious and immaculate courtyard of the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, Nix sat in a rocking chair, lost in thought while cradling a vase. A youth clad in a white coat traversed the corridor, carrying several bottles of medicine, and approached her side. "You have come to see me, Donatos, my child," Nyx remarked, turning to Lin Chia with a smile gracing her lips. Lin Chia settled beside her and uttered a soft sound, indicating it was time for her medication. He poured the contents of the bottle and meticulously divided the pills into small heaps, placing them gently in Nyx's palm. "Now, be a dear and take your medicine first." Without hesitation, Nyx swallowed the pills in her hand and then gazed at Lin Chia, her eyes brimming with affection. "Donastus, do you seem to carry a burden in your heart?" Lin Chia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this mentally unstable individual, Nyx, could so effortlessly discern his emotional state. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in acknowledgement. "I suppose so. Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Regrettably, this is something you cannot help me with," Lin Chia replied, shaking his head. The pain of leaving home and enduring heartache alone was not something an outsider could remedy. Nyx appeared somewhat disheartened, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she spoke up. "In that case, Donatus, I shall bestow upon you a gift." "A gift?" Lin Chia was taken aback. "Indeed, I am giving you my bracelet. From now on, keep it close, it will." Nyx reached to touch her wrist. But as she did, she realized her wrist was bare. "Where is my bracelet? Where has it gone?" "Lin Chia, indeed, Nyx is gravely ill." Nyx tilted her head, furrowing her brow as if deep in contemplation. Just as Lin Chia was about to rise and depart, Nyx suddenly spoke. "I remember now. What have you recalled?" "My bracelet was one from me." "One from you?" Lin Chia was taken aback, pondering for a moment, as he could not recall any tale in mythology involving a bracelet. "Which deity claimed it?" "Not a deity." Nyx shook her head, pointing at Lin Chia. "She is like you. Like me. Is she also your child?" Lin Chia endeavored to align his thoughts with those of Nyx. "No, she is like you, wearing this very white attire." Lin Chia's pupils constricted, and his brows furrowed tightly. "Are you implying that prior to my arrival, someone else donned this attire and entered your chamber, subsequently winning your bracelet?" Nyx nodded. Lin Chia's expression gradually turned serious. Unintentionally, he had acquired such crucial information from Nyx's lips. From her account, it appeared that before he had opened the doors of this asylum and released Nyx, another individual had visited this place and had also unlocked Nyx's door. Was he not the sole master of this domain? Yet, this asylum resided solely within his mind. How could anyone else have entered? Lin Chia suddenly recalled that the first time he dreamed of knocking on the door of the mental hospital was 5 years ago. 5 years ago. It had intrusively and mysteriously entered his dreams. Could it be that before he dreamt of the hospital, there existed someone else here? "What contest did you engage in?" Nyx slowly uttered 2 words, "Creation." "Creation? In the end, you lost? How could that be possible?" Lin Chia's eyes were filled with astonishment. "You are the goddess of night, one of the 5 deities who created the world. How could you possibly lose to another?" "I do not know, but I indeed lost." Nyx shook her head. "Do you still remember her appearance?" "Yes, I recall she was merely 12 or 13 years old, with long black hair, quite beautiful, and there was a peculiar pattern here." Nyx pointed to the back of her hand. "A 12 or 13-year-old girl defeated you in creation." Lin Chia's eyes widened in disbelief, "Even with your diminished divine status?" "That seems highly unlikely." Lin Chia composed himself and continued to inquire, "What else do you remember about her?" "Her name? I'm not sure. I only know that her surname seems to be G." Nyx responded with uncertainty. "G." Lin Chia murmured the character to himself. "I understand now. Please take care and rest well," he advised, glancing around the room before turning and making his way down the corridor. A moment later, Lin Chia arrived at the door of the room indicated by Nyx. The doorplate bore 3 prominent characters, Dean's office. Lin Chia furrowed his brows slightly as he pushed the door open. Behind it lay an office of moderate size, appearing somewhat disheveled. He had previously entered this room, retrieving the white lab coat from the hanger within, yet he had not noticed anything peculiar at that time. Given that Nyx had mentioned the girl had entered this room, it was quite likely that she had left behind some significant clues. This time, he resolved to conduct a thorough search. Instead of rummaging through the contents haphazardly, he chose to sit down and gently closed his eyes. With the divine insight granted to him by the seraphim, he could effortlessly perceive all the items within the room, rendering the chaotic search far less efficient. A few moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet, he approached the desk and reached into the last drawer, feeling around until he unearthed a somewhat yellowed piece of stationery. Indeed, there was something to be found. Lin Chia swiftly tore open the envelope and extracted the letter. his expression suddenly turning peculiar. Hiss. This character appears rather unsightly. It is scribbled in a manner akin to a primary school student just beginning to learn how to write. To a certain someone, I am unaware of your identity. Yet I understand that you are the true master of this place. By the time you discover this letter, several years will have elapsed. Please do not mock the quality of my handwriting. I am still young, and I assure you it will improve with age. Additionally, I have borrowed a few items from some of your patients, which I will return upon our next encounter, rest assured. Lastly, I would like to remind you that there exists an area beneath this office. Farewell, Commemoration Chapter 38. The monster Lin Chie set down the letter, a peculiar expression gracing his features. He had anticipated that this missive contained the secrets of the hospital, perhaps a message from a mysterious powerhouse, or even a revelation of the world's truths. Could it be that the previous director of this institution was truly a little girl? That seemed implausible. What kind of child could possibly triumph over the goddess of night and creation? The cryptic letter yielded little information. It indicated that prior to him, the hospital had been under the care of another girl who had taken certain items from the patients. Contemplating this, Lin Chie furrowed his brow once more. The letter mentioned several patients, implying that aside from Nyx, she had also accessed the chambers of other deities, winning their possessions through contests. What kind of aberration was this? Moreover, she claimed that something lay beneath this office. Lin Chie crouched down, meticulously probing the floor with his spirit. As he approached the 20-meter threshold, he seemingly encountered something extraordinary. Is there a mechanism hidden within this room? Lin Chie raised his gaze towards the wall at the back of the office. According to his perception, behind this wall lay a concealed passage and the method to unveil this wall. Lin Chie attuned himself for a moment, then rose to his feet and approached the bookshelf in the corner. He gently pressed on a concealed compartment, and immediately, the wall behind the office began to part slowly, revealing a dark, enigmatic passageway. Lin Chie did not hesitate as he descended the passageway. The corridor was long and profound, and it took him quite some time to reach its end. Upon opening the door at the terminus, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Before him lay a dim and damp hallway, flanked on either side by shadowy cells. Indeed, cells. Unlike the 6 patient rooms above. What Lin Chie beheld was a true prison cell, adorned with intricate patterns on the iron gates, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Lin Chie advanced along the corridor, his mental acuity perpetually alert to his surroundings. At the depths of this already enigmatic hospital of the gods lay 2 rows of peculiar cells, unmistakably sinister in nature. Strangely, both sides of the cells were eerily vacant, devoid of any presence. Could it be that this place was merely an abandoned prison? Lin Chie murmured to himself as he pressed onward. Before long, he reached the end of the passage. However, when his gaze fell upon the first cell at the terminus, his pupils abruptly constricted. There, in the corner of the cell, crouched a formidable figure. It seemed to have heard Lin Chie's footsteps and stiffly turned its head, revealing a pale and grotesque visage. The ghost-faced king. Lin Chie beheld the familiar silhouette, a fierce, murderous intent igniting in his eyes as he instinctively retreated a step. The ghost-faced king, akin to a feral beast, let out a thunderous roar and lunged towards Lin Chie. Yet, upon making contact with the prison bars, he was repelled by an invisible force, crashing against the wall behind him. Lin Chie furrowed his brow tightly. Hadn't he slain the masked king? The face had been cleaved into 18 pieces, utterly lifeless. The body should have been taken away by the night watchman. How could it possibly appear here? Just as Lin Chie pondered this perplexity, a familiar panel resurfaced before his eyes. Criminal. Masked king. Choice. As a mythological creature you have personally dispatched, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, erasing it from existence. Option 2. Allow its fear value to reach 60, enabling you to employ it as a caretaker in the hospital, providing care for patients while also offering a degree of protection. Current fear value. 1. It appears that this psychiatric hospital, in addition to housing 6 enigmatic patients, possesses the ability to transform mythological beings you have personally killed into caretakers. In other words, each time I slay a mythological creature, I have the opportunity to convert it into a caretaker? Does this imply that the mythological beings here might include ancient deities? What if, hypothetically, I were to slay a genuine deity in the future? Could I also enlist them to work for me? With this thought, Lin Chie's heart raced ever faster. Roar, roar, roar. The masked king. Lin Chie gazed at the masked king and calmly spoke. You are formidable. Having you as my caretaker would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Upon hearing these words, the masked king gradually fell silent. Lin Chie slowly extended his hand, seemingly desiring to touch the ghastly visage of the ghost-faced king. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the ghost-faced king's eyes. Yet the instinct for survival compelled it to suppress that urge. Upon its arrival in this realm, it became acutely aware of its two potential fates. It understood that its destiny lay within the grasp of this insignificant ant before it. Reluctant to be entirely erased from existence, it ultimately chose to submit. Bowing its head, it remained as still and obedient as a dog. Lin Chia's palm brushed against the ghastly visage, gently caressing it. You have taken many lives, it matters not. For I was never acquainted with them. This does not preclude me from engaging your services. Lin Chia's eyes narrowed, an icy glint flickering within. Alas, you have slain someone of great significance. Suddenly, Lin Chia's grip tightened. The creature thrashed desperately, attempting to escape from his grasp. Yet, it was futile. Here. Within Lin Chia's domain, he reigned as the director. He desired its demise, and it was destined to perish. In Lin Chia's eyes, a chilling glimmer flashed as the piercing screams echoed around him. The ghost-faced king swelled rapidly like a balloon, only to erupt with a thunderous roar. Blood and fragments of flesh splattered across the entire cell, swiftly devoured by the walls and floor. In mere seconds, a mythical creature from the Chuan realm vanished entirely. This cell resembled a living, flesh-eating beast. Lin Chia's white coat was similarly stained with blood as he gazed at the empty prison cell, his expression devoid of emotion. You are formidable, but unfortunately, my hospital does not welcome you. With that, he turned on his heel, hands tucked into the pockets of his coat, and strode toward the exit. In the dimly lit corridor, the blood on his coat seeped away rapidly, disappearing as if consumed by a monstrous entity. Chapter 39, Tutoring Ding Dong. Welcome. The clear and melodious electronic voice resonated as Lin Chia pushed open the door to the office and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself momentarily frozen in place. There, seated on the office's sofa, was a grandmother in her 50s, one hand propped on a cane and the other adjusting her reading glasses, animatedly recounting something. Oh, let me tell you, my old companion, he has become quite peculiar. Back when we went out together, he would hold my hand tightly, fearing I might encounter some misfortune. But since last week, he has been like this. He must be seeing another woman. Really? He is that outrageous? Yes, I believe you are right, Grandma. How truly outrageous of him. Rest assured, we will handle this matter at our office. Beside her, when Chima sat earnestly, maintaining a warm and cheerful smile. I think you're absolutely right, Grandma. I agree with everything you say. Noticing Lin Chia standing perplexed at the entrance. When Chima cast him a glance, stood up, and followed Lin Chia to the back of the office. Hong Ying remained seated, enthusiastically chatting with the elderly lady. What is going on? Lin Chia finally could not restrain his curiosity as he entered the basement corridor. Just a normal day's work. I thought the storefront above was merely a FAA, but it seems there is indeed business here. Chia, you still do not understand enough. This city of Tsangnan is neither too big nor too small. Mysterious events do occur, but only about 5 or 6 times a year. You see. When we are not dealing with such incidents, what else do we do but train or engage in idle chatter? How dull it would be otherwise. So you have expanded your services to investigate extramarital affairs? Lin Chia's expression was quite peculiar, particularly concerning a grandmother in her 50s. The elderly lady is 60 this year. You see, accepting trivial commissions allows us to find something to occupy our time while also earning a little extra income. Isn't that splendid? Lin Chia pondered. Aside from investigating extramarital affairs, do we offer any other services? Indeed, our scope of business is extensive, exceedingly so. When Shima's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he assisted in rescuing kittens and puppies from trees, provided tutoring for children below junior high school level, offered legal aid to those in need, and occasionally donned a disguise to apprehend bank robbers. Such a vast array of responsibilities seems rather excessive, does it not? Lin Chia widened his eyes in astonishment, questioning the breadth of their involvement in rescue efforts, education, legal matters, and even interpersonal relationships. As though they were usurping the duties of law enforcement. It is a routine operation. My curiosity was piqued. Among you, who possesses legal expertise? Longxian. Prior to joining the Night Watchers, held a doctorate in law from a prestigious political and legal university. Lin Chia? The two individuals arrived at the underground activity space. When Chima patted his shoulder and said, by the way, the captain mentioned he would be waiting for you. You should head to the training ground to find him. Where is it? Just continue along the corridor until you reach the end. All right. Lin Chia traversed the activity room, progressing along the corridor. During his previous visit, He had been oblivious to the vastness of this subterranean space, but now he comprehended its true expanse. Numerous hallways and enigmatic chambers sprawled before him. Lin Chiye made a rough estimation of the area, concluding that it was certainly as wide as 2 streets. At last, he reached the end of the corridor, where a grand iron door loomed before him. Lin Chiye pushed the door open, revealing an expansive and brilliantly illuminated training ground. At least the size of 3 football fields. Did they excavate the entire bottom of the canal? Lin Chiye murmured to himself. Upon his arrival, Chen Mai, who was meditating at the center of the training ground, opened his eyes and beckoned him over. Captain, how does it feel? It feels quite contrasting. Lin Chiye replied candidly. The inconspicuous little facade above belied the vast space below, reminiscent of a science fiction film. Chen Mai nodded slightly, explaining that this site was constructed decades ago by a master of Earth-type abilities, allowing such a grand project to proceed without disturbing the surface. I see. By the way, the documents regarding your membership in the Night Watch have arrived and are stored in the archives. You may retrieve them if you wish, Chen Mai added. He paused for a moment before handing Lin Chiye a straight sword from behind him. Lin Chiye accepted it, examining it closely and noticing 3 small characters engraved beneath the hilt. Zhao Kongqing. This is, Lin Chiye exclaimed in astonishment. Old Zhao's sword, Chen Mai replied calmly. You are the chosen one, as he fell in battle. This sword is entrusted to you for safekeeping. Lin Chiye fell silent for a moment, quietly gripping the hilt of his knife. Very well. He then inquired with a hint of perplexity, however. Was it not stated that I am merely a temporary member for now? Why then must I bear a sword? After all, as a prospective member of Team 136, poor performance during the training may bring us disgrace. Lin Chiye, for some inexplicable reason. Lin Chiye suddenly felt as though he were being compelled by his elders to attend a remedial class due to unsatisfactory grades. Nevertheless, how should I practice? Without hesitation, Lin Chiye resolved that even if Chen Mai did not take the initiative to suggest it, he would certainly seek him out for guidance in combat. After all, one's destiny is one's own. Indulging in laziness at this moment equates to a slow demise. In the morning, I shall practice swordsmanship with him. In the afternoon, I will learn the usage of forbidden ruins with Wen Qima, and in the evening, I will train in marksmanship with Lang Xian. Chen Mai retrieved 2 bamboo swords from the nearby weapon rack, gripping them firmly in his hands. Pick up your sword. We are about to begin. Lin Chiye glanced at the straight blade beside him, astonished as he spoke. Captain, this is a real sword. It matters not, Chen Mai replied with an impassive demeanor, gripping his twin blades as he advanced towards Lin Chiye. Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding tightened within Lin Chiye's heart. He retrieved the straight blade from the ground, drew it from its sheath, and took a deep breath. Captain, I'm about to engage. Chen Mai nodded slightly. Very well. Proceed. Lin Chiye's gaze sharpened as he tightened his grip on the hilt, swiftly dashing towards Chen Mai. Chapter 40. Mortal Realm of the Divine Afternoon. When Chen Mai sat languidly in the Forbidden Ruins laboratory, glancing at the time. This fellow, why has he arrived yet? No sooner had he uttered these words than a figure slowly pushed open the door, moving towards him like a zombie. Oh my. Upon seeing the newcomer, when Chen Mai exclaimed, Chiye, you, what happened to you? The bruised and battered Lin Chiye waved his hand, about to say something, when he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. When Chen Mai hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Did you spar with the captain? Yes. Well, it seems your talent is still commendable. Lin Chiye gazed intently into his eyes. Is that what you call acceptable? When I first sparred with the captain, I was struck down and lay on the training ground for an entire day and night before I could recover. When Chen Mai sighed, stating that the only one who could barely contend with the captain in close combat now was Hong Ying. I have heard that Zhao Kongqing is a master of melee combat. Is he not capable? When Chen Mai fell silent for a moment before slowly replying. What he and the captain engage in cannot be deemed a mere struggle. It is a contest of equals, provided both refrain from employing forbidden techniques. Very well. Lin Chiye endured the agony coursing through his body, forcing himself to rise. Should one lift his garments, they would unveil a tapestry of bruises, modeled in hues of violet and indigo. Chen Mai's blade was swift, formidable, and merciless. Moreover, it appeared he harbored no intentions of showing leniency. Rest assured, I shall seek Xiaonan for treatment shortly, and by dawn, you shall be ready to face the fray once more, when Chen Mai reassured him. Lin Chiye, now, let us commence the lesson. When Chen Mai cleared his throat, Lin Chiye stood upright. First, let us begin with the concept of the Forbidden Ruins. This, Zhao Kongqing had previously mentioned to me. Well then, let us discuss the Divine Ruins. This has also been addressed. Very well, let us talk about the forbidden ruins that arise from objects. This has been mentioned as well. When Shima, how much has this fellow secretly revealed to you? When Shimo rubbed his forehead. What about the forbidden ruins sequence? Has that been discussed? No, it hasn't. When Shima sighed in relief and began to elaborate, the so-called forbidden ruins sequence is a classification of the danger levels associated with the forbidden ruins, arranged in a sequence similar to the divine codes, starting from 001, with the earlier sequences indicating greater peril. Is this not akin to the divine codes? It is different. The divine codes reflect the order in which humans discover the deities and are unrelated to the deity's own combat prowess or danger levels, whereas the forbidden ruins sequence ranks them by their hazardous nature. I understand. The forbidden ruins with a sequence beyond 600 are referred to as harmless forbidden ruins. Their effects are minimal. At best, they can assist in watering plants, combat dental cavities, or conjure a spicy strip out of thin air. The sequences ranging from 400 to 599 are termed low-risk forbidden ruins. These possess lethality but do not pose significant danger, and when utilized correctly, they may yield remarkable results. The sequences from 200 to 399 are classified as dangerous forbidden ruins, capable of posing a large-scale threat to human society and possessing the ability to engage in combat with the mysterious. As for the sequences below 89, they are designated as extremely high-risk forbidden ruins. Such ruins either possess extraordinarily formidable mass destruction capabilities or exhibit incomprehensible special abilities. In any case, these ruins transcend the realm of humanity, possessing the potential to annihilate an entire city. When Shimo reiterated, this is not mere alarmism. Several years ago, in the northwestern desert, a formidable mythical creature emerged, classified under Forbidden Ruins Sequence 063, known as Luotian Misha, which nearly buried several surrounding cities beneath a storm of sand. It was only through the intervention of a specialized team that it was ultimately eliminated. Lin Xie was taken aback. He recalled Zhao Kongxing mentioning that his forbidden domain sequence was 083, Mingxing Shanyu, which ranked among the ultra-high-risk forbidden domains. Although it was one of the last few, it remained exceedingly rare. When Shima's expression was somewhat melancholic, if he had indeed possessed this forbidden domain from birth, perhaps he would have long since joined a special team and risen to the rank of general. Is this the ranking of forbidden domains? What about the divine domains? Lin Xie inquired with curiosity. Divine domains are also a type of forbidden domain, thus they are included in the sequence, when Shimo replied, pausing for a moment and casting an envious glance at Lin Xie. Among the top 30 forbidden domain sequences, 23 were divine domains. The power bestowed by the divine is undoubtedly beyond the reach of mortals, surpassing our imagination in both danger and uniqueness. But that means there are still 7 human forbidden domains among the top 30? Indeed, when Shima's eyes gleamed with excitement. In fact, even among the top 5 forbidden domains, there is one that belongs to humanity. Which one? I don't know. He raised his hands innocently. Don't look at me like that. I've only joined the Night Watch for a few years, and how could I be privy to such confidential matters? And what about my forbidden domain? Lin Xie pointed to himself, asking about his sequence. When Shimo glanced at him and spoke softly, the divine code 003, the forbidden domain of the seraphim Michael, is called Mortal Realm. Its forbidden domain sequence is also 003. Forbidden domain sequence 003, Mortal Realm. Lin Xie murmured to himself. However, do not rejoice too soon. 003 is the forbidden domain sequence of the seraphim, not yours, Lin Xie, when Shima added. It is only 003 in the hands of the seraphim. In the hands of a newcomer like you, who has just stepped into the realm of the mysterious, its power may only be considered high risk. It is only when you reach a level sufficient to stand alongside the divine that it will truly be 003. Lin Xie nodded, and I understood implicitly. By the way, I have another question. Please, go ahead. Is it possible for the same individual to serve as the agent for multiple deities? It is impossible. When Shima shook his head without the slightest hesitation, at least, there has never been such a precedent in human history. Oh, Lin Xie nodded. From this moment forth, it shall exist. On Lin Xie's person, in addition to the celestial domain of the seraph, he possesses the starlit dancer, a gift from the goddess of night. In a certain sense, he embodies the essence of 2 divine beings. However, this revelation must remain concealed for the time being. Should the higher echelons of the Watchers discover him, he would be in peril. For now, he is far too weak, but perhaps when he attains sufficient strength, he will no longer fear exposure. Having completed the exposition of foundational knowledge, Let us now discuss your forbidden abyss. To what extent can the celestial domain manifest? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered around me, I am capable of perceiving everything. Oh, when Shima raised an eyebrow, inquiring about the color of Hong Ying's undergarments today. White. In the testing ground, the two men exchanged a brief glance, sharing a knowing smile. Chapter 41. The incomplete divine abyss possessing top-tier reconnaissance and combat support abilities. The advantages may not yet be apparent, but they are poised to evolve into something extraordinarily formidable as your strength burgeons, when Shimo remarked while recording the information. What else? Dynamic vision is now several times more acute than before. Close combat lethal abilities are commendable. What more? Under the strain of substantial mental exertion, I can invoke a fragment of the Seraph's divine might. It's common for divine agents to possess such capabilities. Is there anything else? None. None? When Shima was taken aback, is that all? His brow furrowed slightly, and after some contemplation, he shook his head. That can't be right. This is the celestial domain. Even in the mere light realm, the power exhibited should far exceed this. Are you implying that my current abilities are incomplete? Lin Xie was momentarily stunned. When Shima nodded, allowing me to clarify, the Athena agent of the Phoenix Squad, upon merely stepping into the light realm, could effortlessly demolish a building with a single punch and tear apart a mythic creature of the pool realm with bare hands. Your abilities, while commendable, are merely adequate. The crux is that what you currently exhibit is solely combat support abilities. But this is the domain of Michael. How could it possibly wield such minimal power? Lin Xie gazed blankly at his hands, yet he could distinctly sense these abilities. When Shima pondered for a moment and continued, there are two possibilities. The first is that when the Seraph chose you as its agent, it endowed you with only this fragment of power. I believe this scenario is the most plausible. The second possibility is that the other abilities of your divine domain have always existed, but you are currently unable to perceive them, or perhaps you are subconsciously ignoring them. Subconsciously ignoring? To illustrate, imagine your ability is akin to breathing through your skin. Due to your prolonged use of this gift, you have become entirely accustomed to it. After a significant passage of time, although you have been maintaining this ability, you might begin to overlook it, as its use has become second nature to you. Are you suggesting that I may have been utilizing this ability all along without realizing it? Precisely. Reflect carefully. Throughout your life, have you ever noticed anything that distinguishes you from others? Lin Xie pondered for a moment. Blind? That hardly counts. When Shima sighed helplessly, personally, I tend to lean towards the first possibility. The Seraph has not provided you with a complete divine realm from the very beginning. After all, it is the divine realm of the Seraph, even if the second hypothesis holds true and you have been utilizing it all along. It is unreasonable for it to remain so ordinary. One should be able to unleash a tempest merely by sneezing. Lin Xie, in conclusion, I previously assessed your current, mortal realm of the divine as being of a high-risk level, but it appears I may have overestimated you. Based on the abilities you have displayed thus far, it seems to align more with an ordinary level of danger. When Shima, jotting down a few notes on the document, offered reassurance, do not lose heart. As your strength grows, your subsequent abilities will gradually reveal themselves. After all, you are the agent of the Seraph, and he would not allow you to suffer such a loss of face. Lin Xie shrugged, harboring a glimmer of hope. Though Lin Xie felt a tinge of frustration, it was but a fleeting sentiment. With the divine psychiatric hospital at his disposal, he found himself less reliant on the seraphim. For within his institution resided 6 deities from whom he could choose. Having grasped the essence of your abilities, it is time to commence your training. When Shima succinctly reviewed the documents and swiftly crafted a training regimen for him. How to train. In essence, your current capabilities are primarily centered around perception and anticipation. Such traits are comparatively easier to cultivate than those that involve explosive techniques like the spiral sphere, as they merely require your body to attune itself to your abilities gradually. When Shima gestured toward the chamber behind him, which housed a mechanism containing 39,000 concealed micro-rubber guns, capable of discharging 139,000 rubber bullets per second. Although the velocity of these projectiles is slightly inferior to that of real bullets, it suffices for your current level of mastery. Your task is to step inside and, utilizing your perception and dynamic vision, evade the rubber bullets to the best of your ability. Given your current proficiency, we shall commence with a rate of 50 bullets per second. Lin Xie glanced around the room and nodded, acknowledging his understanding. As he pushed open the door and entered, he found himself standing at the center, gazing at the densely packed bullet holes that dotted the walls like a beehive, a sense of foreboding once again rising within him. Wait a moment, Why are there bullet holes all over the ground beneath my feet? What if they strike where they shouldn't? Observing the myriad of bullet holes beneath him, Lin Xie felt a chill creeping up from his lower regions, and his expression shifted dramatically. In the heat of battle, danger can arise from any direction. There is no place that is beyond the scope of attack. The voice of Wen Qima echoed from all around, stating, "If you are prepared, I shall commence." Lin Xie slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Let us begin." Beep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the very moment the alert sounded, rubber bullets rained down upon Lin Xie from all directions, their speed so swift that they were imperceptible to the naked eye. In the instant the bullet was discharged, Lin Xie instinctively reacted, performing 2 consecutive leaps backwards to evade a substantial number of projectiles. However, a new barrage of bullets followed, each fired from particularly cunning angles. Within Lin Xie's perception, he could indeed anticipate the trajectories of the bullets, yet the number of paths he could predict simultaneously was limited. It is akin to a person attempting to catch a rolling ping-pong ball. This task is effortlessly accomplished. Catching 3 ping-pong balls at once is also feasible. However, when faced with 20 ping-pong balls rolling in various directions, the human brain struggles to respond swiftly, failing to accurately discern the trajectory of each individual ball. Lin Xie faced a similar predicament. Nearly 3 seconds into the training, he had already endured a barrage of bullets. The rubber bullets would not inflict injury. Their rapid velocity still elicited discomfort. Thus, he finally grasped the essence of this training. Damn it, is it another beating? In the activity room, Chenmai donned an apron and gloves, carrying a fragrant bowl of bone soup to the table, where he gently set it down. Gulp. Hong Ying's eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Captain, how long has it been since you last cooked? Is the sun rising in the west today? Beside her, Wu Xiangnan smiled faintly. Haven't you realized? This is primarily prepared for Lin Xie. We are merely the fortunate bystanders. Uncle Chen, you are biased, Si Shaoan exclaimed, pouting in indignation. Chen Mai's lips twitched slightly as he spoke with an impassive expression. I am simply weary of the same old lunch, craving a change in flavor. It has nothing to do with that kid. So that was the case. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she extended her chopsticks toward the bone soup. Then I shall not hold back, hee. Slap. Lin Xie, class is not over yet. You all wait. Hong Ying lamented, Captain, do you no longer love us? Chapter 42. How's my talent? So fragrant. Lin Xie, whose entire body ached, staggered out of the training room. Upon catching the enticing aroma wafting from the activity room, his previously dull gaze rekindled with life. When Chima's lips curled slightly. It seems that the beating you took this morning was not in vain. Lin Xie strode into the activity room, and as he pushed the door open, 4 pairs of sorrowful eyes simultaneously swept over him. Lin Xie sensed an unusual atmosphere. What was amiss? It's nothing. Sit down and eat, Chenmai remarked with a casual glance. Oh. Once Lin Xie settled in, Hong Ying gazed at Chenmai with an expression of unspoken pity. Let's eat. Chenmai finally uttered the long-awaited words. The others swiftly began to serve themselves, resembling ravenous wolves deprived of sustenance for days, their eyes glinting with hunger. Sister Hong Ying, did the night watchman always enjoy such lavish meals? Lin Xie inquired softly, observing the bountiful spread before him. After speaking, Hong Ying paused for a moment and added, I want to finish eating before I talk to you. Lin Xie. Yes, Captain. Did you gain anything from today's training? Indeed. I have gained quite a lot. Chenmai nodded, paused for a moment, and continued, Does it hurt? A bit. Xiaonan, please assist him with treatment shortly. Si Shaoan pouted but obediently nodded. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Chenmai added, There's no need for a complete recovery. It suffices if he can endure the next day's training. Lin Xie. Clink. 2 pairs of chopsticks collided in the bone broth, producing a faint sound. The chopsticks remained locked in a fierce standoff, gripping a piece of meat, neither side yielding. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged intense glares, their gazes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Wu Xiangnan, I spotted that piece of meat first, Hong Ying declared, her eyes wide with determination. Wu Xiangnan calmly responded. I picked it up first. Let go. I won't release it. Let go. Not a chance. The clashing sparks between them intensified. At that moment, a quietly observant Lung Xian, who had been eating with minimal presence, fixed his gaze on the piece of meat, reaching to his waist. He produced an MP5 submachine gun and placed it on the table. Everyone, release it, he stated calmly. Hong Ying, Wu Xiangnan, without hesitation. Lung Xian extended his chopsticks and deftly seized the largest piece of meat, pausing for a moment before placing it into Lin Xie's bowl. Newcomer, eat more. We'll practice shooting soon, he said coldly as he stowed the gun away. Huh. Oh, okay. Lin Xie, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at the focused Longxian. Good heavens, what does it mean to be ruthless with few words? This is what it truly means. Longxian. Try not to draw your weapon at the dining table next time, Chenmai interjected, in case it accidentally discharges. It would be a pity to waste this meal. Longxian nodded, understood. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances and obediently lowered their heads to continue eating. Once Lin Xie had devoured every last morsel in his bowl, Longxian stood and approached him, speaking, Are you full? Yes. Let us go, practice shooting. All right. Watching the two gradually disappear down the corridor, Wen Qima sighed deeply and turned to see Xiaonan. Xiaonan, what is the matter? Your position as the group's pet has been usurped. See Xiaonan. Huh. Guns are firearms, the pinnacle of human ingenuity. In the shooting range, Longxian stood before a neatly arranged wall adorned with various firearms, his expression impassive. 4 high-level mythical beings, their efficacy is minimal, yet for lower-tier mythical entities, firearms often prove more effective than cold weapons. Particularly for newcomers, mastering the use of firearms is essential when lacking strong close combat skills. Longxian retrieved a handgun from the wall behind him and placed it before Lin Xie. I will teach you just 2 things, shooting techniques and the principles of firearm construction, unless you plan to specialize in firearms in the future. This knowledge will suffice for you. Lin Xie nodded repeatedly. Now, take this gun and shoot at the target. Let me witness your talent. Longxian indicated towards the target not far away. Lin Xie nodded slightly, grasped the handgun, and took his position before the shooting range. He inhaled deeply, emulating the motions he had observed on television. He raised the firearm, aimed meticulously, and fired. Bang! The sound of the gunshot resonated, and 2 faces instantly fell into shadow. A miss. Longxian approached the target, inspecting it closely for any bullet holes, his expression turning rather grim. How could one miss a target at 30 meters? This. Lin Xie set down his gun and coughed lightly twice. So, how is my talent? Cold Xian glanced at him. Despair etched across his face as he closed his eyes. You? You possess no talent whatsoever. Lin Xie returned to the opulent villa of Hong Ying, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa, rubbing the corners of his weary eyes. The day's training had subjected him to a dual torment, both physical and mental. First, he was mercilessly cut down by the captain, and then transformed into a sieve by rubber bullets. Although the evening's firearms lesson was not physically taxing, it repeatedly ground his self-esteem into the dust. He truly lacked talent for marksmanship. After an exhausting night of training, as he exited the training room, Lin Xie distinctly perceived that Longxian appeared even more fatigued than he was, and most importantly, the light in his eyes had faded. In the end, it was Longxian who offered him words of comfort, stating that it was not entirely unreasonable for a novice to struggle and encouraging him to persevere. However, as the conversation progressed, it unexpectedly shifted, with Lin Xie becoming the one to console him. Rest assured, I believe my lack of talent is only temporary. With practice, I shall improve. You must have faith in me as well as in yourself. Your marksmanship is remarkable. There is no reason you shouldn't be able to teach me. Time, above all, is of essence. Patience is key. Staying optimistic, at least within 20 meters, I can still hit the target. There is hope for me. Just as Lin Xie was immersed in his melancholic reflections, a graceful figure quietly approached him. Brother Xie, are you very tired? Hong Ying, clad in a plush pajama set, held out a cup of tea with a smile, offering it to Lin Xie. Lin Xie forced a smile as he accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. In truth, it wasn't too bad. Though weary, he felt a sense of fulfillment. After sipping the tea, Lin Xie glanced around, searching for Xiaonan. It dawned on him why she had pinched him so painfully during his treatment. He had thought it was merely a standard procedure. Rubbing the bruises on his arm, he experienced a moment of clarity. Hong Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly. That was rather intense. Not intense at all, Hong Ying replied, shaking her head. The declining mortality rate among the night watchers of Songnan City was primarily due to their captain's efforts. His formidable strength was one factor, but equally important was his sense of responsibility towards his team. The harsher he was with them, the more they would remember the pain, thus fostering rapid growth. He would rather be hated by his team than see them perish on the battlefield due to inadequacy. Do you understand? I do, Lin Xie responded. A gentle smile graced Hong Ying's lips as she affectionately ruffled his hair. All right then, if you're tired, go rest early. Good night. Good night. After a brief moment, he slowly rose from the bed, drawing a straight sword from its sheath. With one hand gripping the blade and the other the scabbard, he swung the sword under the hazy moonlight, executing stroke after stroke. Chapter 43. Another arrival? The bell rang softly, signaling the end of classes. Groups of high school students poured out of the school gates, chatting and laughing as they made their way outside. Sigh, another day filled with so much homework. I want to be done until past 11. Isn't that the truth? That foolish teacher assigned 12 reading comprehensions. Are we even allowed to live? Isn't reading comprehension supposed to be written casually? How can it be written casually? 4 3 long, 1 short, choose short. 4 3 short, 1 long, choose long. For uneven, select C. For ambiguous, pick D. Wait a moment, let me jot that down. Suddenly, a student turned around and called out to Li Yifei, who lagged behind. Li Yifei, why are you so slow? Hurry up. He quickened his pace to catch up with the group, though his mind wandered restlessly. What's wrong with you? Looking for something? Wang Liang asked, puzzled. Wang Liang rolled his eyes. Did you encounter a murderer or something? Why the dramatics? Li Yifei, you look so burly, yet your courage is so lacking. It's not that. Sigh, never mind. It's hard to explain. Li Yifei shook his head. Just then, a thought struck him, and he abruptly halted. What now? I just remembered I left my homework in the classroom drawer, Li Yifei said, feeling a bit of a headache. Wang Liang, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, waved goodbye and turned to follow the others. Fortunately, the door hasn't closed yet. Li Yifei muttered to himself as he hurried back into the school. The campus, under the twilight, felt quieter than usual, with a noticeable absence of activity. As Li Yifei ventured further ahead, the number of people dwindled and the twilight deepened. The tall trees lining the path rustled in the wind, and the dying rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, growing dimmer and sparser. Li Yifei hastily approached the high school building for the second year, leaping up the stairs 2 at a time until he reached the entrance to his classroom. The corridor lay deserted, enveloped in the soft, golden hues of dusk, with Li Yifei as its sole occupant. At this moment, most of the students tasked with cleaning had departed, and even the classroom door had been secured. However, this posed no challenge for Li Yifei. He expertly opened the window, set down his backpack, and, using his hands to brace himself on the window ledge, effortlessly flipped inside. Homework, homework, homework. Found it. Li Yifei rummaged through his desk and pulled out a notebook, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He stuffed the notebook into his bag and approached the window, preparing to execute the same maneuver in reverse. Just then, 2 figures appeared at the far end of the corridor. Li Yifei caught sight of them from the corner of his eye, his heart racing as he quickly crouched down, hiding behind the tiles beneath the window. What a stroke of bad luck, running into the dean of students right now. Li Yifei cursed under his breath. As the 2 individuals approached, he recognized one as Lu Xiaoyan, the class representative for Chinese, and the other as the dean of their second-year grade. Sneaking back into the classroom after school could easily be misconstrued. If the dean were to discover him, there would be no way to explain himself, and he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Therefore, Li Yifei pressed himself tightly against the wall, intending to wait until the 2 had departed before making his move. The pair continued their conversation as they drew nearer, and gradually, Li Yifei could hear their words more clearly. So, you must ensure that your class's writing skills are sharpened. Select the best writer to participate in the upcoming city competition. Understood, Dean. Our class has several talented writers, such as. As they walked, the dean seemed to tire and paused, resting his hands on the railing of the corridor. Lu Xiaoyan also halted beside him, continuing her discussion. Their positions were unfortunately right at the entrance of the classroom where Li Yifei was concealed. Through the reflection in the window, Li Yifei witnessed this scene and rolled his eyes in exasperation, deciding to sit down and wait for their departure. Yes, what you said is quite right. Bring them to my office tomorrow, and I'll have a word with them. The dean nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lu Xiaoyan as he prepared to leave. Dean, Lu Xiaoyan suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. In the twilight, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she appeared inexplicably shy. Dean, actually, I have always wanted to tell you. Hidden nearby, Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head, filled with astonishment. What in the world? Lu Xiaoyan actually harbors feelings for the dean. But the dean is nearly 50 years old. And he is balding. Was her taste truly so intense? The headmaster standing before Lu Xiaoyan furrowed her brow tighter with each passing moment. In truth, I have always wanted to consume you. The last 3 words escaped, and Lu Xiaoyan's mouth split into a shocking arc, as if it had been violently torn apart, exposing a set of barbed, razor-sharp teeth. Her pupils had vanished, leaving only the whites of her eyes, creating an exceedingly eerie visage. The dimples in her cheeks still glimmered with a strange wine-red hue under the twilight. The headmaster widened her eyes, instinctively gasping, attempting to scream. In the next instant, Lu Xiaoyan's entire head burst open from her mouth. A myriad of sharp teeth emitted a chilling glimmer. This mouth was so vast that it could easily accommodate an entire living person. Thus, in an almost instantaneous manner, this gaping maw devoured the headmaster, flesh writhing and twisting within, provoking a sense of nausea. Witnessing the entire scene, Li Yifei clutched his mouth tightly, his gaze fixed in terror upon the window, his muscles trembling uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment of chewing, Lu Xiaoyan's gaping mouth opened once more, and she violently expelled the complete headmaster. Aside from some mucus on his body, not a single hair was lost. He lay there quietly on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyan's bloodied visage gradually reverted, transforming back into that of an ordinary high school girl within seconds. She stared motionlessly at the headmaster before her. Moments later, the headmaster suddenly opened his eyes and rose from the ground in a bizarre posture. The two locked gazes, both revealing a smile, in an exceedingly uncanny synchrony. They stepped forward, gradually vanishing at the end of the corridor. Only after confirming their departure did Li Yifei release his mouth, collapsing helplessly to the ground, gasping for breath. In his heart, only two words echoed, "Here we go again." Chapter 44, Mysterious Arrival. Ding dong. Welcome. Lin Qie pushed open the door to the office and found Hong Ying sitting upright on the sofa, lost in thought. She waved her hand at her. "Good morning, Sister Hong Ying." "Qie, you have finally arrived," Hong Ying exclaimed, springing up from the sofa upon seeing Lin Qie. "What happened?" "Something is amiss," Hong Ying stated gravely, grasping Lin Qie's wrist and swiftly leading her down the staircase. It was the first time Lin Qie had witnessed such a serious expression on Hong Ying's face. Her brows slightly furrowed, shrouded in mystery. Had something momentous occurred? Indeed, it seemed quite troublesome. As the two pushed open the door and entered the activity room, Lin Qie realized that all members of Team 136 had already gathered. Leaning against a pillar, Chenmai approached the conference table as soon as he spotted Lin Qie, taking a seat with a stoic demeanor. With everyone present, the meeting was ready to commence. "Last night, we received information regarding the potential emergence of another mythical creature. The location is Songnan City Second High School." "Second High?" Lin Qie was taken aback. "Yes, the very school you attended," Chenmai affirmed. "And it appears that the person reporting the incident is an acquaintance of yours." Chenmai called out towards the back room. "Hey, has that fellow awakened? If so, come out." Everyone turned their gaze, and soon the door to the room creaked open, revealing a youth with bloodshot eyes stepping into view. Upon encountering him, Lin Qie exclaimed in astonishment, "Li Yifei?" Li Yifei was momentarily taken aback, and upon noticing Lin Qie seated at the conference table, he rubbed his eyes to confirm it was indeed him. "Lin Qie? What brings you here? Have you also witnessed that creature?" "No, he is one of us." Wu Xiangnan interjected with a shake of his head. "A temporary member," Chenmai corrected. Li Yifei gaped at Lin Qie, and after a brief moment of realization, exclaimed, "No way. I heard you enlisted in the military, but I never imagined you would join us here." Lin Qie shrugged, acknowledging the unexpected turn of events. "We can discuss your matters later. For now, let us focus on the case," Chenmai interjected, and then, as if recalling something, added, "This is an exception. Our standard investigative procedures do not unfold in this manner." The others nodded in agreement, yet Lin Qie understood that Chenmai's words were primarily directed at him. "Please proceed," he urged. Li Yifei recounted his observations from the previous day in meticulous detail, and with each revelation, the frowns of the team members deepened. Once Li Yifei finished his account, Wu Xiangnan nodded thoughtfully. "If this young man speaks the truth, then there is a 95% likelihood that this matter is entangled with the mysterious." Turning to Li Yifei, he inquired, "You are aware of the consequences should you report falsehoods, are you not?" "Very well," Chenmai said, directing his gaze toward Wu Xiangnan. "What are your thoughts?" "Based on the information we have gathered thus far, this mythical creature possesses an extraordinary ability to disguise itself, allowing it to assume the appearance of others while engaging in normal conversation without revealing its true nature." Beside him, when Qima sighed, "Disguise, is it? Another troublesome entity. Moreover, it appears to possess the capacity to assimilate any being it consumes, which is what we must truly regard with caution," Wu Xiangnan elaborated. "Like the zombies in movies? An infinite infection?" Hong Ying queried. "Though the methods of infection differ, the effects are indeed quite similar. Then do we simply storm into the school and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Not so straightforward, Lin Qie interjected suddenly from across the table. Since it can infect others, we cannot ascertain whether Lu Xiaoyan is its original form. She too might be a victim of infection. You raise a valid point, Wu Xiangnan nodded. The greatest challenge of this mysterious event lies in our ignorance of the source of this peculiar infection pathway. It is akin to attempting to slay zombies. If we cannot locate the original zombie, defeating all the others is futile. Furthermore, we are unaware of how long this mythical creature has existed or how many it has infected, when Qima added. Lu Xiaoyan could be its first victim. Or she might be one of many. We must prepare for any eventuality. The worst-case scenario? Hong Ying asked, puzzled, that the entire second high school has transformed into a den of monsters. Wu Xiangnan replied slowly, his gaze heavy with gravity. Indeed, the reach of this creature's infection may extend beyond the school and into other areas of Tsangnan City. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei suddenly shivered. What do you mean by that? Have you ever considered? Wu Xiangnan rose slowly, locking eyes with Li Yifei, and spoke calmly, that in this very school, apart from you, all the other teachers and students may have transformed into monsters? No, even you, standing here, might unknowingly have become a part of the enigma. Li Yifei's pupils suddenly constricted, a chill rushing from his soles to his brain, leaving his mind in utter blankness. All right, Xiangnan, cease your intimidation. When Qima said with a smile as he stood up, if that were the case, the Raven of Calamity would have already called out. The fact that it remains silent indicates that the situation has not yet reached a perilous stage. The Raven of Calamity? What is that? Lin Xie inquired, looking curiously at Hong Ying. It is a crow, and also an object imbued with a forbidden aura. When a great disaster is imminent in Tsangnan City, it will emit a warning cry in advance, a sort of detector, Hong Ying patiently explained. Oh, Lin Xie nodded. In any case, since the mystery has emerged, we must investigate thoroughly. If we allow this monstrosity to continue its growth, we may not be far from the future that Xiangnan has described. Chenmai spoke slowly. Xiangnan, do you have a plan? Wu Xiangnan sat down, adjusting his glasses, and said seriously, I believe our immediate priority is to locate the essence of this mythical creature, while also clarifying how many individuals it has infected. Therefore, I propose that we split into two teams. One group will center around the second high school, spreading outward to search for traces of other infected individuals. The other will infiltrate the second high school to trace the source and swiftly identify its essence. Chenmai nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group. Since we are to infiltrate the second high school, we must not raise its suspicion and must adhere to the persona of high school students. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Qia, the task of entering the second high school to uncover its essence is entrusted to you. Chapter 45. Infiltration Captain. Qia is merely a temporary member. He should not partake in the cleansing operation of the enigma until he is officially recognized. Wu Xiangnan's brow furrowed slightly. Chenmai shook his head. From the current intel, this mythical creature excels in disguise, lurking, and infection, and its own realm is not particularly high. Qia has undergone half a month of training and has significantly improved. This presents an excellent opportunity for him to hone his skills. Moreover, he was previously a student at the second high school, making him the most familiar with it, and it is natural for him to approach Lu Xiaoyan. At this point, Chenmai turned to Lin Qie and continued, of course, you are a temporary member, and I will not coerce you. If you are unwilling to go, you may remain here. I will go. Lin Qie responded without a moment's hesitation. Chenmai was correct. After more than half a month of training, his combat abilities had increased significantly, and he was eager for an opportunity to apply what he had learned. In this perilous era, survival necessitated early familiarity with danger itself. Although Lin Qie preferred to maintain a low profile, he would not forfeit any opportunity to strengthen himself. Then let us commence our actions. Chenmai rose to his feet, and then turned to gaze at Li Yifei. You will accompany Qie and the others. Li Yifei was taken aback. I am just an ordinary person. What if? They will ensure your safety. Chenmai replied with a tone devoid of any wavering. You have encountered that mythical creature, and we possess the most profound understanding of it here. You must go. Upon hearing the almost commanding tone of Chenmai, Li Yifei reluctantly nodded, his face etched with concern. If this operation proceeds smoothly, I shall offer you an opportunity to join the Night Watchers, Chenmai said as he walked toward the door, his voice steady. Instantly, Li Yifei's eyes sparkled with hope. As Lin Qie was about to depart, Lung Xian, who had been standing silently in the corner, suddenly called out to him. Lin Qie. Lung Xian approached him. drawing a pitch-black handgun from behind his waist and presenting it to Lin Chia. This is. Take it. The magazine is fully loaded, Long Xian remarked nonchalantly. But my marksmanship. What if I accidentally injure someone? Lin Chia's expression darkened instantly. Lang Xian cast a meaningful glance at him before turning to leave. The significance of a firearm extends beyond mere slaughter. Lin Chia stood in a daze for a moment before finally placing the handgun into his pocket and striding towards the entrance of the corridor. 20 minutes later, 3 figures, each carrying different boxes, stood before the entrance of the second school, their faces etched with worry. Chia, why does your school uniform look so unattractive? Hong Ying remarked disdainfully as she glanced down at the red and white high school uniform. The girls' uniforms are relatively decent, Lin Chia replied, gesturing towards his blue and white attire, but the boys' uniforms truly lack appeal. Besides, the attractiveness of a uniform is subjective. Your outfit is quite nice, he added. Under the sun, Hong Ying donned a white short-sleeve shirt, layered with a red and white uniform, the zipper slightly undone, fluttering gently in the breeze. Her high ponytail swayed gracefully, and she carried a long black box on her back, radiating an aura of youth and vigor. In stark contrast, Si Shaoan presented a different scene. She wore a cartoon-themed long-sleeve top, with her uniform draped around her waist like a skirt. Her lustrous black hair was styled into 2 large buns, giving her the appearance of a shy and innocent young girl. With a cheerful smile, Hong Ying winked at Lin Chia, exclaiming, Chia, who would have thought you possessed such eloquence? Lin Chia, moreover, carrying these items with us will undoubtedly attract inquiries. Si Shaoan gazed at the black box in her hand and said softly, Isn't that simple? Hong Ying's lips curled into a slight smile as she raised her chin confidently, pointing towards the towering wall nearby that stood over 2 meters high, suggesting, Let's scale the wall and enter. Lin Chia pondered for a moment before glancing at the delicate and seemingly fragile Si Shaonan, who barely reached his shoulder. I have no objections, but Shaonan might encounter some difficulties. Si Shaonan silently rolled her eyes at Lin Chia. In an instant, she darted to the wall, her feet lightly tapping against its surface. Like a graceful butterfly, she ascended effortlessly, with one hand holding the black box. She spun elegantly in midair before landing soundlessly on the other side of the wall. Lin Chia. Hong Ying covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Chia. Although Xiao Nan is a gentle girl, she has been a member of the Night Watch for 2 years now, so do not underestimate her. After speaking, Hong Ying swiftly dashed towards the wall, moving gracefully like a startled swan. With a few quick steps alongside the wall, she effortlessly vaulted over it, exuding both comfort and elegance. Lin Chia approached the wall, a vivid recollection of their recent, rather splendid wall-jumping performance flashing through his mind, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was somewhat embarrassing. He took a deep breath, first tossing the black box over, then leaping high into the air, effortlessly propelling himself over the wall with his hands braced against the eaves. Although it appeared commendable, comparisons often breed discontent. With Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's brilliance preceding him, Lin Chia couldn't shake off the feeling of wanting to hide. Well, not bad at all, rather dashing, Hong Ying remarked, returning the black box to him with an encouraging smile. All right, if there's anything, communicate through the earpiece, she said, gesturing to the invisible earpiece adorning her ear, before turning and departing with Si Xiaonan. Could you direct me to the office building? And where is the office of the head of instruction? Lin Chia helplessly pointed towards the distant skyscraper, uttering, Thus, we say, odd changes remain constant. Symbols depend on quadrants. This mnemonic is essential for everyone to remember. Now, let us proceed to the next question. At the podium, a bespectacled middle-aged man animatedly elucidated the lecture. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded. Tap, tap, tap. The crowd turned to the entrance, where Lin Chia, who had been absent for over 10 days, stood quietly, holding a black box and slightly bowing. Report. Lin Chia? The math teacher, upon seeing him, expressed surprise. Why have you only just arrived? Where have you been these past few days? I experienced some issues with my eyesight and was hospitalized for 2 weeks. I see. Please, come in and take a seat. The math teacher adjusted his glasses, displaying considerable leniency towards Lin Chia, the previously disabled student, showing understanding rather than placing him in a difficult position. His mental energy swept across the room, and he furrowed his brow slightly. Classmates, let us continue with the lesson. The math teacher tapped the blackboard, redirecting everyone's attention back to the lecture. Lin Chia subtly brushed his fingers against the earphone, and a voice belonging to Chen Mai resonated within. Lin Chia, what is the situation? I have already entered the classroom. Lin Chia lowered his voice. Can your forbidden domain discern them? Yes. What is their number? Lin Qie furrowed his brow, his tone laden with gravity. The situation was dire. Chapter 46. The Peril of the Campus. The debut of the new book ignites the first flame, today with 5 updates. Prior to their departure, Chinmai and others had specifically advised Lin Qie to be vigilant in utilizing his abilities, since the infected humans could not be discerned by mere appearance. Alternative methods of identification were imperative. As the sole individual among them endowed with the psychic perception of the forbidden ruins, Lin Qie's role was undoubtedly crucial. As Lin Qie had surmised, his seraphic eye could indeed identify the infected. At this moment, within the realm of his mental perception, Lu Xiaoyan resembled a grotesque creature cloaked in human skin, skillfully manipulating her faade while engaging in hushed whispers with her deskmate. Moreover, within this classroom, there was another infected individual. This girl, who had left a faint impression on Lin Qie, was an inconspicuous presence in class, her name being Han Ruruo. At this moment, she was stealthily scribbling something before turning to pass a small note to the boy seated behind her. The boy behind her was familiar to Lin Qie. A rather acquainted figure, Lu Yuan. He would not forget Lu Yuan, who had once pushed him when confronted by the faceless man. How many in total? Chinmai's voice crackled through the earpiece once more. In my classroom alone, there are 2, and upon my arrival, I specifically scanned all the classrooms on this floor. There are approximately 6 on this level alone. Do they have any hope? None, Lin Qie replied with resolute certainty. Their internal organs have vanished, replaced by grotesque masses of flesh and blood. Even if those entities were eradicated, survival was utterly impossible for them. They had perished the moment they were consumed. With 6 victims already on this level alone, how many souls would be lost throughout the entire school? When an institution witnesses such a multitude of fatalities, its very existence hangs by a thread. The societal ramifications of this calamity would be even more terrifying. After a prolonged silence, Chinmai finally spoke. I understand. Continue to observe, but do not alert the enemy. Acknowledged. Lin Qie took out his pen and paper, attentively listening to the teacher's lecture, much like an ordinary student. After a dozen minutes, Li Yifei rushed to the door, breathless, and knocked. Report. Li Yifei? You were late. The teacher's expression was hardly amiable towards someone as seasoned as Li Yifei. Teacher, I took sick leave. I have a note. Li Yifei waved the sick note from his book. What is the situation? I know a little, but not comprehensively. Lin Qie glanced out the window, pondering. I need an opportunity, an occasion to sense the sentiments of the entire faculty and student body. Li Yifei was taken aback. Are you implying? Lin Qie's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached the office building. For 103. Found it. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan arrived at the door of the director's office, simultaneously halting their steps. They exchanged a glance and quickly assumed their positions. Si Xiaonan, with the black box on her back, stood at the entrance, while Hong Ying concealed herself in the shadowy corner behind the door, ever ready to spring into action. Si Xiaonan cleared her throat and rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 resounding knocks, the 2 held their breath, waiting for several seconds, yet the silence within remained unbroken. Hong Ying furrowed her brows and shot Si Xiaonan a look. Si Xiaonan knocked a few more times, but still no response. Hong Ying signaled Si Xiaonan to step back a few paces, then moved to the door. She took out a thin wire from her pocket and gently twisted it in the lock. Click. A soft sound echoed as the door gradually creaked open. Behind it lay an empty office. Cautiously, Hong Ying ventured inside, searching the surroundings. Only when she confirmed that no one was present did she exhale in relief. Sister Hong Ying, the person here must have just left. The cup is still warm, Si Xiaonan remarked, touching the cup on the desk. They must have gone to a meeting. If they were just using the restroom, they wouldn't have locked the door. Hong Ying nodded slightly. In any case, let's search this place for clues. Si Xiaonan agreed. I'll keep watch. She closed the door and sidled over to the window, retrieving a small, ornate mirror from her pocket to observe the surroundings through its reflection. Meanwhile, Hong Ying began to rummage through the office, desk, drawers, filing cabinets, and flower pots, searching every possible nook. But aside from a heap of worthless documents, she found nothing of value. Suddenly, she paused, sniffing the air intently. Xiaonan, do you smell anything? Hong Ying's brow furrowed deeper. As she crouched down, following the faint and unpleasant odor, her gaze landed on a tile beneath a chair. This tile appeared clean but bore signs of having been disturbed. She extracted a small knife and pried at the edge of the tile, lifting it just enough for a wave of putrid odor to assault her senses. Gritting her teeth against the stench, she delicately used the knife's tip to uncover what lay beneath the tile, a whole piece of yellow-brown membranous skin. As she unfolded the membrane, Hong Ying's pupils constricted in horror. Skin. Human skin. She abruptly glanced at Si Xiaonan. Are these infected individuals shedding their skin? Si Xiaonan frowned. A snake? Just as Hong Ying concealed all traces of her presence, a sudden melody wafted in from outside the window, startling her. Hearing the familiar tune, she approached the window, peering down at the increasing throng of students streaming out of the corridors below, murmuring to herself, a flag-raising ceremony? Is the music for the flag-raising ceremony at Daxia uniform? At this moment, Lin Qie and Li Yifei are slowly making their way down the corridor. Following the noisy throng of students, Li Yifei cautiously glanced around before leaning closer to Lin Qie's ear. Qie, your joining them implies that you possess that special ability, doesn't it? Indeed. Damn, I'm truly envious. What is your ability? Can you distinguish between monsters and humans? Yes. Then, please be honest with me. How many are there in our class? 2. Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruo. Upon hearing these names, Li Yifei seemed to exhale in relief. Thank goodness it's not with Shujia. I've harbored a secret crush on her for so many years. If she were to transform into a monster, I doubt I would ever find love in this lifetime. Lin Qie. So what about now? How many do I have around me? Li Yifei asked with concern. The 5th person in front of you, that girl, is also included. Lin Qie was taken aback. Why? Li Yifei raised an eyebrow. Haven't you noticed? Oh, right. You've only just transferred here a few days ago, so you're unaware of this. Noticed what? Lu Xiaoyan, Han Ruo, and Tianli. They all reside in the same dormitory. Chapter 47. The flag bearer Lin Qie was momentarily taken aback by these words, standing frozen in place. Indeed, during his previous exploration of the floors, he had noticed that the majority of those infected by the monstrous entities were female. With Li Yifei's observation, he began to grasp the unsettling nature of the situation. Could it be that the mythical creature emerged from the female dormitory? Lin Qie muttered to himself. He activated his earpiece and spoke softly. Sister Hong Ying, where are you? I just left the office building. What has transpired? Lin Qie articulated his conjecture. And on the other side, Hong Ying immediately nodded in agreement. All right, while everyone is occupied with the flag raising, let us make our way to the girls' dormitory. As the ceremonial march commenced, Lin Qie's class emerged from the corridor, gradually proceeding towards the flag-raising platform. The location of the ceremony was a modest patch of land in front of the teaching building, where students from all 3 grades of the high school were tightly packed together, leaving little room to maneuver. Students at the back, keep up. Hurry. Don't push me. Hey. Can you move faster? How fast can I go? The person in front of me is blocking the way. What can I do? Wait. Where's the person ahead of me? Who is in front of you? Lin Qie. Where did he go? I don't know. He was just here. Hey? Li Yifei is also missing. As several students pondered this, Lin Qie and Li Yifei had already slipped out of the line, deftly navigating through the throng of students from various classes. Lin Qie's range of spiritual perception extends only 20 meters to comprehensively encompass the more than 2,000 students. He must remain in constant motion. Lin Qie, have you completed your reconnaissance? The music has ended. It is time for the flag raising. Li Yifei struggled to maneuver through the surrounding classmates, addressing Lin Qie ahead. Not yet. There is still half remaining. What shall we do? Everyone must stand in line. Once the music ceases, we will be discovered. At this moment, the once resounding march gradually diminished, making the 2 students weaving through the crowd increasingly conspicuous, attracting the attention of many who began to point and whisper in their direction. Lin Qie furrowed his brow slightly. Li Yifei's words rang true. If they continued to weave through the crowd after everyone was in place, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Should they persist in their search, there was a likelihood of being intercepted by the teachers. However, if they chose to abandon their pursuit at this juncture, their only recourse to thoroughly understand the students and faculty across all 3 grades would be to wait until school was dismissed and block the exits. Yet, the time required was excessive and the variables too numerous. They could not afford to wait. Lin Qie's mind raced as he suddenly caught sight of the flag-bearer team in the distance, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. He altered his course, deftly weaving through the crowd until he stood before the flag-bearers. Greetings, fellow student. Lin Qie addressed the leader of the group with polite formality. The flag-bearer paused, taken aback. Hello. You are no longer on duty. The student gazed at him in confusion. What do you mean? The school administration has just issued an urgent notification requiring exemplary student representatives to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, followed by a speech necessitating a temporary replacement of the flag-bearer. Lin Chia stated earnestly, extending his hand to grasp the flagpole held by the student. However, I am Li Fei, the representative of the outstanding students from the second year. Please relinquish the flag to me. Should you have any doubts, you may address them with the administration after the ceremony. Lin Chia, with an impassive expression, seized the flagpole from his hands and positioned himself in the place that rightfully belonged to him, his countenance solemn. Li Fei, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Lin Chia, what are you attempting to do? You realize that such actions could lead to disciplinary measures. No, I too shall face repercussions. It was I who misappropriated your name to deceive the flag bearer and procure the flag. This has nothing to do with you. Lin Chia replied nonchalantly, moreover. I am no longer a student, and thus need not adhere to the school's regulations. I am a night watchman. As a solemn and dignified melody began to play, all present, students, teachers, and leaders, fell into a hushed silence. Their gazes fixed upon the flag in the hands of the flag bearer, awaiting its ascent. Hey, do you recognize that flag bearer? He seems somewhat familiar. Indeed. He is rather handsome, reminiscent of Lin Chia. Are you sure it's just a resemblance? I could swear it is him. Could it possibly be? Although the majority did not recognize Lin Chia, his classmates swiftly identified him, whispering amongst themselves. The leaders on the stage remained oblivious to the change of flag bearers, smiling as they admired the handsome youth, for such trivial matters were beneath their concern. With so many students present, how could they be expected to know who was to raise the flag that day? However, the teacher responsible for the flag-raising ceremony suddenly changed countenance upon spotting Lin Chia, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Amidst the attentive gazes of the crowd, Lin Chia strode confidently along the path designated for the flag raising. Just as he was about to ascend the platform, he abruptly executed a sharp right turn, resolutely heading towards another corner of the student formation. The leaders, poised to greet the flag, were left in a state of bewilderment. Their smiles froze upon their faces as they stared blankly at Lin Chia, who seemed wholly indifferent to their presence, taking several seconds to register what had transpired. In unison, they turned to the teacher overseeing the ceremony, their eyes filled with inquiry. The teacher, responsible for the flag-raising event, was drenched in cold sweat. Simultaneously, the students began to realize the peculiar situation, gazing in astonishment as Lin Chia passed by them. The murmur of their whispers growing louder. What on earth? Why isn't going up on stage? I have no idea. Is this his first flag raising? He seems rather unfamiliar. This is amusing. It's all falling apart. Look at the expressions on the leaders' faces. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What on earth is Lin Chia up to? At that moment, the voice of the teacher in charge of the flag raising echoed loudly. Silence. Everyone be quiet. The student with the flag, you have taken a wrong turn. Lin Chia appeared oblivious, showing no inclination to turn around, and even quickened his pace. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the faces of all the students before him. In their eyes, there was astonishment, confusion, derision, and a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, Lin Chia's own eyes remained like a profound abyss, unfathomably deep. In his perception, they resembled a flock of sheep unknowingly marching toward the jaws of a wolf, perilously unaware of their impending doom. Among the more than 2,000 teachers and students present, only Lin Chia and Li Fei were truly awake. Perhaps this was the essence of being the only sober one amidst a crowd of intoxicated souls. The supervising teacher glared at Lin Chia, trembling with rage. He seemed poised to question him, yet this was not the appropriate moment. Lin Chia chose to entirely disregard his presence at this moment. He was devoid of any concern for the feelings of the teacher. As the music shifted and the national anthem resounded, the flag ascended gracefully. Yet, beneath the flagpole, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Lin Chia's cheek. He stared blankly at the leaders surrounding him, then cast his gaze down at the sea of students below, his heart plummeting into an abyss. Captain, you had better prepare yourself mentally, he murmured to himself. Chapter 48. The Girls' Dormitory. You. Which class are you from? Where is the original flag bearer? As the flag-raising ceremony concluded, the responsible teacher stormed up to Lin Chia, questioning him with an intimidating demeanor. At this moment, Lin Chia had no time to pay him any heed and simply brushed past him, striding into the distance. The supervising teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. After years of teaching, he had never encountered a student as outrageous as this. Stop right there. I am speaking to you. What is this attitude? He bellowed. Do you believe I won't take you straight to the principal's office and have you publicly reprimanded? He grasped Lin Chia's shoulder tightly, his voice filled with fury. Ahead, Lin Chia halted, slowly turning his head. In his eyes, two golden flames ignited instantaneously. In that moment, an unprecedented pressure enveloped the supervising teacher's heart. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt as if he were staring into the vastness of the universe. Lost amidst the boundless darkness and the unknown, reduced to the insignificance of a mere grain of sand. This was a sense of oppression that transcended the very essence of life. In an instant, cold sweat drenched the teacher's back, and he felt as though he were about to be utterly drained of strength. The flicker of flame in Lin Chie's eyes extinguished in an instant, as if nothing had ever transpired within those obsidian depths. The recent incident was indeed my fault. You may publicly reprimand me before the entire school or even lodge a formal complaint at the office. Lin Chie regarded the panting teacher with an air of calm and stated, however, you must allow me to finish my work first. With that, he turned away and sprinted off, leaving the teacher in a state of alarm. Captain Chie, report your status. I have thoroughly investigated the entire student body and faculty of the school. The situation is dire. I believe it will be exceedingly difficult to resolve this matter quietly. Elaborate further. Among the 3 grades, the first and third years have relatively few infected individuals, totaling no more than 10. However, the situation is most severe in the second year, with 36 infected students, and in one class, half of the students are infected. This count only reflects the students. Among the teachers and administration, nearly 20 are also infected. Thus, I can deduce that within the entirety of second high, at least 60 faculty and students have been transformed into monsters. A heavy silence fell on the other end of the earpiece. Captain, over 60 infected individuals. Even if each one is merely at the launch stage, that means there are over 60 launch stage monsters within this high school. If we were to uncover the true form of this mythical creature, those 60+ lawn-infected individuals would undoubtedly enter a frenzied state, launching indiscriminate attacks on the surrounding faculty and students. Moreover, their numbers are overwhelming. Should even a single one manage to escape the school, it would spell disaster for the entirety of Songnan City. Lin Chie calmly articulated his deductions. Once a stray fish escapes the school, a series of slashing sounds emanated from the earpiece as Chen Mai slowly began to speak. They are already beginning to permeate outward. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the second high school, in a rented room, Chen Mai gripped a knife, stepping over the scattered remnants of flesh and blood. Beside him stood Wu Xiangnan, his face etched with concern. We have investigated Lu Xiaoyan, along with Han Ruo as you mentioned, in the home of the academic director, discovering that their families have also been infected. We have just completed the cleansing operation. The situation was graver than we had anticipated. Thus, we need to visit the homes of the infected one by one, swiftly severing the transmission of the infection. Therefore, we are unable to assist you for the time being. However, such a troublesome mythical creature is unlikely to possess formidable combat abilities. I believe the 3 of you should be able to eliminate it. Yet, this will inevitably incite chaos within the school, potentially exposing our existence alongside that of the mythical creature. Do not worry about that. We possess a forbidden object known as Dream Whisper, capable of creating a dreamscape within a certain radius, erasing portions of people's memories. Furthermore, I will assign Long Xian to temporarily take on the role of the Watcher, expanding the no-gate void around the second high school, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. For the time being, the second high school will become an isolated island, cut off from the world. Chen Mai moved to the window, his gaze fixed on the direction where Lin Chie and his companions were located, speaking with calm resolve. Our adversary this time is quite formidable. There is no need to hold back or conceal our efforts. We must locate its true form and eliminate it in the shortest possible time, while ensuring the safety of both students and faculty. We cannot afford to witness further casualties. This time, you may fight with all your might. On the other end of the earpiece, Lin Chie fell silent for a moment before nodding firmly. I understand. Lin Chie severed the connection to his earpiece. Wu Xiangnan, standing beside Chen Mai, furrowed her brow and remarked, isn't it too arduous for him to encounter such a significant incident on his first mission? Xiangnan, this child is unlike you and me. Chen Mai gently shook his head. He possesses potential, a strong character, and resilience. All we need to do is provide him with a clear path and a broad stage, and he will ascend to great heights on his own. In the girls' dormitory of number 2 high school, Hong Ying stealthily peeked out from the window, casting a glance inside. She waved her hand behind her, urging, hurry up. The dormitory supervisor is absent. Xishan quickly darted in from outside, nimbly leaping over the entrance barrier and slipping behind the duty room. Hong Ying followed suit. And after evading the duty room, they sprinted up the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time with remarkable speed. In an instant, they reached the 5th floor. Hong Ying cautiously pressed against the wall, surveying the dimly lit corridor. Which room did Lin Chia say those girls' dormitories were? She whispered, turning to see Xiaonan. Hong Ying glanced towards the northern dormitory and silently began her approach, while Si Xiaonan tightly grasped her hem, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. Hong Ying, please slow down. As the pair drew closer to the dormitory door, Hong Ying deftly inserted a thin needle into the lock, causing the door to creak open. As anticipated, the room was devoid of any occupants. The two entered and commenced a swift search. Wow, this school's dormitory is quite nice. The balcony is rather spacious, Hong Ying remarked as she stepped onto the balcony. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she seemed to catch sight of something, her pupils constricting sharply. There, on the clothesline of the dormitory, hung not only a collection of delicate pink garments but also 4 thin, human skins fluttering in the breeze. Chapter 49. The long gun unleashed Hong Ying. Si Xiaonan too had witnessed the scene, her complexion paling. Hong Ying frowned, maneuvering past the human skins to peer over the balcony's edge. This dormitory building was the most peripheral structure on campus. Across from the balcony lay an expanse of undeveloped land, devoid of any other buildings. It was no wonder they felt bold enough to display human skins so openly. But what if someone else came visiting? With that thought, Hong Ying's expression hardened. She swiftly exited the dormitory and opened the door to the adjacent room. On that balcony, for more human skins danced in the wind. Next door, and the next. Hong Ying systematically searched several surrounding dormitories, discovering that the vast majority of balconies displayed human skins, some with 1, others with 2, and some with 4. This indicated that a considerable number of students on this floor had been transformed into monsters. Hong Ying, this is troublesome, Si Xiaonan murmured from outside the door. Indeed, it was quite troublesome. Hong Ying let out a long sigh, shifting the direction of her discourse. However, this also implies that the monster's ability to infect others must inherently possess limitations. Why is that? If it truly had the capacity for infinite infection, I estimate that within merely 2 nights, it could stealthily infect everyone on this floor. Yet, the reality is quite the opposite. We are unaware of how long it has been operating in secrecy, but we can ascertain that it has certainly been more than 2 days. Given that it has only managed to infect 4 or 5 dormitories in such an extended period, it suggests that there is a cap on the number of individuals it can infect. This is a possibility. But another explanation may be that its infection capabilities are subject to a cooldown period. For instance, a single entity might only be able to infect 1 person within a day. Si Xiaonan's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, if it truly possessed the ability for unlimited infection, the entire school would have been doomed long ago. Thus, we can deduce many things. Following this line of thought, Hong Ying continued. Based on the intelligence provided by Qi Yi, the proportion of boarders among the infected far exceeds that of day students. This is due to the fact that day students do not reside on campus and tend to congregate in groups during their time at school, making it challenging for the monster to infect them stealthily. Moreover, among the infected, the ratio of females significantly surpasses that of males. This is not only because females are relatively easier targets who tend to be isolated, but also because Hong Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to glance at the dim, narrow corridor. The corporeal form of that mythical creature lies right here. Si Xiaonan gasped in astonishment. Sister Hong Ying, how did you suddenly become so astute? Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Do you perceive me as such a fool? Well, you've always been rather foolish. The kind who doesn't use their brain until crucial moments. Hong Ying helplessly gazed at the ceiling and after a moment, removed her earpiece. All right, I admit. What I just said was relayed to me by Qi Yi. Si Xiaonan pouted and remarked, he is quite clever. Hong Ying sighed. Though I am reluctant to acknowledge it, he does seem to possess a degree of intelligence that surpasses my own. The voice of Lin Chia resonated softly through the headset. Are you certain it is 1 o'clock? Silence. I must remind you. Lin Chia's tone turned grave. I just observed a large group of girls heading toward the dormitory building. Hong Ying furrowed her brow. Infected individuals? It's too far for me to sense. You must be cautious. Understood. Hong Ying donned her headset and exchanged a knowing glance with Si Xiaonan, the two swiftly sprinting toward the hallway. At that moment, several girls emerged from the corridor, chattering and laughing. Hong Ying's expression hardened as she halted, grasping Si Xiaonan's arm, her gaze directed at the newcomers brimming with vigilance. The girls, noticing 2 unfamiliar faces in the corridor, regarded them with curiosity before whispering among themselves. Who are they? I don't recognize them. Perhaps they belong to another class. Aren't there only our few classes on this floor? I've never seen them before. Maybe they're here to look for someone? Could be. Let me ask. One girl with long hair stepped forward, speaking politely. Hello, are you here looking for someone? A smile graced Hong Ying's face. Yes, I'm searching for Wang Nan from class 6, but I forgot which dormitory she's in. Wang Nan. The long-haired girl tilted her head. There is no one by that name in class 6. Are you sure you have the right person? This isn't the senior class dormitory. Is it? No, this is the sophomore dorm. The seniors are on the first floor. That is fine. The long-haired girl replied with a courteous smile. Hong Ying and Si Xiaoan maneuvered around the long-haired girl, proceeding directly down the hallway. The cluster of girls, witnessing their approach, graciously parted to create a path. That girl is truly beautiful. As they brushed past, Hong Ying overheard the whispers filled with admiration. Indeed, her features are exquisite, and her complexion is flawless. How enviable. And the shorter girl behind her is lovely as well. So adorably cute. So cute that one would want to devour her whole. In the fleeting moment as Hong Ying and Si Xiaoan passed by the group, a ravenous glimmer ignited in the eyes of those girls, their heads unfurling like blooming buds, revealing crimson flesh and a terrifying array of jagged teeth. The corridor of the dormitory, already narrow, was now almost entirely occupied by these girls, leaving scant space for Hong Ying and Si Xiaoan. So little that evasion seemed impossible. Yet at that instant, a subtle smile curved Hong Ying's lips, and a burst of crimson light erupted around her. Boom! The rose-hued flames surged outward from her and Si Xiaoan, sweeping in all directions. The resultant force catapulting the monsters in the corridor into the air. Crack! 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 Flames surged, the searing heat causing the emergency lights flanking the corridor to shatter, plunging the entire passageway into darkness. Only the flickering flames persisted, illuminating the scene. Then, a girl bearing a long box ascended the staircase slowly, her face aglow with the fire's light. She gently tapped the long box on her back, and a soft melody emanated from within. As a spear sprang forth from the side of the box, landing steadily in her grasp. With a graceful flourish, she waved the spear, conjuring a blossoming display of weaponry. Traversing the rose-hued flames with a calm demeanor, defiantly gazing at the terrified monsters ahead. I knew you were not to be trusted, she declared. Resting the spear on her shoulder, she tapped her earpiece and mused, let us see who dares call me foolish again. In Chapter 50, titled Not Fully Rescued, Si Xiaoan approached Hong Ying from behind, her expression still fraught with fear. They look terrifying, she remarked. Indeed, a bit unnerving, Hong Ying agreed, nodding. Yet, their prowess appears lacking. With that, she propelled herself off the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. The spear's tip ignited with a rose-colored flame, trailing a fiery mark through the air. Hiss! The monsters in the corridor, witnessing Hong Ying's advance, opened their grotesque mouths wide in a bid to swallow her whole. Hong Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, her form unwavering as she charged toward the gaping maw. Just as the monstrous jaws were about to engulf her, a brilliant flare erupted from the spear's tip, the ignited rose flame illuminating the dark corridor for a fleeting moment. In the next heartbeat, a colossal fireball ignited. The spear effortlessly cleaved through the creature's body, the undulating flames consuming the mangled flesh in a breath. Hong Ying stood poised, casually resting the spear on her shoulder, its flames still dancing. With a light chuckle, she regarded the awestruck monsters before her, teasingly wiggling her fingers. You lot combined are hardly a match for me. Si Xiaoan clapped excitedly from the side, exclaiming, Sister Hong Ying, you're so cool. The monsters howled in fury, their eyes fixed intently on Hong Ying. In the next instant, an increasing number of figures emerged from the corridor's entrances on either side. Some donned uniforms, others casual attire, some carried water basins, while others held books. Their long black hair cascaded down as countless pairs of eyes fixed on Hong Ying at the center, silently observing her. Drip, drip. The sound of water droplets echoed from a nearby restroom, while faint rustling came from the ceiling above. The corridor lay in utter silence. The girls gathered along the corridor's sides multiplied, standing in perfect unison like a silent legion. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. Si Xiaoan silently crept behind Hong Ying, drawing a straight knife from the black box in his hand. 16, 17, 18. Hong Ying meticulously counted the number of people, murmuring to herself, 18. This number poses a bit of trouble. Yet, it was merely a bit. In the classroom, Lu Yuan held a bottle of AD calcium milk, offering it to Han Ruoruo at the desk in front of him, his cheeks slightly flushed. Thank you. Lu Yuan, you were truly kind to me. Upon seeing Han Ruoruo's smile, Lu Yuan felt as if he were floating on air. Promptly thumping his chest in assurance, rest assured, Ruoruo, whatever you wish to drink in the future, Just let me know, and I shall procure it for you. All right. Han Ruo nodded, hesitating for a moment before leaning closer to Lu Yuan's ear, her voice soft and sweet. Lu Yuan. Could you wait for me in the garage after school? Lu Yuan's heart raced as he seemed to grasp something. I have something I wish to say to you. Han Ruo's delicate face flushed crimson, casting a charming glance at him, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lu Yuan excitedly nodded. All right. I will definitely wait for you after school tonight. Just then, Han Ruoruo froze, as if sensing something, and abruptly stood up. What's wrong, Ruoruo? Where are you going? Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. At that moment, a young man approached her desk, blocking her path. Lin Xie? Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly at the sight of the newcomer. Han Ruoruo's momentary irritation flickered in her eyes, but soon her face brightened with a naive, innocent smile. Lin Xie, is there something you need? Lin Xie directly disregarded Lu Yuan's gaze, pausing momentarily before softly uttering, in truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. Han Ruoruo was taken aback. Lu Yuan nearly choked on his words. Resolutely rising to his feet and fixing his stare on Lin Xie, proclaiming, Lin Xie, you must not act in this manner. Han Ruoruo has someone she cares for. And you cannot persist in this pursuit. Sob, sob, sob. Han Ruoruo took a moment to collect her thoughts, as if reaching a conclusion, and suddenly, 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. Well, so. Lin Xie naturally continued, then let us be in a relationship. Roar. Lin Xie's voice was not loud, yet the impact of his words was undeniably profound, resonating throughout the classroom and inciting a chorus of excitement. Wow. Who would have thought that Lin Xie was drawn to a girl like Han Ruoruo? It's quite unexpected. Upon closer inspection, Han Ruoruo indeed possesses remarkable beauty. However, it is evident that Lin Xie is even more handsome. How domineering. I absolutely adore this. Alas, just look at Lu Yuan's expression. It is utterly captivating. I concur. They should be together. Together. Amidst the uproar, Han Ruoruo lowered her head, seemingly preoccupied with observing her toes. Her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Well, all right then. Beside her, Lu Yuan stared in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His world had collapsed. Lin Xie nodded expressionlessly. In that case, we shall meet in the garage tonight. All right. Lin Xie released his hand that had been covering Lu Yuan's mouth, and the latter remained seated like a statue, staring blankly at the blushing Han Ruoruo, utterly motionless. Lin Xie cast him a fleeting glance before silently walking away. Witnessing the entire episode, Li Yifei approached Lin Xie and whispered, Xie, why did you choose to save him? He had previously pushed you aside. I genuinely had no desire to save him. Had I been my former self, I certainly would not have intervened. Yet, I placed my hand upon his shoulder and reflected, here I am, committed to my duties. While I do not wish to save him. From the perspective of a night watchman, saving lives is imperative. Thus, I extended my aid, albeit not entirely. Li Yifei paused, puzzled by the meaning behind those words. Lin Xie turned his head and cast a meaningful glance at the dazed Lu Yuan, saying, do you believe that, given his temperament, he would relinquish his pursuit of Han Ruoruo? Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that he remains undeterred? Due to my duties as a night watchman, I saved him once, Lin Xie replied calmly, but should he insist on courting danger once more, it would no longer concern me. At that point, I might even find myself applauding from the sidelines. Chapter 51. I understand you, the day after the debut. For updates today, everyone, let us charge ahead. Li Fei smacked his lips. When it comes to ruthlessness, you still surpass all. Lin Xie was about to speak when a voice came through his headset, causing his expression to shift slightly. What happened? There's been an incident over at Hongying. Without hesitation, Lin Xie grasped the black box and dashed out of the classroom. Hey, there's only a minute until class starts. Li Yifei instinctively reminded him, only to realize that those days of sitting in class with a sense of security were long gone. He stepped forward, following Lin Xie out. And just as they reached the door, he collided with their English teacher. Li Yifei? Class is about to start. Where are you rushing off to? The English teacher glared at him, irritation evident in her tone. Times have changed, teacher. The English teacher, visibly taken aback, could only respond with a puzzled expression. Li Yifei sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash, arriving at the girls' dormitory where a large crowd had already gathered below. Did you hear that? It sounded like an explosion from inside. I heard it. There were also strange screams. It's terrifying. Has anyone called the police? Someone's on the phone. The fire truck should be arriving soon. Let's secure the area. Hey? Why is there no signal? Me neither. How strange. Outside of number 2 high school. Lung Xian sat in a hidden corner, lowering a notice board. He delicately traced a blade across his fingertip, drawing a few drops of blood. With an expressionless face, he extended his hand and drew a long line on the surface of the board. He pressed his hands together forcefully, declaring, "Forbidden realm, no restrictions." 1 second, 2 seconds. 3 seconds, 10 seconds passed, yet the notice board remained silent. Lung Xian's lips twitched slightly as he pondered whether he had not drawn enough blood. Thus, he drew his knife again, slicing open his left hand and marking another line on the board. Forbidden realm, no restrictions. Still, there was no reaction. Growing impatient, Lung Xian tapped the surface of the board, akin to striking an old television set with a poor connection. After a couple of taps, the board trembled slightly, and an invisible canvas unfurled from its center, connecting with 2 other boards and enveloping the entire area above number 2 high school. Finally, that worked. Satisfied, Lung Xian stood up and gazed into the distance, only to be taken aback. Huh? Why does the color of this, no restrictions, look different this time? Oh my, look, why has the sky turned green? Really? How marvelous. Quick, take a picture. Who among you has encountered such misfortune to be adorned with such a grand title? What must one endure to witness such an anomaly? The sudden transformation of the sky captivated everyone's attention, even drawing the teachers and students from their classrooms to point and discuss the spectacle above. Chia, what is going on? Li Yifei gazed at the verdant sky, feeling an inexplicable unease within his heart. Lin Chia furrowed his brows, uncertain but suspecting it might be related to the Wujie void. However, that was of little consequence. His gaze settled on the densely packed crowd surrounding the girls' dormitory, and his brows slightly knitted in concern. They had effectively blocked access to the dormitory and under the watchful eyes of the multitude. It would be rather inappropriate for him to enter. Could you create a distraction to divert their attention? He implored. A distraction? Li Yifei was taken aback. What sort of distraction? Anything will suffice, whether you feign a cardiac episode or perform an exotic dance, as long as it draws their attention away. But I am not capable of that, Li Yifei replied. Lin Chia turned around, solemnly gazing into Li Yifei's eyes. Since you intend to join the night watch after this incident, you must be prepared to sacrifice everything, including your chastity. Wait a moment. Why must joining the night watch entail sacrificing my chastity? Li Yifei replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of an individual amidst the crowd. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, he steeled himself. Very well, go ahead. I shall help divert their attention. Lin Chia nodded slightly, making his way through the throng to the vicinity of the barricade, casting a glance at Li Yifei. Taking a deep breath, Li Yifei shouted towards the crowd, Wushujie. His booming voice immediately silenced the clamorous assembly, causing everyone to turn in astonishment towards the boy who had unexpectedly appeared beneath the girls' dormitory. Lin Chia's lips twitched slightly at the side. Surely, this fellow was not contemplating. Wushujie, Li Yifei called out once more. I like you. Upon hearing those 4 words, a wave of excitement erupted from the crowd. High school students, after all, exhibit an extraordinary fascination for matters beyond academics, such as sudden incidents of fire or a public confession of love. It was evident that the latter held far greater allure for them than the former. The fervor for gossip ignited within them, and their eager gazes shifted towards Wushujie in the crowd, even stepping back to create a space for her. Lin Chia seized the opportunity, swiftly crossing the perimeter and darting into the girls' dormitory. Wushujie lowered her gaze, unable to meet Li Yifei's eyes. And after a moment of silence, she spoke softly. I'm sorry. I already have someone I like. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's mind went blank. And in a daze, he felt as if he had suddenly comprehended Wang Xiao's earlier emotions. Whom do you like? Wushujie's face flushed with shyness as she replied, I like Lin Chia. The moment Li Yifei heard the name Lin Chia, his expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively glanced toward the entrance of the girls' dormitory, only to find that Lin Chia had vanished. He remained silent for a long while, slowly raising his head to gaze at the lush green sky above, his eyes welling with tears. Lu Yuan, don't cry, I understand you. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The whirling gunfire ignited a dazzling display of fiery silk, resembling a long red tassel adorning the gun's tip. As bursts of rose-colored sparks erupted in the dark corridor, the figure of Hong Ying darted swiftly among the monsters, her spear sweeping through the air, and in an instant, a monster's head soared high, engulfed in flames. The remaining few monsters seemed to tremble in fear, instinctively retreating a few steps. Before them, Hong Ying, wielding her blazing spear, advanced with flowing hair and a determined stride. Chapter 52. The serpent demon. The rose-colored flames illuminated the corridor as if it were daylight. Hong Ying, poised with her spear, crouched slightly, her gaze fixed upon the four monsters before her, a wave of fiery heat radiating from her center. Suddenly, her form transformed into a blazing inferno, shooting forth. The rose-colored embers dissipated rapidly in the air, leaving behind a trailing crimson afterimage. Her speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye. In a heartbeat, she materialized before the monsters. The spear quivered, and numerous fiery spear images bloomed like blossoms, piercing through the four monsters before they could react. The rose flames ignited, consuming the shrieking monsters entirely. Scattered embers fell from the sky like withering cherry blossoms, blanketing the corridor. Hong Ying sheathed her spear behind her, lightly snapping her fingers. And the flames in the corridor were extinguished in an instant, plunging everything back into darkness. Xiaonan, are you all right? I'm fine. I even managed to slay one, Si Xiaonan replied, glancing at the disfigured monster on the ground and grinning. Xiaonan, you're amazing, Hong Ying said, stepping forward to ruffle her hair with a smile. How could I compare to you, Sister Hong Ying? Once your rosefire feather garb is unleashed, even dozens of monsters wouldn't stand a chance. You sure know how to flatter. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Hong Ying furrowed her brow, gripping her spear tightly behind her, and looked on alert. Upon encountering the newcomer, Hong Ying relaxed slightly, withdrawing her hand from the shaft of her long gun. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and it appeared that the dormitory supervisor had not noticed the weapon she bore. In a hurried manner, she waved her hand at them. Which class are you from? How can you be so reckless? Come with me quickly, the fire truck is on its way. Hong Ying exchanged glances with Si Xiaonan, stowing their weapons into the black box, and swiftly made their way down the corridor. As they approached the dormitory supervisor, she seemed poised to utter something. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot reverberated through the air. A bullet pierced through the gap in the handrail, striking the supervisor in the waist. Hong Ying and Si Xianan's pupils dilated in shock, instinctively distancing themselves from the supervisor. The tremendous recoil sent her crashing against the wall, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the young man ascending the stairs below. In the next instant, her head erupted, transforming into a grotesque, blood-soaked monstrosity. Roaring in fury, how could a shot aimed at the head have struck her waist? From around the corner of the staircase, Lin Xie held his gun, muttering as he aimed at the gaping maw of the creature, his expression impassive as he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots pierced through the monster's mouth, causing its body to convulse violently before it lay lifeless, rolling down the stairs. Xie? Hong Ying exclaimed in astonishment. I heard you were in a fierce battle. So I rushed over, Lin Xie replied, holstering his pistol and stepping over the carnage that littered the floor, surveying the surroundings. Where's the monster? It has been dealt with, Hong Ying said, hands on her hips, a triumphant smile adorning her face, eager for praise. Have you located the main body? Instantly, Hong Ying's expression fell, and she shook her head in disappointment. No. Lin Xie meticulously wandered around this level, lost in thought. Logically speaking, this was the location where the first infected individual had appeared. Had it departed after infecting others? Could it possess such intelligence? This mythical creature undoubtedly harbored considerable wisdom. Lin Xie asserted confidently that it could flawlessly replicate an individual's personality and behavioral patterns, rendering it impossible to discern the authentic from the counterfeit, an ability not characteristic of mere beasts. Moreover, its infection strategy thus far exhibited a remarkable degree of logic. Logic? Is that truly the case? Si Xiaonan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it chose to initiate the infection from the girls' dormitory. Not only because the girls are physically weaker and thus easier to manipulate, but also by cleverly exploiting their unique charm to disarm other suspicions. It engaged these girls in conversation with the boys to garner their favor, subsequently luring them to secluded locations to infect them. All without arousing any suspicion. Even the teachers fell victim. While its actions may appear haphazard, they are, in fact, deeply insidious and meticulously calculated. Had it not been for Li Yifei inadvertently encountering Lu Xiaoyan infecting the director, we might not have realized its presence for another 6 months, by which time the number of infected individuals would have escalated to a truly terrifying extent. After listening to Lin Xie's analysis, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan felt a chill run down their spines. It is my first encounter with a mythical creature possessing such high intelligence, Hong Ying remarked, her brow furrowed. If what you say is true, it must have known we were coming and would not linger here. That is highly likely, Lin Qiye nodded, resigned. Then, what is that over there? Si Xiaonan tilted her head, pointing towards the end of the corridor. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying were taken aback, simultaneously turning their heads to gaze, their pupils abruptly constricting. At the end of the corridor, on a small balcony, a creature with a serpent's tail and a human form coiled there, its ebony scales emanating a chilling aura in the faint sunlight. A pair of eerie green eyes fixated silently on the three of them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scarlet forked tongue flicked out, and the corners of its mouth curved into a mocking smile. Lin Qiye and Hong Ying exchanged a brief glance, and without uttering a word, they dashed towards the balcony with fervor. They pursued. The serpentine creature, with the body of a human, raised its head high and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens. Hiss! Immediately thereafter, it swiftly glided along the edge of the balcony with astonishing speed, almost simultaneously with the echo of its cry. A chorus of piercing screams erupted from the distant classroom. Lin Qiye abruptly halted her steps, lifting her gaze towards the distant horizon. The infected had gone berserk. You go protect the students. I shall pursue it. No sooner had she spoken than she leaped down, vanishing from the balcony. Lin Qiye abruptly hit the brakes and dashed back towards the staircase. With Hong Ying's agility and prowess, leaping from the 5th floor posed no challenge. However, given his current level, such a descent would surely lead to considerable mischief. Lin Qiye, bearing the black box upon his back, sprinted down the road with fervor. Countless students around him screamed and dashed about like headless flies, while in the distance, the faint roars of monsters echoed ominously. Do not run. Stay behind me. We cannot leave the school now, Lin Qiye shouted. Alas, amidst the chaos, his words fell on deaf ears. Everyone frantically rushed towards the school gates, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier that held them captive within. This was to prevent the physical manifestation of the monsters and the infected from escaping the boundless void. Silence! Silence! Listen to what I have to say. Lin Qiye called out several times, yet no one paid him any heed. At that moment, the words of the cold and distant Xian from earlier echoed once more in his ears. Thus, Lin Qiye drew a pistol from his pocket and pulled the trigger towards the sky. Lin Qiye, holding a gun, aimed it at the statue-like students, expressionless as he raised his chin slightly. I said, silence. Chapter 53, The Apocalypse of the Campus. The purpose of a gun extends beyond mere killing. It serves as a means of deterrence. When the sudden appearance of monsters instills a frenzied terror in people, only another form of fear can momentarily restore their composure. Who are you? Why do you have a gun? Are you a police officer? Please save us. There are monsters in the school. Help. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the students erupted into chaos once more, pushing toward Lin Qiye, their clamorous voices reverberating throughout the school gate. Lin Qiye furrowed his brows slightly, advancing instead of retreating. He gently pressed his fingers on the handle of the black box, causing the side of the box to swiftly open, and a sheathed straight sword sprang forth. Lin Qiye grasped the hilt of his sword with lightning speed, and with a resounding clash, the straight blade was unsheathed. The blade, shimmering with a pale blue luminescence, sliced through the air, producing a faint hum as it struck mercilessly towards the lead boy. The boy's pupils dilated, and his head seemed to swell, as if something within was about to burst forth at any moment. Yet, Lin Qiye's sword descended first, severing his head with a swift motion. A grotesque head, replete with flesh and fangs, was hurled high into the air, splattering thick blood onto the surrounding students, who stood frozen in shock, like statues, staring at the gruesome scene. Moments later, piercing screams erupted chaotically. A monster had been lurking among them all along? Silence! Lin Qiye bellowed, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes. The tumultuous crowd fell utterly silent in an instant. At the moment Lin Qiye spoke, an unprecedented pressure crashed upon their hearts like a tidal wave, leaving them stunned. Now, there are no monsters concealed among you. You may exit the school directly, and someone will open the door for you. Lin Qiye sheathed his sword and stated calmly, however, you must all leave in an orderly fashion. No pushing. If I catch anyone breaking the rules. Lin Qiye slowly raised the gun, waving it before the crowd. Upon hearing this, the students present immediately turned and rushed towards the school gate. Although their haste appeared somewhat frantic, they maintained a semblance of order. A few girls, their legs trembling and unable to move, were supported by boys as they made their way to the entrance. At that moment, a corner of the decaying was lifted, revealing a pathway to the outside world. Beyond the decaying, there would be designated personnel to conduct memory wipes, a detail that did not require Lin Qiye's concern. This wave of students numbered approximately 400, with many more pouring out of the classrooms. They were primarily first-year and third-year students. Given the limited number of infected individuals among these grades and the proximity of the classrooms to the school gate, escaping from the buildings after the monster's appearance was not particularly arduous. However, the complication lay in the fact that some infected students remained concealed among the panicked throng. They were like unstable bombs, unpredictable in their eruption, yet it was undeniable that their explosion would serve as the final straw, breaking the students' fragile psyche. It was akin to a group of students narrowly escaping the monsters, finally finding refuge, only to let down their psychological guard. Only to witness a classmate's head split open beside them. Although the monster's lethality was limited, the absurd actions prompted by human panic knew no bounds. Fortunately, with Lin Qiye acting as a humanoid detector, he was able to effortlessly identify and eliminate the monsters lurking within the crowd. Those students deemed harmless could exit through the decaying. With such a significant number of students, keeping them all within the school would only increase the uncertainty. While Lin Qiye could not ensure the safe passage of every student, he could at least facilitate the escape of some. Thankfully, the physical condition of the current high school students was commendable, and within a few minutes, approximately 1,300 to 1,400 had reached the school gate, successfully leaving the premises after Lin Qiye's assessment. The first-year and third-year buildings were now nearly empty. It is time to close the passage. I must enter to rescue others. Lin Qiye communicated to Long Xin through his earpiece. Long Xin acknowledged with a sound, and in the next moment, the passage of the decaying began to gradually close, effectively isolating the school once more from the outside world. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to set out, the sky suddenly flickered, reminiscent of a malfunctioning old television, dimming ominously. I am not yet well acquainted with the decaying. It seems I have encountered something peculiar. Long Xian's voice resonated through the earpiece. Will it affect you? I will continue my research. Lin Qiye raised his gaze to the blood-red sky, letting out a sigh. I feel that a shade of green would be more approachable. After all, does this scene not resemble the end of the world? A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Lin Qiye to furrow his brow. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and hastily searched the first and third-year teaching buildings with his knife in hand. Alan, I am so scared. But why are we hiding here instead of running outside with them? Another girl inquired. In the cramped, dimly lit stall of the restroom, 3 girls huddled together, their faces pale with fear. Alan lowered his voice, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling excitement. Haven't you seen those disaster movies? When the apocalypse strikes, those who mindlessly rush out usually meet their demise. Based on my years of cinematic experience, the wisest course of action is to separate from the crowd and hide in a safe place while awaiting rescue. But this isn't a movie. The girl beside her replied, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. And are you sure the restroom is a safe place? I wish I could find somewhere else. But in this fast teaching building, aside from classrooms, there's only the restroom. Where else can we go? Alan sighed helplessly. But don't worry, if we stay here, we'll be fine. Creak. Before Alan could finish her sentence, the stall door was suddenly flung open. The 3 girls hiding inside screamed in unison. When they saw that the figure entering was not a monster, but a boy wielding a knife, they immediately fell silent, covering their mouths. It's all fine? Hardly. Lin Qiye spoke flatly. In an instant, he drew his blade, and in the terrified gazes of the 3, he swiftly severed the head of one girl. A grotesque, bloodied head tumbled to the floor. Chapter 54. The Clever Ones. Silence. You killed Xiao? She is no longer herself. Can't you see that? Having witnessed their companion, who moments ago had been hiding with them, transformed into a monster and cut in two, the 2 remaining girls were utterly paralyzed by terror, their legs trembling beneath them. Lin Qiye, with a sense of helplessness, assisted the 2 girls out of the restroom. Outside, a scattering of a dozen or so men and women had gathered, their eyes filled with admiration as they witnessed Lin Qiye truly leading the 2 girls out. Was there really someone inside? Senior Qiye, you are remarkable. You could sense there was someone inside from 10 meters away. Are you a cultivator? Can you take me along? What are you standing there for? Is this the time for idle chatter? Hurry up and lend a hand. Only then did the crowd react, rushing forward to support the rescued girls. They were all survivors that Lin Qiye had saved during his first year from the corners of the high school. And there were quite a few, like the 2 just rescued, who had been so frightened they were rendered weak. Fortunately, most of the boys were relatively strong, and there were no instances of being so terrified they could not move. Senior Qiye, what shall we do next? Both teaching buildings have been thoroughly searched. You should head to the auditorium we passed earlier. I have cleared it out, Lin Chiye replied calmly. And you? The second-year teaching building is the epicenter of the disaster. I still need to rescue more people. Can I go with you? I just repelled a monster with a fire axe. I can help too. A sturdy-looking boy said eagerly. No need. I can manage on my own. Lin Chiye shook his head and pointed to the trembling girl in the group. Your fire axe is better used to protect them. Very well. Lin Chiye did not linger any longer. After giving a few brief instructions, he hastened down the stairs towards the depths of the second-year high school building. The monstrous entities lurking in that area comprised nearly 60% of the entire school. And with almost 10 minutes having elapsed since the outbreak of chaos, one could only speculate the dire state of affairs in the second-year sector. It was to be hoped that they would exhibit some semblance of wisdom. Quickly, move the desks and chairs into the corridor to block it, shouted a boy, rallying his peers. Come on, exert yourselves. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses. Girls, stop your shrieking. Come and assist the injured. What? There are still a few survivors on the third floor? Damn it, the Axe team. Follow me. Mr. Wong, I entrust this floor to your command. Amidst the chaos on the fifth-floor balcony, Li Yifei bellowed, as the majority of second-year students congregated on this level, barricaded by an impenetrable wall of desks and chairs. Below them, a dozen monsters were relentlessly battering against the barriers. Mr. Wong, the bespectacled teacher, nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I shall manage this floor. My years of playing tower defense games shall not go to waste. Grasping a fire axe, Li Yifei slung it over his shoulder and shouted towards the opposite corridor. A group of sturdy boys, armed with fire axes, steel rods, and tennis rackets, sprinted towards him. There are over 20 students trapped in Class 8 on the third floor. We must rescue them. Li Yifei succinctly explained the situation. Several boys quickly fashioned a makeshift rope from their clothes, securing it to the railing of the corridor, allowing it to dangle down. After tugging on it to ensure its sturdiness, Li Yifei was the first to ascend the railing. Gripping the rope tightly and mimicking the actions he had seen on television as he gradually maneuvered downward, the other boys followed suit, albeit a bit nervously, but maintaining a semblance of order. Mr. Wong, do you think Li Yifei and the others will be safe? A girl asked anxiously, observing the scene unfold. Mr. Wong cast a long, contemplative glance at them and sighed. How could there be no danger? Yet, I have faith in his abilities. Li Yifei is so handsome. How did I never notice before? Whispered a girl nearby. Throughout history and every dark age, there have always been those once obscure individuals who rise to become beacons of leadership. In this dire environment, the seemingly hopeless students, like Li Yifei and his peers, reveal the potential that others could scarcely fathom. Never underestimate anyone, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem, for on any given day, they may shine with brilliance, Mr. Wong remarked, adjusting his glasses. Then, as if struck by a thought, he turned to admonish the girl. By the way, no early romances. Li Yifei and his companions successfully descended the makeshift rope to the corridor of the third floor. At that moment, most of the monsters had been drawn to the corridors between the fourth and fifth floors, leaving only 2 creatures surrounding the entrance of Class 8. At this moment, all the doors and windows of Class 8 were barricaded with desks and chairs, rendering the 2 monstrous entities unable to breach the classroom. Intelligence was not solely the domain of Li Yifei. Their movements in the corridor were so subtle that the creatures remained oblivious to their presence until the group stealthily approached from behind, prompting the monsters to become alert. They abruptly turned their heads, revealing their menacing jaws as they prepared to act upon discovering Li Yifei and the others lurking behind them. Hold your ground, Li Yifei shouted. 4 or 5 boys seized chairs from the classroom, letting out a roar as they charged at the 2 beasts. Although the monsters possessed a fearsome appetite for human flesh, their strength was not vastly superior to that of an ordinary person. Under the relentless assault of the boys wielding chairs, the creatures were momentarily halted, though their sharp teeth gnawed through the wood, rendering the chairs utterly useless. In that fleeting moment, the remaining boys surged forward, wielding fire axes and clubs with reckless abandon, striking at the monsters' mouths. After a frenzied barrage, the creatures convulsed violently before collapsing, their heads reduced to a state of utter ruin. The boys gasped for breath, yet could not suppress their exhilaration. They had united in triumph to vanquish 2 terrifying beasts. Quickly, let us save the others. Li Yifei dashed to the classroom door, knocking urgently. Inside, the classmates had been peering through the gaps between desks and chairs, and upon witnessing Li Yifei and his group's success, they swiftly opened a door, allowing several boys to emerge. I am Li Yifei from Class 2. Come with us to evacuate, he urged. Evacuate? Where can we possibly go? The leading boy shook his head, gesturing towards the first floor. It has completely fallen. There are at least 10 monsters there. We cannot break through. You managed to slay 2, but can you defeat 10? We will retreat upwards, Li Yifei asserted earnestly. We have eliminated the monsters on the 5th floor, creating a barricade of desks and chairs for defense. Most of the students are hiding there. The 5th floor? The boy chuckled. Let me ask you, which floor are we currently on? The 3rd floor. And where are the monsters congregated? The 1st, 2nd, and 4th floors. Even if we assume your claim is true and we attempt to breach to the 5th floor, how do we circumvent the dense gathering of monsters on the 4th floor? Even if we miraculously succeed in escaping from the 4th floor, as you mentioned, the corridors on the 5th floor are completely sealed. Do you think there will be time for you to open the door for us, allowing all of us to pass through before sealing it again? He pointed to the thick rope dangling in the 3rd floor corridor. Or do you believe that all 28 of us can climb that rope to reach the 5th floor? Li Yifei was rendered speechless. I hadn't anticipated so much. He sighed. Your assistance in our time of need is greatly appreciated, the boy said, slightly bowing. However, regrettably, your withdrawal plan is unfeasible. What alternative do you propose? To hold our ground. His tone was remarkably tranquil. While the creatures appeared fearsome, they were not insurmountable. As long as we diligently fortified the doors and windows, staving them off would not pose a problem. I firmly believe that soon help will arrive to rescue us. Li Yifei paused for a moment, studying the bespectacled boy before him, who seemed rather genteel. I still do not know your name. In Qingyu. In Qingyu? You are the top student in the city. In Qingyu? Li Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment. Academic achievements are of little concern to me. And Qingyu's gaze fell upon the grotesque remnants of flesh outside the corridor, an unusual glint illuminating his eyes. It appeared that this world was far more intriguing than he had anticipated. For some inexplicable reason, Li Yifei felt a chill at the sight of his expression. I fear you may not be able to leave now, and Qingyu stated, moving toward the window and pointing at 3 creatures charging from the right corridor, while 3 others crawled up from the left. They were surrounded. The most alarming aspect was that one of the creatures, as it passed through the corridor, casually shredded the thick rope suspended outside, severing the retreat for Li Yifei and the others completely. Li Yifei's pupils constricted in shock. They might have managed to slay 2 creatures with the chairs and fire axes, but facing 6 at once would undoubtedly spell their doom. More than 20 boys pushed with all their might against the tables and chairs, their faces turning purple from exertion. Inside and outside the classroom, it was a battle that wagered dozens of lives. The girls in the classroom turned pale, screaming as they cowered in the corners, while the remaining boys were equally grim expressions. Only the frail and Qingyu stood aside, frowning at the unfolding scene, seemingly deep in thought. The emergence of 6 creatures following the demise of 2 indicated that these monsters operated within an interconnected mental network, governed by a central intelligence exhibiting remarkable acuity, rivaling that of humans. Yet, the question remained, how did they know to sever the thick rope? Assuming the creatures could share visual information, when Li Yifei and his companions descended from the rope into the corridor, they should have been invisible from the monster's perspective. How did they discern that the thick rope was the vital link between the 2 floors? At that moment, while Qingyu pondered alone, Li Yifei and the others at the front gritted their teeth, their forms gradually being forced backward by the mounting pressure ahead. Damn it, we cannot hold out much longer. At the moment when the crowd was on the brink of exhaustion, a figure swiftly glided past the window, a pale blue gleam cutting through the crescent moonlight. In the next instant, a grotesque monster's head was tossed high into the air. The remaining 5 creatures, still taken aback, were met with a sudden shift in the figure's stance. It contorted into an exceedingly peculiar posture, brandishing a blade with remarkable precision. The blade cleaved through the nearest monster, severing it from shoulder to waist in a single stroke, blood gushing forth. Finally, the 4 remaining monsters regained their senses, howling as they lunged toward the figure. Just as they were about to make contact, 2 blazing orbs of light erupted from the person's eyes, akin to a furnace ablaze, dazzling in their intensity. An overwhelming aura, as tumultuous as the sea, surged forth, striking the very essence of the 4 monsters, causing their movements to falter. In that fleeting moment, another pale blue arc of the blade sliced through the air, tracing a crescent-like curve as it severed the necks of the 4 monsters. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, devoid of any pause. Despite the youth's rapid retreat, the splattered blood stained his school uniform crimson. He frowned slightly as the furnace within his eyes gradually dimmed, fading into obscurity. The blade returned to its sheath. A throng of students stood by, dumbfounded. What had they witnessed? A high school student, clad in the same uniform, had felled 6 monsters with mere strokes of his blade? Qi, you have finally arrived. Li Fei exclaimed upon seeing the figure, his voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. I thought you had abandoned me. Let us dispense with the sentimentalities. Lin Qi retorted, rolling his eyes. Classmate, are you here to rescue us? Someone in the crowd inquired, excitement evident in their voice. Sort of, Lin Qi nodded. Turning to Li Fei, please, succinctly recount the situation. All right, Li Fei began, collecting his thoughts. After that strange scream echoed, the majority of the monsters went berserk, plunging the entire building into chaos. The 4th floor fared better, but on the 1st floor, one class saw half of its members transform into monsters, slaughtering the others and completely blocking the stairwell. We were unable to escape the school. Some attempted to leap from the 2nd floor, only to be torn apart upon landing. Consequently, nearly all students began fleeing upwards. I led a group of capable boys, eliminating several monsters on the 5th floor. And after rescuing the majority of students from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, we barricaded the stairwell and prepared to endure. Later, we heard there were survivors on the 3rd floor, so we descended. Lin Qi inquired, how do you handle those whose monstrous nature remains uncertain? Fortunately, you previously informed me that Han Roro is also a creature of the night. She did not transform, but rather blended into the crowd, easily discernible to me. To avoid alarming her, I confined her along with several boys who interacted with her frequently and a few girls from the same dormitory into a classroom under close supervision. After listening, Lin Qian nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude for your presence. Otherwise, the number of deceased students would have been far greater. Li Yifei scratched his head and chuckled. With my impressive performance, I should have no trouble joining the night watch, right? Not a significant issue, came the reply. Lin Qie seemed to sense the gaze of someone and turned his head, locking eyes with a frail young man wearing glasses. From his eyes, Lin Qie discerned an emotion that set him apart from the others. While most gazes directed towards him were filled with fear, reverence, admiration, or infatuation, this one was different. Who are you? Lin Qie inquired, puzzled, and Qingyu stepped forward, extending his right hand in a courteous manner. Greetings, my name is Qingyu. Lin Qie hesitated for a moment before grasping his hand. Chapter 56. The Naga demon and Qingyu opened his mouth as if to inquire about something. But after a moment's hesitation, he wisely chose to remain silent. His curiosity regarding Lin Qie's identity and his extraordinary combat prowess was palpable. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he suspected that any question he posed would likely be met with reticence, potentially provoking dislike from Lin Qie. 7 nights? He is a once-in-a-decade genius from Sangnan City, a treasure of No. 2 high school. Have you heard of his name? Li Yifei interjected. I have not, came the reply. Now is not the time for such discussions, Lin Qie said calmly. First, we must escort these students to the auditorium. It is comparatively safer there. Li Yifei was taken aback. But we can't even get downstairs. There are numerous monsters on the first floor. As he spoke, he realized the absurdity of his question. They're all dead. Otherwise, do you think I would have made it up here? Lin Qie regarded Li Yifei with an expression akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged. You truly are formidable, Li Yifei remarked with a grin. So, do you intend to continue upwards to rescue others? Of course. I will accompany you, Li Yifei declared resolutely. Rest assured, I will not hinder you, and they currently trust me. I can assist you in controlling the situation. Lin Qie hesitated only briefly before nodding. Bring your axe-wielding team and follow me. Although there appeared to be no outward change, after a day of fierce combat, nearly 20 monsters had perished by his hand. Lin Qie's physical and mental stamina had been severely depleted. He was fatigued. With Li Yifei and his axe team, he would find some relief from the mounting pressure. I shall accompany you, and Qingyu interjected suddenly. You? I can assist you in strategizing and analyzing the behavioral patterns of the monsters. And Qingyu gazed steadily into Lin Qie's eyes, betraying no hint of trepidation. Li Yifei leaned closer to Lin Qie and whispered, I believe this fellow is quite clever. Lin Qie hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, but let it be known that I cannot guarantee your safety. After all, he had brought an entire squad of axe-wielders. The addition of one more person would make little difference. No problem, I fear not for my life, and Qingyu replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she were thoroughly exhilarated. After Lin Qie instructed the others in the class, he allowed them to proceed to the auditorium on their own. The auditorium was not far from the sophomore teaching building, and with Lin Qie having just cleared the area of monsters, they were unlikely to encounter any further danger. Li Fei, what is the situation upstairs? Is everything all right? It should not be a problem to fend off those monsters on the 4th floor. Good. Then let us take a moment to rest here. Lin Chieh casually found a stool to sit on. There were numerous monsters on the 4th floor, and to confront them head-on, he required ample physical strength and mental fortitude. Sister Hongying, how's it on your end? Lin Chieh activated his earpiece. I couldn't catch it. I pursued it through most of the school. But then it slipped into the woods behind your school and vanished. Hongying's voice on the other end seemed somewhat disheartened. Lin Chieh's heart sank once more. If the essence remains undying, then this incident shall not reach its conclusion. Even if he were to eliminate each monster lurking within the school, it would merely be a superficial remedy. So, where do you stand now? Xiaonan is attempting to trace the remnants left by the creature. We shall persist in our pursuit. As long as the voidless domain endures, it cannot escape this institution. Very well. By the way, Wu Xiangnan has uncovered the true nature of this creature. Lin Chieh's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This creature was a Nandu snake demon, likely originating from rural folklore. Wu Xiangnan had previously scoured all mythological texts without uncovering any information about this entity, ultimately discovering mere fragments in a tattered ancient tome. The Nandu snake demon? This type of serpent demon possesses formidable camouflage abilities and intelligence rivaling that of humans. After consuming a living being, it can implant a seed within, transforming the host into its progeny and manipulating their movements. However, the production of these seeds is limited. Even the original can only generate one per day, while the offspring require 3 days to mature, and both the original and its progeny possess relatively low combat prowess, at least during their juvenile stages. Oh, I see. Lin Chieh stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems this serpent demon has existed far longer than he had anticipated, with such a multitude of offspring. It may have been residing in this school for over a month. It is remarkably cautious and astute. As Lin Chieh pondered, and Xingyu silently approached his side. Is there something you wish to discuss? I have a question, she replied. If you intend to inquire whether I am a superhero or a cultivator, I would advise against it. No, what I wish to ask is, do such monsters exist in places unknown to us? And Xingyu gestured toward the monstrous remains scattered outside. Lin Chieh hesitated for a moment before nodding. Then why do we continue to live so leisurely and comfortably? Lin Chieh cast a glance at him and slowly spoke. Because there are individuals watching over humanity during the night. However, Lin Chieh could only say this much. I understand, and Xingyu nodded. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be? The corners of Xingyu's mouth slightly lifted. I merely find it intriguing. Intriguing? Aren't you just a high school student? So what? Do you, like others, believe that a high school student can only learn what pertains to their grade? And Xingyu chuckled lightly. Spending 3 years acquiring rigid and monotonous knowledge is merely a waste of life. Then you. I recently completed my master's in biology. And in the latter half of the year, I plan to pursue a doctorate, primarily focusing on genetic inheritance and mutations, with some research into clinical medicine. Lin Chieh stared blankly at Xingyu, and after a long pause, managed to utter a few words. I apologize for the intrusion. Is there truly such a prodigy in this world? Lin Chieh always considered himself quite clever, yet in comparison to the young man before him, the term intelligent seemed utterly inadequate. He glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and stepped toward the classroom exit. It was time to rescue someone. The others gathered their weapons, following Lin Chieh with a fierce determination. Even Xingyu rummaged through a drawer for a fruit knife, smiling as she joined them. Chapter 57. Wishing you happiness, 5th floor. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan. Rua. I'm here. In the corner of the classroom. Han Rua approached Lu Yuan, her eyes reddened, lips pressed together, resembling a frightened fawn. Lu Yuan. Why have they locked us up? Li Yifei said there might be monsters among us. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, fixating on the group of boys outside the window. Lu Yuan. I'm so scared. As Lu Yuan met her pitiful gaze, his heart melted. Within him, the hatred for Lin Chieh blazed like an uncontrollable fire. Why? Han Ruoro was meant to be mine. How dare this outsider, who has only been here for a few days, be with her? I refuse to accept it. Suppressing the flames of anger within, Lu Yuan gently reassured Han Ruoro, don't be afraid. I'm here, and everything will be all right. Lu Yuan, you are so kind. Han Ruoro nestled her head against Lu Yuan's chest, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Unlike Lin Chieh, who only fled at the first sign of danger, showing no concern for me. Lin Chieh? He is nothing but scum, Lu Yuan scoffed. I've made my decision. Han Ruo lifted her head, gazing into Lu Yuan's eyes, her cheeks blushing. I want to break up with him. A man like him is utterly unreliable. Lu Yuan trembled with joy, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Then you. I prefer someone like you, who can give me a sense of security. Han Ruo shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing those words, Lu Yuan felt as if he could soar into the heavens. He abruptly pulled Han Ruo into his embrace and earnestly declared, Ruo, I like you. Be my girlfriend. I will be 100 times better than Lin Xie. Lu Yuan's heart was filled with elation. Lu Yuan, what's wrong? I don't want to stay here. I'm so scared. Lu Yuan paused, glancing at the boys standing outside the door, his expression conflicted. However, they want to let us leave, and there may be monsters among us. Lu Yuan, do you think I'm a monster? Han Ruo looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her voice quivering with indignation, as if she were on the verge of tears. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, shaking his head with determination. No, then are you a monster? I am not. Then why must we stay here? Li Yifei insists that we must remain here. On what grounds does he claim we are problematic? Han Ruo grasped Lu Yuan's hand, weeping as she spoke. Lu Yuan, I truly do not wish to stay here any longer. Please take me away. Each of Han Ruo's words resonated deeply within Lu Yuan, and coupled with her pitiful gaze, it ignited a fierce protective instinct within him. Taking a deep breath, he rose to his feet, firmly holding Han Ruo's hand, and declared, Rest assured, I will certainly take you out of here. I shall prove to you that I am a man of greater courage than Lin Xie. With that, he led Han Ruo to the classroom door and began to knock vigorously. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? A man outside shouted through the window. Let us out. Lu Yuan bellowed in response. You cannot leave. Li Yifei has stated that there are monsters among you. You are talking nonsense. Lu Yuan retorted. Pointing an accusing finger at the boy, Li Chang, open your eyes and see, I am Lu Yuan. She is Han Ruo. We are classmates. You are imprisoning us based solely on Li Yifei's words? Do you know what that is called? It is called unlawful detention. If you do not let us out, you are committing a crime. Li Yifei is a madman. Will you follow his lead into lawlessness? Despite being students, they still felt uneasy about such an act of confinement. Especially since it involved their classmates, it indeed seemed excessively harsh. Lu Yuan, do not slander. Li Chang stood his ground. This is a special situation, as you can see. So many classmates have transformed into monsters. Who can guarantee that you are not among them? Why are we the suspects? Lu Yuan scoffed, gesturing towards everyone present. Aren't all of you equally suspicious? How does Li Yifei know there are monsters among us? Does he possess X-ray vision? Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, a tremendous crash echoed from the right side of the corridor. Everyone's hearts leapt in unison, their gazes filled with dread as they turned to look. Could it be that a monster had breached the defenses? It's Lin Xie. Lin Xie is fiercely battling the monsters, and Li Yifei and the others are following closely behind. Cries of astonishment erupted from the corridor, and all exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe their own ears. Lin Xie? Engaged in slaying monsters? Boom. A resounding crash echoed through the corridor as tables and chairs tumbled like small hills, the clattering sound startling the surrounding students into retreat. The rising dust clouded everyone's vision. Amidst the swirling debris, a boy in a blood-stained uniform, wielding a knife in his right hand, emerged slowly. His eyes burned with an intensity reminiscent of a raging furnace. In that instant, upon meeting his gaze, everyone felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient beast, rendering them utterly speechless. The golden light in Lin Xie's eyes gradually faded, and the heavy burden that weighed upon the hearts of the crowd finally vanished without a trace. Behind him, several boys began to emerge, including Li Yifei and Qingyu. Li Yifei? How did you all get up here? What about the monsters on the 4th floor? A voice from the crowd, recovering from the shock, broke the silence with urgency. Li Yifei glanced at the fire axe in his hand and chuckled. They're all gone. My brother Xie cleared the entire 4th floor. The building is now completely purged. All eyes turned to Lin Xie, filled with disbelief. How is that possible? So many monsters. Did he really defeat them all by himself? Is it true? They scrutinized the weapon in his grasp and the blood on his clothes. It must be real, right? Wow. Did you see his eyes just now? So cool. What is that? Some sort of superpower? As whispers filled the air, Lin Xie's gaze traversed the crowd and landed on the indignant Lu Yuan. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuan felt a tremor in his heart and instinctively took a step back. Lin Xie, holding a knife, gazed expressionlessly at Lu Yuan as he slowly advanced toward him. Instinctively, all the students in the corridor parted to create a path, and the whispers gradually faded into silence. When Lin Chiye stood before Lu Yuan, the entire corridor was enveloped in an eerie stillness. What? What do you intend to do? Under Lin Chiye's piercing gaze, Lu Yuan stammered. Let me tell you. Han Ruoro has already broken up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Lin Chiye raised an eyebrow, seemingly indifferent to someone as girlfriend. I have heard that you wish to take her away from here? Beside him. Han Ruo lowered her head, seemingly evading Lin Chiye's gaze. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and summoned his courage, affirming, yes. I intend to take her away. Do you wish to stop me? Lin Chiye silently observed him, and after a brief moment, let out a cold laugh. He turned to the side, creating a pathway, and gestured courteously. I shall not impede you. You may leave. Furthermore, I wish you happiness. Chapter 58. Appreciation. Lu Yuan was taken aback, seemingly surprised that Lin Chiye so readily allowed him to depart. Could it be that he feared him? Had he not just exuded an impressive aura? With this thought, Lu Yuan instinctively straightened his posture, cast a glance at Lin Chiye, and snorted disdainfully, pulling Han Ruoro's hand as he swaggered out. Once the figures of the two vanished down the corridor, a male member of the Axe team approached Lin Chiye, whispering, Brother Chiye, you truly let them go. He has stolen your girlfriend. Should we teach him a lesson? The members of the Axe team had witnessed Lin Chiye's formidable combat prowess, and now, seeing Lu Yuan so brazenly departing with Han Ruoro, they felt a surge of indignation. There's no need. Han Ruo is not my girlfriend. Lin Chiye replied with a subtle smile, gazing intently in the direction of their exit. In fact, I am quite pleased at this moment, truly. The boy looked at Lin Chiye in astonishment, his expression turning peculiar. Goodness, could it be that Brother Chiye has such a preference? Li Fei stifled a laugh, patting Lin Chiye on the shoulder. Congratulations on achieving your desire. Indeed. Lin Chiye turned a glance at the students in the corridor. Is this all of them? Yes. All the survivors from the second year are here, Li Yifei confirmed with a nod. He then leaned closer to Lin Chiye's ear and asked, Is there anyone among them? No, Lin Chiye replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. The only one has already eloped with Lu Yuan. Ha ha ha, that's good to hear. Let's escort them to the auditorium. Once the main body of the Nantua serpent demon is eradicated, we shall be able to depart. Lin Chiye turned to Li Yifei and to Qingyu. All right, I will inform them right away, Li Yifei said as he stepped forward to explain to the group of students. Meanwhile, Lin Xia walked alone to the edge of the railing, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. Has the main body still not been located? Lin Xia turned his head and saw that it was Qingyu speaking. He gave a slight nod and asked, Have you discovered anything during your journey with me? After a brief silence, Qingyu responded, I have noticed some things. She leaned closer to Lin Xia's ear and whispered softly. Lin Xia's gaze sharpened, and his brow furrowed deeper. Are you certain? He inquired. Not entirely, and Qingyu shook her head. My knowledge of such creatures is limited, which prevents me from making an accurate judgment. I understand, Lin Xia replied. I have a request. And Qingyu spoke again. What is it? I desire that. She indicated towards Lin Xia's groin. Lin Xia's expression shifted dramatically. I was referring to the gun. Lin Xia hesitated for a moment, withdrawing the handgun from his pocket and placing it into Qingyu's hands. With only 3 bullets remaining, will you make use of this weapon? I have learned from the television. That should suffice. Your skill is likely superior to mine. Lin Xia sighed, and Qingyu silently tucked the handgun into her pocket, hoping she would not need to employ it. After a brief interlude, Li Yifei approached, accompanied by all the students from the 5th floor. Everyone is here. Please escort them to the auditorium. The monsters in the school should have been mostly eradicated, and there should be little danger. I must seek the true form of the Nantua serpent demon, Lin Xia declared. Leave it to me, Li Yifei assured, patting his chest. Lin Xia nodded, and with a flicker of his form, vanished into the corridor. Once he departed, a throng of individuals surged towards Li Yifei, each vying to inquire about the events that had transpired. Li Yifei, you went down to rescue people. What happened? Indeed. How did Lin Xia suddenly appear? Did he truly annihilate all the monsters by himself? It must be so. Did you not catch the pungent scent of blood clinging to him? It is overwhelmingly strong. How did he accomplish such a feat? Who on earth is he? Li Yifei regarded the group of starry-eyed girls with an inward roll of his eyes, contemplating that perhaps they should simply pose their questions to him later. With that thought, he turned and walked away. You girls, once you leave this place, your memories will be erased. You will be fortunate to remember Lin Xia at all. Li Yifei mused silently. With the monsters eradicated, a sense of relief gradually enveloped everyone, and the discussions among the girls regarding the enigmatic Lin Xia grew increasingly fervent. The boys from the Axe squad, who had accompanied Lin Xie in vanquishing the monsters, could not restrain themselves from joining the conversation, animatedly gesturing as they recounted tales of Lin Xie's prowess, leaving the girls utterly captivated. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached them, delivering a solemn admonition: no early romance allowed. The girls responded with an incredulous silence. Lin Xie sprinted through the campus with a broadsword slung over his back, swiftly activating his earpiece. Sister Hongying, what is the situation? We have discovered some traces. The Nantawa serpent demon seems to have headed north. North? Lin Xie paused, contemplating. Where in the north? The cafeteria? The art building? The playground? The academic building? I'm not sure. Xiao Nan and I are searching the cafeteria. All right. Then I shall investigate the art building. Lin Xie promptly changed direction and made his way towards the art building. The art building could be regarded as the newest structure at the second high school, erected approximately 5 or 6 years ago. In response to a nationwide advocacy for the simultaneous development of student culture and the arts, the school had deliberately invested in the construction of this edifice. The art building, though modest in height with only 3 stories, housed a diverse array of rooms, including spaces dedicated to sketching, sculpting, and dance practice. Lin Xie swiftly dashed down the corridor of the first floor, perceiving nothing unusual. However, upon reaching the second floor, an image suddenly manifested within his mental awareness. Lin Xie's expression suddenly became captivating. Rua, why don't we escape the school instead of hiding in the piano room? Lu Yuan softly inquired, glancing outside with a furtive gaze while holding Han Rua in his embrace. Han Rua lifted her head from his chest, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she sweetly replied, what is the point of going outside? It's far more tranquil here. In this space, I can engage in some rather intriguing activities. A surge of electricity coursed through Lu Yuan's body, leaving him tingling all over. He swallowed hard, asking, what activities? What do you think? Han Rua leaned closer to his ear, her soft voice piercing through Lu Yuan's senses, igniting an insatiable yearning within him. But there are monsters outside. Isn't that dangerous? A wave of forbidden desires surged within him, yet reason urged him to restrain his impulses. What is so bad about it? She teased, wrapping her arms around him, her tongue delicately brushing against his cheek like a dragonfly skimming water. Just as Lu Yuan felt the last vestiges of his rationality dissipate and his hands poised to explore Han Rua's form, she whispered the latter part of her sentence. Do you not wish to be devoured by me? A sinister grin split Han Rua's face, revealing a grotesque, blood-soaked visage that pressed against Lu Yuan's own. Its menacing teeth sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yuan's pupils dilated in terror. He opened his mouth, screaming desperately, trying to escape Han Rua's grasp. But it was futile. Rua, you too are. No, don't. Please, I beg you. I am not ready to die yet. In that moment, he recalled the scene of his arrogant departure from the 5th floor. Had he not left back then, perhaps he would not be trapped in such a dire predicament now. Lin Xie, save me. Amidst Lu Yuan's frantic cries, a crisp sound of a door opening echoed. Han Ruo and Lu Yuan were momentarily taken aback, turning their heads in unison. There stood Lin Xie, armed with a straight sword, quietly observing the scene before him. Lin Xie, Ruoro is a monster. Hurry, please save me. Lu Yuan, as if he had spotted a lifeline, felt a surge of energy and frantically struggled in Ruoro's embrace. Lin Xie brushed his nose lightly, offering an apologetic smile. I beg your pardon for the disturbance. I merely wish to admire. Please, continue. With a resounding thud, the door to the music room was forcefully slammed shut, followed by the distinct sound of it being locked. Chapter 59, Dialogue with the Serpent Demon. A piercing scream echoed from within the music room. Unperturbed, Lin Xie leaned casually against the corridor railing, stifling a yawn. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17. That should suffice. Lin Xie softly murmured a few words, stepped forward, and reopened the door. Inside the piano room, the serpent progeny transformed from Han Ruoruo was watching him warily, while Lu Yuan lay quietly on the ground, devoid of any wounds. Instead of choosing to tear him apart, he opted to plant the serpent seed. A far better choice. Lin Xie smiled as he reached behind him. With a soft whisper, the blade slid from its sheath. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly sat up as if resurrected from the dead, his eyes fixated on Lin Xie, seemingly harboring a trace of resentment. He rose in an exceedingly bizarre posture, his head gradually splitting open to reveal a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, roaring at Lin Xie. Roar, roar, roar. Uft. Before he could utter more cries, Lin Xie had already struck with his blade, plunging it forcefully into the creature's mouth and twisting it savagely. The serpent demon progeny that Lu Yuan had transformed into let out a wretched scream, blood gushing forth as its entire maw was completely shattered. Lin Xie turned sideways to sheath his blade, casting a glance at the slowly collapsing Lu Yuan, and calmly remarked, "In this manner, I shall strike without any psychological burden." After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Han Ruo, who had been fidgeting restlessly nearby. Upon noticing Lin Xie's attention, Han Ruo opened her mouth wide and let out a fierce roar, slightly bending her body in a posture of readiness for battle. "Do not rush, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You may very well be the last offspring of the serpent demon in this school." Lin Xie waved the sheathed sword in his hand, indicating that he bore no intent to kill. "Nanda serpent demon, I am aware that your true form can perceive me through this body. Why not retract that menacing demeanor, so we may have a proper conversation?" After a brief pause, the bloody visage of the serpent offspring before him gradually closed, the scalp and bones mending, the crimson lines receding as the skin stitched itself together, swiftly transforming back into Han Ruo's likeness. Standing there with a blank expression, she stated, "I have nothing to discuss with the Night Watcher. You appear to possess a profound understanding of this society. If I am not mistaken, you must have arrived in the city long ago." Lin Xie scrutinized Han Ruo's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern something within them. Alas, the current Han Ruo was but a puppet, the true dialogue occurring with the Nanda serpent demon, whose essence was shrouded in mystery. Nothing could be gleaned from Han Ruo's countenance. But what of it? I fail to comprehend why, with your terrifying talent for disguise, you did not choose to cultivate your offspring on a large scale within the school. Had you opted for subtlety, we might not have uncovered your presence for another decade. You could effortlessly blend into human society, utilizing your guile and intellect to discreetly propagate your serpent lineage among the affluent, thereby securing untold riches effortlessly. You possess remarkable advantages that would allow you to thrive in the realm of humanity. Yet why, beginning from 2 weeks to a month ago, have you suddenly chosen to breed your offspring on such a grand scale?" Lin Xie furrowed his brow, articulating his doubts. "Reproduction is an instinct inherent to my race," Han Ruo replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, when a wolf infiltrates the realm of sheep, do you believe it will willingly remain silent? While others may be discontent, you are different." Lin Xie asserted with conviction, "You possess extraordinary intelligence and exhibit great caution. All high IQ beings possess the ability to suppress their primal instincts." "What a ridiculous notion," Han Ruo scoffed coldly. "Since you relish reasoning so much, allow me to pose a question for you. In this isolated school, there exist 3 guardians, the girl wielding a long spear, the girl with healing abilities, and you, who can see through my disguise. The girl with the spear represents the pool realm. I cannot plant the serpent seed within her. The other girl is perpetually by her side, making her untouchable as well. But what if I were to eliminate you, who only possesses the lamp realm, and plant the serpent seed within you? Do you think they would notice?" A sinister, terrifying smile stretched across Han Ruo's face, reaching her ears. Lin Xie's pupils suddenly constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly leapt towards the adjacent open space. In the next instant, a colossal black figure shattered the wall behind him, whistling past the very spot where Lin Xie had just stood. The formidable serpent's tail struck down with tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground. With a swift motion, Lin Xie rolled on the ground and sprang to his feet, his right hand resting on the hilt of his blade, his expression grave. Before him loomed a creature draped in dark scales, its serpentine tail coiling ominously, and its mesmerizing vertical pupils fixated intently on Lin Xie. "The Nanda serpent demon, you are attempting to extract information from me, and I, in turn, am stalling for time." The serpent demon hissed, its voice emanating from within its serpentine form. "Sister Hongying, the Nanda serpent demon has appeared in the piano room of the arts building." Lin Xie unsheathed his straight blade, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed the demon. "I understand. I will be there immediately. Hold on for a moment longer." Hongying's voice crackled through the earpiece, followed by the sound of rushing wind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Nanda serpent demon slithered swiftly across the ground, its tail whipping about, demolishing the troublesome piano in the room into splinters. Its razor-sharp claws lashed out in an instant, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through the air. As the demon's claws struck, Lin Xie reacted with agility, darting swiftly to the side. The serpent's claws grazed the wall that had once been behind him, carving deep gashes as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu. Lin Xie steadied himself, casting a glance at the wall that had nearly been breached. His expression immediately soured, and he muttered under his breath, Is this what you call a weak corporeal form and low combat prowess? Lin Chie narrowly evaded a ferocious claw strike when a robust serpentine tail suddenly swept in from the side. With the swiftness of lightning, he brandished his blade, clashing it against the tail. A resounding cacophony of metal against metal echoed as the blade scraped against the obsidian scales, igniting a dazzling shower of sparks. In the next moment, an immense force propelled Lin Chie backward, nearly toppling him to the ground. Lin Chie struggled to maintain his balance. A shallow yet distinct gash marred the serpent's tail of the Nantoa serpent demon. Its strength was somewhat weaker than I had anticipated, and its defenses paled in comparison to those of the Ghost-Face King. Lin Chie squinted, murmuring to himself, aside from its formidable offensive capabilities, it appeared to be a manageable foe. Chapter 60. A shot that pierces through. Although it was not yet evening, and the starry night dancer could not be activated, Lin Chie's extraordinary dynamic vision and combat instincts made it seem rather effortless to engage the Nantoa serpent demon. However, the challenge lay in the confines of the piano room, where the limited space severely hindered Lin Chie's ability to evade. Thus, he decisively dashed out the door, sprinting fervently towards the exterior of the art building. As Lin Chie dashed out the door, the formidable Nantoa serpent demon violently crashed through the walls of the music room. Its elongated, serpentine form swiftly slithered along the corridor's walls, reaching directly above Lin Chie in mere moments. With a sharp, slicing sound, the demon's razor-sharp claws descended upon Lin Chie's neck. Yet, as if his back possessed its own eyes, he executed a sudden roll forward, narrowly evading the lethal strike. In a seamless continuation of motion, he leveraged his momentum to spring from the ground, gripping the hilt of his dagger firmly, with the blade pointed skyward, and accurately thrust it towards the demon's abdomen. This sequence of actions flowed with the grace of a flowing river, as though he had meticulously choreographed each movement. The serpent demon's eyes contracted, its body twisting rapidly to evade a fatal wound. However, even so, the blade pierced its flesh, leaving behind a long gash. With a piercing shriek, the demon coiled its body tightly, simultaneously snapping its fearsome jaws at the proximity of Lin Chie. Lin Chie swiftly positioned a straight blade before him. Yet the serpent demon's biting force was overwhelmingly potent, firmly ensnaring the blade's body. It clamped down on the weapon, raising its head and violently thrashing several times, ultimately propelling both Lin Chie and his blade through the air. Lin Chie's body first shattered a pane of glass before soaring straight out of the corridor, plummeting directly from the second floor. Fortunately, below was a vast expanse of greenery. In midair, Lin Chie reached out to grasp a branch, gently swinging to dissipate much of the force, and then landed upon the soft grass below. Lin Chie staggered to regain his balance, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though the recent blows had not resulted in any grievous injuries, the pain was undeniably real. Meanwhile, the Nantoa serpent demon also shattered the window, leaping from the second floor. Its sharp claws glimmered with a chilling light beneath the dim crimson sky as they lunged directly towards Lin Chie. Lin Chie swiftly retreated, skillfully avoiding the landing point of the Nantoa serpent demon. Then, as if foreseeing the future, he advanced once more, his straight blade striking with precision towards the demon's neck. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of metal colliding echoed as Lin Chie's blade clashed repeatedly against the demon's razor-sharp claws. Just as the serpent demon was about to make a move, a blinding golden light erupted from Lin Chie's eyes, filling the demon's mind with an overwhelming sense of authority. This suppression, stemming from a higher plane of existence, momentarily scattered the demon's consciousness, causing its body to freeze in place. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chie executed a cross slash with his blade, leaving two gruesome gashes across the demon's chest. The serpent demon howled in pain, hastily retreating several meters, its serpent-like eyes fixated on Lin Chie, seemingly incredulous that this mere youth, possessing only a flickering light of power, could exhibit such formidable combat prowess. Doubt began to creep into its mind. Continuing the fight might lead to defeat, and if the other two sentinels arrived, its demise would be inevitable. Yet, if it let this chance slip away, would it ever have another opportunity to turn the tide? As it wrestled with its indecision, a graceful figure, like an arrow, darted towards them from afar, rose-colored flames blossoming beneath her feet, her speed astonishingly swift. Upon seeing her, a smile graced Lin Chie's lips. The moment the serpent demon laid eyes on her, all hesitation vanished. It turned and scurried into the art building with incredible speed, vanishing within moments as walls and rooms obscured its form, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Where is it? Hong Ying, wielding a long spear, called out to Lin Chia from 100 meters away. Receiving the signal, she bent her legs slightly, launching herself into the air like a cannonball, the rosy flames roaring beneath her. With that leap, she ascended 3 stories high. In midair, she deftly retrieved her spear from her back, an explosion of fiery energy radiating from her center. She tossed the spear lightly in front of her, twisting in midair, her high ponytail dancing in the wind. As the spear spun naturally, as the spear's tip aligned with the classroom, Hong Ying used the momentum of her rotation, her right foot driving forward with the force of the raging flames, delivering a powerful kick to the end of the spear. Thus, a spear enveloped in flames streaked through the sky like lightning, leaving faint scorch marks in the air, heading directly towards the classroom. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red beam pierced through the entire art building, creating a vast void with a radius of 5 meters. The spear punctured the swiftly retreating non-tuos serpent demon, nailing it to the ground and creating a massive pit as dust and debris erupted into the air. Lin Chia stood beneath the art building, staring blankly at the structure that had been pierced by a gunshot, his mind in a state of bewilderment. In that moment, he finally comprehended why others deemed the combat rating of the non-tuos serpent demon as feeble. Hong Ying descended from the air and approached Lin Chia, circling him with meticulous attention, her voice filled with concern. "Chia, are you injured?" "And no," he stammered. "That's good." She patted his shoulder and made her way toward the non-tuos serpent demon. "Let us go and take a look. If all goes as expected, it should be dead." The two of them ventured to the rear side of the art building, where they discovered the non-tuos serpent demon impaled in a vast, exaggerated pit by a long spear. Hong Ying stepped forward, withdrew the spear, hoisting it upon her shoulder, and kicked the demon's lifeless body, confirming its demise. "Indeed, it is dead," she said, nodding in satisfaction, stretching her limbs. "Finally, it is over. I'm so fatigued. I've been racking my brain all day. How much better it would have been if we had concluded it sooner." With the spear in tow, she leisurely climbed out of the pit and brushed off the dust from her uniform. "Chia, come. I shall treat you to dinner," Hong Ying exclaimed cheerfully, as a thought crossed her mind. "After all, it's your first completed mission. We must celebrate." What is it?" She paused at the edge of the pit, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. As Lin Chia lowered his gaze upon the corpse of the monstrous serpent beneath his feet, his brow furrowed ever deeper. Something was amiss. Chapter 61. The True Form. "What do you think those creatures actually are?" "I don't know, but I suspect that for the next decade, they will haunt my nightmares." "A decade? Do you truly believe we can survive until then?" "What do you mean by that?" "If these monsters aren't confined to our school but are present throughout the entirety of the Great Xia? Like a zombie outbreak in a movie?" "Precisely. That is the implication." "Nonsense. Lin Chia just stated that these creatures only appeared in our school, and once we are rescued, we will be safe." "Who exactly is Lin Chia?" The spacious auditorium was now filled to half its capacity, with students rescued from the second floor gathered here. The sole entrance, guarded by the Axe Squad, was undoubtedly the safest location. Within the auditorium, the sounds of weeping, comforting voices, discussions, and disputes mingled incessantly. Despite the efforts of some to maintain order, the cacophony could not be quelled, and Qingyu sat quietly at the back, her eyes closed, lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp raps echoed. 2 long and 1 short. The members of the Axe Squad stationed at the door brightened, hastily moving aside the obstructions, and Qingyu opened her eyes and turned to the door. Li Yifei entered the auditorium, panting heavily as if he had just completed an 800-meter dash, his body drenched in sweat. "How did it go? Have the students from other areas evacuated?" And Qingyu inquired, standing to face him. "They've all evacuated. I ran across half the school without pause. Apart from this place, I saw no other students. Damn, I'm exhausted." Li Yifei plopped down onto a bench, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "That is reassuring," and Qingyu nodded. "I must tell you, when I reached the playground, I heard a tremendous crash from the direction of the arts building, as if a structure had collapsed." Li Yifei suddenly recalled something and urgently informed Qingyu. "Is it really that dramatic? They must have found the true form of the creature and are engaged in battle." Li Yifei reclined in his chair, letting out a long sigh. "If it weren't for the need to conduct search and rescue, I would have liked to sneak a glance. When gods clash, it's better to keep your distance." "Indeed. By the way, what was the name of Lin Chia's organization?" And Qingyu seemed to recall something and asked Li Yifei. "The Night Watchers." As soon as he spoke, Li Yifei clamped a hand over his mouth, pondering for a moment before releasing it. "Ah, it matters little. Sharing this with you is inconsequential since everyone here will have their memories erased." "Erased memories?" "Indeed, they possess an object capable of erasing memories on a grand scale. After all, far too many individuals have encountered the monster this time, and should any information leak, it would undoubtedly stir up quite a commotion. And what about you? Do you wish to partake? I do not require such a thing. Li Yifei chuckled softly, leaning closer to Qingyu's ear to whisper, to be honest. After this incident concludes, I should be able to join them. And Qingyu nodded, pondering what the prerequisites for joining might be. What is this? Do you wish to join as well? It is not so simple. Their standards for acceptance are exceedingly high. Li Yifei waved his hand dismissively, stating that one must either awaken their abilities like Lin Chia or demonstrate their worth to them. Have you awakened your abilities? No, I merely showcased my value to them. Li Yifei replied with a smile. And Qingyu nodded slightly, her gaze tranquil as a deep pool. Indeed, your performance this time was remarkably outstanding. Were I in their position, I too would accept you. As they conversed, a knock echoed from outside the door, lacking any discernible pattern. The members of the Axe team immediately grew cautious. And Li Yifei rose, his expression grave as he focused on the door. Who is it? It is I, Lin Chia. Upon hearing the name Lin Chia, the group's eyes brightened, and a sigh of relief washed over them. They opened the door to reveal Lin Chia, who entered slowly, a sword slung across his back. What news? Li Yifei approached eagerly, his concern evident. We succeeded, Lin Chia affirmed with a nod. We have slain the main body of the Nantua serpent demon. Li Yifei exhaled deeply, a smile breaking across his face as he patted Lin Chia on the shoulder. Impressive, Chia. You truly managed to eliminate it. Now everyone is saved. At this proclamation, the entire hall erupted in cheers. The students, who had narrowly escaped death, were finally on the verge of leaving this terrifying school behind. Far from the man-eating monsters, the Axe team nearby joined in the celebration, tossing their axes aside and embracing one another in excitement. Li Yifei shot Lin Chia a series of knowing glances before leaning in closer to whisper, I've truly made significant contributions this time. Joining the Night Watch should be a certainty, right? I certainly do not wish to be brainwashed. Lin Chia stood in silence for a moment before softly uttering. Perhaps. Li Yifei was taken aback. At that instant, Qingyu quietly retrieved a pistol from her pocket, the dark muzzle aimed at the back of Li Yifei's head. In the astonished eyes of the Axe squad, she pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 consecutive gunshots reverberated like thunder splitting the sky, abruptly silencing the cacophony of laughter and chatter. The once vibrant atmosphere of the grand hall descended into an oppressive stillness. The joy etched on everyone's faces was frozen in time as they rigidly turned their heads towards the exit, disbelief filling their eyes. Li Yifei, bewildered, turned around to find Qingyu calmly holding the gun, a wisp of smoke dissipating from the blackened barrel. He stood in a daze for a few seconds before hesitantly asking, Qingyu, why did you shoot? Qingyu remained silent. After a long pause, Li Yifei gradually became aware, slowly reaching to touch the back of his head. Clatter! The shell fell to the ground, producing a crisp ringing sound. At the back of his head, 3 shallow bullet wounds were slowly healing, with only a few droplets of blood seeping out, which Li Yifei wiped away, leaving no trace. Gazing at the blood on his hand, he murmured, I was shot. Why am I not dead? He lifted his gaze to Lin Chia, extending his bloodied hand towards him. Hey, Chia, look at me. Why am I not dead? His pupils trembled slightly. Have I awakened a power? Before him, Lin Chia regarded him with a complex expression, and after a moment, gently shook his head. You have not awakened a power. You are, in fact, the Naga. Upon hearing these words, Li Yifei's pupils constricted in shock, and he staggered back 2 steps, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. What are you saying? How could I possibly be a Naga? I am Li Yifei. Lin Chia shook his head, stepping forward and forcefully yanking at Li Yifei's chest. With a sharp rip, the zipper of the school uniform broke, revealing Li Yifei's chest where a faint gunshot scar lay like a silent brand. You are the Nantua snake demon, or rather, a part of the Nantua snake demon. The remnants you left may deceive others, but they cannot deceive me. Chapter 62. 2 deviants know. It's impossible, Li Yifei exclaimed, staring at the scar on his chest, shaking his head incessantly. I could never kill anyone, and I could never be a monster. Li Yifei. Lin Chia grasped the collar of Li Yifei's shirt, pulling his head close to his own, locking onto those fearful eyes. Look into my eyes. Suddenly, 2 golden flames ignited in Lin Chia's gaze, the might of the seraphic angel pouring forth, flooding into Li Yifei's mental realm. In mere moments, Li Yifei's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Yet, the next instant, a powerful hand seized Lin Chia's wrist, and Li Yifei's eyes snapped open. They were a pair of enchanting slit pupils. Calm and profoundly deep. Intriguing. How did you uncover my secret? Li Yifei's voice was deep and composed. With your level of perception, you should not have been able to see through my disguise. I did not see through it, otherwise you would have been exposed long ago in the underground of the office. The flames in Lin Qi's eyes still blazed, for since entering the school, everything that transpired appeared rational yet reeked of the bizarre. You mean, you deduced it? That would be accurate. The flaws you left were far too numerous. Oh? Li Yifei's eyes narrowed slightly. Do tell. The first point of suspicion is your medical leave. Lin Qi stated calmly. When you entered the classroom this morning, you did so with a medical leave slip. And what of it? Then, when was your medical leave arranged? Lin Qi let out a cold laugh, saying, Do not tell me that after witnessing the gruesome act of cannibalism last night, you somehow anticipated that you would be joining us today and deliberately procured a medical leave note from the academic office, knowing full well that it had already closed for the day. Thus, there are only two possibilities. The first is that you had already acquired the leave note, intending to skip school for a day of leisure, only to fortuitously encounter the horrific scene last night. The second is that you were, in fact, fully aware of our arrival and had even prepared to accompany us into this place. Li Yifei fell silent for a moment before continuing. The second point of suspicion lies with the several pieces of human skin on the balcony of the girls' dormitory. Logically, the Nantua serpent demon is an exceedingly cautious creature. Having concealed itself within human society for so long, it would never brazenly display human skin on a balcony, as the risk of exposure would be far too great. Yet, it chose to do precisely that. Initially, I did not grasp the significance of such an act, but eventually, it dawned on me. It was deliberately hinting that it resides within this very dormitory building. It desires for us to find it. Lin Qi gazed into Li Yifei's eyes. And then you appeared, inexplicably, as if deliberately intending to draw away Hong Ying and incite a riot throughout the school. Li Yifei then emerged like a savior, leading a multitude of students to successfully fend off the assault of the serpent demon offspring, a veritable textbook example of survival. At that moment, I still did not attribute my thoughts to you. It was the presence of Qingyu that truly aroused my suspicions. Lin Qi's gaze fell upon the frail boy with glasses behind him. Li Yifei's neck twisted unnaturally as he scrutinized Qingyu. And Qingyu adjusted his glasses and spoke. The number of serpent demon offspring besieging us has been quite peculiar. When those creatures first appeared, everyone rushed upstairs. Yet we barricaded our classroom with desks and chairs, holding our ground within. At that time, the vast majority of the serpent demons either ascended to the fourth floor, invading your corridor, or remained on the first floor, cutting off everyone's escape routes. In fact, only two of them lingered on the third floor, attempting to assault our classroom. Typically, when a group of hunters encounters two types of prey, one robust and difficult to conquer, the other frail and easily attainable, they will usually focus their attack on the weaker one, which was us. Initially, I assumed it was due to a disparity in information. The other serpent demon offspring were drawn upstairs, unaware of our presence on the third floor. However, I later realized that these serpent demons share a mutual perception. And Qingyu paused momentarily before continuing. This implies that they were fully aware of the tantalizing morsel beneath them, yet remained apathetic, as if they deliberately spared us. Subsequently, Li Yifei descended like a divine intervention, rescuing us. After eliminating the two serpent demon offspring, he inadvertently attracted the attention of 6 more from below to besiege us. This number was equally significant, capable of exerting immense pressure upon us, yet not sufficient to render us completely defenseless. Even if a single additional creature had joined the fray, we would have been unable to withstand it. Yet, it did not. Just as Lin Qiye was about to reach a conclusion, those 6 serpent offspring suddenly intensified their assault, cornering us into a dire situation. The entire sequence of events was far too coincidental, too eerie. Is this what has led you to suspect me? Li Yifei furrowed his brow tightly. No, what truly instigated my doubt was the behavior of the serpent offspring severing your thick rope, and Qingyu replied, shaking his head. At the moment you descended, the 2 serpent demons were oblivious to this scene. Logically, they should have been unaware of the rope's existence. Yet, the subsequent 6 serpent offspring promptly and accurately severed the thick rope, as if they were acutely aware of your escape route. The serpent offspring's destruction of something they should not have seen can only lead to one conclusion among us. There exists another entity sharing their perception. And Qingyu shrugged her shoulders. At that time, I was not well acquainted with the serpent demon, and the subsequent conclusions were drawn only after I exchanged information with Lin Qiye. Li Yifei's vertical pupils fixated on Qingyu, and he sneered twice. Had I known you were so astute, I should have eliminated you from the outset. During the recent battle between Lin Qie and the serpent demon's true form, you two were probing for other surviving students to escape, which further solidified my judgment, and Qinjiu continued. Li Yifei glanced at Qinjiu, then turned to Lin Qie, letting out a self-deprecating chuckle. How is it that I stumbled upon you two aberrations? Chapter 63, The Truth Later. I made an audacious conjecture based on the information at hand, weaving all the threads together. Lin Qie continued. Li Yifei sighed. Go on. Enlighten me. The Nanda serpent demon arrived in this world much earlier than we had imagined. Lin Qie met Li Yifei's gaze, stating that upon entering this realm, it quickly grasped the societal mechanisms through its extraordinary intelligence and formidable disguise abilities. It also became aware of the existence of the Night Watchers, and its innate caution led it to quietly lurk within human society. Over this prolonged period, in pursuit of perfect disguise, it subconsciously birthed a second persona. This persona was named Li Yifei. He forgot who he was, neglected his past, and accepted the identity crafted for him by the Nanda serpent demon. Living as an ordinary high school student in this city, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely enjoy a carefree existence in the world, thanks to his extended lifespan and innate capabilities. However, approximately half a month ago, he witnessed the horrific demise of the Ghost-Faced King, a mythical creature even mightier than itself. Its primary persona sensed fear emanating from the Night Watchers. It began to dread, to panic, worried that it too would meet the same fate as the Ghost-Faced King. Given its own combat prowess, it was impossible for it to triumph over the Night Watchers. Thus, it sought to employ its talent for disguise, orchestrating a plan to infiltrate their ranks, transcending the murky waters of this situation. It implanted suggestions in Li Yifei's mind, prompting him to request membership among the Night Watchers, only to be met with a merciless refusal. Yet, it was not willing to yield. Thus, it commenced its scheming. From the very beginning, its aim was neither to propagate offspring nor to annihilate the Night Watchers. Its sole objective was to showcase Li Yifei's worth. It staged an elaborate performance, instilling fear in Li Yifei to the point of bewilderment, subconsciously urging him to seek out the Night Watchers, and subsequently, events unfolded as it had envisioned. However, within this intricate plan, an unexpected variable emerged, namely, me. Lin Qie pointed to himself, asserting that he had joined the Night Watch as a temporary member just a fortnight prior. The entity was utterly unaware of his existence, let alone his remarkable ability to discern its progeny with clarity. Fortunately, after a series of probing encounters, it realized that he could not penetrate the disguise of its true form, thus choosing to continue this intricate game of strategy. It meticulously orchestrated the movements of each offspring in the shadows, allowing Li Yifei to bask in the limelight while avoiding any real peril. However, at this juncture, I emerged as an unforeseen variable. I usurped the accolades that rightfully belonged to Li Yifei, exterminating the progeny throughout the entire building. Though it simmered with anger, it refrained from any excessive actions, recognizing that Li Yifei had already proven his worth. The subsequent events unfolded with simplicity. It revealed its true form to engage in battle with the Night Watch, feigning death to create the illusion that the formidable Nantua serpent demon had been vanquished. Li Yifei could then leverage this victory to secure his place within the Night Watch, ensuring a future of untroubled repose. Alas, I saw through its ruse once more. Lin Qie gazed at Li Yifei with a hint of regret and sincerely remarked, "The trap you laid is truly exquisite. Honestly, had it not been for me, you would have had a 90% chance of success." Li Yifei stared at Lin Qie, and after a moment, he broke into a smile and applauded. "Brilliant, simply brilliant. I never imagined I would ultimately fall to the hands of you two." However, his smile swiftly faded, replaced by a seething hatred in his slit-like pupils. "You have extinguished my hope of survival. Tell me, how should I repay you?" Li Yifei's body began to swell rapidly, like a balloon, as black scales erupted across his skin, transforming him in an instant into a monstrous figure with a human body and a serpentine tail. The next moment, a piercing scream reverberated throughout the auditorium. Hundreds of students, witnessing the true form of the Nandu snake demon at such close range, were rendered irrational with terror. Yet, the sole exit had been sealed by the serpent's attack, forcing them to shriek and retreat to the far corner of the hall. As for Qingyu, he had already fled to safety at the moment Li Yifei commenced his transformation, his eyes fixed intently on the Nandu snake demon, brimming with excitement and a thirst for knowledge. The Nandu snake demon seemed to have locked onto Lin Qie, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at Lin Qie's neck. Lin Qie regarded it with a smile that was neither here nor there, his right hand reaching behind him. With a soft sound, A straight blade was drawn from its sheath. Clang. This time, Lin Chiye wielded the sword with a single hand, effortlessly deflecting its assault. Apologies. But it seems you can no longer overpower me. Lin Chiye turned to gaze at the dimming sky outside the door. Night had fallen. Beneath the cloak of darkness, he possessed fivefold the strength and speed he usually had, rendering the Naga demon no longer his adversary. Slash. Lin Chiye's straight blade effortlessly sliced through the formidable claws of the Nantawa serpent demon. With a flick of his wrist, the glimmer of the blade danced like a shadow. 4 consecutive strikes landed upon the demon's arm, eliciting a shriek as it recoiled, furiously hissing at Lin Chiye in rage. Lin Chiye's figure flickered as he appeared before it. The Nantawa serpent demon swiftly struck down with its claws through the air, yet Lin Chiye effortlessly blocked each attack with a single hand. Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed slightly. You are too slow. In the next moment, the speed of his blade surged dramatically, slicing through the air and leaving behind fleeting shadows. The pale blue edge of his sword formed an impenetrable wall of steel, standing resolutely before the Nandu serpent demon. As Lin Chiye unleashed his explosive velocity, the serpent demon found itself increasingly beleaguered, with gaping, grotesque wounds appearing upon its body. Before long, a significant portion of its black scale shattered, rendering it utterly disheveled. Even as it attempted to exploit its crawling advantage, maneuvering along the edges of various structures, Lin Chiye pursued it with a ghostly grace, shadowing its every move. The serpent demon's cries grew increasingly anguished, its gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at the youth before it. In this encounter, it was ruthlessly overpowered, both in intellect and combat prowess. Lin Chiye, with an expressionless visage, struck down blow after blow, as if he were refining an unfinished masterpiece. When the Nantawa serpent demon had nearly lost its capacity for resistance, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, and with a swift motion, he vanished. The pale blue blade carved a straight path through the air, leaving a trace of elegance in its wake. Lin Chiye's figure had already reached behind the Nantawa serpent demon. With a crisp sound, the blade returned to its sheath. A massive serpent head tumbled down, rolling on the ground. Its furious, wide-open vertical eyes remained fixed on Lin Chiye, as if attempting to drag him into the depths of the underworld alongside it. Lin Chiye turned around, gazing at the lifeless body beneath his feet, murmuring softly, I am sorry. Li Fei, let us meet again in the hospital. Chapter 64, Tranquility Creek. The grand doors of the hall swung open once more. As Lin Chiye emerged, holding a black box with utmost care. Seated on the stairway, Hong Ying beamed at Lin Chiye's appearance and waved her hand, inquiring, Have you resolved it? Indeed, he replied. That is reassuring. Hong Ying nodded, yet after a moment's hesitation, she could not suppress her curiosity, asking, by the way, why did you prevent me from intervening? He was my classmate. By taking his life myself, I have afforded him a sense of closure, Lin Chiye replied casually. Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, pondering the notion that personally ending his life could be seen as a form of resolution. What kind of reasoning was this? Sishaonan shot him a glance, muttering quietly, disturbing. Lin Chiye was undoubtedly speaking nonsensically. He feared that should Hong Ying take action, she would swiftly eliminate the serpent demon with a single shot, thus denying him the opportunity to deliver the final blow. And Li Yi would be unable to resurrect within the Hospital of Gods. What about the students inside? Lin Chiye gestured towards the auditorium behind him. Let them remain there for the time being. Soon someone will come to employ the dream whisper, selectively erasing all memories related to the serpent demon and you, and conjuring a dream for them. How do we explain the deceased students? Lin Chiye could not help but inquire, and moreover, you have obliterated an entire building. That is no longer within our concern. A specialized department will address it, providing a reasonable explanation for everything, such as a laboratory explosion, a major fire, terrorist activities at the school, alien invasions, and so forth. Are you certain the last one is reasonable? More plausible than a mythical descent. Indeed. Hong Ying pursed her lips, lowering her head slightly, but there have been too many sacrificed students, all my fault. Sister Hong Ying, how can you blame yourself? The majority of the students had long been implanted with serpent seeds before their demise. Had it not been for you, the casualties would have been even greater. Sishaonan consoled her from the side, casting a glance at Lin Chiye before softly adding, and you, although reluctant to admit it, you truly are formidable. Lin Chiye, by the way, I recently encountered an exceptionally intelligent individual who appears to possess a keen interest in mythical creatures. Would it be possible to recruit him into the Night Watchers? Lin Chiye seemed to recollect something and turned to Hong Ying, speaking. This was the request made to him by Qingyu just moments ago in the Grand Hall. Hong Ying hesitated for a brief moment, weighing her words carefully as she replied, "Chia, joining the Night Watchers is not merely a matter of intellect. This profession is fraught with danger. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lin Xie nodded slightly, refraining from further persuasion. Assisting in Qingyu with this request was the utmost he could achieve, as he himself was merely a temporary member who had yet to formally join the Night Watch. Having been declined, it would be unwise to persist. "Let us go. It's time to disband." Hong Ying rose from the staircase, shouldering the black case that contained her long spear, and made her way toward the exit. In the hall, and Qingyu, who had been standing quietly by the door, felt a shadow of despair wash over him. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the corpse of the Nandu snake demon nearby. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes once more. Outside the school gate, beside a black van, two men leaned against the car door, silently observing the tranquil campus. One of their earpieces buzzed, and Chenmai raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's over. They're about to emerge." Beside him, Wu Xiangnan scowled. "Why did she only confide in you, and not me? I'm the captain. I'm also a deputy." "That's because you always oppose Hong Ying," Chenmai replied, shaking his head with a subtle smile. "So, Hong Ying is simply closer to me. This isn't a matter of choosing between a father and a mother." "Your tone is rather peculiar." Wu Xiangnan rolled her eyes. "The meaning is quite similar." After a brief silence, Chenmai spoke again. "I heard Lin Xie performed exceptionally well this time." "Indeed. Do you think, since it's his first completed mission, we should acknowledge it somehow? In what manner?" Wu Xiangnan sighed. "What's the matter? Don't you think it's commendable?" Just then, Wen Qima, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but roll down the window, exclaiming, "You two are quite something. Completing a mission and fetching them. Why all this theatrics? What about Lung Xian?" "No idea. He's always elusive." As they bantered, three figures gradually emerged from the school gate. From afar, Hong Ying spotted the two men by the car and joyfully leaped up, waving at them. Si Xiaonan, contemplating for a moment, stealthily wiped the blood from Lin Xie onto her own face, resembling a painted cat, standing tall with an expression that proclaimed, "I did not slack off." Lin Xie carried the black box on his back, his school uniform drenched in blood, almost unrecognizable from its original state. He squinted slightly as he gazed ahead, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Are you injured?" Chenmai inquired as Lin Xie approached. "No." Lin Xie shook his head. "How do you feel?" He pondered for a moment. "It's simpler than I had imagined." "Captain, why don't you ask about me?" Hong Ying pouted, hands on her hips. "You." Wu Xiangnan shot her a glance. "It would be a miracle if you didn't demolish the school. Why would I ask you?" Hong Ying glared at Wu Xiangnan, her teeth grinding in frustration. "Did I ask you? You're not the captain. I am the captain, albeit the vice captain." "The vice doesn't count." "Of course it does. It doesn't count." A crisp click resonated as a photograph emerged from the bottom of a telescope, delicately retrieved by a hand. Not far atop a high-rise, Lung Xian sat at the edge of the rooftop, gently swaying the photo in his hand, the image becoming increasingly clear. A soft breeze tousled his bangs as he lowered his gaze to the photograph, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "This one is quite well taken." He cherished the photograph, placing it into a box for safekeeping, then stood leisurely from the rooftop's edge, resting his sniper rifle on his shoulder as he disappeared into the night. Chapter 65, Awakening. "Hello? Is this Captain Chenmai?" "It is I. We encountered a problem while cleaning up the battlefield at number 2 middle school." "What issue?" Chenmai's brow furrowed slightly as he sat in the passenger seat of the van. "It's missing?" "Yes. We searched the entire scene, but found no trace of its head." "Could it be that a student hid it?" "That seems unlikely. We have already searched them and found nothing. We speculate that someone may have taken its head and escaped the auditorium before we arrived. Currently, the boundless void should still envelop the school, so it cannot escape." Chenmai spoke calmly. "You will broadcast Dream Whisper throughout the campus, first erasing its memory. A being devoid of memory will inevitably fall into our trap." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Hong Ying curiously asked, "Captain, what has transpired?" Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together as he gazed out the window. Could it be him? A sudden thud. The invisible barrier remained intact. They might have already discovered that the serpent demon's head was missing. He murmured to himself. A flicker of light danced in his eyes as he contemplated for a moment before sprinting towards the playground. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to conceal himself. He did not believe this barrier could remain open for long. As long as he could hide until they departed, he would manage to flee. And Qingyu dashed to a secluded area at the edge of the playground, unearthing a manhole cover from the tangled weeds and straining to lift it. Instantly, a foul stench erupted from the sewer below. In the dark, damp confines of the sewer, the noxious odor invaded in Qingyu's nostrils from all directions, nearly suffocating him. He gritted his teeth, clutching his backpack tightly, enduring the assault. In the murkiness, his eyes shone as brightly as stars. Suddenly, a melancholic melody wafted in from outside, causing Qingyu's pupils to constrict sharply. In a daze, he felt as though someone were whispering in his ear, and an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, pulling him into the depths of slumber. At that moment, a peculiar force surged from his heart, as if a crystal-clear spring flowed into his mind, washing away all dreams and whispers into oblivion. And Qingyu abruptly opened his eyes. The murkiness that clouded them vanished, replaced by a profound clarity. Beneath the surface, a faint gray veil settled over his gaze. Now, he felt an unprecedented lucidity. He stared blankly ahead before lowering his gaze to his palm. In his eyes, his body transformed into an exquisitely precise machine. He could see each part in motion, comprehending the principles behind their operation with crystal clarity. Never before had he understood his own body so intimately. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly unzipped his backpack and retrieved a severed head, the head of the Nanda serpent demon. Beneath its eyes, this mythological creature, entirely beyond the realm of modern scientific study, appeared disassembled into gears, mechanisms, and screws. Yet, he still could not fully grasp its essence. Thus, Qingyu extracted a sharp fruit knife from a compartment of his backpack. Like a surgeon wielding a scalpel, he fixed his gaze intently on the head before him and plunged the knife into its cranium. He struggled to slice open the skull. He was dissecting it, yearning to uncover what lay within. His cutting grew increasingly rapid, his excitement mounting, and his body began to tremble with anticipation. So, this is how it is. So, this is how it works. I understand now. This is the mechanism behind it. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Where's this place? In the dimly lit cell. Li Yifei slowly opened his eyes. Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, and just as he prepared to rise, fragmented memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He cried out in agony and staggered, collapsing to the ground. And Qingyu had fired. He had been stunned by Lin Qiye. The Nantua serpent demon lurking within him had emerged, fierce combat ensued, and then he had been decapitated by Lin Qiye. He stared in disbelief at his own hands, his voice trembling. I truly am the Nantua serpent demon. How could this be? I killed them. Images of the students slaughtered by the serpent demon's offspring flashed before his eyes, the blood-soaked ground etched in his mind like a brand, gradually transforming into his nightmare. No, no. He knelt on the ground, his face contorted in anguish as he groaned in pain. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly morphed into eerie slits, and he stood up, expressionless, as if a different person had emerged. Weakling, one of the Nantua serpent demon's arms sprouted with scales, fiercely grasping the railing in front of him, attempting to twist it apart. Immediately, obscure runes emerged from the surface of the cell, and a terrifying repulsion forcefully propelled the Nantua serpent demon, crashing it against the opposite wall of the cell before it fell to the ground. The Nantua serpent demon fixed its gaze upon the railing, its forked tongue flickering as its eyes turned icy cold. In that moment of contact with the railing, fragmented information about the cell flooded into its consciousness. It was unaware of its location, but it knew. Its very existence was under the control of a single individual. That individual was the master of this place. Just as the Nantua serpent demon pondered this, steady footsteps echoed from the corridor on the other side, causing its slit pupils to contract as it swiftly crawled to the railing, peering toward that direction. In the dim corridor, a figure gradually became clearer. It was a youth clad in a white lab coat, hands tucked into his pockets. The instant its gaze fell upon his face, the Nantua serpent demon's body trembled. It was you. Lin Qiye approached it with an impassive expression, raising an eyebrow. Surprised or not, unexpected or otherwise. Chapter 66, The First Caregiver. The Nagato serpent demon languidly resided behind the enclosure, quietly observing him. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, standing outside the railing, equally fixated on the gaze of the Nandu snake demon. Within his sight, a familiar panel unfolded. Sinner, Nandu snake demon choice. As the mythological being you have personally slain, you possess the authority to determine its soul's fate. Option 1. Annihilate its soul entirely, erasing it from existence. Option 2. Allow it to achieve a loyalty value of 60, enabling you to employ it as a caregiver in the hospital, where it can tend to patients while providing a degree of protection for you. Current loyalty value, 0.85. After Lin Chia perused the information, his brows slightly lifted. This task differed from the previous one. If his memory served him correctly, the criterion for the caretaker last time was based on fear value, whereas this time it had shifted to loyalty value. This indicated that the hospital's standards for caretakers varied according to the different mythological beings. Moreover, the loyalty value was divided into two components. One was 0, the other 85. If Lin Chia's conjecture was accurate, this division stemmed from the Nanda snake demon possessing two distinct consciousnesses. I believe you are now aware of your fate. Lin Chia spoke slowly after a moment's pause. If you kill me, Li Yifei will perish as well. The Nanda snake demon fixed its gaze upon Lin Chia's eyes. Oh, Lin Chia replied with a faint smile. Do you truly believe I would be concerned about his life or death? The Nanda snake demon fell silent. As an entity that had been observing everything from the shadows, it was acutely aware of Li Yifei's every move. Since their acquaintance began a mere month and a half ago, to claim their relationship was particularly close would be a gross exaggeration. Furthermore, Li Yifei had previously abandoned him to flee once. Using their emotional bond as the sole bargaining chip, the Nanda snake demon was not so foolish. What do you desire? I believe you have misunderstood something. Lin Chia calmly replied. At present, you are the one demonstrating your value to me. If your value does not align with my expectations, I'm afraid my hospital does not accommodate idlers. The Nanda snake demon paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I excel in disguise and can implant serpent seeds. Lurking and infiltration are my specialties. Not sufficient. I am adept at strategizing and can provide you with counsel. What else do you claim to excel at? I have said nothing at all. The Nanda snake demon nearly forgot that its own schemes had been unraveled by him. Nevertheless, pooling wisdom was not without merit. One's intellect might not cover every angle, and their modes of thought and levels of insight differed, potentially offering him some reference. Well, that is a reasonable assertion. What more? Although my current combat capability is rather limited, once I reach maturity, my true form will possess formidable fighting strength. And I can shed my skin, making me quite difficult to kill. Continue. There is nothing more. Lin Chia pondered for a moment. Are you capable of bringing joy to the elderly? I am not. The Naga demon was momentarily taken aback, yet Li Yifei excelled in such matters. Then that is acceptable. Lin Chia paused for a moment before speaking again. You may stay, but there are additional conditions. What conditions? During non-essential moments, allow Li Yifei to take control of this body. The Naga demon wrestled with its thoughts for a while, ultimately nodding in agreement. Very well, I accept your terms. Freedom is undoubtedly significant, yet it certainly does not wish to be lost to oblivion. Moreover, Li Yifei is also a part of it. So relinquishing control of the body is not entirely intolerable. Lin Xian nodded slightly, extending his hand into the void to grasp at nothingness. A piece of parchment and a steel pin materialized in his hand. This is your employment contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, just sign it. Lin Chiye assumed the demeanor of a commanding boss, casually tossing the parchment aside. The Nantua snake demon picked up the paper and began to scrutinize it. And his expression quickly morphed into one of astonishment. Rather than an employment contract, it would be more fitting to describe it as a bond of servitude. It meticulously enumerated a plethora of obligations that the Nantua snake demon must fulfill. These included, but were not limited to, unconditionally obeying the orders of Dean Lin Chiye, refraining from harming or intending to harm Dean Lin Chiye or his interests, not damaging public property within the hospital, regularly maintaining the hospital's cleanliness, and preparing breakfast for the patients each morning. In the additional clause, there was a stipulation stating that, under non-essential circumstances, Li Yifei must govern the body. In stark contrast, the section outlining Lin Chiye's responsibilities bore a solitary absence of any text. This was unequivocally a ruthless, one-sided contract that exploited the interests of the caregiver, a veritable travesty. However, the Nantua snake demon had no alternative but to grit his teeth and affix his name. The moment the name was inscribed, the parchment spontaneously ignited, and the peculiar runes surrounding the cell gradually faded, causing the cell door to swing open. Simultaneously, the Nantua snake demon's form swiftly transformed back into that of a human, now adorned in a cerulean caregiver's uniform, complete with a black nameplate reading Caregiver 001. Li Yifei stared blankly at his attire, scratching his head in confusion. He had overheard the conversation between the Nantua snake demon and Lin Chiye, and he had a basic understanding of his current predicament. He had fallen from being Lin Chiye's classmate to becoming his subordinate. How does it feel to be revived? Lin Chiye asked with a smile as he approached. Not too bad. Li Yifei replied with a bitter smile. Boss Lin, please don't exploit me too harshly. I can't bear it. Address me as Dean. Lin Xie patted his shoulder and turned to walk out of the cell. Follow me. I will introduce you to this hospital. Sighing. Li Yifei quickened his pace to keep up with Lin Xie. This area comprises the wards. Currently, only one room is occupied, and we have only one patient. Her name is Nikes, and you can review her case file for details regarding her condition later. Over there is the activity area, on ordinary days. You can take her to watch television or play chess. Don't let her sit in the yard, clutching a vase and staring into space. We wouldn't want her to develop dementia on top of her existing ailments. This is the pharmacy. These medications should be administered 3 times daily. 2 tablets each time. As Lin Xie continued his exposition, Li Yifei felt increasingly numbed by the overwhelming situation. Where on earth was he? Mother. I have found you a companion. From now on, he will keep you company in my stead. At last, Lin Xie brought Li Yifei before Nikes. Smiling as she made the introduction, Nikes gazed at Li Yifei, seemingly pondering something, and after a moment, she gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Grandson, Grandma has found you. Chapter 67. Stopping him, Li Yifei's smile abruptly faltered, and he slowly turned his head to look at Lin Xie. Lin Xie cast him an approving glance. Li Yifei exclaimed, Oh, my goodness. Compliantly, he opened his arms and embraced the excited Nikes, his smile more sorrowful than joyous. I miss you so much. Observing the scene, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Yifei filled with admiration. Truly remarkable. When it comes to bringing joy to the elderly, you are indeed a consummate professional. Lin Xie clearly observed that the healing progress above Nix's head jumped from 21 to 23. Of course, this progress bar was visible only to him. Li Yifei could not see it. Over the past half-month, Lin Xie had diligently visited the hospital every day, administering medication to Nix and engaging her in conversation. Under the dual treatment of medication and mental support, Nix's condition had improved significantly. At least she no longer sneaked into the medicine room, clutching a bottle of pills and weeping. With Li Yifei's constant companionship, her recovery rate would likely accelerate. And it would not be long before she reached the 50 mark. At that point, he would be able to extract Nix's second ability. During this time, Lin Xie also attempted to unlock the door to the second ward, but unfortunately, it remained impervious. It seemed to be directly linked to one's own realm, and the cultivation of mental strength could only progress gradually, without haste. Lin Xie offered a few more words of advice to Li Yifei before departing from the psychiatric hospital. The ensuing days seemed to unfold without distinction from those that preceded them. Despite Lin Xie's commendable completion of his initial mission, the regimen of training remained unrelenting. He even felt as though Chen Mai's blade struck with greater intensity than before. However, following this harrowing confrontation with death, Lin Xie's synergy with the mortal realm had reached a newfound harmony, and his mental acuity had significantly improved. Within the chamber of mechanisms, he was now adept at evading a shooting frequency of 50 rounds per second, daring to challenge 100 rounds per second. Perhaps the most remarkable progress was in Lin Xie's marksmanship. From initially being unable to hit the target at 30 meters and barely managing to strike at 20 meters. His relentless training had culminated in a commendable ability to reliably hit targets within 30 meters. Lin Xie still recalls that day when he first hit the target at 30 meters. He could see Lung Xian standing behind him, his eyes rimmed with red, quietly wiping away tears. Then he tilted his head back and revealed a contented smile. 10 days later, Lin Xie approached the door of the captain's office and gently knocked. Come in. Lin Xie entered the room and beheld Chen Mai engrossed in the meticulous reading of a document. He glanced up at Lin Xie and remarked, In just a few days, the training for the new recruits will commence. Lin Xie was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had unknowingly spent a month with the Night Watch. Should I prepare for anything? He pondered. During the new recruit training period, we will be under a closed management system. Though daily necessities will be provided, their quality may be lacking. I will have Hong Ying take you to the market shortly to purchase some items. I will reimburse you for the expenses. Additionally, the weather in Jing City is considerably colder than in Songnan, so do remember to buy ample winter clothing and charge it to my account. The training period is fraught with the risk of injury, so make sure to come find me again tomorrow morning. I will provide you with some medicine that is far superior to what is available in the market. Chen Mai, holding a small notebook, meticulously advised Lin Xie, even detailing which type of sleeper on the train would be the most comfortable. By the time Chen Mai closed his notebook, more than half an hour had passed. Have you noted down everything I just mentioned? Chunmai asked earnestly, looking intently at Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded emphatically, acknowledging the information. All right. Chunmai seemed to recall something else. You should purchase the train ticket to the capital early. Those who arrive sooner can choose their dormitory. Perhaps you could buy it while heading downtown. For tomorrow. Tomorrow? Are we leaving tomorrow? Lin Xie was taken aback. The sooner, the better. I understand. Lin Xie replied, nodding. Once Lin Xie departed from the office, Chunmai quietly retrieved his wallet and cast a glance inside, letting out a deep sigh. Wow, Xiaonan. That Peppa Pig bed sheet is absolutely adorable. Should we get one for Chia? Absolutely. And that pink suitcase is fantastic. Should we buy one? Definitely. Xiaonan. Look at this snow-white backpack. Isn't it splendid? We absolutely. Wow. Look at that little dress. It's so beautiful. Let's buy it. Sure, but, sniff. Lin Xie firmly covered Si Xiaonan's mouth and said earnestly, Sister Hongying, I believe, that is not suitable for me. With a look of regret, Hongying set down the backless dress she was holding and sighed, Indeed, you are a boy, and wearing a skirt may not be appropriate. Immediately after, she picked up a nearby alluring camisole, her eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Xie, then let us purchase this instead. Lin Xie sat beside the vibrant array of colors strewn across the ground, a wry smile gracing his lips, which gradually blossomed into a radiant beam. Yet, amidst his laughter, a trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. He raised his gaze to the window, where the hazy moonlight gently bathed the world below. Is it time to depart? The following morning, at the entrance of the train station, Lin Xie stood with 2 large suitcases in tow, flanked by the other members of Team 136. Have you packed everything? Wu Xiangnan inquired first. All set, Lin Xie replied. Little brother Xie, remember to use the sunscreen, hair removal cream, and body lotion I bought for you. Hongying, with tearful eyes, stood at the forefront, reluctant to part. I will use them, don't worry, Lin Xie responded, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Xie, Chunmai stepped forward, his expression serious. Beijing is unlike our Songnan. It's too far away. Moreover, there are inherent inequalities during training. If this were Songnan, we could confront them directly, but in Beijing you must rely on yourself. He bowed slightly to the group. I shall take my leave. Standing up, he waved farewell and entered the train station, dragging his suitcases behind him. The group watched his receding figure, their hearts heavy with melancholy. At that moment, Chunmai's phone rang abruptly. Hello? What? He jerked his head up, pointing at Lin Xie. Damn it. Stop that kid. I don't know what has possessed the higher-ups, but they've scheduled the new recruits training in Songnan this time. Hurry, stop him. Once he enters the station, the ticket will be non-refundable. Chapter 68, A Gathering Storm Beijing. Night Watch Training Office. What? This year's new recruit training is set in Songnan? Where is Songnan? Yuan Gang exclaimed, bewildered as he perused the document in his hands. Before him, a man lounged lazily in a recliner behind the desk, stretching and squinting as he sat up, revealing a cross-shaped scar on his forehead. He was Xiaopinga, the captain of Team 006 stationed in Beijing. But haven't the training sessions always been held in Beijing? Why the sudden shift at Songnan this year? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow. You are our Team 006's vice captain and the chief instructor for the new recruits across the years. Isn't it feasible to adapt to a different environment? Certainly not. Yuan Gang shook his head repeatedly. I just can't comprehend why they would suddenly change the location, especially since the facilities and equipment here are readily available. Isn't this simply creating unnecessary trouble? The higher-ups must have their reasons for this decision. We are merely to execute orders without questioning, replied Xiaopinga. Very well, Yuan Gang sighed. With the efficiency of the logistics department, a complete training base can be established in Songnan before dawn tomorrow. You should gather your team and prepare for departure. Xiaopinga took a sip of tea. Suddenly, a slipper flew out from behind the desk, and Yuan Gang deftly sidestepped to avoid it, soon followed by Xiaoping's furious shouts. Hey Yuan Gang, who do you look down upon? I am the captain of the guard team stationed in the capital. Do you think I am just idly wasting my time? Yuan Gang chuckled, tossed Xiaoping's slipper out the window, and swaggered out the door. Xiaopingu erupted in curses. In the luxurious lounge of a high-end club in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, a plump young man in a bathrobe lay on the sofa, surprised as he read the notice in his hands. Turning to inquire, he asked, Songnan? What kind of place is that? Behind the door of the VIP room, 5 burly bodyguards stood impassively, while a bespectacled butler slightly bowed and gently replied, Wasn't it always in the capital before? It seems that this year's policy has changed, and your itinerary will need to be adjusted. I will arrange it immediately. I'm flying out tomorrow. I shall leave at once. The butler hesitated. Young master, is it not too sudden to leave tomorrow? You needn't worry about accommodation. We have arranged the best lodgings with the night watchmen. They will treat us with respect. It's too dull in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. I wish to meet new friends. Young master, once you arrive there, please try to converse in Mandarin. Otherwise, they may not understand. Mandarin? The young man pondered for a moment and realized the importance of clear communication. Indeed, without proper language, it would be difficult to make true friends. He then patted the young woman who was massaging his feet. All right, you may go rest now. After indulging for these many years, it is time for a change in lifestyle. He stood up, stretched, causing his fleshy body to quiver slightly. Sangnan, here I come. On Mount Jihua. The sound of Buddhist chants filled the air, mingling with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. An elderly monk, clad in a robe, strolled through the wooden corridor, his prayer beads gently moving in his hands, his gaze as serene as still water. At last, he paused before the door of a meditation room. He knocked softly twice before entering. Inside the meditation room, there was a bed, a table, and a mat, with the two characters for peace of mind elegantly written in black brush strokes on the largest wall. The strokes appeared gentle yet concealed in extraordinary intensity. A black-haired youth on the mat slowly opened his eyes. Chao Yuan, your letter has arrived, the old monk said, performing a Buddhist gesture before producing an envelope from his sleeve. The black-haired youth stood up slowly, accepted the envelope, and examined its contents for a long while. Sangnan. He murmured to himself, then raised his gaze towards the venerable monk, respectfully inquiring, Master, do you think I should go? Benefactor? You have cultivated your heart in this temple for 5 years, and the demons within you have been subdued. I believe it is time for you to depart. A flicker of hesitation appeared in the youth's eyes. But the sins I carry. To take life is a sin, while to save is a virtue. When merit and demerit balance each other, one may attain freedom. The old monk's gaze was profoundly deep. With hands clasped together, he calmly continued, remaining in this temple. Even if one were to sit in meditation for decades, sin shall ultimately remain. Benefactor, it is time to let go. The young man fell into silence for a long while, then mirrored the monk's gesture, bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, master. Chao Yuan. There is one more thing I must remind you of, the monk said. Please, master. As you journey to Tsangnan, you may encounter a benefactor of great significance. Should you seize this opportunity, not only can you absolve your sins, but you may also achieve enlightenment. A benefactor? Chao Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. What characteristics should I look for? 2 trees standing tall, one of 8 deities departed. 10 years into the night, they shall guide the world. The old monk's eyes remained closed, hands in prayer, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. Amitba. Then, it is settled. Chao Yuan lifted his gaze towards the mountain peak beyond the Zen room. Hands clasped together, he spoke with tranquility. I shall go. In the carriage, Lin Chie glanced at the silent crowd, instinctively retracting his neck. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Ahem. When Chima cleared his throat twice, breaking the silence. Well, Chia, the train ticket cannot be refunded. It's not your fault. Don't dwell on it. Chinmai, seated in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat pale. We should think of something positive, right? For instance, during the training in Songnan City, being so close. We can visit you anytime. The training is closed off. We cannot enter. The driver, Wu Xiangnan, interjected softly. At least we have procured everything we need, such as down jackets, thick blankets, hand warmers, and large scarves. Chima, these items won't be necessary for the winter in Songnan, Hong Ying reminded quietly. Be quiet. Chinmai shot a glare at Wen Chima, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Chia, why don't you check if these can still be refunded? Chapter 69, the first new recruit buzzing and roaring, several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly from the azure sky, their rotors stirring up a whirlwind of dust and sand below. On the opposite side of the helipad, several men in military uniforms braved the gusts, standing resolutely like statues. As the helicopter doors opened, Yuan Gang, clad in military attire and carrying a black box, descended from the aircraft. With a sharp salute, the waiting soldiers greeted him in unison, their voices strong. Good day, Chief. Yuan Gang strode forward, his expression grave, while the wind from the helicopter billowed his coat dramatically. Is the training camp ready? Report. The training camp is fully prepared. Yuan Gang nodded, by the way. Please provide me with the list of new recruits for this training session. Yes, sir. Yuan Gang, with the black box slung over his shoulder, turned towards the training camp that had sprung up overnight. Located in a desolate suburban area, the camp occupied a vast expanse of land within Songnan City, surrounded by checkpoints set up with military-grade defenses, ensuring that no one could reach the site except for the new recruits attending training. Chief, here's the list of new recruits for this year. As Yuan Gang and the instructors toured the training camp, a soldier hurriedly approached and handed the list to him. Yuan Gang took the list, glanced at it, and froze in place. The instructors behind him also halted. Rubbing his eyes, he read it through twice, muttering to himself, "What in the world is this lineup this year? What is the matter, Chief?" One of the instructors curiously leaned in. "The young master of the Guanshan Bailey group? Is it that Bailey group?" Upon catching sight of the first line, the instructor stood in sheer shock. The foremost family conglomerate of the Great Xia, known as the second largest benefactor behind the Night Watchman aside from the government, is the Bailey family. Another instructor could not help but interject, "Is this the young master from our Night Watchman's benefactor arriving? Why would a well-to-do scion abandon his privileged life to join the Night Watchman? Perhaps it is merely an attempt to experience life? Who can fathom the whims of the affluent? What shall we do about training then? What if we inadvertently provoke him with a heavy hand? Would he retaliate against us? Do they dare?" Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly. The Night Watchman is a national entity, and while the Bailey family has indeed contributed substantial funds, the Night Watchman is not their private garden. Once they arrive at our training camp, all individuals shall be treated as equals. We shall push them to their limits, and should any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Yes, the instructors nodded solemnly. Yuan Gang's gaze returned to the list in his hand, to his surprise. Yet another divine agent had emerged in this cohort. A divine agent? Which deity? Yuan Gang looked upward, squinting slightly. Codename 003, the Seraphim Michael. A Seraphim? When did Seraphim have agents? Thankfully, it is on our side. It has been many years since a divine agent has appeared. This young man has boundless potential ahead of him. The last divine agent to emerge from the recruit training, was it not the one from the special team mask? Indeed. Yuan Gang examined the list, circling several names with a red pen, letting out a helpless sigh. Just a young scion from the Bailey conglomerate and a Seraphim agent are already enough to give us headaches. This time, 3 ultra-high-risk Forbidden Zone bearers have appeared simultaneously, one of whom is ranked within the top 50. Additionally, there are inheritors of the 8 trigrams palm from Shanjing, inheritors of the Imo family spear from Hebei, and active special forces. Observing the densely circled names in Yuan Gang's hand, the instructors behind him felt a surge of anxiety. "Chief, are we capable of managing such formidable opponents?" Yuan Gang remained silent for a long while before putting away the list and calmly spoke. "Contact the mask team and have them come to establish order. Only a prodigy can subdue another prodigy." Outside the training camp, amidst military checkpoints, a special forces soldier with binoculars furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance for a considerable time before slowly lowering the binoculars and retrieving his radio. "Report. An individual has been spotted approaching from the front. Relay his details. A young male, appearing to be a high school student, dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. It is visually indiscernible whether he is carrying any weapons." A high school student? The voice on the other end of the radio paused momentarily. Could this be a new recruit reporting for duty? The notification was just issued this morning, and he has arrived by noon? What speed is this? "He is still approaching here. Please provide instructions." "Stand by. I shall meet him." Before long, a military off-road vehicle emerged from the checkpoint, heading toward the direction of the young man. The sun blazed fiercely overhead. At this moment, Lin Chiye was dragging 2 suitcases along the rugged, muddy path, a few drops of sweat trickling down his cheek. Is there really a training camp in this place? Lin Chiye glanced around, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that the captain is playing tricks on me because I didn't return the items?" This morning, he had just received the specific address of the new recruit training camp, and Chen Mai had urged him to come here. Following the awkward farewell ceremony yesterday, today as proceedings were less grand, when Shima drove him to the vicinity and left him to walk the rest of the way. Once everyone learned that Lin Chiye was in the Songnan training camp, they seemed to relax a bit, perhaps, as Chen Mai had said. If anything were to happen to Lin Chiye, they could rush over with weapons in hand, unlike the anxiety they felt in the capital. After all, Songnan City is the territory of their Team 136. Buzz, just as Lin Chiye was making his way forward with the suitcases, the roar of an engine echoed in the distance. Lin Chiye squinted and halted in his tracks. A camouflaged military off-road vehicle kicking up dust, screeched to a stop beside him. An officer leaned out, scrutinizing Lin Qiye intently. What brings you here? Training. New recruit? Yes. Here so soon. I'm a local from Tsangnan. Show me your identification. Get in. Lin Qiye placed his luggage in the trunk and boarded the off-road vehicle. The officer drove him directly past all the checkpoints, ultimately halting the vehicle at the entrance of the training camp. We have arrived. You may enter on your own. He indicated with a nod towards the imposing gates ahead. Lin Qiye leaped from the vehicle, dragging along 2 pastel-colored suitcases, and stood before the imposing iron gate, gazing upward. This was the 039 new recruits training base, the place where he would spend the upcoming year. He was the first recruit to arrive here. Chapter 70, a bond stronger than gold. Before long, an instructor emerged from behind the gate, casting a surprised glance at him. A new recruit? Indeed. What is your name? Lin Qiye. The instructor's physique tensed as he scrutinized Lin Qiye with an intensity akin to that of examining a rare treasure. You are Lin Qiye? Lin Qiye felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze. It's me. Is there a problem? No. The instructor shook his head and opened the door to the training camp. You are the first to arrive this year. Come in. By the way, my name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor. Hello, Instructor Hong. Lin Qiye politely replied as he stepped into the training camp. Instructor Hong nodded. You arrived early. Lucky you. This time, I will personally guide you to familiarize yourself with the camp. Instructor Hong led Lin Qiye as they wandered through the vast training camp. The interior was far more expansive than Lin Qiye had envisioned. The structures were not makeshift tents or temporary buildings. Rather, they were edifices solidified from an unknown material, seamlessly merging with the ground as if they had sprouted from the earth itself. The ground was meticulously marked with lines, clearly designating pedestrian pathways and vehicular routes, complete with markers indicating the locations of the cafeteria and dormitories. The varying thicknesses and colors of the lines were visually pleasing, a veritable blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Had Lin Qiye not known that this was once barren land, he might have believed it to be a newly completed base that had taken years to construct. Military vehicles sped along the main road, laden with boxes of supplies and equipment, food, water, weapons, bedding. Lin Qiye even spotted a vehicle packed to the brim with explosive devices. Lin Qiye's lips twitched slightly, suddenly filled with a trace of concern regarding the security of this base. It is worth mentioning that Lin Qiye has yet to undergo any substantial collective training, after all. He has been blind since elementary school, and he never participated in military training during his middle and high school years. Even physical education classes were largely absent from his routine. Were it not for his diligent efforts to maintain fitness in his spare time, he would likely be in a rather feeble state now. Over there lies the training ground, where most physical training takes place. Instructor Hong pointed towards a vast area resembling an airport, stating, "Physical fitness is the cornerstone of our training. Your physique appears rather ordinary. You will likely face considerable challenges ahead. In that direction is the mess hall, a place you will come to love and loathe over the next year. There is the classroom, designated for the teaching of theoretical knowledge. A series of abandoned buildings serves as the mobility training area, utilized for instruction in urban warfare, rappelling, and ziplining. And over there stands the shooting range." Lin Qiye gazed at the seemingly endless array of training grounds before him, secretly noting their functions. His heart filled with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. "What is that? A convenience store?" Lin Qiye inquired, gesturing towards a modest establishment not far away. It resembled the small shops typically found in schools, a diminutive building adorned with shelves brimming with daily necessities. At that moment, a group of instructors stood at the entrance, discussing something while pointing at the cigarettes displayed on the wall. "That is the supply station," Instructor Hong remarked with a sidelong glance. The training camp operates in a completely enclosed environment, rendering currency obsolete. Should any personal items become damaged, one can procure replacements here. Additionally, there are provisions such as bread, water, and cigarettes, with each individual allotted a fixed monthly quota, which is certainly sufficient. As the two passed by, the instructors inside the supply station appeared to notice something, and all heads turned towards Lin Qiye, whispering and gesturing among themselves. Lin Qiye furrowed his brows, pondering why everyone was gazing at him. Had there been no other agents participating in the new recruit training prior to his arrival? Of course there had been. Instructor Hong nodded, revealing that the last agent to emerge from the training camp had ascended to the position of captain of the mask team. Mask? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, when Shima had previously recounted the exploits of this extraordinary team, Which deity's agent was he? Instructor Hong guided Lin Chiye to the periphery of a dense cluster of buildings, stating, "This is the dormitory area, consisting entirely of double rooms. You are the first to arrive, so feel free to choose at your leisure." Lin Chiye nodded slightly, meandering around the vicinity of the dormitory building, ultimately selecting a room that faced south, basking in the most splendid and comfortable light. With an astute eye, he decided to register it. Instructor Hong noted Lin Chiye's room number, mentioning that the training would officially commence in 3 days, advising him to rest well during this time, for the coming year would leave him no respite. After imparting this brief instruction, Instructor Hong turned and departed, leaving Lin Chiye alone in the dormitory. The environment of the dormitory surpassed Lin Chiye's expectations in cleanliness, yet the facilities were exceedingly rudimentary. The low, hard bed felt unstable even upon sitting, and there was no air conditioning, nor even a fan present in the room. Fortunately, Lin Chiye was accustomed to hardship. Such conditions posed little challenge for him. He adeptly arranged his belongings and made his bed before reclining on it. With no signal and no phone, he found himself at a loss for how to pass the time. If left alone for 3 days, he would undoubtedly grow restless. Thankfully, he had the psychiatric hospital in his mind, where he could engage with Nikes over tea to nurture their bond or play chess and converse with Li Yifei in the activity room, finding no monotony in the process. Early the next morning, Lin Chiye ventured to the supply station for some provisions, as the cafeteria had yet to open, leaving him without a place for breakfast. "Young master, I've shown you so many places, and this room is the best in terms of environment, warm in winter, cool in summer, and drenched in sunlight." A man with a sycophantic grin stood before a portly figure, prattling on, "Alas, I must say, Songnan truly pales in comparison to our Guangshan. The economy is poor, and the environment is lacking. Just look at this building. Oh my, what is this? The walls are peeling. Examine these dormitory facilities. They are appallingly inadequate. Can anyone sleep on this bed?" The man, with a sigh of resignation, unlocked the door, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene inside. "Oh dear, young master. Who is so thoughtless as to have usurped your room? Quickly, what are you all waiting for? Dispose of these items at once. It's filthy." The bodyguards behind the portly figure hurried forward to assist in clearing the clutter. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Lin Chiye's eyes. Ah, the cliché trope of a wealthy young master bullying the commoners, ostentatiously flaunting his superiority and disguising himself as a fool to ensnare the unwary. How I relish such theatricality. Lin Chiye was on the verge of taking action when the chubby boy suddenly kicked the man in the backside, unleashing a torrent of invective. "How dare you? This is a private matter between 2 individuals. My roommate resides here. You insolent wretch, dare to touch my roommate's belongings? And filthy, to boot? I detest bullies like you. Get as far away from here as possible." The man, knocked to the ground by the chubby boy's kick, fearfully slapped his own face a few times before hastily fleeing out the door. "You lot, bring over the gifts I prepared for my roommate. Today, I shall remain here. Ensuring my roommate witnesses what it truly means to have an instant connection, a bond stronger than gold." Beside him, Lin Chiye thought to himself, Chapter 71. The plump Baili. The bodyguards behind the chubby boy promptly placed a stack of neatly arranged gift boxes beside Lin Chiye's bed, forming a long line as they stood behind their master. "What are you all doing standing there? This is a new recruit training camp, not your own home." The chubby boy impatiently waved his hands. "Get moving. I don't want my roommate to think I am a bully." The bodyguards exchanged glances, ultimately resigning to leave. Only the chubby boy remained, seated beside a mountain of gifts, glancing down at his attire, clearing his throat, and sitting upright at the door. Lin Chiye scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed by the current unfolding situation. After pondering for a moment, he gradually made his way toward his dormitory. As Lin Chiye's figure emerged in the spacious corridor, the little chubby boy's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He abruptly rose to his feet, tidied up his appearance once more, and flashed a bright, white smile while gazing at Lin Chiye, who was approaching in his slippers. Lin Chiye's expression grew peculiar, as he felt increasingly awkward under the peculiar gaze of the rotund figure before him, to the extent that he struggled to even walk. At last, Lin Chiye arrived at the entrance of the dormitory. Hello, my name is Bailey Tumming. I realize this name may be somewhat unwieldy, so you may call me Tumming or simply Fatty." Before Lin Chiye could react, the plump individual bowed vigorously, startling Lin Chiye to the point where he took 2 steps back. "I hope we can become friends. For the coming year, I look forward to your guidance." This series of actions left Lin Chiye utterly flabbergasted. "Ahem, that is, Bailey." "Bailey," Lin Chiye pondered, seemingly forgetting the latter part of the name, only recalling the moniker Fatty. Bailey. Fatty, there's no need to be so polite. The rotund fellow's eyes sparkled with delight, evidently pleased with the nickname. I haven't yet inquired about your name. Oh, I am Lin Chia. Brother Chia. I've brought you some local specialties from my hometown. They aren't particularly valuable, so I hope you won't find them unworthy, he said with a smile, handing Lin Chia one gift box after another from behind him. With a mere sweep of his mental energy, Lin Chia's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be a box of Rolex watches? Lin Chia was taken aback. Within the chubby man's hands lay a gift box containing a pristine arrangement of 12 Rolex timepieces. The Submariner, the Explorer, the GMT Master. Each style was distinct, and had it not been for Lin Chia's frequent perusal of magazines, he might have failed to recognize several of them. The sight of 12 Rolex watches nestled in a single box evoked a reminiscent image of a gift set of red Fuji apples. What is the matter? Does Brother Chia not fancy Rolex? The rotund man paused, setting the Rolex box aside, and picked up another box instead. What about Patek Philippe? Cartier? Baume Mercier is also included. Brother Chia, I initially intended to present something different, but given that most items in this training camp are impractical, I deemed watches to be the most suitable gift. The stack of gift boxes in Lin Chia's arms continued to grow, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Bailey Pangu, does your family engage in the watch business? No, my family dabbles in various trades, Bailey Pangu replied with a hearty laugh. But do not overthink it. I am merely a child from an ordinary family, not a scion of a prestigious lineage. I am quite down to earth. I meant to say, very relatable. I find that hard to believe. Lin Chia secretly rolled his eyes and set the gift box aside, declaring, I have no desire for such things. Why not? Bailey Pangang exclaimed, growing anxious. Just accept it. It holds no real value, merely a token of our meeting. I have an aversion to accepting gifts. Then, what should I? Bailey Pangang glanced at Lin Chia, then at the gift box in his hands, his anxiety manifesting as beads of sweat. Lin Chia cast a glance at him and sighed. You keep it for now, and when I desire it one day, you may return it to me. Well, very well, Bailey Pang solemnly tucked the gift box away, then leisurely opened his suitcase, carelessly tossing the sheets and duvet onto the bed. Subsequently, he sprawled out across it in a relaxed manner. Lin Chia's lips twitched slightly. What are you doing? Sleeping. Bailey Pangang replied, patting the crumpled, unknown fabric. The bedding is ready, and it feels rather comfortable. Lin Chia. After a while, Bailey Pang quietly rose and softly called out, Brother Chia. Chia. Lin Chia remained motionless with his eyes closed. Bailey, the rotund figure, cautiously stood up and stealthily approached the cabinet, beginning to rummage through it. What could this plump fellow be up to? Lin Chia kept his eyes closed, continuing to perceive every movement of the plump Bailey with his mental faculties. Lin Chia. This little chubby fellow. So determined. Lin Chia, with malice arising from within, suddenly opened his eyes and cast a glance at the rotund Bailey Pang beside him. What are you doing? Bailey Pang, taken aback, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with trepidation as he gazed into Lin Chia's. His not-so-bright mind raced in a flurry. Consequently, he awkwardly shuffled to Lin Chia's feet and took a sniff, exclaiming, Chia, your feet smell truly delightful. Lin Chia, what manner of creature is this? Observing Lin Chia frozen in place, Bailey Pang hesitated for a moment before cautiously extending his little foot towards Lin Chia, inquiring gently, perhaps, you might also like to take a whiff of mine? Lin Chia's murderous intent gradually began to rise. In the distance, atop another building, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang silently lowered the binoculars he held, his expression utterly captivating. He turned to Instructor Hong, gesturing towards the two individuals opposite who were curiously examining each other's feet, and remarked in a tone laced with sarcasm, Is this what you refer to as two dangerous individuals? Instructor Hong, bewildered, rubbed his temples, realizing something was amiss. One was an arrogant Seraphim agent, while the other was a pampered heir of the Bailey Group. The fact that these two resided under the same roof struck him as inherently perilous. But how could they be? Yuan Gang patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. Hong Hao, to truly understand a person, one must not solely focus on their identity or background. In this world, there can be countless individuals with similar familial backgrounds, yet the nature and character of people differ immensely. After uttering these words, Yuan Gang turned and departed. Once he was out of Instructor Hong's line of sight, he could no longer contain himself and let out a chuckle. How amusing. Chapter 72. The training begins from the second day of Lin Xie's arrival at the training camp. The influx of new recruits gradually increased. The once desolate dormitory building was, unbeknownst to them, nearly filled to capacity. By the morning of the third day, Lin Xie was awakened by the commotion echoing through the corridor. He sat up and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The fat boy is up this early? Lin Xie noticed that the bed beside him, resembling a pigsty, was now vacant. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, it appeared that this wealthy young master was indeed quite different. After spending the past 2 days together, Lin Xie had gained a preliminary understanding of the plump Bailey. He certainly did not fit the stereotype of a boisterous and arrogant rich kid. Rather, he seemed to be making a considerable effort to conceal his affluent background, masquerading as someone from an ordinary family, albeit with rather clumsy acting skills. His nature was not malevolent. He simply exhibited a lack of discernment. This was Lin Xie's initial assessment of the rotund Bailey. Lin Xie was unafraid of trouble. In fact, to some extent, he even anticipated that his roommate would be an arrogant and overbearing individual, one who would frequently provoke him. This would afford him the perfect justification to retaliate and seize control of the entire room. Yet, ironically, his roommate turned out to be a harmless and affable plump fellow. This jovial chubby man interacted with him cheerfully each day, often presenting gifts and speaking with utmost courtesy, leaving Lin Xie feeling as though he had struck his fist against a cushion. To hit him would weigh heavily on his conscience. However, when this roommate would surreptitiously place his foot near Lin Xie's face in the dead of night, he could hardly contain his frustration. What was most infuriating was that after Lin Xie was roused from his slumber, the rotund Bailey would gaze at him earnestly. A mix of 7 parts anticipation and 3 parts shyness and utter. Fortunately, Lin Xie has no knife at hand. Otherwise, this fat fool would certainly not see the dawn of the next day. Lin Xie stretched his body, gripping a toothbrush between his teeth while dragging an empty hot water bottle, ready to step out for his morning routine. As he opened the door, he was met with a throng of people gathered around the opposite dormitory building. Among the crowd, a rotund figure radiating an aura of opulence was bellowing, "Comrades, I have brought some specialties from my hometown for you all. I hope you will not disdain them, and I look forward to your camaraderie throughout the coming year. Hey, you there, don't rush. There is enough for everyone." The plump man, Bailey, raised his chubby arm, adorned with a multitude of luxurious watches, resembling a mummy swathed in extravagance. The new recruits were immediately stirred by the display. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not some wealthy scion. I am merely the child of an ordinary family, wishing to coexist harmoniously with you all." With a thud, Lin Xie stood frozen, astonished at the chaotic scene unfolding in the dormitory across from him, his toothbrush slipping from his mouth and falling to the ground. Who on earth is this fat man? He murmured to himself. Even the wealthiest heirs cannot possess such affluence, can they? Over 200 new recruits in this camp, each receiving a luxury watch? This is sheer extravagance. Yet, amidst the uproar, there remained individuals in the crowd who remained unfazed. Lin Xie noticed a young boy leaning against the wall in the corridor on the same floor, coldly observing the commotion. He stood there as if he were in an entirely different realm, exuding an air of detachment, as though an invisible barrier separated him from the surrounding clamor. His eyes tranquil as still waters. Meanwhile, on the right side of the girls' dormitory, a long-haired girl stood in the corridor, squinting at Bailey Pang in the crowd, her gaze filled with disdain. The more Lin Xie observed, the more he realized that there were numerous onlookers discreetly watching this farce unfold. Some wore indifferent expressions. Others sported mocking grins. Some looked down upon it with contempt, while a few appeared eager to act. Bailey Pong's antics not only ignited the atmosphere in the new recruits' dormitory, but also subtly unveiled a hidden tapestry before Lin Xie's eyes. Likewise, as Lin Xie took note of them, they became aware of one another. At that moment, Instructor Hong, accompanied by several other instructors, stormed into the dormitory area, glaring up at the raucous dormitory building as he erupted in fury. "What the hell is going on? Is this a marketplace? Do you want me to summon a few strippers to dance for your amusement?" Instructor Hong's lips twitched slightly as he continued to shout with a stern expression. "Don't think that just because the training has officially begun, you can act recklessly. I tell you, once you step through that door, you are soldiers. Soldiers must uphold discipline. This is your first warning. I'll let you off this time, but if I catch anyone causing a ruckus again, I'll make sure you regret it." Instructor Hong bellowed. "Do you understand?" "Understood," echoed voices from the 3 dormitory buildings. Instructor Hong's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across the 3 dormitory buildings before he slowly announced, "Everyone, gather at the training ground at 2 o'clock this afternoon." With that, He turned and exited the confines of the dormitory with the other instructors. Bailey Pangang peered down through the corridor crack, hurriedly standing up, clutching his watch tightly as he dashed to Lin Chia's side. You scare me to death. Thankfully, I hid quickly. Otherwise, I would have been discovered, Bailey Pangpang said, nervously patting his heart. Lin Chia sighed, observing the remaining gifts that seemed destined to go unpresented. Bailey Pangpang gazed down at his watch, releasing a heavy breath. Why are you so insistent on giving gifts? Lin Chia couldn't help but inquire. How else can one cultivate good relationships with others? Bailey Pangpang replied matter-of-factly. My father always says that the most crucial aspect of this world is the intricacies of human relationships. Lin Chia rolled his eyes, retorting, if human connections are all that this world comprises, then society would have already perished. With that, he disregarded whether Bailey Pangpang grasped his words, bent down to retrieve his toothbrush, and continued on his way to the hot water room, leaving Bailey Pangpang standing there, scratching his head in confusion. Afternoon. Lin Chia donned the military uniform he had received from the supply station and strode purposefully towards the training ground. Bailey, plump and flustered, hurriedly attempted to fit his ample posterior into his trousers while calling out, Chia, wait for me. Upon their arrival at the training ground, the personnel were largely assembled. Albeit not yet organized into formation, they stood haphazardly, a diverse array of heights and builds. On the training platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and proud, their posture reminiscent of resilient pine trees. At the forefront, the chief instructor, Yuan Gang, surveyed the chaotic throng below, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 73, We Are the Masked. Everyone stand at attention, roared the instructor behind Yuan Gang. Instantly, the recruits fell silent, and though their formation remained somewhat askew, the semblance of order was unmistakable. Lin Chia and Bailey Pangpang arrived relatively late, thus positioning themselves at the end of the line. Even so, they could still sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the numerous instructors on the training platform. Without employing any forbidden techniques or weapons, their mere presence exuded an aura akin to that of majestic mountains, pressing down upon everyone's chests. Such an imposing presence could only arise from the trials of life and death combat, a kind of experience that this group of novices lacked. Yuan Gang observed the crowd below in silence for a long while before he spoke, his voice deep and resonant. I understand that you are all prodigies from across the Great Xia, each possessing either the coveted forbidden techniques, extraordinary skills, or perhaps even astonishing backgrounds. However, from the moment you stepped through that door, you assumed but one identity. You are recruits. You are novices. No, at this moment, you are not even novices. You are worthless. You are refuse. When confronted with true power and mystery, you will only endanger yourselves and burden your comrades. If you wish to genuinely become night watchmen, you are still far from that goal. Some raised their heads with pride, others smirked in contempt, some disregarded him entirely, while others bowed their heads in deep contemplation. What is this? You dare to defy? Yuan Gang noted the expressions of all present, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I do defy. Do you believe that your formidable forbidden techniques, your extraordinary abilities, and your boundless futures grant you superiority? Do you think my ability to stand here reprimanding you is merely due to my years of experience and higher cultivation? Do you think I can label you weak, claim your cultivation is inferior, yet refrain from calling you worthless, refuse? Yuan Gang sneered twice. Nonsense. I speak nothing but the truth. At your current state, even upon reaching the Klein realm, you would still be merely marginally superior refuse. When faced with true strength, you wouldn't withstand even a single blow. Do you believe it or not? Many began to breathe heavily, their gazes fixed on Yuan Gang. I seemingly ablaze with fury. I don't believe it. At that moment, a young man in an unbuttoned military uniform, with his cap worn backward, leisurely raised his hand while chewing gum, his face adorned with mockery. New recruit, what is your name? Shinju Qing. Good. Who else dares to defy? I do not accept it. Me too. With Shin Qingzhu leading the charge, more and more dissenters emerged until nearly half the entire line had raised their hands. In the back, Bailey Pangpang nudged Lin Chia. What about you? Me? I comply. Why is that? Because he is correct. The memory of that cleansing rain and the invincible ghost-faced king surged into Lin Chia's mind. In the depths of the second realm, there exists a serpentine demon, Nanduo, shrouded in darkness, possessing extraordinary intelligence and secretly orchestrating everything. They have yet to encounter the arcane, remaining oblivious to the true nature of such entities. Lin Chia narrowed his eyes slightly, assuring himself that if they were to confront the two enigmatic beings he had previously encountered, no more than 10 of the over 200 individuals present would survive. Moreover, it is undeniable that there exist even stronger and more perverse mystical beings in this world. Should I cross paths with them now? I fear I would not even comprehend the manner of my demise. Have you encountered the arcane? Are they formidable? Indeed, they are quite formidable. Very well, I concede. Replied by Li Pangpang, lacking in principles. On the stage, Yuan Gang's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded, continuing, since so many of you remain unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to recognize your own limitations. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie and spoke calmly, commence the next phase. Beep. The device fell silent, and Yuan Gang gazed upward at the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below also looked up, yet saw nothing, and after a brief moment, they began to murmur among themselves. Suddenly, someone in the throng exclaimed, "Look! Someone is falling from the clouds." The crowd instinctively jerked their heads upward. Lin Chie gazed up at the sky, his eyes slightly squinting. Above him, 7 black dots were rapidly enlarging. Only after a few moments did the onlookers realize. They were 7 individuals. 7 figures cloaked in gray, burdened with black boxes, each adorned with a distinct mask. They plummeted from the clouds, unencumbered by any protective gear. Descending freely and swiftly towards the training ground, the fierce wind causing their cloaks to billow dramatically. Goodness! They wouldn't be jumping from a plane, would they? Without parachutes? Exclaimed Bailey Pangpang, standing beside Lin Chia. The astonishment was palpable. Not only Bailey Pangpang was taken aback, but others too stared in disbelief. The cacophony of their voices escalating. On the stage, Yuan Gang rubbed his nose, muttering quietly, "Well, I merely suggested it, and they truly jumped. How dedicated they are." In the sky. "Ah, help. Ah, Vortex. Could you quiet down? My ears are about to burst," scolded a woman in a rose mask. "I'm afraid of heights." "Rose, stop complaining when you're not the one jumping," Vortex shouted, her voice hoarse. "Captain, Yuan Gang said we jump from a plane, and we actually are? Why is that?" At the bottom, a man wearing a king mask spoke nonchalantly. "I heard the new recruits are quite resilient to fear. Perhaps Instructor Yuan had no choice but to enlist our assistance. We must oblige." "Ah, what if we crash to the ground?" "As long as I'm here, you won't perish from the fall," replied a man in a balanced mask, rolling his eyes. "Are you sure about your skills? I've gained 2 pounds recently. Can you support me?" "Captain, can I just let this fellow fall to his doom?" "No." "Hey. All right, quiet down." The man in the king mask glanced below and continued. "We're about to land. Making too much noise will alert them, which would be quite embarrassing. Then, I'll try to keep my voice down." Vortex covered her mouth. As they descended closer to the ground, the new recruits finally discerned their attire. It was the masked ones? One of the 4 special squads. The masked ones. A hushed gasp swept through the crowd, just as the 7 were about to crash to the earth. The man in the balanced mask extended 2 fingers and gently waved. In an instant, the weight of the 7 vanished, allowing them to drift softly to the ground like feathers. Their toes barely touched the surface, and they stood firmly, their gray cloaks fluttering in the wind. As the sunlight illuminated their 7 distinct masks, each radiating brilliance, Wang Mian's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and he spoke softly, "Greetings, everyone. We are a masquerade." Before Wang Mian could finish his sentence, Xuan Yuan's legs buckled, and with a thud, he knelt before the new students. Xuan Yuan. Masquerade members. New recruits. Chapter 74, 239-5. The scene abruptly fell into a profound silence. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched uncontrollably beneath his mask, while Rose's fist clenched tightly, and the expressions of the instructors present were nothing short of spectacular. Only the new recruits remained in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this kneeling? What is happening? Surely not. What is he doing? They might have had an inkling of what transpired, yet they dared not entertain such thoughts. They were desperately seeking a rational explanation for the bewildering sight before them. For heaven's sake, this is masquerade. How could such a blunder occur? All eyes were fixed upon Xuan Yuan. As he knelt, it took him a moment to grasp the reality of the situation. After a brief hesitation, he slowly raised his hands and bowed to the new recruits. Xuan Yuan of the masquerade team wishes you all an early Happy New Year. With that, he sprang to his feet, standing proudly as if nothing had happened. Lin Chia. Bailey Pangpang pondered for a moment, then earnestly leaned closer to Lin Chia's ear and whispered, "Chia, do you think this instructor might be lacking in budget and couldn't hire a genuine, masked team, so they settled for an imitation? That seems unlikely." Lin Chiye's gaze fixed upon Wang Mian, who stood at the forefront of the seven, his expression gradually growing solemn. Lin Chiye could sense that the man on stage exuded a subtle divine authority. While others may not have noticed, he certainly could, for they were all agents of the divine. At the same time, Wang Mian on stage seemed to have sensed Lin Chiye's presence, and their gazes locked for a brief moment. After a pause, Wang Mian averted his gaze and continued with his earlier lines. "We are the mask, special team." A collective gasp arose from the crowd. "Since you refuse to accept this, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to comprehend your true selves. A genuine opportunity to engage with top-tier talents. If you prevail, it will prove your prowess, and there will be no need for this year's training. I will request your graduation tomorrow. However, if no one can achieve victory by 9 o'clock, cast aside your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. Regardless of the demands we impose during the training, you must comply. Do you understand?" Soon, someone protested. "This is unfair. They are predominantly powerful beings of the Chuan or High Realm, while we are merely of the Zhan Realm. How can we compete? In this battle, the entire mask team will suppress their realms to the Zhan level, with the same level of realm. 239 against 7. Are you afraid?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. With everyone at the Zhan level, the fundamental disparity in strength was rendered moot. What remained was merely tactical coordination, strategy, and combat proficiency. Even though the members of the mask team were renowned veterans, they still numbered 239. Surely, sheer numbers could overwhelm them. The breaths of the new recruits quickened. Given such a significant numerical advantage, defeat seemed unreasonable. If they won, it would not only spare them a year of training, but also greatly enhance their self-esteem. "All right, I agree. It's a deal." The atmosphere among the recruits ignited, their eyes fixed intently on the 7 figures clad in gray, their gazes fervent. Sensing their fervent combat spirit, Wang Mian squinted slightly and remarked, "To deal with you, we need not 7 individuals. We can vanquish all of you with just 5. Are they so arrogant?" Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise. "They are not arrogant. Quite the contrary. They pursue a strategy of certainty." Lin Chiye shook his head. Bailey Pang Pang was taken aback. Only 5 individuals to defeat all of us? Wasn't that audacious? The rules of this confrontation dictated that unmasking any one of them would signify victory. Thus, the more participants they fielded, the greater the possibility of losing. Lin Chiye observed that Bailey Pang Pang still did not comprehend the situation and continued. In a small team of 7, each member undoubtedly possesses strengths and weaknesses. Once these weaknesses are exposed, the likelihood of them being exploited amidst an assault by 239 individuals is considerable. However, if we initially leave all weaknesses out of the equation, such issues would not arise. Are you suggesting that they fear some members are not adept at combat, thus opting to exclude them from the fray to eliminate vulnerabilities? Bailey Pang Pang inquired. Precisely. So, does this imply that they are indeed wary of us? That we possess a significant chance of victory? Not necessarily. Lin Chiye cast a glance at the fervent crowd ahead and replied coolly, "Although we hold a numerical advantage, we are merely a disorganized mob lacking coordination. In such a scenario, our numbers may become a liability rather than an asset. The 5 members of the false mask are a keenly honed blade, while our 239 individuals are akin to scattered sand." Very well. Bailey Pang Pang sighed. Our ability to triumph over the false mask does not hinge on our numbers, but rather on the intelligence of our members. Lin Chiye's gaze swept over the new recruits surrounding him. Yuan Gang, perceiving that the morale of the crowd had reached its zenith, spoke up. "The weapons you require can all be found in the warehouse. The next 7 hours belong solely to you. Do not concern yourselves with the destruction of facilities or the damage to buildings. No matter how you choose to wreak havoc here, we possess the means to restore it. Now, let me witness your capabilities." With those final words, Yuan Gang, accompanied by the instructors, turned and departed. Ultimately, only the 239 new recruits and the 5 members of the false mask remained in the arena. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. All the new recruits cast malevolent glances at the 5 members on stage. Among the crowd, someone raised their hand and asked, "Excuse me, when can we commence?" Tian Ping offered a slight smile and extended a finger toward the crowd. In the next instant, the questioner was struck as if by an invisible hammer, violently expelling blood and flying backward. Amidst the chaos, Wang Mian spoke softly. Wasn't the instructor's earlier statement sufficiently clear? From 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock, which means it has already begun. Chapter 75, The Battle. As Wang Mian's words fell, several new recruits surged forward, unleashing a torrent of attacks, flames, frost, gales, and lasers. A cacophony of diverse assaults surged forth. The atmosphere of the training ground erupted like a powder keg ignited by a spark. Bailey Pangang shouted twice, stepping forward as if to leap into the sky. Lin Chia seized him abruptly, without uttering a word, and turned to dash wildly out of the training ground. Chia, what are you doing? We must go in. Is now the time to seek death? Lin Chia shouted as he ran. Do you have any weapons? Our arms were confiscated upon entering the training camp, whereas the 5 members of the masked squad are fully armed. Are you planning to confront them head-on? Bailey, taken aback, instinctively patted his pockets. In truth, the so-called special squad earned its title due to their combat prowess far surpassing that of others. Rushing in recklessly without knowledge of their forbidden abilities and combat styles is tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a deep purple vortex unfurled in midair, obstructing the masked squad's advance and absorbing all incoming attacks. In the next instant, a colossal pink hammer materialized, towering 2 stories high, whipping up a howling wind that sent all the new recruits soaring through the air. By this time, most of the new recruits had realized the peril of the situation. However, turning back was already too late. With a flick of a finger, the vortex reappeared above their heads. Now you choose to run? Too late. The vortex jeered. The flames and frost previously absorbed by the purple vortex erupted forth, cascading from the sky like rain, resulting in a series of explosions on the training platform. Fiery flames and thick smoke billowed upward as Bailey, trailing behind Lin Chia, swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. Is this the combat power expected at the lawn level? If they unleashed their full strength, how formidable would they be? No wonder they are called a special squad. Lin Chia sighed, and under a minute. They had already lost nearly half their numbers, a troubling predicament. Lin Chia was not the only astute individual, as he led Bailey in their hasty retreat. Many others reacted similarly, bolting for safety and thus escaping catastrophe. Were it not for Lin Chia's decisive leadership, the number of casualties would have been even greater. Through the billowing smoke, 5 figures cloaked in gray emerged slowly. The vortex glanced at the unconscious recruits scattered around and smirked, a bunch of fools. It seems winning this farce is virtually guaranteed. Let us not draw conclusions too hastily, Wang Mian observed calmly as he watched the new recruits gradually vanish into the distance. He turned to the man wearing a crescent moon mask and said, their next target will surely be the warehouse. Yuegui, you go block the entrance while we encircle from the periphery. Understood. Yuegui vanished in a flash. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors sat before their screens, each holding a stack of documents, shaking their heads slightly. In just one encounter, over 90 have been eliminated. It seems we have overestimated them. Ultimately, the masked squad is simply too powerful. Another instructor sighed and called upon a top-tier team, renowned for their past victories over enigmatic foes of the limitless realm, to maintain order. For the new recruits, this could only be perceived as a significant disparity in power. Yet, it must be noted that they too had restrained their abilities to the lamp realm. One could hardly deem it bullying. Nevertheless, the experience and camaraderie of this elite unit far surpassed that of the inexperienced novices, not to mention the presence of 3 exceedingly perilous individuals from the Forbidden Ruins, alongside the agent of a deity. Indeed, the instructor beside him paused, reflecting, Sir, do you truly wish for the new recruits to emerge victorious? No. Yuan Gang shook his head. With that individual among them, victory is unattainable. I merely anticipate witnessing a spectacular battle. Chia, slow down. I can't keep up. Bailey, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, was being pulled along by Lin Chia, struggling to catch his breath. Lin Chia raised an eyebrow, releasing his grip with a dismissive air. Then your fate is in your own hands. I shall take my leave. Observing Lin Chia so decisively abandon him, Bailey Pang was momentarily taken aback, then summoned all his strength to chase after him. No, this won't do. If I remain alone, I'll undoubtedly be pursued. Chia, brother Chia, wait for me. At last, Bailey Pang, tumbling and scrambling, reached the entrance of the warehouse, only to be struck by a sudden realization as he stared at the tightly shut door. Why is this door closed? Were we not supposed to retrieve our weapons ourselves? Lin Chia furrowed his brow slightly. Let us take it, he said, but did not mention opening the door for us to claim it. Shall we then break this door? Bailey, the plump one, stepped forward and knocked on it. What material is this? It seems rather sturdy. Lin Chia circled around the warehouse, his expression somewhat grim. He turned to Bailey Pang and inquired, what is your forbidden domain? Lin Chia, how on earth did this rotund fellow manage to infiltrate the night watch? This is troublesome. Lin Chia sighed. My forbidden abyss lacks the capability for widespread destruction. I cannot open this door. Bailey, the plump one, scratched his head. Oh, is that all? Actually, stand back. Just as Bai Li was about to utter something, a cool, clear female voice resonated from behind. Bai Li was taken aback and turned to look. There stood a tall woman with long hair as fiery red as flames, cascading down to her waist, even in the plain attire of a new recruit. Her graceful figure could not be concealed. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Li, let out a cold huff, and strode directly to the entrance of the warehouse. You are. Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized this woman. She had been present earlier that morning when Bai Li was causing a ruckus at the opposite dormitory, disdainfully observing the scene from the corridor of the female dormitory. And they had exchanged a glance. Lin Chiye still vividly recalls that gaze filled with aggression. In the next moment, the entire warehouse trembled violently. Chapter 76, Moon Demon Crack. Crack, crack. As Molly's hand made contact with the warehouse door, the metallic structure began to vibrate at an imperceptible frequency, emitting a sharp hum from within. Amidst the swirling dust, Molly brushed off the grime from her hands and entered the warehouse with an impassive expression. Such formidable destructive power. Lin Chiye's gaze fell upon the scattered metal debris, and he murmured to himself while stroking his chin. Outside, Bailey Pongpong's eyes were fixed intently on Molly's retreating figure. Swallowing hard. What is the matter with you? Lin Chiye inquired, noticing his peculiar expression. Chiye. Bailey Pangpang leaned closer to Lin Chiye's ear and whispered. Don't you think she is quite impressive? Lin Chiye rolled his eyes, entirely disinterested in continuing the discussion with Bailey Pangpang. He made his way directly to the weapon rack in the warehouse and casually selected a standard straight blade. Prior to arriving at the training camp, Chun Mai had mentioned that under non-essential circumstances, no weapons were to be brought inside the camp. Thus, he had left Zhao Kongqing's sword at Hong Ying's residence. Fortunately, as the night watchmen were all equipped with standardized gear, there was an abundance of weapons available in the warehouse. Lin Chiye, wielding a knife, remained attuned to Molly's movements through his mental prowess. To his astonishment, the woman did not cast a glance at the weapons lining the shelves on either side. Instead, she strode directly to the innermost recesses of the warehouse, where she retrieved a massive katana from a hidden corner, slinging it across her back before turning to exit the warehouse. Such a weapon was a rarity indeed. As she passed by Lin Chiye, he spoke calmly, prompting Molly to pause momentarily and glance at him. I like this one. Is there a problem? Lin Chiye turned around, gazing into Molly's eyes, and extended his right hand. I am Lin Chiye. Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed slightly. A highly dangerous forbidden realm? Why should I divulge that to you? Do you not wish to prevail? Is revealing this information the key to your victory? Who do you think you are? He calmly stated that among the 5 members of the mask, at least 3 belonged to the category of extremely hazardous forbidden realms, and their coordination was remarkably close. If we do not unite our forces in this highly dangerous category, we stand no chance whatsoever. Molly furrowed her brow, gazing at Lin Chiye in astonishment. Are you also highly dangerous? No, Lin Chiye shook his head. Just as Molly turned to leave, he spoke slowly once more. I am the agent of the Seraph. Molly's steps halted abruptly. She turned her head, her eyes filled with shock. You are an agent of the divine? Indeed. Molly scrutinized Lin Chiye carefully, and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly replied. Forbidden Realm Sequence 076, Myriad Frequencies in Motion. Capable of controlling the vibrational frequency of all objects that come into direct or indirect contact within the confines of the Forbidden Realm. Lin Chiye raised her eyebrows, swiftly recalling the moment when she effortlessly breached the grand entrance. She nodded slightly, impressed by the strength displayed. It was no wonder one would wield a katana. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Bailey Pangpang hurriedly approached, clearing his throat to gain their attention. He solemnly extended his hand toward Molly. Greetings, Miss Molly. I am Bailey Tumming, hailing from an ordinary family in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Molly's brow furrowed suddenly, casting a disdainful glance at Bailey Pangpang, letting out a cold huff before turning to exit the warehouse. The likes of you, the so-called young masters, are the bane of my existence. I warn you. Keep your distance. Bailey Pangpang was taken aback, hastily insisting, No, I am not a young master. I truly come from a humble background. What of your weapon? Lin Chiye inquired, noticing Bailey Pangpang's empty hands with curiosity. I do not possess any weapon. I am incapable of wielding one. Hence I did not bring any. Lin Chiye fell into a moment of silence, then patted his shoulder. How about this? I suggest you find a secluded place to hide, and wait until the battle concludes before emerging, to avoid getting beaten. Bailey Pangpang resolutely shook his head. No way. I refuse to be a coward. I want to fight. Lin Chiye merely shook his head and walked straight out of the warehouse. Suit yourself. as long as you are happy. At this moment, an increasing number of new recruits were entering the warehouse to collect their gear. As Lin Chiye and Bai Li Pang stepped out through the large doors, they spotted Molly leaning against the wall, her great sword slung over her shoulder, seemingly waiting for something. "What are you waiting for?" Lin Chiye approached her and inquired. "I'm waiting for you," Molly replied calmly. "If I am not mistaken, there is another individual who is also in a precarious situation." "Who?" "The man who was the first to oppose during the commandant's speech. Do you remember him?" "I recall him." Lin Chiye nodded in agreement. "If we could capture him." Clang. Before Molly could finish her sentence, Lin Chiye's pupils dilated in shock as he swiftly drew his straight sword, aiming a strike at Molly's back. With a sharp sound of collision, Molly reacted with remarkable speed, flipping forward to stand upright, her right hand gripping the hilt of her greatsword. In the midst of the void, a short sword flickered indistinctly, and Lin Chiye's straight sword was firmly locked against the blade of the short sword. Lin Chiye's gaze was fixed upon the void ahead, his expression gradually growing solemn. Amidst the emptiness, a man adorned with a crescent moon mask emerged silently. Gripping his short sword in reverse, he looked at Lin Chiye with astonishment. "Can you see me?" The moon demon stared into Lin Chiye's eyes, and after a moment of realization, he exclaimed, "I understand now. You are the agent of the Seraph. Your aura is strikingly similar to that of the captain." Behind Lin Chiye, Molly's expression was one of intense anger. Had it not been for Lin Chiye intervening to thwart the assassination attempt, she would likely have been eliminated without understanding the circumstances. Contemplating this, her fury surged within her as she abruptly drew the katana from her back, the blade trembling with a terrifying intensity. Lin Chiye wielded his straight knife to deflect the short sword of the moon demon, instinctively leaping backward. In the next moment, Molly swung her greatsword downward. With a resounding clash, the air before the blade trembled violently, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth, slicing through the earth and crashing directly into the warehouse wall, leaving behind a ghastly scar. Clouds of dust rushed toward him, and amidst the fissure, the moon demon stood quietly, his right arm now vanished. "Indeed, this is a perilous, forbidden domain," the moon demon spoke softly, as ethereal moonlight swirled in the air, swiftly coalescing into an arm. Chapter 77. Breakthrough. Molly, shouldering her great sword, gazed at the moon demon with astonishment. How could this be? Is this regeneration? A troublesome, forbidden domain. It seemed that only he had arrived. Lin Chiye scanned his surroundings, his eyes growing ever brighter. This was an opportunity. If they could unmask him, victory would be theirs. Upon hearing Lin Chiye's words, Molly's gaze ignited with fervor, and the dozens of newly armed recruits who had just emerged from the warehouse directed their attention toward the solitary moon demon. This was a lone member of the mask organization. The moon demon sensed the malevolent stares directed at him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. This was not how I envisioned it. According to his original plan, he should have been lurking within the warehouse, like a specter in the darkness, silently harvesting the recruits. How did I become so exposed? At that moment, Bai Li, with a grand gesture, pointed at the moon demon and shouted, "Brothers, let us take him down." With his words, the surrounding recruits surged forward, brandishing various weapons and forbidden domain artifacts in a formidable display. The moon demon cursed under his breath, his figure suddenly blurring and dissipating into the air. The recruits, having lost their target, stood momentarily stunned, bewilderedly scanning their surroundings. Lin Chiye sprang into action. He darted towards a void with lightning speed, his eyes blazing, as he swung his straight blade swiftly through the air. In the next moment, a short sword materialized, intercepting his blade. The moon demon was compelled to reveal himself, casting a gaze filled with resignation upon Lin Chiye. "Brother, must you treat me this way?" Lin Chiye smiled slightly, and suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from his eyes, a surge of divine might emanating from him, striking directly at the heart and mind of the moon ghost. However, although the moon ghost had suppressed his realm to the Zhan level, he still possessed the physique of the Chuan level, rendering the Seraph's divine pressure less effective against him. Divine might? To have such power at the Zhan level, is this truly the Seraph? The moon ghost momentarily lost focus, but quickly regained his composure, his short sword swirling rapidly in his hand as it clashed with Lin Chiye's straight blade. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sparks flew forth, both the sword and the knife moving with astonishing speed. Yet, within mere seconds, Lin Chiye felt an overwhelming pressure. After all, the moon ghost was a member of the mask, and his swordsmanship was no trifling matter. Lin Chiye had only recently begun his training with the knife, and in this exchange, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately, he was not alone in this battle, by stalling the moon ghost for a few seconds. The new recruits surrounded him once again, completely cutting off all avenues of retreat, initiating a relentless assault. Amidst the torrential barrage of attacks, the moon ghost could only rely on his moonlight transformation ability and extensive combat experience to barely hold on. Thankfully, he could also transform his mask into moonlight. Otherwise, it would have been shattered by the continuous explosions long ago. Where are those four guys? We agreed to fight as a team. How did it turn into me against a crowd? In the midst of the chaos, the moon ghost dodged the attacks of the crowd, cursing under his breath. Just as his words fell, a figure silently appeared atop a building to the east. It was a man wearing a scale mask, and the moment he emerged, Lin Xie noticed him, his expression turning grave. From the rooftop, the scale silently observed the chaotic battlefield below, clapping his hands gently while murmuring to himself, "Force field conversion." Immediately, the metallic fragments, debris, weapons, and bricks scattered on the ground around them began to levitate, as if a colossal bowl were inverted above their heads, ready to unleash its contents at any moment. With double gravity, the scale clapped his hands again, and those encircled by the various fragments felt their bodies suddenly grow heavy, nearly toppling to the ground. Under this oppressive weight, their mobility drastically slowed. In the crowd, the moon ghost finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he had been delayed a few more minutes, he would have truly been doomed. What a useless moon ghost, how pathetic. On the road to the south, the vortex strolled over leisurely, speaking flippantly. Shortly thereafter, the Rose appeared on the westward path, her small hammer shimmering as it rapidly enlarged, reaching 3 stories high in an instant. With one swing, it could nearly obliterate the warehouse. To the north, the king stood with his hands in his pockets, having appeared there unnoticed. His gaze swept over the dozens of new recruits present as he calmly stated, "I regret to inform you that you are encircled." Encircled? For individuals have surrounded nearly 40? Though it may seem absurd, none of the new recruits present regarded the situation as a mere joke. They were indeed surrounded. Among the crowd, Lin Qia's expression grew increasingly grave. What should they do now? Molly, wielding a katana, also wore a grim countenance. Should they fight? With their numbers, victory seemed implausible. Lin Xie shook his head, his mind racing. He slightly turned, his gaze traversing the half-collapsed warehouse, landing on the vortex beside the southern storage. In a moment, "Watch my lead," Lin Xie whispered. Both Molly and Bai Pang's eyes sharpened, and they nodded slightly. With only 4 of them, they could seal off 4 directions. If they united their efforts to break through in one direction, the odds of success were significant. Lin Xie's voice rose slightly, ensuring all the recruits could hear him clearly. "When that scale makes its move, we charge collectively towards the woman in the west." The new recruits' gazes flickered, they remained silent. Yet an understanding blossomed within them. Perched atop the roof, the scale waved its fingers lightly, and with a swift motion, the metallic shards and debris suspended above them plummeted, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Almost simultaneously, the majority of the recruits, burdened by double gravity, sprinted towards Rose, while a cold glint flashed in Molly's eyes, and her katana trembled anew. With a fierce roar, she swung the blade skyward. A profound, invisible shockwave emanated from the sword, crashing against the raining shards, shattering them into fragments that scattered downwards. Meanwhile, Rose, wielding a hammer 3 stories high, raised an eyebrow at the throng rushing towards her, a cold smile creeping upon her lips. Seeking death, with a flourish, the size of her hammer surged once more, nearly the size of an entire apartment building. Yet she lifted it with ease, summoning a gust as she brought it crashing down upon the bewildered recruits. Chapter 78. Explosion. Rose's hammer was indeed terrifying. Yet the recruits were not to be underestimated. At the moment the hammer was about to descend upon them, several beams of light erupted, colliding with the massive hammer and forcefully holding its base at bay. A resounding explosion echoed from the point of impact. A tempest unleashed. The 2 forces remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. At that moment, the other 4 masked team members sprang into action, sprinting swiftly towards the west, the encirclement rapidly constricting. "Run!" Lin Xie, positioned at the rear, suddenly roared, disregarding the chaotic battlefield ahead, and turned to dash southward. Molly and Bai Pang, still engrossed in the fierce battle before them, were momentarily taken aback by Lin Xie's shout. However, they quickly regained their composure and followed him southward to break through. "Captain, a few individuals have turned and are running south." The balance beam observed this scene, momentarily taken aback. Wang Mian hesitated briefly before speaking. "First, Let us send these several dozen new recruits out of the arena, while we hold off the vortex in the southern region. Understood. The vortex abruptly changed direction, pursuing the 3 individuals who were attempting to break through to the south. At this moment, other new recruits also began to react, imitating Lin Chia by attempting to escape in different directions amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, by this time, the encirclement had solidified, and just as they had run halfway, they were swiftly eliminated by the other team members of the masked players. Beneath Lin Chia's feet, there was no sign of hesitation as he charged directly into the warehouse, which had already partially collapsed. Bai Li and Emoli followed closely behind. The figure of Xianhua flickered, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the warehouse, approaching them with astonishing speed. Just as Xianhua entered the warehouse, a cart unexpectedly slid towards him. Momentarily stunned, Xianhua instinctively sidestepped the cart. But in the next instant, a round object gently fell from above, landing precisely within the cart. Xianhua looked up to see Lin Chia standing on the beam, a slight smile gracing his lips. He then turned and leaped onto a nearby weapons rack, quickly dashing away. Peering down, aided by the faint light from outside, Xianhua discerned the contents of the cart. It was filled with neatly arranged bundles of explosives. Atop the explosives was a bomb with a countdown of merely 2 seconds remaining. Xianhua's pupils dilated in shock. Boom. A blinding flash of fire mixed with billowing smoke obliterated the remaining half of the warehouse, the deafening roar of the explosion resonating throughout the training base. With the detonation of the entire cart of explosives, the other grenades, fuses, and gunpowder within the warehouse erupted, resulting in a cataclysmic secondary explosion. The faces of the members of the masked squad, who had just eliminated dozens of new recruits, simultaneously changed. Flames surged like pillars, thick smoke billowing. The 4 members of the masked squad raced to the remnants of the warehouse, their expressions grave. Amidst the flames, a disheveled figure staggered out from the rubble, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Xianhua, in a state of disarray, coughed violently several times before collapsing to the ground, cursing, "Damn it. This kid has a wicked heart. If I hadn't reacted quickly and activated the devouring vortex, I would have surely met my end." He touched the mask on his face, now scorched and marred with numerous fine cracks. It seemed that with a little more pressure, it would shatter completely. Fortunately, the mask remained intact. "I narrowly escaped disaster. Xianhua, you were too reckless," Tianping sighed. "Can you really blame me?" Xianhua replied weakly. Beside him, Yugue shrugged and remarked, "I tried to warn you earlier. That Seraph's agent is not easy to deal with. I didn't expect that despite our meticulous setup, he managed to break through." Wang Mian silently observed the direction in which Lin Chia and the others had departed, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Truly, as an agent, he was extraordinary. Xianhua scratched his head. "Captain, are you praising yourself?" "It's safe now. They haven't pursued us," Bailey gasped, catching his breath. "Chia, you were so ruthless. He won't be dead from the blast, will he? If he were to perish like that, he could never join the special squad." Lin Chia shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. "Unfortunately, it seems this time we failed to destroy his mask. Otherwise, we would have already emerged victorious. Is it not rather unkind to abandon others in such a manner?" Molly, with her sword slung across her back, gazed at Lin Chia. They were never truly able to escape. Lin Chia spoke calmly, articulating that their objective was far too significant. The reason they managed to break free was that there were merely 3 of them, while the masked adversaries opted to confront the majority, which numbered over 40. Should their numbers increase even slightly, the enemy would undoubtedly redirect their main forces to intercept them, at which point their escape would become impossible. Ultimately, they merely leveraged the disparity in value between themselves and the enemy, compelling the masked team to make a choice. If they had recklessly attempted to break through alongside others, not a single one of them would have made it out. Molly fell into thoughtful silence. "What shall we do next?" asked the rotund Bailey. Given the current situation, the foolish recruits among the new soldiers had likely been eliminated, and the remaining ones had probably fractured into small factions, scattered throughout the training camp, seeking opportunities to eliminate the masked team. Lin Chia crouched down, using a nearby branch to etch and sketch upon the ground. To this point, there were approximately 100 new recruits still present, though if we exclude those who had lost their spirit and were hiding in corners awaiting the conclusion of the battle, the actual combat strength would be around 90 individuals. Whether approaching from the front or launching a surprise attack, it would require at least 10 individuals to strike simultaneously to topple the masked squad. Assuming these 90 individuals had been divided into 4 to 8 groups, they would be dispersed throughout various corners of the school. Lin Chi sketched a rudimentary map of the training camp upon the ground, highlighting several key locations. Were I a member of the masked team, I would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to methodically dismantle these small factions. If my conjecture holds true, we are on the brink of an arduous series of skirmishes, characterized by protracted battles for territory and relentless attrition warfare. In order to engage in such territorial conflicts, the training camp offers limited ambush sites, the cafeteria, classrooms, dormitory buildings, and the tactical research room. I surmise that the next destination for the masked team will likely be the dormitory building. Lin Xie inscribed a pentagram at the location of the dormitory building. Why? Li Pangpang found it baffling. Among all these locations, the dormitory building boasts the largest area, the most ambush points, and the highest level of concealment. I surmise that there must be more than one new troop lying in wait there. As for the masked squad, considering that prolonged engagement would inevitably deplete their mental fortitude due to the attrition of battle, they are bound to target the toughest challenge right from the outset. Thus, it is highly probable that they will directly assault the dormitory building. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with intensity as he suddenly lifted his head, only to find Bailey Pangpang and Molly regarding him with peculiar expressions. What is the matter? Is there a flaw in my reasoning? Lin Xie pondered with confusion. Bailey Pangpang and Molly gazed at him and slowly spoke. You're bizarre. Chapter 79, Asphyxiation the Dormitory Building? Why must we go there first? Xuanhua paused, rubbing his stomach. I want to head to the cafeteria for a meal. The cafeteria isn't serving food at the moment, Tianping retorted, rolling his eyes. I have made it abundantly clear. Our numbers are a disadvantage. With our realms suppressed to the Zhan state, we lack the capacity to face a war of attrition. Thus, we must eliminate the greatest threat from the outset. Oh, so after we deal with the dormitory, can we then head to the cafeteria for a meal? Let us adhere to Tianping's plan and first assault the dormitory. Wang Mian spoke slowly. However, we must be exceedingly cautious. That area has likely become their stronghold. We cannot afford to stumble in the gutter. Understood. Underground base. Lin Xie can indeed manage this. He nearly detonated Xuanhua's mask while breaking through. One instructor remarked, after all, one cannot become an agent without adequate skill. His close combat prowess is formidable, yet he has yet to display the characteristics of a seraphim. That is, after all, the sequence 003-S, Mortal Realm. Had he utilized it earlier, he could have escaped without detonating explosives, correct? Intelligence suggests his divine ruins are not entirely intact. Nevertheless, based solely on his terrifying deductive abilities and close combat skills, he ranks among the most promising in the entire rookie camp. I am quite curious how the scene would unfold when he clashes with Wang Mian. Commander, what are you observing? Yuan Gang pointed towards a young man sitting in a corner, clutching a blade and meditating quietly. Look at him. Him? The instructor scratched his head. I recall he has been sitting there since the battle commenced. Does he possess any peculiarities? Yuan Gang tossed the information onto the table. Take a look for yourselves. The nearby instructors picked up the documents, their eyes widening until they gasped in astonishment. Is that? Xiao Yuan, why have you been sitting here? Come discuss the tactics with us for a moment. A young man pushed open the dormitory door, gazing at the solitary boy in the corner with a sigh. Xiao Yuan slowly opened his eyes and calmly replied, You all can discuss. I do not need to be included. Come on, Xiao Yuan. Don't you wish to defeat the masked one and conclude the training? Sitting here idly is far too passive, I assent it. When the masked squad arrives, will you simply wait for them to eliminate you? Indeed, the young man, realizing the futility of communication, resolutely closed the door behind him and turned to walk down the corridor. Brother Shin, he still refuses to come over. In the hallway, a group of over a dozen new recruits had gathered. At the center stood another high-risk owner of the Forbidden Zone, wearing a cap askew and chewing gum. Shin Qizhu waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Let him be. He is just another coward afraid of trouble. Even if he comes, it would be of little consequence. Brother Shun, what shall we do next? One of the recruits inquired. We will lie in ambush. When that masked squad arrives, let the group across the way engage first to wear themselves down, and then we shall strike unexpectedly to annihilate the masked squad. Excellent. Indeed, came the enthusiastic responses. Amidst the fervent agreement, a strange sound infiltrated their midst. The group paused, turning to see a man wielding a short sword and adorned with a crescent mask standing behind them, unbeknownst to them until that moment. The corner of the crescent mask's mouth lifted slightly. You bang. In a flash, the masked man struck, rendering two of the recruits unconscious with swift blows from the sword's hilt, marking them out of the game. The rest finally reacted, drawing their weapons in unison. Yet, Before their blades could reach the masked figure, he blurred and vanished from their sight. He can become invisible. Everyone, be cautious. The recruits shouted in alarm. Shinqingzhu's expression darkened, and he raised a hand, snapping his fingers. Crack. In an instant, all the air within a 10-meter radius was siphoned away, creating a vacuum. The recruits encircling Shinqingzhu suddenly felt their eyes constrict, clutching their throats in agony, their expressions contorted in distress. They writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to crawl away. But when they reached the edge of the vacuum, an invisible barrier seemed to impede their escape. Shinqingzhu, indifferent to the suffering of his companions, scanned his surroundings. I know you cannot hear my voice, but you should be able to read my lips. In a vacuum environment, humans do not perish instantly. As the external gas pressure dissipates, the gases within the body begin to expand, escaping through the mouth, nose, and rectum, gradually being depleted. Simultaneously, microbubbles within the bloodstream swell, causing foamy blood to obstruct the vessels, leading to internal hemorrhaging. Humans can survive in a vacuum for a maximum of 16 seconds. And 7 seconds have already elapsed. Now, you would do well to remove your mask, otherwise, I would not hesitate to eliminate you alongside them. The murderous intent surged in Shinqingzhu's eyes. Just then, a glimmer of sword light appeared before his neck. Shinqingzhu's pupils constricted sharply and instinctively. He drew his blade to defend himself. However, at that moment, the figure of the moon demon materialized, delivering a fierce kick to his chest that sent him soaring through the air. Cough, cough, you lunatic. The moon demon, gripping a short sword, fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Shinqingzhu. In this duel, you resort to such brutality? Shinqingzhu chuckled softly as he rose from the ground. What other means do I have to draw you out? Now, matters shall be much simpler. With a swift motion, Shinqingzhu reached out into the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to compress rapidly around the moon demon, forming a high-pressure cage that ensnared him while relentlessly pressing inward. The moon demon's eyes flared with icy determination as half of his body transformed into moonlight, forcefully piercing through the air prison. His short sword lunged towards Shinqingzhu with lightning speed. In response, Shinqingzhu clapped his hands together, summoning a wall of force to materialize before him. While simultaneously retreating quickly, he seized the collars of several new recruits and hurled them into the corridor of the dormitory behind him. At that moment, the moon demon's sword was nearly slicing through the barrier, and Shinqingzhu inhaled deeply, blowing a bubble with his chewing gum. He directed it toward the moon demon. The next instant, a violent explosion erupted. Chapter 80, General, the sound of the explosion. In another dormitory building, several new recruits abruptly stood up, casting anxious glances toward the source of the blast. Should we go help them? One of them asked, furrowing his brow. You should focus on your own safety first, a voice echoed from a distance, and soon after, a purple vortex rapidly formed below. Boom. The remnants of the explosion that had just been absorbed in the warehouse surged forth from the vortex, carrying terrifying shrapnel and flames, instantly obliterating half of the dormitory building into rubble. Amidst the shattered debris, a concrete sphere slowly burst open, and a dozen recruits shot forth from within. We've been flanked. Charge. The leading recruit shouted, his longsword glowing red as he surged towards the vortex, followed by a cascade of colorful attacks. The gravitational field reversed. A crisp clap resonated from afar as a balanced scale levitated in the air, pointing toward the crowd. The gravity acting on everyone was abruptly inverted, causing them to feel a sudden lightness as they were pulled skyward, shattering their formation in an instant. At that moment, a massive hammer shadow hurtled down from the sky. The rose, similarly suspended in midair, wielded a gigantic hammer and shouted, "Here we go." Boom. The hammer sent the floating recruits flying, and those who barely evaded the blow using their abilities were still ensnared by the gravitational field of the balance, only to be struck again. Within less than half a minute since their emergence from the vortex, this squad of over a dozen recruits was completely annihilated. Boom. A blinding fireball erupted once more from another dormitory building, as Tianping descended gently with the rose in hand, simultaneously turning to gaze at the commotion. Wasn't the moon ghost merely meant to distract another group? Why such a cacophony? Vortex muttered. Beside him, Wang Mian squinted slightly. It seems the moon ghost has encountered a formidable adversary. We should proceed as well. In an instant, the four figures flickered and darted toward the source of the explosion. Once they departed, Lin Xie gradually lowered his binoculars, his expression grave. Indeed, they had suffered defeat, and there was no opportunity for retaliation, Molly stated calmly. The masked team was resolutely pursuing a blitzkrieg strategy, and under such relentless pressure, This hastily assembled squad was unable to withstand it. Lin Chia shook his head. What now? Shall we remain passive observers? Ba Li Pengpeng inquired, glancing at Lin Chia. No. We must take action now. Lin Chia's gaze fixed on the distant dormitory building engulfed in flames. If my intuition serves me right. Another high-risk individual is currently engaged with the Moon Ghost. As one of the few capable of contending with the masked team, we cannot allow him to be eliminated so easily. We will maneuver behind the masked team and, if the opportunity arises, coordinate with that high-risk individual to launch an assault. If not, we will rescue as many as we can and retreat, ensuring our own survival in the process. Boom. A dazzling fireball erupted from within the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor, and a shadow, faint as moonlight, darted from the rubble. Closely followed by a young man, the Moon Ghost lightly pressed against the wall, leaping back, and suddenly hurled his short sword, which sliced through the air like a fleeting specter, aiming directly for Shun Qingzhu's neck. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted as he swiftly extended 2 fingers to pinch the blade. The surrounding air solidified like iron before him, firmly ensnaring the short sword that was now perilously close. With a flick of his fingertips, he sent the sword flying dozens of meters away. The Moon Ghost, reaching beneath his cloak, grasped 2 more short swords, poised to act when Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers once again. The air between them compressed rapidly, and simultaneously, a spark of electricity erupted from Shun Qingzhu's ring. Boom. Scorching flames erupted violently, and the Moon Ghost's form shimmered with moonlight as he staggered back 10 paces. When the oxygen and nitrogen content in the air is compressed to a certain ratio, it creates conditions for explosive combustion. With just a spark, an explosion can ensue. Shun Qingzhu calmly remarked, "My capacity for indiscriminate large-scale destruction is your nemesis. Yet, you can only manipulate the air within a 10-meter radius, cannot you?" The Moon Ghost, gripping his short sword, gazed into Shun Qingzhu's eyes. "At your current level, you are light years away from achieving large-scale indiscriminate destruction." SK's hardened. A flicker of anger crossing his face. It was sufficient to deal with you. The two surged towards each other simultaneously. At that moment, a massive hammer descended from the heavens. Shun Qingzhu's pupils constricted sharply, and he abruptly halted, his hands raised as if to catch the hammer hurtling towards him. The air within a 10-meter radius was rapidly compressed, coalescing into a wall of air that shielded him from above. Clang! The hammer struck down, causing the ground surrounding Shun Qingzhu to sink slightly, cracks rapidly spreading beneath his feet. Shun Qingzhu let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his form swaying as he stumbled to the ground. Forbidden Ruin Sequence 068, Qi Min. Yet another extremely hazardous Forbidden Ruin. Tian Ping walked calmly beside the vortex, speaking softly. "No wonder Instructor Yuan wanted us to take action. This indeed presents a formidable challenge." It was said that among the new recruits, besides the agents, there were 3 extremely high-risk individuals. The woman wielding the katana, the man manipulating the air, and where's the last one? The vortex glanced around. "They must be lying in ambush nearby. Be cautious," Wang Mian remarked. As soon as Wang Mian's words fell, the windows of the dormitory buildings on either side suddenly shattered, revealing a plethora of ominous gun barrels, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and even several grenade launchers. In the corridor stood more than 20 new recruits, their fingertips emanating various hues of light, their expressions menacing as they glared at the masked group. Simultaneously, 4 new recruits materialized behind the 2 buildings, simultaneously pressing their hands to the ground. Walls of earth, barriers, vines, and steel spikes erupted from the ground, effectively blocking the retreat of the 3, sealing off all escape routes for the masked team in conjunction with the dormitory buildings arranged in a triangular formation. Amidst the ruins, Shun Qingzhu staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth, and cast a cold smile at the 5 individuals. "General," he addressed, masked. Chapter 81. Yuan, you believe that my prolonged struggle with the assassin wearing the moon mask was for naught? Shun Qingzhu narrowed his eyes at the masked team before him, slowly speaking. "I admit that in a straightforward battle, we new recruits cannot best you. However, we have now laid a trap, and here, we can wear you down." In an instant, Shun Qingzhu's figure darted back into the dormitory, immediately followed by a heavy wall of air that blocked the front of the building, preventing the masked team from breaking through. This is quite troublesome. The vortex observed the new recruits lying in ambush from all directions, scratching his head. More than 50 individuals. It appears that more than 2 teams are indeed concealed here. Nearly half of the new recruits present have gathered. Quite a spectacle. Tian Ping remarked with a sense of awe. Having said that, He turned to Wang Mian. Captain, it seems it's time for you to take action as well. Wang Mian stood silently, not uttering a word. Within the dormitory building, Xin Qingzhu lowered her gaze upon the 5 individuals below, gently waving her hand. Commence. The firearms stationed around the windows erupted simultaneously, their black barrels exhaling blinding flames as bullets poured forth like a relentless tide, aimed directly at the quintet in the center. Alongside grenades and bullets, the newly recruited soldiers capable of assaulting the forbidden ruins unleashed their fury, a tempest of elemental energies mingling with various bizarre attacks, cascading down like raindrops. Xuanhua inhaled deeply, conjuring a colossal purple vortex above the heads of the assembly, devouring all incoming assaults. Yet, his Zhan realm was but fleeting. He could not endure for long. Observing this scene, Xin Qingzhu spoke with an air of detachment. Indeed, mere moments later, the purple vortex above began to tremble violently. Captain, I cannot hold on much longer. Xuanhua's visage turned ashen as he glanced towards Wang Mian. The sky was a tapestry of interwoven attacks, casting a dazzling light that reflected upon Wang Mian's white mask. Beneath the mask, his ancient eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. His hand rested lightly upon the hilt of his blade, and suddenly, he exerted force. Clang! The blade slid from its sheath by half an inch. In that instant, the multitude of assaults seemed to be pressed upon the pause button, suspended in midair, creeping forward at a snail's pace towards the masked individuals. Moreover, the other members of the masked squad, along with the recruits lying in ambush atop the 3 dormitory buildings, found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, their movements rendered agonizingly sluggish. In this decelerated realm, Wang Mian quietly drew forth his black blade. With his motion, the surface of the blade shimmered ever more brightly, emanating a dreadful aura of pressure. Wang Mian stepped forward, swiftly swinging his blade. The intertwining light of the blade coalesced before him, forming a net of steel. Yet it too lingered at an exceedingly slow pace, enveloping him within. Snap! The black blade returned to its sheath. In an instant, the world around resumed its normal rhythm. The next moment, a series of vicious blade marks erupted outward from Wang Mian's center, instantaneously reducing the surrounding 3 dormitory buildings to rubble while deftly avoiding harm to each recruit, sparing their lives. Boom! The rising clouds of thick smoke engulfed the figures of the 5 masked individuals, accompanied by gasps of astonishment, rendering the entire dormitory area a desolate ruin. In the distance, Lin Xie and his 2 companions, poised to encircle the masked figures, stood dumbfounded. This is Zhan realm? Molly murmured, her gaze fixed ahead in bewilderment. To slow time while simultaneously unleashing such an outrageous blade light. What exactly is his divine domain? Lin Xie's brow furrowed, his eyes brimming with confusion. Perhaps it was because they had remained at a considerable distance from the dormitory, thus not becoming ensnared within that bizarre temporal deceleration, enabling them to witness Wang Mian's entire blade-swinging process clearly. But the dilemma lies in the fact that, a being of Zhan realm, even if he were a divine agent, could not possibly exhibit 2 utterly unrelated powers simultaneously, could he? In truth, his divine domain merely governs time. Bailey Pang Pang scratched his head, pondering the absurdly fierce blade light. One might interpret it as a form of cheating. Cheating? The black blade in his hand is a forbidden artifact, capable of unleashing the forbidden realm of sequence 301, Yuan, which condenses his speed into a formidable blade aura. The swifter the motion, the more potent the aura. Although the inherent danger level of this artifact is not particularly high, in the hands of that individual, it wields a lethality comparable to a high-risk weapon. Furthermore, Wang Mian can unleash a blade aura akin to that of the Chuan realm using merely the acceleration of the Zhan realm. Thus, even when suppressing his own realm to that of Zhan, he possesses the killing power of the Chuan realm? How outrageous is that? Lin Xie could not help but express his astonishment. Moreover, if Wang Mian can deliver such an extraordinary attack while remaining in the Zhan realm, how formidable would he be if he were to fully unleash his potential? Is this the caliber of a captain within a special team, truly a prodigy among prodigies? Then, what of the deity behind him? Lin Xie suddenly recalled something. The deity's code name is 017, the god of time, Kronos. Molly gazed into the distant ruins, slowly articulating her thoughts, for he is the captain of the mask team, adorned with the mask marked with Wang, and also the agent of the god of time. Thus, he is sometimes referred to as the time king of the mask. Lin Xie's expression grew solemn. Previously, while he delved into the study of the goddess of night, Nyx, he also took the opportunity to explore other deities within Greek mythology. Cronus, as the second-generation king of the Greek gods, wields divine power that ranks among the most formidable of all deities. Consequently, as his agent, the strength of the king's face must be exceedingly terrifying. However, despite Cronus's might, Nyx, who resides in his hospital, belongs to the pantheon of primordial deities and, in terms of lineage, is considered Cronus's elder. If he were to fully harness Nyx's abilities, he would undoubtedly surpass Lin Chia. Bailey Pang Pang cleared his throat. For the Yuan, in his hand was a gift we had previously bestowed upon him to win his favor. In my youth, I often wielded that very knife to swat mosquitoes. Lin Chia, your family? Molly furrowed her brow slightly, as if recalling something. A look of astonishment emerging in her eyes. What did you say your name was? Bailey Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart blossomed with joy as he gazed earnestly into Molly's eyes and extended his hand once more. Miss Molly, allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Bailey Tumming. Bailey, Molly murmured, recognizing the name associated with the esteemed Forbidden Artifacts Museum, the Bailey clan. Bailey Pang Pang cleared his throat a couple of times, lowered his voice, and gently waved his hand, urging discretion. Let us keep this low-key. I am merely a child from an ordinary family. Molly looked into his eyes, her disdain intensifying, and with a cold snort, she turned her gaze elsewhere, completely disregarding the hand Bailey Pang Pang had offered. I detest wealthy young masters. The richer they are, the more I loathe them. Bailey Pong Pong's expression suddenly froze. Chapter 82 quickly cut me with his own divine void and that forbidden object. His combat power has far surpassed the genre realm. Perhaps he could single-handedly take on all 239 of our new recruits without issue. Molly's face darkened. This time, in this battle, we have no chance of victory. Not necessarily, Bailey Pang Pang said, patting his belly and chuckling cheerfully. Lin Chia inquired, do you possess a solution? Lin Chia took the tape, gazing in astonishment at the bulging pocket of Bailey Pang Pang. You still carry this around? Did you know Wang Mian was coming? Bailey Pang Pang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. As long as we conceal that blade, there remains a glimmer of hope. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions reverberated from the ruins as shadowy figures surged from all directions toward the masked team, blinding flashes erupting in succession. The dormitory was demolished. Yet not all the recruits were forced out. Those who could endure until now were mostly gifted individuals from far and wide. Managing to secure their own safety amidst the chaos was not overly difficult. Brother Shun, are you all right? A recruit staggered up from the rubble, calling out beside him. In the next moment, a heavy wall panel beside him shattered explosively, and a grim-faced Shun Qingzhu emerged, coughing twice. I'm fine. What on earth was that? Could such an attack really originate from the genre realm? Shun Qingzhu's gaze fell upon the masked team engaged in melee with the other recruits. His expression grave. Brother Shin, there are still about 30 fighters left. Should we charge in or? Charge. Shun Qingzhu spat, tossing his military cap aside. Determination etching his features. The ambush is gone. We must confront them head-on. I refuse to believe that after fighting for so long, they still possess much spiritual energy. With that, a whirlwind erupted beneath him, propelling him swiftly toward the chaotic battlefield. Vortex, that troublesome fellow has arrived. Yuegui, having knocked out 2 recruits with the hilt of his short sword, caught a glimpse of the rushing Shun Qingzhu and called out to Vortex, why are you calling me? My forbidden realm is not suited for a fight with him. You go. TCH, always ordering others around. Vortex muttered, turning to charge at the swiftly approaching Shun Qingzhu. The 2 figures drew near, and then, a violent explosion of air erupted, brilliant purple whirlpools blossoming as they collided fiercely. Taiping clapped his hands, and suddenly, debris from the surrounding ruins began to levitate, shooting toward the charging recruits like arrows guided by his fingertips, swiftly overwhelming them. Just as he prepared to continue his long-range bombardment, a head suddenly emerged from the rubble beneath his feet. Taiping's expression shifted. Without a word, he quickly retreated several steps. With a slight curl of his fingers, sharp shards of debris encircled the intruder completely. Interesting. Someone dared to ambush me here? Taiping squinted slightly. The individual slowly crawled out from the ruins, brushing off the dust from his youthful face, revealing an extraordinarily young visage. Clutching a blade, he shook his head calmly. I did not ambush you. I was merely resting inside when the building collapsed. I just emerged and saw you. Tianping. Chao Yuan surveyed his surroundings, lightly tapping the gravel beside him with his fingertips, nodding in approval. Yes, indeed, eliminate me. Tianping was taken aback. What did you say? Eliminate me. You. Do you not wish to resist? It's pointless. Chao Yuan, gripping his sword, shrugged nonchalantly, adding, moreover, I fear that should I resist, you might not withstand it. After a moment's reflection, he continued, none of you would endure it. Are you looking down on me? Tianping laughed in indignation. You, a mere rookie, speak with such bravado. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Chao Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating deeply before nodding earnestly, perhaps I might. Oh? Tianping's eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Then come and try. I will not. Chao Yuan decisively shook his head. Once I draw my sword, I can hardly contain myself. I no longer wish to commit acts of slaughter. With that, he cast the sword he held to the ground, clasped his hands in prayer, and bowed his head reverently, murmuring, Amit Ba. No, you must try. Tianping's curiosity was thoroughly piqued upon witnessing this scene. I will not. Try. What could possibly happen? I assure you, you cannot harm me. I cannot take that risk. Please, quickly draw your sword. Come strike me. Amit Ba. As Tianping was about to say something, his expression shifted slightly, and he floated back several meters. A terrifying shockwave surged past, fracturing the ground beneath him. As the debris began to rise, an extraordinary force field held it suspended in midair. Frowning, Tianping glanced to the right, his fingers curling slightly, and the suspended rubble shot forth like arrows. Not far away, Molly gripped her katana, stomping down with force, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated from her center, shattering all debris in midair. Oh, it's that fierce lady. Nearby, Rose, wielding a heavy hammer, caught sight of Molly locked in a standstill with Tianping. Her eyes sparkling with excitement, she abandoned the rookies in front of her, hefted her hammer, and charged toward Molly. Tianping, leave that fierce lady to me. Rose's gaze sparkled brightly, looking at Molly as though she were a rare treasure, as the hammer in her hand expanded rapidly, swirling with a fierce wind as it descended upon Molly. Molly's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she gripped her katana, meeting the hammer head-on. Boom. Simultaneously, Lin Chia suddenly appeared, rushing straight to Chao Yuan's back, seizing his collar and swiftly pulling him away from Tianping. What are you doing? Chao Yuan frowned. Of course. I am taking you away. Lin Chia replied calmly. Do you believe you can defeat him? I have no intention of winning. I merely wish to be eliminated sooner. Lin Chia rolled his eyes. After much effort to rush into the arena, and having just rescued the first person, he found that the individual was merely a passive oddity, intent on elimination. Oh, suit yourself. Lin Chia coldly uttered this phrase. Unwilling to squander more time on such a lethargic soul, he turned to seek other battlefields. Chia, there's someone here. I can't pull him out. Bali Pangang exclaimed, tugging at a new recruit who was half-trapped in the rubble. Calling out to Lin Chia. Chia. He lowered his head, murmuring to himself. Chapter 83. Are you confident you can survive? Wait. Chao Yuan suddenly interjected, halting the departing Lin Chia. What is your surname? Lin. It is the Lin of Double Woods. Lin Chia looked at Chao Yuan in confusion. Is there an issue? Double Woods stand. The 8 deities converge. 10 years into the night. Guide me, O mortals. Chao Yuan gazed at Lin Chia in a daze, murmuring softly. Lin Chia did not catch what he said clearly. He merely observed him mumbling to himself and rolled his eyes in exasperation. What a lunatic. Lin Chia no longer entangled with him and turned to sprint towards another battlefield. Chao Yuan silently watched his departing figure, lost in thought. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Come and strike me. I am quite curious. Chao Yuan glanced at him, then turned his gaze back to Lin Chia, who was engaged in combat on the battlefield. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly bent down to pick up the knife on the ground. Tianping's eyes brightened. It seems he now views me as a coward. I must alter this unfavorable impression, Chao Yuan murmured to himself while grasping the knife. What did you say? Tianping asked, somewhat unclear. Are you certain you can survive this? Chao Yuan held the knife sheath in one hand while his other hand slowly moved towards the knife's hilt, looking earnestly at Tianping as he spoke. If you lack confidence, I can seek out that man over there wearing the king mask. Tianping decisively shook his head. Don't worry. This trivial matter doesn't require the captain's intervention. Oh, then I shall draw my blade. Chao Yuan took a deep breath, placing his hand upon the hilt. The moment his fingertips touched the hilt, an inexplicable sense of dread surged within Tianping's heart. Simultaneously, Wang Mian, who had been quietly observing the battle, abruptly turned his head, fixating intently on the distant Chao Yuan, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. The blade was drawn. Black malevolent energy surged forth like a raging inferno. Soaring into the heavens, dark flames erupted from Chao Yuan's skin, instantly incinerating his upper garment, revealing a robust body marred with scars. The black malevolent flames intertwined around his form, gradually solidifying into a bizarre human-like exterior. It resembled both man and demon, with a slight grin. Wisps of white smoke emanated from within him, and he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red, eerie pupils. In his gaze, there was no trace of rationality or calmness. He resembled a wild beast. Tianping's pupils dilated suddenly, the unease in his heart intensifying. He immediately began to float backward, attempting to distance himself from Chao Yuan. Just as his feet left the ground, Chao Yuan's figure flickered, appearing before him like a specter. With a sinister smile, he swung his blade towards Tianping's neck. The black flames enveloped the blade, effortlessly breaking through the protective barrier surrounding Tianping, aiming directly for his head. A jolt of dread struck Tianping's heart. In that instant, he recalled the boy's earnest gaze as he had asked, "Are you certain you can survive this?" "Certain? What the hell?" This strike truly made Tianping acutely aware of the life-and-death crisis he faced. If he did not unleash his realm, relying solely on the Zhan realm, he would undoubtedly perish under this blow. Just as Tianping prepared to unleash his realm, he suddenly perceived a blur before him, as a figure abruptly appeared in front of him. In the fading light, a man donned a mask inscribed with the character King, grasping a black blade. The clash of steel echoed clang, as blinding sparks erupted in the dusk. The sword of the masked figure, Yi Yuan, met the blade of Chao Yuan, unleashing a tempest centered around them. In the wake of this confrontation, a formidable wave of energy emanated from Yi Yuan, propelling Chao Yuan, both man and sword, through the air to crash into the distant ruins. The masked man sheathed his sword and turned to Tianping, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Tianping, you underestimate the threat." But Tianping rubbed his eyes, still in disbelief. What on earth was that? The Forbidden Ruins Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation. Encountering a human with such a high-ranking sequence in the Forbidden Ruins is a first for me. Indeed. The top 30 sequences of the Forbidden Ruins are known as the Divine Realm, signifying that most of these ruins belong to divine entities. Furthermore, possessing one of these 30 sequences places an existence within the realm of divinity. Sequence 031's Black King Annihilation stands as a true power, transcending the divine and reigning above all beings. Yi Yuan observed Chao Yuan rising from the rubble, his voice calm, yet discerning. This power is overwhelming, and he is too weak. Utilizing the Forbidden Ruins will render him completely unconscious, driven only by primal instinct to fight. This is indiscriminate destruction. He could harm even his own allies in a frenzy. I understand now. Tianping's body began to levitate, his gaze fixed on the frenzied Chao Yuan. I was careless. Now, I shall exert my utmost effort to confront this madman. His fingers interlocked, and the scattered weapons and debris around him began to levitate, forming a formidable array above, targeting the grounded Chao Yuan. Chao Yuan clutched his blade, his blood-red eyes locked on Tianping above, dark flames swirling ominously around him, a sinister grin creeping across his face. In the next instant, he vanished, darting through the ruins with a spectral grace. "Go!" Tianping commanded with a flick of his finger, and the myriad of bricks and weapons redirected with a synchronized precision, launching like a barrage of bullets, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Boom, boom, boom. The black flames erupted as Chao Yuan effortlessly sliced through the descending debris with astonishing speed, swiftly closing the distance to Tianping's position. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped high into the air, just as his blade was about to make contact with Tianping. The latter wobbled and descended several meters higher into the sky. Thus, in his frenzied state, Chao Yuan confronted a dire predicament. He could not reach him. Tianping chuckled while soaring, addressing the bewildered Chao Yuan below. "You can't fly. Isn't that frustrating?" Chao Yuan, "Ugh, how shameless can that guy be?" exclaimed Bailey, watching the battle from afar, unable to contain his scorn. The fellow is remarkably formidable, in a one-on-one confrontation on solid ground. None but Wang Mian could rival him, leaving only the option of stalling him. Lin Xie stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, that guy was astonishingly powerful. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze fell upon Wang Mian in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Take care of yourself." Lin Xie patted Bai Li Pang on the shoulder, his form flickering before he vanished from the spot. As Bai Li Pang began to utter something, Lin Xie had already sprinted far away. He scratched his head, letting out a resigned sigh. At that moment, a shadowy figure slinked behind him. The hilt of a dagger was raised high, striking forcefully towards Bai Li Pang's nape. With a resounding clap, a dazzling golden shield materialized around Bai Li Pang Pang, deflecting the short sword wielded by the shadowy figure. Bai Li Pang Pang was taken aback, slowly turning to face the embarrassed assailant, tilting his head quizzically. Hey, were you just trying to ambush me? Chapter 84. The Great Era. Unfazed, the shadowy figure drew another short sword, aiming once more at the golden shield. This time, he targeted with the sword tip. A sharp crack echoed as the tip of the sword broke off a chunk, yet the golden shield remained unscathed. My apologies. I possess this Yao Guang protective charm, and such attacks cannot harm me. Bai Li Pang Pang cheerfully pointed to the necklace adorning his chest, adding, by the way, its rank is 171. Classified as a high-risk forbidden item. In the next instant, the golden shield encircling Bai Li Pang Pang converged, transforming into two rapidly spinning light rings that surged towards the shadowy figure. The assailant swiftly retreated, his form blurring as he vanished into thin air. Invisibility? Bai Li Pang Pang raised an eyebrow, retrieving an old monocle from his pocket and placing it upon his nose. The lens shimmered with a faint blue light as Bai Li Pang Pang tilted his head and waved his hand, sending the two light rings slicing through the air. Clang! Two short swords emerged from the void, blocking the light rings, causing the shadowy figure to stumble in astonishment as he regarded Bai Li Pang Pang. You can see me too? I have true sight, rank 315, specifically designed to pierce illusions. Bai Li Pang Pang adjusted his monocle with a grin. The shadowy figure seemed to recall something. You are the young master of the Bai Li family? Please refrain from referring to me as young master. I am merely the child of an ordinary family. Bai Li Pang Pang replied earnestly. Ah, cough. Seeing how vigorously they're engaged in battle, I too should contribute. Bai Li Pang Pang declared as he reached into his pocket, to the astonishment of the shadowy figure, producing a broom. It was not the usual small broom used for sweeping the home, but rather a large broom typically employed for cleaning the streets, made of finely bundled twigs. Bai Li Pang Pang grasped the broom and swung it fiercely towards the distant moon ghost. A tempestuous wind surged forth, accompanied by delicate arcs of electricity, obliterating the debris ahead into fragments. Despite this, the gale showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, lunging at Moon Ghost. Moon Ghost? Oh no. With no time to ponder, Moon Ghost's form dissipated into moonlight, narrowly evading the blow. Yet the fierce wind continued unabated, barreling towards the chaotic melee involving Molly and Rose. Immediately, they dashed in the opposite direction. You fat idiot. Can't you aim properly? Molly bellowed at Bai Li Pang Pang. Cough, cough, cough. I'm so sorry, so sorry, so sorry. Moon Ghost? Are you part of Doryman or something? If a thunderstorm cannot be used, then I shall resort to this. Bai Li Pang Pang mimicked Doryman's stance, raising his great sword high, invoking transform into 3000. Swish. The great sword in Bai Li Pang Pang's hand suddenly split into countless phantoms, densely hovering in the sky, their tips aimed at the ground where Moon Ghost stood, emanating a chilling radiance. Moon Ghost swallowed hard at this sight. Is this the foundation of the Forbidden Objects Museum? Isn't this cheating? With a gentle sweep, Bai Li Pang Pang brought his sword down, took a deep breath, and shouted, Kill! The 3000 sword lights fell like raindrops, converging into a dragon of blades, roaring towards Moon Ghost. Moon Ghost inhaled deeply as well, and shouted, Vortex, save me. The vortex, entangled fiercely with Shinchiju, twitched at the corners of its mouth, seizing the opportunity to dash towards Moon Ghost. Shinchiju squinted, summoning the wind to follow. Just as the dragon of swords was about to engulf Moon Ghost, a purple vortex erupted, devouring most of the sword shadows, allowing Moon Ghost to slip away. Yet the next moment, a blade wreathed in black flames grazed his scalp. Moon Ghost turned to find the demon-like Chao Yuan standing behind him, a sinister grin upon his face. Tian Ping, save me. Below, the instructors observed the dormitory ruins, akin to a celestial battle, enveloped in a profound silence. Vortex, Rose, Tian Ping, Moon Ghost, Bai Li Pang Pang, Molly, Shinchiju, and Chao Yuan were all embroiled in chaotic combat, a cacophony of shrieking attacks filling the air, causing the screen to tremble intermittently. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed above, and dust began to cascade from the ceiling, dimming the lights in the monitoring room. The instructors murmured, Should we consider relocating? They 1T bring this down, will they? Surely. They 1T, right? Here, at a depth of 10 meters underground. One cannot fathom how a group of novices could possibly. Do you truly believe that such a level of combat could be achieved by mere amateurs? A commanding officer gestured towards the screen, plunging everyone back into silence. I suddenly realized that the decision to deploy the masked team was indeed a stroke of brilliance. The instructors nodded fervently in agreement. Had we adhered to our previous methods, pitting instructors against the new recruits, the outcome would have been vastly different. In a single training session, so many prodigies have emerged. Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips, pondering that perhaps in a few years, the long-awaited 5th Special Squad would finally come into existence. Chief, do you believe they could become the 5th Special Squad in the future? One instructor exclaimed in astonishment, clearly impressed by the high regard in which they were held. Over the past 2 years, the mysteries surrounding our great nation have multiplied and strengthened. Besides the sentinels stationed in various cities, the 4 special squads have gradually found themselves overwhelmed. The upper echelons of the sentinels are now contemplating the reformation of the 5th Special Squad. Fate, by its very nature, is unpredictable. Among these young individuals, some may meet their end on the battlefield, while others may retreat to safety. Yet there will undoubtedly be a select few who will rise to become the true pillars of the nation, ultimately forming the 5th Special Squad. With that, Yuan Gang's gaze settled upon a particular screen. Perhaps a great era is on the brink of arrival. As dusk gradually deepened, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian stood as an outsider at the very edge of the ruins, gazing into the distance. There, a young boy approached, wielding a blade. Walking steadily towards him. Upon seeing the newcomer, a faint smile curled at the corners of Wang Mian's mouth. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chapter 85. The Battle of the Agents. Lin Chiye came to a halt, gazing into Wang Mian's eyes, and spoke slowly. Abandoning the assault on a particular team member to challenge you, the captain, is undoubtedly the most foolish decision I could make in this battle. Yet, indulging in a moment of recklessness can be quite refreshing. The crux of winning this confrontation lies in unmasking a certain false agent rather than eliminating them all. Thus, the most prudent strategy should be to collectively target a vulnerable point instead of mindlessly engaging in one-on-one duels, a fact that Lin Chiye was acutely aware of. However, rather than solely focusing on victory, he yearned to delve deeper into the mysteries surrounding the divine agents. A decade ago, the Seraph unexpectedly cast a glance in his direction, leaving no words behind, and thus he became an agent, yet his own divine essence remained incomplete. These unanswered questions weighed heavily on Lin Chiye's mind. With no one to provide clarity, Wang Mian, being the first divine agent to appear before him, represented an opportunity he did not wish to squander. I understand you harbor many uncertainties. Wang Mian placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, speaking calmly. Once this battle concludes, regardless of the outcome, you may seek me out for a discussion. Thank you. Lin Chiye sincerely expressed his gratitude, placing his hand upon the hilt of his sword. Are you truly certain you wish to employ that underhanded tool in our duel? His gaze fell upon the dark blade at Wang Mian's waist. Wang Mian raised an eyebrow. How can it be deemed cheating if I wield my own weapon? Shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Clang. Lin Chiye was the first to strike. With a swift draw of his straight blade, Lin Chiye's figure darted through the ruins like an elusive specter. The battle had been underway for over half a day, and night had fallen. Under the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, Lin Chiye's speed was astonishing. Wang Mian, surprised by Lin Chiye's remarkable swiftness, let out a soft gasp. Moments later, the yuan at his waist slowly unsheathed. Swish! The invisible divine abyss opened. To Lin Chiye's eyes, Wang Mian's drawing speed appeared almost blurred. Without his mental acuity, he might have failed to perceive Wang Mian's movement at all. Immediately, an exaggerated wave of blade energy sliced through the air, hurtling toward Lin Chiye. At the instant Wang Mian drew his sword, Lin Chiye's terrifying dynamic vision had already predicted the trajectory of the strike. He adeptly assumed a dodging stance, and despite the astonishing speed of the blade energy, he managed to narrowly evade it. The blade energy grazed Lin Chiye's hair, severing a lock of black strands. After this textbook-level evasion, Lin Chiye charged straight toward Wang Mian. It seemed Wang Mian had not anticipated Lin Chiye's agility. He paused for a moment before unleashing the second, third, and fourth strikes. The dense waves of blade energy intertwined before Wang Mian, forming a net of deadly precision. Lin Chiye's eyes narrowed slightly as he pushed his dynamic vision to its limits. In his view, Wang Mian's movements gradually slowed down. He could barely discern the gaps between each strike. In just a fleeting moment, his eyes began to ache from the strain. Lin Chiye forcefully blinked his eyes twice, and in the next moment, the dense network of sword energy had already arrived before him. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chiye suddenly leaned back, as if he had slipped, about to fall heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, the straight knife in his hand was thrust into the ground in a reverse grip, barely stabilizing the backward tilt of the blade. He narrowly avoided the lower edge of the blade's aura, which grazed the tip of his nose, allowing Lin Xie to feel the chilling aura emanating from it. After evading the blade's aura, Lin Xie exerted force with the hand gripping the knife, propelling himself off the ground and rapidly closing the distance towards Wang Mian. As the blade's aura passed by Lin Xie, he distinctly felt a release in his body, and Wang Mian appeared to slow down in his vision. The temporal stasis was lifted. In Lin Xie's eyes, a brilliant light flickered. As he had anticipated, Wang Mian, with his current level of mastery, could hardly maintain the temporal abyss for an extended period. From the very beginning, Wang Mian had been conserving his strength, allowing the other 4 team members to engage in combat. It was only when ambushed by Shen Qizhu and the others that he was reluctantly compelled to act. And even then, the temporal abyss lasted merely 3 seconds. If Lin Xie's conjecture was accurate, the duration of Wang Mian's temporal abyss was unlikely to exceed 5 seconds. And each usage would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of mental energy. Thus, he would refrain from striking unless absolutely necessary. The temporal abyss was formidable, yet Wang Mian's current prowess was insufficient. Sustaining it for such a duration was already commendable. Conversely, although Lin Xie's mortal realm seemed somewhat incomplete, he found that even with his mental perception and dynamic vision activated for a continuous 24 hours, he felt no fatigue. This indicated that incompleteness could have its own advantages. Otherwise, he would be relegated to the same predicament as Wang Mian, being a true man for merely 5 seconds with each engagement. Seizing the moment of respite provided by the temporal abyss, Lin Xie charged directly towards Wang Mian, his straight blade suddenly slicing through the air. Clang! Wang Mian's Yuan intercepted Lin Xie's blade, and a slight tremor reverberated through the weapon to Lin Xie's hand, but that was the extent of its effect. Without any speed enhancement, the Yuan was merely a blade capable of numbing an opponent's fingers. Does Mortal Realm possess acceleration capabilities? How are you so swift? Wang Mian inquired. Perplexed after their blades collided, he had assumed that his few strikes would have been sufficient to send Lin Xie out of the match. Yet he was astonished to find Lin Xie keeping pace with his speed within the temporal abyss. After all, he was 003. It was only natural that he would be formidable. Lin Xie merely offered a vague response. Indeed, Wang Mian, convinced, prepared for the next moment as the temporal abyss unfolded once more. Now, the cooldown period for Wang Mian's temporal abyss had elapsed. In Lin Xie's view, Wang Mian's speed accelerated yet again, his movements leaving behind afterimages. Wang Mian deflected Lin Xie's straight blade, raising his Yuan. Then he executed a swift, effortless strike. This time, you cannot evade, Wang Mian calmly declared, gazing at the close approaching Lin Xie. Clang! Lin Xie effortlessly blocked the Yuan's attack with the straight knife in his hand. Wang Mian was taken aback. Where was the knife aura? Such a formidable knife aura vanished? The expression on Wang Mian's face shifted subtly. In his eyes, Lin Xie's lips curled into a slow smile. Now, your cheat is rendered useless. Let us engage in a proper duel. In the next moment, Lin Xie pivoted the blade of his knife and launched a decisive strike towards Wang Mian. Chapter 86, Support Within the Realm of the Time Divine Ruins. Wang Mian moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly dodging Lin Xie's straight knife. I comprehend now, this is the gift from that chubby boy of the Bailey family. In just a fleeting moment, Wang Mian unraveled the connections at play, letting out a resigned sigh. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement rather than regret. Very well. Then I shall engage with you, in a fair and square battle. He completely abandoned the tactic of unleashing a knife aura, opting instead to close in with Yuan and confront Lin Xie directly. The black blade clashed continuously with the pale blue blade, creating dazzling sparks in the air. Beneath the Time Divine Ruins, Wang Mian, focused solely on offense, moved beyond the realm of human capability. Had another person stood in Lin Xie's place, they might not have even perceived his movements, let alone discern the trajectory of his blade. Even Lin Xie had to concentrate fully, employing dynamic vision coupled with his astonishing reflexes, just to barely withstand Wang Mian's onslaught. At that moment, Lin Xie felt immensely grateful for the remedial classes Chun Mai and the others had arranged for him prior. Were it not for enduring the relentless strikes of Chun Mai's wooden sword and the training to evade bullets, he feared he would struggle to last even 5 seconds now. Amidst a flurry of dazzling blade flashes, Lin Xie sensed his body grow lighter as the flow of time around him returned to normal. Conversely, Wang Mian's speed appeared to slow in Lin Qia's eyes. Now it is my turn. Lin Qia chuckled softly, raising the straight blade in his hand and fiercely striking at Wang Mian, who had lost his time enhancement, within the realm of the time god. Lin Qia struggled against Wang Mian, but once the time god realm dissipated, Lin Qia, bolstered by the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer, could dominate Wang Mian. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Lin Qia's onslaught was akin to a tempest, forcing Wang Mian to retreat repeatedly. Were it not for Wang Mian's exquisite swordsmanship, he might not have lasted long. A few seconds passed, and Wang Mian opened the time god realm once more, countering Lin Qia's attacks. The two exchanged blows back and forth, each momentarily gaining the upper hand, relentlessly clashing for over 3 minutes. Were they not weary? Having ceased hostilities, Bailey Pang sat on a stone, wiping the sweat from his brow and lamenting. Beside him, Yuegue sighed. As for whether they are tired, I cannot say. But I have endured a day of beating, and I am truly exhausted. Bailey Pang patted his shoulder, offering comfort. No worries, brother. It is quite all right for us to rest here. Let them fight to their heart's content. We can visit my home when this is over. Yuegue replied. Boom. An air cannon exploded on the ground before the two, sending shockwaves that left Bailey Pang dazed. Hey, those fighting over there. Could you move further away? Please do not harm the innocent. Bailey Pang shouted towards the distant, enraged Shen Qingzhu and Xuanwu. Afterward, he turned back, concerned, and asked, How are you, brother Yuegue? Are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. In the distance, Xuanwu, witnessing these two clowns comfortably resting, grinned with envy and suggested, How about we also call a truce and take a break? Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment. Why not? Shall we go? Let us go. Meanwhile, the swaying Tianping, floating in the air, glanced at the frenzied Qiao Yuan on the ground and sighed. Must it be this intense? Aren't you tired from shouting for so long? Let us take a break. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. Cough, cough, cough. Qiao Yuan, having exhausted his voice, coughed a few times as the black flames enveloping him gradually faded, and his blood-red eyes began to regain their clarity. Cough, cough, cough. Let us go, go, go. Ba, I'm utterly exhausted. With his voice hoarse, Qiao Yuan could only weakly call out a few words, casting a glance at Tianping as he staggered off to the side. Before long, Rose and Molly, hand in hand and laughing, approached from the opposite direction. Hey, why have you stopped fighting? I was looking forward to watching it unfold, Xuanwu remarked with regret. What? Is it only permissible for you to slack off? Rose shot him a glare, tightening her grip on Molly's arm. It's rare to encounter such a cool and fierce lady. I can't bear to part with her. Rose, with such behavior, it is easy for others to misconstrue that our masks are all perverse, Tianping said, helplessly covering his forehead. Change your codename? No longer Rose? From now on, I shall be called Lily. The gaze of the crowd towards the two instantly turned peculiar. Bailey, startled, let his large sword clatter to the ground. Molly quietly withdrew her hand from Rose's arm, approached Bailey's side, and unexpectedly stated, Make way, grant me some space. Huh? Oh, all right. Thus, the 8 individuals huddled together on a stone, savoring the spectacle of the two combatants in the distance. Go, Captain. The captain is the most dashing. Vortex bellowed at the top of his lungs. Bailey, unwilling to be outdone, shouted, Qi, give it your all. Overwhelm him. Captain, strike him down. Rose echoed with fervor. Bailey, Qi is magnificent. The captain is incredible. Yuegue chimed in. Qi, cough, cough, cough. Bailey cleared his throat and turned to the silent Molly, Shen Qingzhu, and Qiao Yuan, urging, You should join in as well. I cannot face them alone. Shen Qingzhu simply turned away, disregarding Bailey, while Molly, after a moment's contemplation, awkwardly admitted, I am not well acquainted with him. Surprisingly, Qiao Yuan, hesitating for a brief moment, strained his hoarse voice to call out, Lin Qi. Cough, cough. Awesome. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed. Brother, let me take over, Bailey said with empathy. No, let go of me. Cough, cough, cough. Qi is awesome. Well, do you really need to go all out, brother? Qi is awesome. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as the two engaged in fierce combat, and they felt a jolt at the sound emanating from afar. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Mian lifted his chin, speaking with pride. You hear that? My support is far more formidable than yours. Lin Qia, after so many consecutive battles in the divine ruins, your mental strength must be nearing its limit. Wouldn't you agree? Ignoring his boastfulness, Lin Chia spoke slowly. Your body must also be on the verge of exhaustion, right? Wang Mian raised an eyebrow, asserting, my combat experience has long surpassed that of an average person. As for you, merely an ordinary high school student. Your endurance thus far has truly exceeded my expectations. I am still able to fight. Is winning this battle of such paramount importance to you? I am indifferent to the outcome of this confrontation. Lin Chia shook his head, calmly responding, I simply wish to give it my all. Chapter 87, Playing Dirty Commander. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Below, over 20 instructors gathered around a screen, their eyes fixed intently. That is uncertain, to be frank. Although Wang Mian's divine ruins are extraordinarily powerful, their effectiveness is considerably limited in the genre realm. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan being sealed, the odds of Lin Chia's victory are truly 50-50. That is correct. If Wang Mian were to be replaced by the representative of the Phoenix Squad, Athena, Lin Chia would hardly withstand 5 moves. After all, that is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, and the disparity in strength cannot be compensated for by speed alone. In this case, what if Lin Chia actually wins? One instructor couldn't help but murmur, are we really going to heed the commander's suggestion and conclude the training session prematurely? If that were the case, the higher-ups would likely have our heads. Yuan Gang silently observed the battlefield of the two, gradually stating, let us watch for now. It is premature to make any judgments before a victor is determined. To give it one's all, you say. Upon hearing Lin Chia's words, a hint of admiration flickered in Wang Mian's eyes as he nodded slightly. Excellent. Clang. The blades in their hands collided, and at that very moment, the temporal divine ruins once again unfolded. Lin Chia took a deep breath, summoning his mental state to its zenith. If all went as anticipated, the battle between them would soon reach its conclusion. The blade of Yi Yuan sliced through the air, emitting a faint hum. Instinctively, Lin Chia raised a sword, striking towards Yi Yuan. At that moment, the eyes behind Wang's mask suddenly stirred with invisible ripples, and a formidable divine pressure erupted from his gaze, surging violently into Lin Chia's mind. Lin Chia wielded the divine might of the seraph, captivating countless individuals, yet experiencing the overwhelming power of another for the first time. His eyes narrowed in response to the moment the time god's authority erupted. Within his gaze, 2 piercing golden rays surged forth, resembling a pair of fervently burning furnaces, exuding an aura of terrifying divinity. In midair, their glances collided, unleashing a tempest from the epicenter of their stares as the rampant divine might radiated outward, dominating the entire arena. Goodness, just a shared glare, and the winds begin to howl. Bailey exclaimed in astonishment. Tianping remained fixated on the distant duo, murmuring, at this moment, it is the deities behind them that are clashing. The divine might of the seraph collided fiercely with that of the time god for several seconds, and soon, blood vessels began to appear in their eyes. Their contest was no longer one of personal strength, but rather of the divine power they harbored within. With a sudden, soft sound, Wang Mian emitted a muffled groan, retreating a half-step as the time domain surrounding him began to shatter piece by piece. In Lin Chia's eyes, a brilliant light flashed as he took a step forward. Suddenly, he swung his blade. This time, Wang Mian had no time to react and defend. The blade sliced through Wang Mian's mask, cleaving the character Wang in two. Crack! Wang Mian's mask shattered. Beneath the mask revealed a handsome yet composed face, looking helplessly at Lin Chia before him. The onlookers instantly stood up, gasping in shock. Even the instructors seated before the screen felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, realizing the gravity of the situation. I'm sorry, Wang Mian quietly uttered while gazing into Lin Chia's eyes. Immediately afterward, the ripples in his eyes began to undulate once more. The realm of time, the divine ruins, unfolded. Lin Chia widened his eyes, filled with astonishment. At that moment, the confrontation between the two had yet to determine a victor. He had not yet swung his blade, and Wang Mian's mask remained intact. The surrounding crowd appeared to have forgotten the recent events, still fervently cheering for both combatants. Yet only Lin Chia retained the memory of what had just transpired. No, apart from Lin Chia, the instructors who were intently watching the screen were also aware of the recent happenings. Did he sever Wang Mian's false mask? Oh my. No. Just now, Wang Mian had unlocked his realm. In that fleeting instant, he had at least reached the Chuan stage. Does this not mean we have lost? Cough. Cough. At present, Lin Chia has not breached Wang Mian's mask, so we have not lost. However, he has indeed unlocked his realm. Is this not a form of cheating? Matters of scholarly pursuit cannot be deemed as cheating, can they? Must this training session conclude in such a manner, and would that truly bring you joy? The instructors immediately erupted in heated discussion. At that moment, Yuan Gang slowly rose from his seat and glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. The duel had concluded. "Commander, what about the outcome?" Yuan Gang cast a calm gaze in his direction and spoke steadily. "The training must continue. This is not solely for our honor. It is for the future of these children." Lin Chiye cast a glance at the knife in his hand before turning his gaze towards Wang Mian before him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the situation. "You are being unreasonable." "Sure." Wang Mian placed a finger to his lips and leaned closer to Lin Chiye's ear, whispering, "Lin Chiye, I can see that I have just lost to you, but this new recruit training must proceed. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lin Chiye's expression suddenly turned peculiar. "Are you asking me to pretend that I did not win? To act as if nothing had transpired? Is that what you mean?" Wang Mian nodded, then added reassuringly, "Rest assured, your performance has not gone unnoticed by the instructors. After this battle concludes, you shall emerge as the victor, and they will be inclined to offer you some form of recompense." Lin Chiye raised his brow, declaring himself a person of principles. "I surmise that it would pose no difficulty for them to grant you a red envelope of 500,000. My principles. Perhaps they might even bestow upon you a forbidden item for self-defense. Ahem. Well then, I shall owe you yet another favor." Wang gazed into Lin Chiye's eyes and, in his capacity as the leader of the masked squad, acknowledged the debt of a favor. "It is settled."